A weary worker, drowning in the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule, unexpectedly finds himself as a member of the NCAA championship team upon awakening. In the 2011 NCAA Finals, as Jia Fei traverses into this new reality, he is momentarily taken aback by the player's awkward performance on the court. However, once the final whistle blows, his teammates erupt into euphoria. The University of Connecticut triumphed with a score of 53-41, a match criticized by commentators as the most lackluster half. Yet a championship is a championship nonetheless. Jia Fei, pushed by his teammates, rushes onto the court, his eyes immediately catching sight of Yao Ming, whose distinctive silhouette stands out prominently in the Houston arena. Before he can approach his idol for an autograph, star point guard Kemba Walker bounds towards him like an octopus, tears streaming down his face as he exclaims, "We are champions." This 183 centimeters tall man weeps like a child who has lost his lollipop. But Jia Fei understands the team has endured a tumultuous journey, finishing the regular season ranked 9th yet. They managed to achieve an astonishing 5 victories in 5 days, led by a group of freshmen. During the award ceremony, Jia Fei notices the opposing coach, 35-year-old Brad Stevens, strikingly handsome. Who could have predicted he would later become the youngest head coach of the Celtics? In this match, Jia Fei played for 20 minutes off the bench, scoring 3 points on 1 of 3 shooting. Yet he secured 10 rebounds, along with 3 steals, 3 blocks, and no turnovers. His teammates laud him as the defensive monster, yet unbeknownst to them, his mind is racing with calculations. Will he face Kobe in the next game? Should he ask Yao Ming for an autograph? Can his performance secure him a place in the NBA? What remarkable feats await this defensive monster who has crossed over into this realm? In the next chapter, excitement ensues as Jia Fei is approached at the celebration party by an NBA general manager. Join our team, and he'll guarantee you a starting position. Which team? One might wonder. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice task. The basketball idol system is now activated. As Jia Fei watches his teammates celebrate around the trophy, a sudden chime resonates in his mind, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Will you claim a novice gift package? Yes, 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 yes. Jia Fei exclaims, his heart racing. Who is your idol? Allen Iverson. He responds without a moment's hesitation. Congratulations. You have the opportunity to merge with Iverson's talents, physical attributes, or peak skills. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, physical attributes. Jia Fei shouts urgently. In the next moment, he feels as if his body is being torn apart and reassembled, pain coursing through him. Yet mere seconds later, warmth envelopes him, as if he possesses boundless energy. Before he can regain his composure, overwhelmed by excitement, he impulsively hugs a blonde female reporter nearby. The soft sensation leaves him momentarily dazed, while the reporter blushes deeply. Kemba Walker quickly intervenes, saying, "He's just overly excited, he's a gentleman." Fortunately, she does not pursue the matter, casting a flirtatious glance his way, prompting Jia Fei to hurriedly retreat to the locker room. Lamb hands him a drink, remarking, "You're acting rather peculiar today." Jia Fei consumed half a bottle and suddenly noticed his dribbling had become steadier, his footsteps lighter indeed. He had successfully assimilated Allen Iverson's physical prowess. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. Previously, he had managed only 1 basket out of 3 attempts, scoring a mere 3 points. Now, with the body of someone who has found the answer, might he not score 30 points in the next game? On a domestic forum, some users stumbled upon a video of him with a female reporter. Who is this yellow-skinned lad? Just seeking attention. Little did they know, Jia Fei was secretly perfecting his crossovers, his speed so swift it left after images in his wake. Can you guess what draft position Jia Fei, infused with Iverson's essence, might secure? In the next chapter, the excitement unfolds. He dazzles in a practice match, leaving 3 teammates in his wake, even leaving Kemba Walker looking like a mere statue. Such talent seems almost too good to be true. Jia Fei and Lamb were engaged in idle chatter when Coach Jim Calhoun entered the locker room, beaming, "Next season, you'll have more playing time. Keep it up." Jia Fei thought to himself, "Next season, I am bound for the NBA." That night, following a celebration banquet, Jia Fei shared a room with Kemba Walker, and neither could find sleep. "Kai, I have a monumental decision. I am entering the NBA draft," Kemba declared solemnly. Jia Fei calmly sipped his bottled water. "It's about time you're a junior now, with a championship and MOP under your belt. What are you waiting for?" Kemba was taken aback. This reaction was not what he expected for such significant news. But what Jia Fei said next made Kemba's eyes nearly pop out, him entering the draft as well. "What?" Kemba nearly leaped from his bed. "You're only a freshman. You don't even know the market. What if you go undrafted?" It is crucial to note that once NCAA players declare for the draft, they cannot return to college basketball, making the risk monumental. Yet Jia Fei simply smiled was the man who had merged with Iverson's athletic gifts. Currently, the draft favorites include Kyrie Irving and Derek Williams, with Kemba projected to be ninth, while Jia Fei had yet to even make the prediction list. Domestic fans commented, "Who is this yellow-skinned kid, daring to declare as a freshman? Surely, he must be insane." But they remained unaware that Jia Fei was diligently training, combining Iverson's speed with his own defensive skills, representing an almost glitch-like existence. "Just wait, I will leave you all astounded," Jia Fei stated, gazing out at the Houston skyline with unwavering determination. You think Jia Fei will be selected in the draft? In the next chapter, prepare for a twist. During a workout, he left Irving floundering, leaving even the Cavaliers' general manager astonished. This kid is even faster than Iverson. Could he stage a comeback and become the top pick? Kemba Walker stared at Jia Fei in disbelief. "You average only 5.5 points, and you dare to declare?" Indeed, Jia Fei's performance had been modest, averaging 19.5 minutes, with 5.5 points and 4.6 rebounds as a freshman substitute. While his statistics showed effort, they were still far from NBA caliber. Not to mention that he is of Asian descent historically, there has been no success for Asian players in the NBA. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian both played as interior players, while Jia Fei stands at 201 centimeters as a forward. "Are you not afraid of being undrafted?" Kemba probed. Jia Fei paused for a moment, then earnestly replied, "I need the money. My parents are no longer here, and I have relied on scholarships and part-time jobs to complete this year." Kemba was momentarily rendered speechless, was aware of how hard Jia Fei worked, practicing basketball after finishing his shifts. "All right." Kemba extended his fist. "I support you. Once you reach the NBA, I've got your back." The two bumped fists, a seasoned junior and a novice freshman, establishing the same goal on the night of their championship victory. Upon returning to school, his teammates urged Jia Fei, "Just play for another year, the prospects will surely be better next year." Even the venerable coach Jim Calhoun spoke with him, "You possess great potential, but you still need refinement." Yet Jia Fei was resolute. He attended classes during the day and spent his evenings at the gym. With a physical prowess reminiscent of Allen Iverson, his progress was astonishing. A fan captured a video of his practice, showcasing his dribbling speed that left a blur in his wake, and the comment section was rife with derision. "An Asian player aiming for the NBA? Don't dream. Averaging 5 points per game and daring to declare? Surely, he just wants to ride Kemba's coattails." Jia Fei, however, felt no anger. He simply doubled down on his training, knew that soon he would have the opportunity to prove himself. On April 16th, Lamb asked him in the dormitory, "Aren't you going to the 3-and-3 party? There are plenty of beautiful girls there." Jia Fei shook his head and picked up a basketball. "No, I'm going to practice." As he left the dormitory and gazed at the illuminated court, he silently vowed, "Just wait. Those who underestimate me, I will make you remember my name." Can you imagine how astonishing Jia Fei's tryout would be? In the next chapter, the scene erupts. At the 3-and-3 party, he encountered Kyrie Irving and performed a dazzling crossover that sent the presumptive first overall pick tumbling to the ground, igniting the crowd. Who could withstand such talent? "Hey Jia, see you at the training facility in half an hour for 3-and-3. Kemba called as Lamb was drooling over the computer screen displaying a woman in a nurse's outfit. "Just let me finish this episode." Lamb was utterly engrossed. 15 minutes later, he emerged from the restroom, flushed and breathing heavily. "Finished?" Jia Fei stifled a laugh. "Let's go." Lamb hurriedly searched for his sneakers. Upon arriving at the training facility, Kemba glared at them. "Why are you so late?" "The bike broke down, I had to fix it." Jia Fei casually fabricated an excuse, and Lamb cast him a grateful glance. This lie was timely and well-crafted. All 6 champions gathered, perfectly suited for 3-on-3. Hey, Jia Fei changed into his practice gear. He felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time playing after embodying the physical talents of Allen Iverson. He gazed at the honor wall adorned with names: Ray Allen, Karen Butler, Okafor, all prominent NBA figures who emerged from UConn. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be reborn." Jia Fei flexed his ankles, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through his body. During warm-ups, Nephi quipped, "Jia, let's hope you don't end up airballing your dunks like last time." Laughter erupted among the team. Indeed, the former owner of this physique had struggled with dunks, often missing despite his towering height of 201 centimeters, becoming the subject of ridicule. Jia Fei remained silent, diligently dribbling the ball. The explosive power reminiscent of Allen Iverson surged within him, and a sensation of ball control at his fingertips was unprecedented. Once the teams were formed, Jia Fei found himself paired with Lamb, facing off against Kemba and Nephi on the first play. Kemba attempted to showcase his skills with a series of crossovers to evade Jia Fei, but Jia Fei's footwork was as swift as if he had magnets on his shoes, and, with a decisive slap, he stole the ball. In a fast break, Jia Fei surged forward, leaping with ferocity beneath the basket. Unlike his previous mishaps, this time he executed a one-handed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball through the hoop. The training facility fell into a stunned silence, and Lamb rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Kemba was equally bewildered. Was this truly the same player who had once struggled with dunks? As Jia Fei landed, he shook his wrist, internally chuckling. Combining Iverson's leaping ability with his height made dunking feel like a mere trifle. A domestic forum had shared a video of him missing dunks. With this level of skill, he thinks he can make it to the NBA? What a disgrace. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that at this moment, Jia Fei was consistently executing powerful dunks in the training hall, leaving his teammates in awe. What other surprises might Jia Fei unveil? In the next chapter, he would ascend to glory. He maneuvered past Kemba with a deft change of direction and then executed a thunderous dunk over the towering 210 centimeters Art Mayock, prompting Kemba to exclaim, with this level of play, he could easily be a top 5 pick. Could he silence all his detractors? Why did Iverson report his height as 183 centimeters instead of 180 cm? Jia Fei had never understood until his transformation. 183 cm is 6 feet, while a 180 centimeters is 5 feet 11 inches. It's all about appearances. Who would comprehend that? Yet, Iverson's physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. At 180 centimeters, with long arms and large hands, his control over the ball while airborne was astonishing, and his first step was so rapid it could make one question their own existence. Now, all of those gifts have been bestowed upon Jia Fei as he dribbled towards the basket. He suddenly realized he was running faster than the wind, feeling as if he were frolicking in a field without a care in the world. With a single-foot takeoff, he executed a one-handed dunk effortless as quenching thirst. It is worth noting that in his previous life, standing below 1.8 meters, even grasping the rim had been challenged, and he had once caused damage to a children's hoop and paid for it. Now, with a height of 201 centimeters combined with Iverson's vertical leap, he even pondered, could I leap so high that I might hit the backboard? Fueled by excitement, Jia Fei cut sharply into the lane, leaping off 1 foot to deliver a breathtaking 360 two-handed reverse dunk. Goodness! Kemba Walker's eyes widened in astonishment. When did you learn to jump this high? Lamb, equally astounded, thought to himself, something is off with my roommate today. As the scrimmage began, Jia Fei's team donned black jerseys, while Kemba's team wore white. Lamb initiated the offense, facing Kemba's defense, and abruptly halted for a jump shot only to clang it off the rim. Aurillac seized the rebound and passed it to Napier. With the ball in hand, Napier attempted to maneuver past Jia Fei, executing a swift change of direction, yet he failed to shake him off. He tried again, but still could not elude him. Jia Fei's footwork was so swift, it seemed as though he were glued to Napier. Suddenly, he reached out smack and intercepted the ball. In a rapid counterattack, Jia Fei surged ahead with the ball. The towering 208 centimeters tall Art Mayock attempted to obstruct him, but Jia Fei effortlessly executed a layup, soaring over Mayock's head, the basketball swishing cleanly through the net. The training facility fell into a hushed silence, with teammates left gaping in astonishment. Meanwhile, back home, there were still naysayers, averaging 5 points and dreaming of the NBA. What a fantasy! Little did they know, Jia Fei had just outmaneuvered the key players of the NCAA championship team as if they were mere wooden posts. What do you think Jia Fei will do next to dominate his opponents? The next chapter promises to be electrifying. He dazzled Kemba Walker 3 times in succession, culminating in a long-range three-pointer that swished through the net. Kemba exclaimed on the spot, with that skill, you could be the first overall pick. Is this mere bravado or genuine talent? Kemba Walker continued his drive, attempting to replicate his previous success by passing the ball to Aurillac beneath the basket. As Aurillac received the pass and prepared to capitalize on the opportunity with a powerful dunk, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that the ball had been swatted away in an instant. The defender who made the critical intervention was Jia Fei. Jia Fei surged towards the basket with astonishing speed, executing a remarkable defensive block. Well done, Jia! Art Mayock applauded in praise. Lamb retrieved the ball and retreated beyond the three-point line, facing Kemba Walker. Art Mayock came forward to set a screen. Lamb utilized the pick for a sudden jump shot, but it fell short. Yet, Jia Fei, leveraging his height and wingspan, positioned himself expertly against Napier, securing the offensive rebound. Without dribbling, he rose for a bank shot, which found its mark with certainty. The score is now tied. Jia Fei passed the ball to Lamb near the center circle, continuing the offense. In a 3-on-3 situation, Once there are more defenders on the court, mismatches can easily occur. While defenders may excel in offensive plays, they often possess a speed advantage even against forwards. However, they face insurmountable challenges on the defensive end. They struggle with rebounding and rim protection, and one-on-one defense can easily lead to being overpowered by mismatches. Lamb initiated the play, distributing the ball to Jia Fei. Jia Fei, poised beyond the three-point arc, confronts the staunch defense of Napier. Having recently experienced a setback, Napier is acutely aware of his physical disadvantages compared to Jia Fei's height and stature. Thus, he resolves to compensate with agility and speed, determined to prevent his opponent from penetrating to the basket. Art Mayock approaches to set a screen, prompting Napier and Aurillac to opt for a direct switch in defense. Inside, Art Mayock finds himself in a significant mismatch, eagerly seeking the ball to exploit the size differential. Meanwhile, Napier maneuvers around, ensuring that Jia Fei cannot easily deliver the ball. Jia Fei executed a feint with his pass, causing Aurillac to shift his weight and reach out in an attempt to block. To everyone's surprise, he suddenly crouched and accelerated, darting past his opponent with the swiftness of light, directly penetrating the center. The area was wide open, with Empire and Art Mayock still engaged in positioning beneath the basket. Even if they were not positioned effectively, given their height, attempting to protect the rim would be nearly futile. Jia Fei, standing just a step within the free throw line, leapt into the air on a single foot, executing a spectacular one-handed slam dunk amidst the astonished gazes of the other 5 players. The resounding duong echoed crisply throughout the expansive arena. Even Aurillac, who had been surpassed, stood frozen in disbelief. How could Jia Fei move so swiftly? Any lingering doubts from Art Mayock were silenced. Jia Fei spoke volumes through his prowess on the court, and not passing the ball to him was entirely justifiable. The one most elated was undoubtedly Jia Fei himself, as he effortlessly glided past Aurillac, culminating in his soaring dunk. An exhilarating sensation enveloped him while airborne, a feeling of truly taking flight. This experience was utterly enchanting, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence in his physical capabilities, convinced that he could match anyone's pace and surpass any opponent. Indeed, anyone. Jia Fei and his team continued their offensive assault. Lamb, with the ball in hand, faced off against Kemba Walker. Jia Fei maneuvered over to set a screen for Lamb. However, this was merely a feigned pick. Before the screen was fully established, he swiftly cut inside. Even with the speed akin to that of Napier, he was a fraction too slow, and by the time he attempted to pursue, he had already lost his position. Jia pointed skyward with a flourish. Lamb, understanding the cue, tossed the ball high above the hoop. "Fear not, I am here," Aurillac shouted, leaping into the air like a volleyball player executing a block, arms outstretched to thwart the shot. Jia Fei gracefully received the ball in midair, akin to a setter in a volleyball match, delicately placing it on the opposite side of the hoop. There, his teammate, Art Mayock, soared high, catching the ball with both hands and forcefully slamming it into the basket. A spectacular assist and a thunderous dunk. After executing the dunk, Art Mayock let out a triumphant roar, causing the rim to vibrate intensely. "Well done, Jia. That was an exceptional pass." Art Mayock exuberantly exchanged a powerful high-five with Jia Fei. Chapter 7. The crossover after stir-frying for ages not far away. Kemba Walker observed the recent spectacle. If Jia Fei's previous breakthrough dunk was a stroke of luck, then this aerial assist was anything but. While the play may appear simple, it demands an extraordinary level of aerial ability from the players. Many presume that the maneuvers they can accomplish in a game can be replicated in real life. However, this notion is merely a fanciful illusion. Jia Fei and his companions continue their assault. Jia Fei is truly astonishing. This physique, after merging with the innate athleticism of Allen Iverson, has become utterly explosive. The actions he could previously only execute in video games are now within his reach. The exhilarating sensation of floating effortlessly in the air is simply delightful. He can now experience the thrill that legends like Jordan once felt as they toyed with their opponents using their extraordinary hang-time abilities. In basketball, talent can indeed grant one the freedom to perform remarkable feats. Meanwhile, Lamb, facing Kemba Walker's defense, attempts a fadeaway jumper, yet it lacks the impact of his previous barrage. The moment of serenity has passed, and his legs feel undeniably weak. Fortunately, Art Mayock secures the offensive rebound and makes a strong move, but to no avail. At that moment, Aurillac and Napier are horrified to realize that Jia Fei has once again taken flight. This time, he ascends even higher than before. No one can impede this man now. He soars into the air, grasping the rim with one hand, drawing back his arm, and forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. The rim shudders violently, a testament to the sheer power of Jia Fei's emphatic putback. In the distance, Kemba Walker stands dumbfounded, finally understanding why Jia Fei exuded such confidence when he urged him to participate in this year's NBA draft. It turns out this fellow has secretly transformed into a formidable force. My goodness, this explosive leaping ability, this speed, this hang time. It's as if Jia Fei is an entirely different person. Oh my God, Jia, you must undergo a drug test after the game. Something is not right. Kemba Walker jokes with a smile. Jia Fei smiled faintly. Had he earned the trust of his teammates? Certainly. That was a mere redundancy. Jia Fei and his teammates continued their offensive, and the ball found its way into the hands of Ater Mayock in the low post. He attempted a turnaround jumper, but missed. As a player in the paint, his skills still appeared somewhat rudimentary, despite training at Kongda for an extended period. He had yet to develop a consistent post-offensive ability. Sometimes such talent is innate. After all, how old was Hakeem Olajuwon when he first began playing? With just a few years of practice, he could effortlessly outmaneuver his defenders. It is indeed disheartening to witness the disparity in talent among players. The rebound was snatched by Aurillac, yet when he passed to Napier, the delivery lacked sufficient force, allowing Jia Fei to swiftly intercept the ball. As Jia Fei dribbled the ball, he faced off against Napier, contemplating a different approach. It is widely recognized that Allen Iverson's signature offensive maneuver is his crossover, a technique that stands unparalleled in both effectiveness and aesthetic appeal, akin to a nuclear force. It has become his unmistakable hallmark. There's a saying in the community that everyone knows Iverson is likely to pivot to the right, yet defenders find themselves utterly unable to counter it, posing a formidable challenge indeed. At this moment, Jia Fei aimed to employ this very tactic to gauge its efficacy. He recalled Iverson's technical execution of the move, from the shift in weight through the crossover to the feint, visualizing the sequence in its entirety. Nearby, Kemba Walker clapped in encouragement. They had no intention of providing assistance, eager instead to witness what jaw-dropping feats Jia Fei would conjure that day. Napier remained intensely focused, perplexed by Jia Fei's performance, feeling as though he were contending with a towering giant. Moments ago, it seemed as if he could scarcely detect the opponent's presence. Jia Fei executed a series of deft dribbles between his legs, the ball shifting to his left side. Suddenly, after a brief pause, he pivoted with agility, exerting force with his left hand to pull the ball sharply to the right, immediately followed by an expansive change of direction. Yet, a remarkable incident occurred. Due to his excessive force, his right hand failed to secure the ball, which predictably rolled out of bounds. Is it truly over so soon? My pants are already down. And you declare it finished? Jia Fei offered an awkward smile, while his defender, Nipel, stood frozen in disbelief. Is this your so-called crossover after all that cooking? My apologies. I made a mistake. Jia Fei apologized to his two teammates, acknowledging his error. This blunder made him acutely aware that he had merely assimilated Allen Iverson's physical prowess. Yet his mastery of his idol's peak techniques remained non-existent. Given his current skill set, he was unable to execute such advanced maneuvers. Naturally, Lamb and Art Mayock did not hold Jia Fei accountable. Had it not been for his misstep, they might have genuinely believed he had experienced an extraordinary breakthrough. Was this the same Jia Fei, the modestly athletic Asian wing they had come to know? The day's 3-on-3 training concluded amidst astonishment and laughter. The outcome of the match was inconsequential. It was merely a warm-up among old teammates, a cherished memory to hold on to. Since winning the NCAA championship, Kemba Walker and his teammates had announced their intention to enter the draft, making it likely that opportunities to play together again would be scarce. All good things must come to an end, and Jia Fei felt a deep sense of nostalgia. During his student days, parting at graduation was always bittersweet. Yet many classmates truly never crossed paths again after that moment. After showering, Kemba Walker approached Jia Fei with sincerity, saying, "Jia, in your current state, I believe you have a promising chance at the draft in a few months. I appreciate your kind words." Jia Fei replied with a smile, extending his hand. "We will both be selected." Kemba Walker firmly grasped his hand. Jia Fei certainly hoped for such a scenario. Unlike Kemba Walker and others, he genuinely required a contract. Should he not earn a living through basketball, given his current circumstances, the most suitable job for him might well be laboring on a construction site. As he lay down to sleep at night, Jia Fei found himself reminiscing about the events of the day. The 3-on-3 match replayed in his mind like a film, looping repeatedly. He was not lost in the memory of his graceful dunks and exquisite passes. Rather, he pondered his weaknesses. He indeed possessed Allen Iverson's physical gifts, which rendered movements considerably easier, yet this did not imply that he was invincible. Take the afternoon's game, for instance. In one-on-one situations, whether facing the shorter Napier or the taller Oriaki, he found it far from effortless to handle the ball against them. The original persona was primarily a defensive, blue-collar wing player, whose main scoring methods involved spot-up shooting, fast break transitions, and occasional catch-and-drive plays. In simple terms, he was a quintessential 3 and D-wing player. Chapter 8. Completing tasks or confronting others. Players of this style are indeed well-suited for the current league. In fact, they would find opportunities in any era of the NBA. However, to ascend to the status of a star, or even a superstar, one must possess the ability to command a significant share of the offense and exhibit ball-handling skills. It is evident that, at present, he lacks this capability. Jia Fei fell into deep contemplation. How could he enhance his ball-handling offensive skills? Just as he pondered this, a sudden chime jolted him back to the system. Ah, indeed, I have merely received the novice gift pack and have only integrated Allen Iverson's physical attributes. I have yet to assimilate his peak techniques. Jia Fei was immediately filled with excitement. He focused intently and exclaimed, "Basketball idol system. How can I assimilate the peak techniques of Iverson?" Shortly thereafter, a response emerged. "Host, to integrate peak techniques, you must acquire points. And how does one obtain these points?" Jia Fei inquired. There are numerous ways to earn points, through training, competitions, sleep, and other methods. Points? The term seemed exceptionally novel to Jia Fei. He diligently searched and indeed found the term points, which currently displayed a value of 2 beside it. At this moment, the system began to elucidate. Host, since your successful integration on April 7th, you have accumulated a total of 1 point, with an additional point earned from today's training. In his mind, Jia Fei pondered that it seemed that the points earned from a single training session outweighed those accumulated through several days of sleep. How many points are required to enhance the fusion level? He inquired. Well, 1,000 points can elevate it by 1 level, and as the fusion level increases, so does the number of points needed, came the reply. Oh, I see. Jia Fei found this concept rather comprehensible. Anyone familiar with gaming would know that leveling up becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Is there a way to earn more points? This thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Indeed, relying solely on sleep and training appeared rather sluggish. There are methods available. One is completing tasks, and the other involves acquiring Fury points. He found the notion of task completion somewhat familiar, as many games incorporate such elements. However, what exactly are Fury points? Fury? Whom do they provoke? Could you please elucidate how one acquires these Fury points? Jia Fei, being a curious soul, sought clarification. He firmly believed that in the company of 3, one could always find a mentor, though he acknowledged that 3 monks might not share water, yet 3 participants could indeed be a dynamic force. Host, there is but one way to obtain Fury points. Incite your opponent's anger. The more furious your opponent becomes, the greater your chance of acquiring additional Fury points. Jia Fei felt a bit disheartened. Was this not merely a call to instigate conflict, to provoke others to hurl insults? While he could certainly engage in such behavior, would it not easily invite enmity? If things went awry, facing retaliation was not out of the question. According to the system's explanation, it appeared that this was indeed the sole method. With no one to engage in verbal sparring with at present, he resolved to opt for task completion instead. May I peruse the task list? He requested, hoping to explore a different avenue and perhaps take on tasks within his capability. You can view the task list at any time. Feel free to tackle any task you wish, but remember, if you do not complete tasks, you will not earn points. Soon, Jia Fei was presented with the task list. There were numerous tasks, yet upon inspection, he felt that confronting others might indeed be more appealing. The tasks listed were quite formidable. For instance, one required being selected at a draft event, a feat not entirely within his control. Another demanded the acquisition of an NBA championship ring. Goodness, I may not even secure a non-guaranteed contract with the NBA, let alone a championship ring. Perhaps a dandelion ring would be more attainable. Even more outrageous was a task that required achieving a spot on the NBA All-NBA first team. Jia Fei was genuinely taken aback. Attaining a first-team honor was already a mark of stardom, while a dual selection signified an extraordinary player excelling on both offense and defense. What significance did this hold for someone like him? Jia Fei ceased to glance further, finding the tasks utterly outrageous. It now seemed that the only path to acquiring substantial points was to embrace the persona of the Daredevil Prince. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system interjected with an additional note. The contents of the task list are not immutable. They will evolve in accordance with the host's actual circumstances. Therefore, the host is advised to remain vigilant at all times. Jia Fei found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to embrace joy or sorrow. Perhaps joy should prevail, for this list might eventually present him with tasks within his capabilities. Otherwise, he mused, it would be far preferable to receive an ultimate challenge, one that would enable him to surpass Michael Jordan and ascend as the greatest player in NBA history. Jia Fei, undeterred, finds himself far from devoid of potential. He merely lacks exceptional offensive prowess. In terms of physical attributes, he possesses all the essential qualities of an NBA star. There exists a prevailing notion within the NBA that while skills can be honed through practice, physical attributes are far more challenging to develop. Shooting accuracy can be refined. Yet for an individual of average height to dominate the NBA is nearly an insurmountable task, given that the integration of Allen Iverson's peak techniques remains a distant aspiration. It becomes a viable choice to enhance his existing skills and leverage his extraordinary physical capabilities in pursuit of an NBA career. However, aspiring to reach the NBA is no trivial endeavor, as Jia Fei currently faces the pressing issue of dwindling finances. As an amateur league, NCAA regulations prohibit players from receiving salaries, offering only performance bonuses and basketball scholarships provided by their institutions. Jia Fei has also received a basketball scholarship, yet it remains but a mere pittance. As a member of the basketball team, his expenses are inherently greater than those of the average college student. Consequently, after the conclusion of the championship, he took up employment at a Western restaurant near the campus. His primary responsibilities in the kitchen involve menial tasks, including washing dishes and disposing of garbage. Jia Fei was reluctant to pursue this line of work, yet he found himself unable to secure a more favorable position. Although laboring in the restaurant was arduous, the remuneration was satisfactory. He had to contemplate his future. He could not afford to starve before even securing a contract through the draft. One day in late April, Kemba Walker approached Jia Fei, brimming with excitement as he announced that he had successfully found a manager. Without any particular surprises, players like Kemba Walker, who were considered potential lottery picks, naturally become the prime targets for scouts and agents alike. It would be unusual if they did not secure representation. Kemba, who is your agent? Jia Fei inquired. Jeff Schwartz. Kemba Walker replied. Chapter 9. Completing the first task, so it is him. Jia Fei mused internally. He was no stranger to Jeff Schwartz, a prominent figure in the realm of American basketball. Despite his penchant for discretion and a relatively low public profile, Schwartz represents a considerable number of NBA players. As early as 1992, he ventured into the renowned United States International Management Group, marking the beginning of his illustrious career in sports management. In 2002, he made a bold decision to establish his own agency, the now illustrious Excel Sports Management. Subsequently, he expanded his commercial endeavors into the basketball domain, embarking on collaborations with NBA players and establishing himself as a well-known agent within the league. Jia Fei understood that for a young individual aspiring to enter the NBA draft, having a proficient agent is of paramount importance. A skilled agent possesses a plethora of resources, enabling them to facilitate connections with teams and arrange tryouts, thereby augmenting the likelihood of being selected by a team. Jia, do you not yet have an agent? Kemba Walker inquired, gazing at Jia Fei. Jia Fei nodded. I can certainly recommend you to Mr. Schwartz. Kemba Walker declared gallantly. Is that truly possible? That would be splendid. Jia Fei beamed with delight. Indeed, Kemba Walker inadvertently rendered him a significant favor. Kemba was undeniably noble. He not only referred his own agent to Jia Fei, but also extended the same courtesy to his two teammates, Art Mayock and Auriak, who were keen on participating in this year's draft. Jia Fei and his companions harbored no objections, unlike Kemba Walker, who basked in the limelight as one of this year's coveted rookies with a plethora of agents at his disposal. They found themselves in a more precarious situation. Securing a prominent agent proved to be quite challenging, as those agents were not in short supply of high-profile rookies and exhibited little interest in these ordinary prospects, who were likely to go undrafted. Furthermore, investment is inherently tied to the principle of return on investment, and the odds were unmistakably stacked against them, with a far greater likelihood of being overlooked than selected. Kemba Walker confidently assured them that he would facilitate a contract with Jeff Schwartz, while Jia Fei continued his duties at the restaurant. As he washed the dishes, a sudden thought struck him. The system had mentioned that the task list would be updated. Could there be a task requiring him to sign with an agent? This thought grew increasingly insistent, prompting Jia Fei to focus intently on the task list. Indeed, he discovered that the current tasks differed markedly from the previous ones. The bizarre challenges still lingered, but several new tasks had been added. To his delight, he found a task related to acquiring an agent, and without hesitation, he accepted it. With renewed enthusiasm, Jia Fei resumed his dishwashing. Kemba Walker, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, contacted Jia Fei early the next morning to inform him that Jeff Schwartz had agreed to represent Jia Fei and his companions. This esteemed agent would be visiting the conference in a few days to meet with them and present the agency contract. Jia Fei was filled with joy. This truly was splendid news. His elation stemmed not only from the prospect of having an agent, but also from the impending completion of the task related to the agent, which would earn him points. As for Jeff Schwartz, whether he came primarily to see the three of them or to observe Kemba Walker, Jia Fei no longer cared. 3 days later, Agent Jeff Schwartz, accompanied by an assistant, made his way to Yukon. This marked Jia Fei's first encounter with a legendary agent. Schwartz appeared rather unremarkable. At first glance, he resembled the typical American middle class, with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Yet, Jia Fei understood that to attain such a status, Schwartz must possess remarkable qualities. As they had surmised, Schwartz had indeed come specifically to meet Kemba Walker. The presence of the three of them was merely a courtesy extended in light of Walker's influence. Jia Fei and his companions were unconcerned. It was simply a matter of fact, and they were well aware of their own circumstances. The trio even crowd-funded a dinner for Schwartz and his assistant, who served as their guides while they explored Cornell University. Afterward, Jia Fei and his friends inscribed their signatures on the agency contract. From that moment forth, Jia Fei had his very own agent, none other than the illustrious Jeff Schwartz. That evening, Jia Fei eagerly perused the task list, and to his delight, he discovered that the task he had undertaken had indeed been completed. With a heart full of joy, he claimed the task reward, which amounted to 1,000 points. Along with the 3 points he had previously accumulated, his total now stood at an impressive 1,003 points. He promptly redeemed these points, which propelled his Allen Iverson peak skill integration from 0 to 1. Although the distinction between 1 and 0 may not seem significant, it represented a breakthrough for him, as it illuminated a flicker of hope. Humanity is indeed a curious creature. The mere sight of hope can ignite an extraordinary motivation within. Jia Fei felt invigorated, devoid of any hesitation as he embraced the challenge of entering the NBA. Regardless of the outcome, he firmly believed in his potential to become a genuine NBA player. After all, one must possess dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from salted fish? As May arrived, the spring semester at Conn University came to a close, heralding the onset of a much-anticipated holiday for students, whether freshmen, sophomores, or juniors. Yet, for Jia Fei and his companions, the end of the semester did not signify a break. Instead, they prepared for a significant trial, the forthcoming joint workout. The advantages of having an agent are manifold. For players like them, who are not even NBA rookies, endorsement contracts were a distant reality, except for a few prominent prospects. However, when it came to signing up for the draft, arranging workouts, and contacting teams, having an agent made the process considerably easier. This year's Chicago joint workout was scheduled to commence on May 19th. On May 10th, Jia Fei and his 3 teammates from Conn University arrived in Chicago, thanks to the arrangements made by Jeff Schwartz. They trained in an exceptionally well-equipped facility, with dedicated coaches appointed to guide them, from meals to accommodation and training. Every detail was meticulously organized by their agent, ensuring that Jia Fei and his friends incurred no expenses. In Jia Fei's perspective, if none of them were selected, it would mean that all this investment would be in vain, with no possibility of recouping costs. Yet, that is the nature of investment for an agent like Jeff Schwartz. Such expenditures were but trifles. During these training days, Jia Fei once again showcased his extraordinary physical prowess. This time, players like Kemba Walker were utterly convinced that the explosive jumping ability and athleticism he had displayed during their 3-on-3 games were not mere flukes. He had genuinely transformed. Chapter 10. Joint workout. In recent days, Jia Fei has been fervently honing his shooting skills. Unlike the more challenging and less adaptable nature of ball handling abilities, shooting can be practiced alone. He is determined to showcase his unique attributes, which, apart from his extraordinary physical prowess, include his defensive capabilities and shooting finesse. In the NBA, 3 and D players seem to be somewhat detached from the realm of stardom. Yet, Jia Fei possesses a clear understanding of his current situation. He must secure a selection. The aspirations of becoming a superstar or a marquee player hold little significance for him at this moment. Establishing a distinct persona as a 3 and D player may prove far more advantageous than allowing scouts from NBA teams to perceive him as an ambiguous prospect. The Chicago Draft Combine presents a splendid opportunity for him to capture the attention of various scouts. On May 18th, the day before the Combine commenced, the 2011 NBA lottery draw took place in New Jersey, where the 14 teams in the lottery determined their draft order through a drawing. The Cleveland Cavaliers, with a 19.9 chance of obtaining the first pick, ended up with the 4th overall selection. However, through a trade with the Los Angeles Clippers, they fortuitously acquired the first pick, making them the most significant winners of this lottery. ESPN remarked on this outcome as a victory for Nick Gilbert, the son of team owner Dan Gilbert. For Jia Fei and the other 3 prospects, the identity of the team that secured the first pick seemed utterly irrelevant. Even Kemba Walker, the most outstanding player, had consistently been projected as a top 10 pick, never once appearing in discussions for the first overall selection. Despite this being widely regarded as a weaker draft year, there still exists a plethora of high-caliber talent. Kyrie Irving and Derek Williams emerged as the frontrunners for the top pick. On the evening of the 18th, after dinner, Jia Fei and the other 3 young athletes from UConn engaged in casual conversation within their hotel room, buzzing with excitement as the Combine approached. Oriaki, scrolling through news on his phone, exclaimed in disbelief at Irving's decision to forego the Combine, stating his intent to audition exclusively for the Cavaliers. Art Mayock shook his head, expressing his belief that Irving's actions reflected a lack of maturity, suggesting that such behavior could alienate numerous teams, especially since the Cavaliers had not committed to selecting him. Kemba Walker remained composed, offering a contrasting perspective. I believe he is merely enhancing his leverage. The rumors of him being a candidate for the first pick play into his favor. The Cavaliers may indeed appreciate his approach. Let us not forget that the Cavaliers also hold the 4th pick, which they could utilize to select a wing or a big man. But to secure Irving, they would need the top selection. Jia Fei nodded slightly, acknowledging that Kemba Walker's analysis was indeed logical. In his previous life, the Cavaliers had utilized their 1st overall pick to select Kyrie Irving. Whether this scenario would alter now remained uncertain. Jia, who do you believe is more likely to become the 1st overall pick, Kyrie Irving or Derek Williams? Art Mayock inquired, turning to Jia Fei. Kyrie Irving. Jia Fei replied earnestly. As a time traveler, lacking such discernment would render his existence meaningless. By the way, Jia, which team do you aspire to join? Oriak asked. Jia Fei chuckled innocently. I don't even know if I could be selected. What right do I have to choose a team? Kemba Walker pondered for a moment and replied, I would like to join the Cavaliers, huh? I also aspire to be the number 1 pick. Even if I'm not the top pick, being the 4th pick is still quite commendable. The other 3 laughed along, aware that Kemba was jesting. It reflected his innermost desires. Who among those entering the draft does not wish to be the number 1 pick? Achieving that status not only guarantees the most lucrative rookie contract, but also brings heightened visibility and popularity, along with the potential for more endorsements, as well as being a focal point for the team's development. As May 19th approached, the annual Chicago Combine was set to take place at the Explore Multisport Complex in Chicago. The Chicago Combine, an official NBA event, is a grand showcase where nearly all NBA scouts, player development coaches, and even general managers and head coaches gather to identify promising new talent. It resembles a grand exhibition, where players are akin to unique commodities. This combine is the largest collaborative tryout prior to the NBA draft, with most participating athletes ranking within the top 60 on draft predictions. In addition to evaluating highly sought-after prospects, NBA executives, coaches, and scouts also keep an eye out for under-the-radar players who might shine on the day, hoping to discover hidden gems. The Explore Multisport Complex, located in the heart of Chicago, is a favored summer training spot for many players. It is said that the notable representatives of the 2003 draft class, including LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony, once trained there. Under normal circumstances, a player in Jia Fei's situation would not receive an invitation to this combine. However, with the assistance of Jeff Schwartz, he successfully made his appearance at the event. Often, what young athletes need is merely an opportunity to showcase their talents. Jia Fei cherishes this opportunity greatly. He aims to showcase his abilities during the 3-day trial, ensuring that the scouts and general managers recognize him and leave a lasting impression. Jia Fei was participating in such a joint training camp for the first time. On that day, he encountered numerous talented young individuals of this season. Although Irving was indeed absent, another top prospect, Derek Williams, was present, along with notable figures such as Tristan Thompson, the Morris brothers, Brandon Knight, Jonas Valanciunas, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, and Jimmy Butler, all in attendance. The activities of the joint training included team interviews, shooting drills, 5-on-5 scrimmages, strength and agility tests, physical assessments, half-court training, and medical examinations. At 10 a.m., once all the young participants had arrived, the training commenced. Agent Jeff Schwartz did not attend in person, but sent an assistant to represent him. Although he was not there, everything had been meticulously arranged. Jia Fei and his companions first underwent physical fitness and agility tests. This was his inaugural participation in a formal assessment. To be honest, he felt a tinge of apprehension, hoping fervently that no condition would be revealed that might preclude him from pursuing a career in professional basketball. Chapter 11. Explosive Physicality. Fortunately, after the tests were completed, Jia Fei was not found to have any ailments. Thank goodness. How fortunate indeed. The test results for Jia Fei have been revealed. Name: Jia Fei. Date of birth: March 3rd, 1992. Height: 201 centimeters. Weight: 93 kilograms. Wingspan: 220 centimeters. Standing reach: 271 centimeters. Vertical jump: static 100 centimeters. Vertical jump: running 114 centimeters. 34 standard basketball courts. 2. 88 seconds. Maximum bench press repetitions. 3 body fat percentage. 6. 5 palm length. 24 centimeters. Following Jia Fei's test, the scene was immediately stirred into a frenzy. In terms of static physical attributes, his impressive height of 201 centimeters paired with an extraordinary wingspan of 220 centimeters is remarkable, yet not unique. It is worth noting that another player present, Leonard from San Diego State University, possesses similar physical characteristics. However, when one also considers Jia Fei's extraordinary dynamic physical abilities, he stands unparalleled on the court. Even more astonishing is the fact that Jia Fei is of East Asian descent, with yellow skin and black eyes. From any perspective, he does not exhibit mixed heritage. Jia Fei felt that he had achieved his goal, at least in its preliminary stages. Once overlooked, he now found himself the center of attention for numerous scouts, with his physical assessments generating considerable excitement. Jia, I just saw Sam Presti, the general manager of the Thunder, inquiring about you, Kemba Walker remarked with a smile. You successfully captured everyone's interest. This is a very promising sign. He was genuinely pleased for Jia Fei, harboring hopes that all 4 of them from their training camp would ultimately be selected. Jia Fei was naturally delighted, exclaiming that it was indeed a positive development, as it bolstered his confidence for the forthcoming assessments. After enjoying a leisurely lunch and taking a brief respite, he resumed his training in the afternoon. The focus of his afternoon practice session was a shooting test, where he was required to shoot from designated spots within a specified time frame, primarily to evaluate the participants' shooting proficiency. Before the test, Jia Fei overheard Kemba Walker mention that the sharpshooter Klay Thompson from Washington State University had an astonishingly poor performance, hitting only 9 out of 25 attempts. Klay Thompson? He is none other than the legendary Splash brother from a previous era, the man who scored a staggering 37 points in a single quarter, the revered Buddha of Game 6 in the playoffs. For a natural shooter of his caliber, making open shots should be as effortless as sipping water. Yet, the harsh reality is that even the most gifted marksman can experience moments of utter failure, and, unfortunately, Thompson stumbled during the evaluation, potentially jeopardizing his draft prospects. The most jaw-dropping revelation, however, was that Jimmy Butler, the ice-cold shooter from Marquette University, astonishingly hit 18 out of 25 attempts. Well done. Kemba Walker gave Jia Fei a playful pat on the rear as a gesture of encouragement. Jia Fei cast a meaningful glance at Kemba Walker, sensing an unusual air of flamboyance about his roommate today. Jia Fei commenced his testing, beginning with mid-range shots, followed by 3-point attempts. The original player was reasonably adept at shooting. While not a sharpshooter, he certainly was not a poor marksman either. As the testing commenced, Jia Fei focused on regulating his breath, striving to maintain a balance between nervousness and excitement. Unlike dunks, excessive exhilaration can be counterproductive when it comes to shooting. True sharpshooters are typically individuals with a remarkably stable emotional disposition. The testing began, and for various positions on the court, Jia Fei initiated his shooting trials. Soon enough, The mid-range shooting test concluded with a commendable result of 16 successful shots out of 25 attempts. Next came the three-point shots, yielding a tally of 13 out of 25, just surpassing a 50 success rate, which was acceptable. After Jia Fei's shooting test, numerous scouts present were swiftly jotting down notes in their notebooks. Jia Fei felt a sense of satisfaction with his shooting performance today. Although he is not a sharpshooter by any means, there remains considerable room for improvement. As long as he is not labeled as a cold shooter, and given his previously displayed explosive athleticism, it is evident that he holds potential in the draft market. His disadvantage lies in the fact that this NCAA season has not left a striking impression, as his performances have been rather ordinary, causing many teams with first-round picks to hesitate in taking a chance on him. However, Jia Fei is acutely aware that he cannot dictate how others perceive him. All he can do is strive for excellence and showcase his strengths, leaving the outcome to fate. The first day of the training camp has concluded, and Jia Fei feels fairly content overall. That evening, Jeff Schwartz unexpectedly arrived in Chicago, inviting Jia Fei and 3 others to dinner. "Jia, I've heard that quite a few teams are already keeping an eye on you," Schwartz remarked. "That's great news." Kemba Walker responded with a smile. Jia Fei nodded with a smile, recognizing this as a fortuitous development, especially considering his previous draft prospects were virtually non-existent. While the joint training sessions hold significant importance, the subsequent individual workouts are of even greater consequence. Receiving an invitation for a private workout from a team truly signifies a genuine opportunity for selection. Tomorrow's 5-on-5 scrimmage is crucial. I have arranged for you to face a formidable opponent. Do not be overly concerned about the outcome. It is paramount that you showcase your unique attributes for the onlookers to appreciate, Schwartz advised. Jia Fei and the other 3 nodded in agreement. Kemba Walker chuckled as he clenched his fist, exclaiming, "At last, we have a match to play. If I don't compete soon, my body will rust away." That night, as he prepared for sleep, Jia Fei took a moment to check his points, only to be met with disappointment. After the rigorous training and today's assessment, he had amassed a mere 7 points, an insignificant sum compared to the 1,000 points awarded for completing a single task. It seemed that relying on training and daily rest to accumulate points was an exceedingly slow endeavor. Tasks were essential, and so was the art of verbal sparring. Upon reviewing the task list, Jia Fei felt a sense of helplessness, as there were no available tasks suited to his current capabilities. It appeared that, in order to earn points in the near future, he would need to unleash the power of his words upon others. Yet, the question remained, whom should he confront? It would be unwise to target his teammates, Kemba Walker and the others, simply for the sake of confrontation, since his fellow comrades were off-limits. His only option was to challenge his opponents. He mused that tomorrow's 5-on-5 training match would present a splendid opportunity to find a suitable rival to engage with. After Jia Fei had contemplated this, he ceased his erratic thoughts and surrendered to slumber. The following day, the joint training continued. With the favorable impression he had left on the scouts the previous day, Jia Fei felt an abundance of confidence for today's scrimmage. Upon arriving at the venue, the 4 of them commenced their practice, and he was eager to discover who their opponents would be, curious about the caliber of adversaries Schwartz had arranged for them. Soon enough, their opponents arrived. Upon seeing them, Jia Fei could not help but smile. Indeed, this rival team was brimming with talent. The 5 competitors opposing them were none other than the highly touted first overall pick, Derek Williams, the African powerhouse Bismack Biyombo, the rebounding savant Tristan Thompson, the stoic Kawhi Leonard, and the guard Brandon Knight from the University of Kentucky. Chapter 12. The 5-on-5 scrimmage. Jia Fei understood that, based on the draft situation in his previous life, among the 5 individuals before him, all but the one with a stoic expression were lottery picks. The stoic player, too, was a first-round rookie ranked 15th, making him the first outside the lottery. Such an abundance of talent. In contrast to the quintet led by Derek Williams, aside from Kemba Walker, the other 4 on Jia Fei's side lacked both popularity and immediate combat effectiveness. They were bereft of anything substantial apart from the halo of their championship. "Why do you only have 4 players?" Derek Williams inquired. "Let us add another," Kemba Walker suggested. Soon, he brought over someone, and to Jia Fei's astonishment, it was none other than the frostbitten sharpshooter Klay Thompson, who had performed dismally in the 3-point shooting test yesterday, making only 9 out of 25 attempts. It appeared that Kemba Walker truly understood the game, having recruited a player of significant caliber. News of Klay Thompson's abysmal shooting performance had already spread, and upon seeing him, Derek Williams couldn't help but mockingly cover his mouth. "I thought you had found someone extraordinary. Turns out it's a shooter who can't hit anything." That's fine. As long as you form a good team, we have no objections. Klay Thompson, known for his lofty pride, shot Derek Williams a fierce glare, his expression cold and his eyes radiating intensity. Observing this scene, Jia Fei felt amused. It seemed there was no need for him to provoke the sharpshooter. Derek Williams had already done the job for him. In this match, devoid of any coaches, the teams were assembled on the fly, leading to a lack of complex strategies. Everything was a matter of free play. Kemba Walker gathered the 5 players together. He certainly recognized Klay Thompson, a sharpshooter renowned across the United States. However, it was precisely due to his fame that his poor shooting performance yesterday had drawn so much ridicule. We will defend man-to-man. Alex, you guard Tristan Thompson. Art, you take Bismack Biyombo. Klay will guard Derek. Kemba Walker addressed Klay Thompson. Just as Klay Thompson was about to respond, Jia Fei interjected, I will. He then flashed a smile at Klay. Klay nodded in agreement, though he was slightly irked by Derek Williams' previous remarks. He acknowledged that guarding such a robust opponent would be challenging. Not defending Derek Williams meant he would have to contend with Leonard, while Kemba Walker would naturally face Knight, as both played the point guard position. Once they sorted out their matchups, tactical considerations were no longer a concern for Jia Fei and his group. They were already teammates, and their synergy posed no issues. Although Klay Thompson had not played alongside them before, as a shooter, the coordination should not be overly complicated. The opposition will be quite physical, and rebounding will be a challenge. I believe we can collapse our defense, as their shooting isn't particularly strong. Jia Fei advised everyone. Agreed. The remaining 4 individuals expressed their unanimous agreement. Both teams are poised to proceed, and a 5-on-5 scrimmage is about to commence. Art Mayock and Biyombo engage in a jump ball at the center circle. As the jump ball begins, Biyombo utilizes his formidable leap and astonishing wingspan to seize the opportunity, securing the initial offensive possession for his team. Nate dribbles past half court, confronting the defense of Kemba Walker. While defense is not Walker's forte, he is not at a significant disadvantage against such a speedy guard. Nate refrains from holding onto the ball, as Derek Williams fervently calls for position on the right wing. Standing at 203 centimeters and weighing over 100 kilograms, Derek Williams averages 19. 5 points and 3 rebounds per game in this season's NCAA competition. His robust physique allows him to thrive on the court of the NCAA, where strength is essential for success. Jia Fei, lacking the strength of his opponent, opted to maneuver around in defense. Jia Fei possesses long limbs and a nimble physique, granting him a considerable defensive range. As he obstructed Knight's pass, the ball was quickly redirected to Leonard on the opposite side. At this juncture, Leonard had yet to transform into the later, iconic version of Jordan. Prior to his refinement under the Spurs' tutelage, he was primarily a defensive player, with shooting being his Achilles heel, a rough diamond yet to be polished. Leonard appeared somewhat reticent, opting not to launch a direct attack, but instead distributing the ball to Biyombo in the paint. Biyombo's physical prowess was remarkable, yet his offensive skills were alarmingly rudimentary. Astonishingly, he failed to convert a close-range hook shot. Oriaki secured the defensive rebound and passed to Kemba Walker, who dribbled across half-court. Upon reaching the arc, Art Mayock stepped up to set a screen, allowing Kemba Walker to penetrate and dish the ball to the corner for Jia Fei. Jia Fei received the ball and executed a second breakthrough, harnessing his speed to draw the defense before passing to Klay Thompson, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left wing. Klay Thompson caught the ball in an open stance and confidently made the shot, securing a successful basket. Jia Fei swiftly established a commanding lead of 3 o'clock. Nate dribbled forward, executing a pick and roll with Tristan Thompson, but his sudden stop and jump shot failed to find the mark. Art Mayock secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Kemba Walker for advancement. They employed the same strategy, initiating a pick at the top of the arc. Jia Fei executed a secondary drive from the weak side, setting up Klay Thompson, who unleashed a three-pointer that found its target once more. Jia Fei and his team have established a commanding lead of 6-0. As Klay sank his second three-pointer, he couldn't resist gesturing a 3 towards Derek Williams. Infuriated, Derek Williams insisted vehemently on receiving the ball, determined to retaliate. Jia Fei is aware that this individual, despite eventually becoming the second overall pick in the draft, is merely a lackluster selection, adhering to the NBA's unwritten rule that both the first and second picks often turn out to be disappointments. In the face of Jia Fei's defense, Derek Williams forgoes any elaborate feints or deceptive maneuvers, opting instead for the most straightforward and forceful approach, charging through with the ball. Although his speed in breaking through is not particularly swift, his strength is formidable, exuding a remarkable intensity. Jia Fei's pace, of course, kept up, but in a one-on-one situation, he found himself somewhat lacking. Teammate Art Mayock arrived to assist, and together they cornered their adversary. Derek Williams found himself ensnared. Instead of passing the ball, he opted for a forced jump shot. His shooting form appeared rather awkward, leading to an inevitable outcome, a clang that resonated like pure iron. The sound was exceptionally crisp. Klay Thompson seized the defensive rebound and promptly handed it over to Kemba Walker to advance the play. Derek Williams, visibly frustrated, retreated on defense. At that moment, Jia Fei, with a spark of ingenuity, taunted him while backpedaling. That guy is a sharpshooter. He merely misses occasionally. If you compare your shooting to his, aren't you simply inviting discomfort upon yourself? Do you grasp the concept of showing off your skills at Master's Door? Derek Williams, taken aback by the biting words of this East Asian youth with a seemingly gentle demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. What did showing off your skills at a Master's Door even mean? Chapter 13. The defiant perspective. Number 1. Derek Williams, relying on his innate talent, found himself invincible on the collegiate courts, displaying little seriousness towards his studies, as he had no intention of depending on academics for his livelihood. His shooting had always been a weak point, which contributed to numerous draft evaluations suggesting he might struggle to adapt to the NBA. His physique suited the power forward position in the NCAA effortlessly, yet in the NBA, he risked becoming an awkwardly categorized player, caught in an uncomfortable limbo. Jia Fei, with his eloquent tongue, confronted Derek Williams without any sense of discomfort. In fact, he found it rather exhilarating. He realized that engaging in trash talk was an unexpectedly enjoyable endeavor, and perhaps his anger could indeed be harnessed for positive outcomes. Returning to the game, Jia Fei and his team adhered to their established strategy, yet when the ball was passed to him this time, he opted not for a drive-in dish, but instead took a shot for beyond the arc. Derek Williams appeared caught off guard, frozen in place, like a bewildered fool, pondering his identity and surroundings as he watched Jia Fei release a precise three-point shot. The ball found its mark with perfect accuracy. Jia Fei and his team have surged ahead with a stunning 9-0 lead, marking a dreamlike start to the match. On the sidelines, NBA general managers, coaches, and scouts are left in disbelief. On paper, it would seem that Derek Williams' team should hold a clear advantage. Yet, the game unfolds with Jia Fei's side displaying remarkable cohesion, resembling a seasoned squad, while their opponents, comprised of gifted rookies, appear disorganized. Such is the nature of sports. The sum of parts does not always exceed the whole. Basketball is a team endeavor, unless one possesses extraordinary individual talent capable of dominating the game. The synergy of team collaboration, the functional compatibility of players, and their performance under pressure can significantly alter the course of the match. Consider Klay Thompson. While one may recall his poor three-point shooting performance yesterday, it is essential to remember that he is a natural sharpshooter, and such players rarely experience prolonged slumps. When afforded open looks, their precision is remarkably high. Derek Williams cast a surprised glance at Jia Fei, astonished by how this relatively unknown player maintained such composure, accurately assessing the dynamics on the court and avoiding the mechanical repetition of previous plays, catching him off guard. "Don't look at me. I know I'm better looking than you." "Nothing to envy," Jia Fei quipped as he retreated on defense, leaving Derek Williams bewildered. Once Derek regained his composure, anger surged within him. He could not believe he was mocked for his appearance by a yellow-skinned player. He had always been confident in his looks and believed his rugged charisma would set him apart in the future NBA. Unable to tolerate this affront, he resolved to retaliate on the offensive end, determined to crush this pretty boy. Nate dribbled over, and Derek Williams demanded the ball. Reluctantly, Nate passed it to him. With the ball in hand, Derek faced Jia Fei and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will show you the prowess of a projected number 1 pick." He then assumed a triple threat position. To his astonishment, however, Jia Fei remained unfazed, taking a step back and even winking at him, the message crystal clear. "Go ahead. Shoot your best shot." Derek was nearly apoplectic. He could not fathom being disdained by a yellow-skinned player projected to fall outside the top 60 in the draft. Meanwhile, his teammates were watching, leaving him in a dilemma, shooting or not shooting. Choosing not to shoot would imply to everyone present that he lacked confidence, while shooting and missing would be a blow to his pride. In his hesitation, he was caught off guard as Kemba Walker swiftly maneuvered in, executing a lightning-fast swipe to knock the ball from Derek Williams' grasp. Jia Fei exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly seizing the ball and distributing it to Kemba Walker, who promptly initiated a counterattack. The opposing team, however, responded with equal alacrity, leaving little opportunity for a fast break. Kemba Walker remained composed, deliberately slowing the pace to set up a half-court offense. Derek Williams was engulfed in frustration, feeling as though he might explode. Not only had he been humiliated by Jia Fei, but this player also unsettled his mindset, resulting in missed shots and turnovers that made him appear as if he were committing a crime on the court. Kemba Walker attempted a quick stop-and-pop jumper off a screen, but it failed to find the mark. Youngboy secured the rebound and handed the ball to Knight, who advanced it up the court. Derek Williams sought the ball once more, but this time Knight refrained from passing it to him, opting instead to deliver it to Tristan Thompson in the low post. Thompson, with determination, drew a foul from Auriac while attempting a strong move to the basket. He made one of 2 free throws, finally putting points on the board. Kemba Walker then dribbled over to the arc to orchestrate the offense. Jia Fei maneuvered from the baseline, skillfully utilizing the screen set by Art Mayock to receive the pass. Upon catching the ball, he executed a swift roll cut and surged forward, leaving Derek Williams unable to keep pace with him. Jia Fei surged toward the basket, drawing the defense before dishing the ball to his teammate, Art Mayock, who caught it and executed a powerful two-handed slam reminiscent of a gorilla. The score now stood at 11-1, with the gap widening to double digits. Well played, Jia. Art Mayock and Jia Fei exchanged jubilant high fives. Their synergy was impeccable, while their opponents, despite their abundant talent, suffered from a lack of cohesion. Their offense was overly simplistic, relying primarily on basic ball movement, followed by shots or individual plays. Coupled with shooting deficiencies and Derek Williams' psychological struggles, the situation became increasingly dire. As Knight dribbled forward, the opposing defense contracted tightly, essentially confining themselves to the paint while entirely disregarding the shooting capabilities of Biyombo, Tristan Thompson, and Derek Williams. Unfortunately, these 3 were unable to convert their shots. The more they missed, the more the defense tightened, leading to a vicious cycle of frustration and failure. Even though Biyombo and Tristan Thompson excelled at securing offensive rebounds, their lack of finesse meant that they often failed to capitalize on these opportunities, frequently resulting in fouls and missed free throws, which hindered their scoring progression. Throughout the match, Derek Williams and his team, who were projected to hold a significantly higher rank, found themselves consistently under pressure, as if they were the underdogs, the weaker side on paper. Ultimately, as the game concluded, Jia Fei and his team triumphed with an advantage exceeding 20 points, securing a resounding victory in this 5-on-5 training match. Jia Fei concluded the game with an impressive tally of 12 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, all while maintaining a flawless performance with no turnovers, showcasing his versatility and efficiency. In stark contrast, his counterpart, the highly touted first overall pick, Derek Williams, delivered a lackluster performance. Although he also scored 12 points, he managed only 2 field goals from open play and committed a staggering 6 turnovers. A disgraceful display that could only be compared to a humiliating defeat at the hands of his grandmother. Chapter 14. The tryout invitation as the match drew to a close. Players from both teams exchanged handshakes. Derek Williams, noticing Jia Fei approaching, mistakenly assumed that Jia intended to shake hands with him. He had already resolved that if his opponent were to extend a hand, he would defiantly refuse, relishing the opportunity to humiliate the brash young upstart. Upon observing the expression of Derek Williams, Jia Fei instantly deduced the underlying truth. Having valiantly navigated the professional landscape of the great Celestial Empire for many years, and having studied the intricacies of interpersonal dynamics, he was well aware that the youthful schemes of a mere 20-something could not possibly elude his discerning gaze. Jia Fei approached Derek Williams, offering him a subtle smile. Derek Williams, brimming with arrogance, did not even spare him a glance. "Derek, I perceive your strength is formidable," Jia Fei remarked with an innocent expression. With a haughty tilt of his head, Derek replied, "Of course, that is my inherent talent. What? Are you trying to curry favor with me now?" However, Jia Fei swiftly countered, maintaining a serious demeanor, "I suggest you practice your shooting. With such power, I am genuinely concerned you might shatter the hoop." In an instant, Derek Williams' face flushed a deep shade of crimson, his fists clenched in frustration, yearning to punch the seemingly harmless smile off Jia Fei's face, yet he refrained. It was vital to remember that scouts, management personnel, and reporters from various NBA teams were observing their interaction. Any brawl involving the highly touted first overall pick could irreparably tarnish his future. Jia Fei was aware that Derek Williams dared not take action. As long as this individual's mind remained intact, he would not recklessly jeopardize his future by allowing impulses to dictate his thoughts. Noticing the lack of aggression from his opponent, Jia Fei turned elegantly and departed, leaving behind the frustrated would-be first overall pick. My apologies to the future underperforming second pick. In order to accumulate my fury points, I must sacrifice you. Bitter medicine is hard to swallow, but if you truly manage to refine your shooting skills, perhaps you can shed the title of bust. Jia Fei mused inwardly. Surprisingly, what he once considered a tad unscrupulous now felt increasingly exhilarating. This indulgence had become addictive, akin to the irresistible allure of chewing gum. The triumphant victory in the 5-on-5 training match brought great joy to the quintet, and the four from Kong University planned to celebrate with a meal that evening, extending an invitation to Klay Thompson, who had teamed up with them that day. At this moment, Klay Thompson appeared quite youthful and somewhat lean, a stark contrast to his formidable self during the peak of his career with the Warriors. During dinner, Klay revealed that he had received an invitation for a tryout with the Golden State Warriors, and in addition to the Warriors, both the Milwaukee Bucks and the Washington Wizards had also extended tryout invitations to him. Jia Fei harbors no concerns regarding Klay's prospects in the draft. After all, he is a renowned sharpshooter. Even though he struggled during yesterday's shooting drills, what does it matter? In today's scrimmage, he effortlessly sank 6 three-pointers, leaving the opposing team powerless to respond, effectively dispelling any negativity from the previous day's performance. Jia Fei is contemplating his own future. Whether it was yesterday's evaluations or today's game, his performance should have garnered the attention of several teams. The extent of that attention remains unclear to him. Ideally, he hopes to receive invitations for tryouts from some teams this evening at the hotel. Jia Fei and Kemba Walker occupied one room, while Auriac and Art Mayock were in another. Within their shared space, Kemba Walker engaged in a rhythmic display of rap, complemented by an energetic street dance. His movements were indeed impressive, infused with a remarkable sense of rhythm. Jia Fei was aware of Kemba's long-standing passion for hip-hop. Prior to his enrollment at Rice High School in Manhattan, he had been a member of a street dance troupe, having graced the stage of the Apollo Theater on 3 separate occasions. His captivating performances had garnered widespread acclaim through the television program Apollo as Performance Moments, resonating across the United States. Jia, come on, dance with me. Kemba Walker extended an invitation to Jia Fei. No, I cannot do that. Jia Fei genuinely lacked the skill and interest in street dance. His preferences leaned more towards watching women clad in revealing attire perform pole dancing or aerial yoga, which he found far more visually appealing. After a brief solo performance, Kemba felt a tinge of fatigue and decided to cease his dancing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired, Jia, what did you discuss with Derek today? I sensed that he appeared quite irate and his demeanor was somewhat off. Jia Fei shrugged and remarked, I didn't say much to him. I merely mocked his poor shooting skills. Kemba Walker replied, his shooting is indeed subpar. Such a beastly forward often struggles with his shots. Well, it's quite challenging for a forward without shooting prowess to ascend to stardom in the NBA. Jia Fei added, indeed, today's match should significantly enhance our standing in the eyes of those teams. Perhaps the 4 of us could genuinely make it to the NBA. A look of aspiration graced Kemba Walker's face. I hope so. Jia Fei naturally shared this hope, as such an outcome would be the epitome of perfection. As the night deepened, Kemba Walker had already succumbed to slumber, his steady snoring resonating throughout the small room. Jia Fei found himself unable to sleep, engrossed in the system as he checked his points for the day. He had nearly provoked the highly regarded Derek Williams into a confrontation, so one would reasonably expect his anger points to reflect that. Upon inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had accrued 10 anger points. Given that 1 anger point equates to 100 points, he had suddenly amassed a total of 1,000 points. Coupled with the 13 points he had previously, he now possessed a total of 1,013 points. It seemed that Derek Williams was indeed quite incensed today. 10 anger points indicated he truly wanted to confront him. Jia Fei chuckled to himself. However, despite his amusement, he genuinely wished for Derek Williams to have good fortune, for his fury had indeed contributed to Jia Fei's grand endeavor of integration. Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Fei promptly utilized his points, and soon, the fusion level of his Allen Iverson peak skill ascended from 1 to 2. Although this fusion process was undeniably slow, there was little to be done. Patience was essential. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. The rapid advancement of a novice cannot elevate their counterpart to greatness. Meticulous craftsmanship requires a steady and deliberate approach, progressing step by step into the realm of joy. Keep pushing forward, let's go. The following morning, while enjoying a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Kemba Walker, as he nibbled on bread, glanced at his phone, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at all the news about our game from yesterday. It's so amusing." Jia Fei and his companions also took out their phones to catch up on the news, discovering that numerous sports media outlets, both large and small, had reported on yesterday's match. Although it was not an official game, the players who took the court were of considerable renown, many being popular lottery picks, including a strong contender for the first overall pick. Chapter 15. The Tactics of Agents. The quartet from the University of Connecticut reminds us that whether or not you are a favorite for the number one pick is irrelevant. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport. ESPN update. Arizona's beast, Derek Williams, was thoroughly outmatched by UConn's backup forward, Jia Fei. Cleveland honest man, Jia Fei, a newcomer whose physical prowess rivals that of MJ and LBJ. Could he be this year's dark horse in the draft? Los Angeles Times. Jia Fei, the yellow-skinned Jordan, is poised to become the next Yao Ming. CNET Sports, as Jia Fei reached the conclusion, he could not help but chuckle, compared to the UC editorial team. The sports section of a certain platform appeared relatively low-key. This prompted a nostalgic recollection of the classic boastful phrases uttered by Prime Minister GD regarding Yi Jianlian, particularly emphasizing the richness and profundity of the Chinese language and culture, which he asserted to be unparalleled globally. There is an abundance of diverse news circulating online. Yet Jia Fei chose not to delve deeply into it, for it was currently the off-season, a period of stagnation devoid of formal competitions to report on. Nevertheless, the media must sustain themselves and thus strive to generate news, a notion that is entirely understandable. Subsequently, Kemba Walker revealed that many of the stories concerning them were orchestrated by their agent, Jeff Schwartz, who prompted the media to craft narratives regardless of their absurdity or disconnect from reality. Nonetheless, the buzz had undeniably materialized, leading to recognition among numerous team managements for Jia Fei, Art Mayock, and Oriaki. Jia Fei has increasingly come to admire his agent, Schwartz. The meticulously arranged training match yesterday was a testament to this. The opposing team's stature and fame not only allowed them to bask in reflected glory, but also culminated in a victory for Jia Fei's team, effectively turning the rival team into mere facilitators of their success. Furthermore, the subsequent media coverage generated a significant buzz, providing these marginal newcomers with ample opportunity to showcase their talents. What defines professionalism? This embodies it. With the conclusion of the Chicago Combine, the participating players regard this as the end of their midterm examination, as they now anticipate the final evaluations through one-on-one workouts. Those invited to these final assessments have evidently performed commendably in the earlier stages. Among the four from Connecticut, Kemba Walker is undoubtedly in high demand, having received workout invitations from 8 out of the 10 teams holding top 10 draft picks. In addition to those, he has also attracted interest from teams with picks in the 10 to 20 range. In contrast, the remaining 3 from Connecticut have not been as fortunate in receiving invitations. However, even Oriaki, who has garnered the fewest workout invites, has managed to secure invitations from 2 teams. Jia Fei, aside from Kemba Walker, has received the most training camp invitations, and in recent days, he has garnered considerable attention. From the physical assessments to the 5-on-5 scrimmages, he has consistently been a topic of discussion among scouts and general managers. While it may not be described as an emergence from obscurity, it certainly signifies a remarkable rise. Jia Fei received invitations for tryouts from 7 teams: the Lakers, Thunder, Rockets, Bulls, Pistons, Heat, and Cavaliers. He is quite pleased with this development. His performances during the 2-day joint tryout earned him these opportunities, indicating that his abilities have garnered considerable recognition. However, the fact that only 7 teams showed interest, unlike Kemba Walker who attracted a plethora of offers, suggests that NBA scouts and executives remain quite objective and discerning. While the 2 days of tryout showcased a wealth of content, the sample size remains rather limited. Kemba Walker, on the other hand, has demonstrated exceptional performance over multiple seasons in the NCAA, having undergone the trials of time in numerous competitions. Jia Fei does not intend to compare himself with Kemba Walker. Rather, he seeks to seize the opportunity, whether it be in the first round or the second. Even if he ultimately goes undrafted, he is determined to participate in the Summer League, striving to earn himself a contract, even if it is non-guaranteed. In addition to the invitations for tryouts, Jia Fei has come across scouting reports about himself on various major media websites. He is quite astonished, as a newcomer who has just begun to emerge, to see his scouting report so soon. It is worth noting that many promising prospects are monitored for an extended period to comprehensively understand their attributes before a scouting report is generated. Jia Fei, intrigued, Click to see what others thought of him. Scout report. Strengths. In the wing position, he possesses remarkable dimensions, demonstrating proficiency with both hands. His physical attributes, both static and dynamic, are exceptional. He showcases a swift first step and outstanding agility, along with impressive leaping ability. He is eager to share the ball and possesses a certain level of organizational skills, making him an excellent team player. He is capable of defending multiple positions and harbors the potential to become an outstanding defensive asset. Weaknesses. His ball handling skills are somewhat limited, and his ability to initiate offense is average. His shooting consistency from dribbling needs improvement, and his physicality and toughness require enhancement. Additionally, he should increase his weight to better withstand the rigors of competing against powerful forwards. Future projection. 3 and D-wing. Draft comparison. Wesley Johnson. Jia Fei perused several scouting reports and discovered that their contents bore a striking resemblance to one another. He felt a sense of astonishment, for despite his mere 2 days of exceptional performance and limited playing time at Kongda, the analyst had accurately assessed his current state, both strengths and weaknesses. It must be acknowledged that NBA scouts are indeed remarkably professional. While they may occasionally misjudge, such occurrences are relatively infrequent. One detail left a lasting impression on him. He was a left-handed child who transitioned to using his right hand upon entering elementary school, resulting in both hands possessing equal dexterity. To his surprise, this unique aspect was even mentioned in the scouting report, leaving him in awe. However, there was one point conspicuously absent from the analysis, not due to oversight, but rather an unspoken understanding among those in the know: his identity as an Asian individual. While overt racial discrimination may not be glaringly evident in the NBA, the stark reality remains that, regardless of being Asian or Caucasian, they often do not match the athletic prowess of their black counterparts. Given Jia Fei's physical attributes and technical foundation, had he been black at the age of 19, with a prestigious school background and championship accolades, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable prospect, garnering far more attention. This subtle form of discrimination undeniably exists as an objective truth. Regarding draft comparisons, he felt that the current assessment of his abilities was indeed quite aligned. Wesley Johnson from Iowa State University, standing at 201 centimeters, exhibits impressive static and dynamic athleticism, similarly showcasing ball handling skills and leaning towards a 3 and D archetype, with the potential to become a formidable perimeter defender. Jia Fei pondered the notion that if he were to ascend to the status of a lottery pick like Wesley Johnson, he would undoubtedly awaken each morning with a smile. The distinction between a lottery pick and an ordinary first-round selection is profound. The former not only commands a significantly higher total value in their rookie contract, but, more critically, enjoys an elevated standing and recognition within the team. Consequently, this could lead to increased playing time and a more substantial role, which naturally translates into greater opportunities for development and accelerated progress. In contrast, the second-round picks face a starkly different reality. While first-round selections typically secure contracts with at least 2 years of guaranteed compensation, the contracts for second-round selections may lack such assurances and, on occasion, may not even be offered at all. However, the determination of draft order lies beyond the player's control, resting solely in the hands of the teams. Chapter 16. The Frenzied Tryouts. Jeff Schwartz, the agent for Jia Fei and his companions, orchestrated a schedule for their tryouts. On May 23rd, Kemba Walker, Jia Fei, and Art Mayock traveled to Cleveland, situated in the heart of the Midwest, to audition for the Cavaliers. Schwartz selected Cleveland as their initial destination due to the Cavaliers possessing both the first overall pick and the 4th pick in the first round, along with the 32nd and 54th picks in the second round, marking them as affluent participants in this year's draft. It was only fitting to offer such a team the opportunity for an early tryout in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. Moreover, the proximity of the two locations allowed for a seamless journey. They could drive directly from Chicago without the need for air travel. Clearly, the first overall and 4th picks were the targets set for Kemba Walker by Schwartz, while the 2 second-round picks served as aspirations for Jia Fei and Art Mayock. On the morning of the 23rd, the trio boarded a Toyota Sienna van at their hotel in Chicago, driven by an assistant of Jeff Schwartz. Jia Fei's entire impression of the Cleveland Cavaliers is shaped by the camaraderie exhibited by LeBron James during his time in Miami. The current Cavaliers may indeed be perceived as a struggling team. However, even such teams possess their advantages, not only in terms of abundant draft picks, but also in the myriad of opportunities they present. If one were to truly join the Cavaliers, it might not be an unfavorable situation after all. For instance, should the Cavaliers select Kemba Walker with the 4th pick, and subsequently choose Jia Fei and Art Mayock with their 2 second-round selections, these 3 alumni from Connecticut would usher in a new era of collaboration in Cleveland. Jia Fei contemplated the situation and found it rather agreeable. The journey from Chicago to Cleveland spanned a mere distance of over 500 kilometers, and Jia Fei and his companions arrived in the afternoon. Upon their arrival, they indulged in a light meal before proceeding to meet with Chris Grant, the general manager of the Cavaliers. This marked Jia Fei's inaugural visit to Cleveland, and he perceived the rationale behind LeBron James's departure. The city indeed lacked vibrancy and exuded a sense of decay. Comparatively, it paled not only in contrast to Los Angeles, with its Hollywood allure, but also to the vibrant atmosphere of Chicago, where they had recently spent time. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that no matter how underprivileged Cleveland may be, it certainly does not justify LeBron's exodus. Such behavior is akin to that of a scoundrel who, after making plans, absconds. The Cavaliers, however, placed significant emphasis on Jia Fei and his party, as the trio comprised pivotal rotation players from the NCAA champion UConn team, with Kemba Walker being the most outstanding player and a highly regarded prospect for the upcoming draft. After a long day of travel, Jia Fei and his companions found themselves weary and aching. Chris Grant, the general manager of the Cavaliers, displayed great attentiveness by promptly suggesting that there was no rush to conduct a workout, allowing for the possibility of scheduling it over the next couple of days. That evening, Chris Grant graciously invited Jia Fei and his party to dinner at the Schofield Kimpton Hotel in downtown Cleveland. Following their meal, Jia Fei and his companions checked into the hotel. In their hotel room, the 3 of them were present. I remarked to Kemba, "If the Cavaliers were to select you with the 1st overall pick, and they were to choose me and Arte with 2 second-round picks, that would indeed be quite advantageous." Jia Fei chuckled at this notion. Kemba Walker nodded in satisfaction, responding, "Indeed, although I'm not particularly fond of this city, for the sake of being the 1st pick, I would be willing." Arte Mayock added, "I would be willing too, as long as I get drafted and secure a contract." Jia Fei smiled and said, "So am I. As long as I have a contract, that suffices. It will ensure I do not go hungry and allow me to remain in the NBA. The rest can be addressed later." Jia Fei was indeed not jesting, even with the athletic prowess akin to that of Allen Iverson. He did not harbor the illusion that he would certainly be selected and offered a contract. The NBA is never devoid of prodigies. Among the fewer than 500 players, one could find the finest basketball talents from across the globe. The following day, Jia Fei, along with 2 others, met with their general manager, Chris Grant, and head coach Byron Scott at the Cavaliers training facility. Byron Scott, who succeeded Mike Brown, had previously led the Nets to the NBA Finals. Yet he was not widely regarded as a distinguished coach. Many believed his success had merely been a result of riding Jason Kidd's coattails. The Cavaliers' decision to have both the general manager and head coach present for the rookie tryout underscored the significance they placed on Jia Fei and his companions. The tryout was akin to the one in Chicago, encompassing physical tests, shooting drills, and ball handling assessments, interspersed with one-on-one challenges. Following the completion of these evaluations, Jia Fei and his companions swiftly boarded a vehicle bound for Detroit, where they were scheduled for a tryout with the Pistons. The Pistons possessed the 8th overall pick in the 1st round and exhibited substantial interest in Kemba Walker. In addition to their 1st-round selection, they held 2 second-round picks, which prompted them to invite Jia Fei and Art Mayock for a tryout. After concluding their session in Detroit, the trio began to disperse. Jia Fei proceeded to Chicago for a tryout with the Bulls, while Art Mayock remained in Detroit, and Kemba Walker traveled to Toronto to audition with the Raptors. Although the Bulls had 2 first-round picks this year, one was the 28th overall and the other the 30th, placing them at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the recent MVP of the regular season, Derrick Rose, on the roster, their need for Kemba Walker was minimal, making it unlikely they could secure him with their draft picks. After the Bulls tryout, Jia Fei ventured to Miami for a session with the Heat, and subsequently boarded a flight to Oklahoma City for a tryout with the Thunder. In just over a week, Jia Fei had undergone trials with 5 different teams, feeling as though he were perpetually in transit, either on a vehicle or an aircraft, constantly engaged in tryouts or en route to them, akin to a robot. However, driven by the aspiration to carve out a place in the NBA, he would gladly endure tryouts with all 30 teams if it meant ultimately being selected. On May 31st, the plane carrying Jia Fei landed at an airport in Houston, Texas. Jia Fei held fond memories of this city, as just over a month prior, his team had triumphed over Butler University's Bulldogs here, securing the third NCAA championship trophy in their history. Little did he anticipate that a little over a month later, he would be auditioning for the Rockets, a reminder of the uncanny coincidences life can present. The Rockets held the 14th overall pick in the first round and the 8th in the second. That day, Jia Fei reunited with Kemba Walker and Art Mayock, who were also there for the tryout. Kemba Walker, however, seemed less than enthusiastic about this audition, feeling that his draft position would not fall as low as 14th. As for Jia Fei, he did not harbor particularly fond sentiments toward the Rockets. The general manager of this team, Maury, is akin to a dog, while the owner, a miserly figure, is reluctant to spend. Moreover, according to the timeline of the past, Yao Ming will retire this year, leaving even less for him to cherish. Furthermore, with only 2 selections available, inviting 3 individuals for trials means that, even if all were chosen, only 2 could be selected. Chapter 17. Modest prospects. After completing the trials with the Rockets, Jia Fei hastened to Los Angeles to audition for the Lakers. Upon finishing, he attended trials for all 7 teams that had extended invitations, thus fulfilling his audition obligations satisfactorily. By this time, it was already June. The NBA draft is set to take place on the 24th of this month at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, broadcast nationwide by ESPN. After concluding his tryout with the Lakers, Jia Fei decided to remain in Los Angeles. He was born in the Chinese community of the San Gabriel Valley in East Los Angeles, and both of his parents have passed away. In this city, he has no family, so, strictly speaking, he feels little sense of belonging. Returning to the place he once called home, a rented 2-bedroom apartment, the memories of the previous tenant flooded back as he unlocked the door with his key. With some time still remaining before the draft and no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to temporarily reside here. On the second day of his stay in Los Angeles, he received a call from his agent, Jeff Schwartz. Upon seeing the caller ID, a surge of excitement coursed through him, for the timing of the call suggested it must pertain to something significant, likely related to the upcoming draft. Jia Fei promptly answered the phone, and on the other end, he heard the mature voice of Jeff Schwartz. "Hello, Mr. Jia. This is Jeff Schwartz." "Greetings, Mr. Schwartz." "Mr. Jia, you have completed tryouts with 7 teams. I would like to summarize the evaluations they provided regarding your performance." "Very well, I am listening." "Currently, your draft stock is positioned in the middle of the second round. From what I have gathered, the Houston Rockets, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Oklahoma City Thunder have shown the most interest in you. However, it appears they are hesitant to use their first-round picks on you. They would prefer to select you with a later second-round pick." "Understood. Next, I will work to generate some media buzz for you in hopes of creating additional momentum before the draft. Rest assured, I will handle all the arrangements for the draft itself. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Schwartz." "Not at all, Mr. Jia. It is my duty. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After concluding the call with his agent Jeff Schwartz, Jia Fei found himself deep in thought. Based on the information received today, the outcome was rather standard, neither particularly surprising nor disappointing. From the joint workouts to the individual tryouts, his performance had evidently piqued the interest of several teams, allowing him to adequately showcase his current abilities and characteristics, thus securing some opportunities. However, it was clear that these efforts alone were insufficient to overturn the situation entirely. His mediocre performance throughout a season in the NCAA had undeniably hindered his prospects. "Let it be the second round," he mused. "As long as I am chosen, even if I am the 60th pick, who says one cannot succeed from the second round? Even top picks often turn out to be flops. All I require is a single opportunity." Jeff Schwartz's efficiency was indeed commendable. Jia Fei soon discovered news about him online, and discussions on social media appeared to be quite vigorous. Interestingly, many fans believed he should be a lottery selection, if not a first-round pick, noting that anticipated top pick Derek Williams had appeared utterly unskilled in his matchups against Jia. On the second day after Schwartz's call, June 4th, Jia Fei received a phone call from Kemba Walker. Kemba sounded exuberant as he informed Jia that he had recommended him to the Charlotte Bobcats. The team's general manager, Rich Cho, expressed keen interest in Jia, the explosive athlete with a yellow complexion, and wished to conduct a personal workout with him and engage in a deeper conversation. Jia Fei was filled with joy. The Charlotte Bobcats, is that not the team of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan? Although the franchise has been established for a brief period and Charlotte is not a major metropolis, it undeniably stands as one of the 30 teams in the NBA. Furthermore, with Jordan as the owner, the prospect of joining such a prestigious team presents an extraordinary opportunity to glean invaluable wisdom and skills from the legendary figure, which would undoubtedly aid in his quest for greatness. Jia Fei's tranquil heart stirred with unexpected delight. He took the initiative to investigate, discovering that the Bobcats possessed 2 first-round picks this year, one at the 9th position and another at the 19th. In addition to these, they also held a second-round pick, ranking 39th overall, which is notably advantageous for a second-round selection. Jia Fei could not help but indulge in a daydream. What if he were to be selected by the Bobcats? If Kemba Walker was chosen at the 9th pick and he himself at the 19th? It would indeed be a delightful turn of events. In his previous life, Kemba Walker was ultimately picked by the Bobcats as the 9th overall selection. Kemba, when can I come for the tryout? Jia Fei eagerly inquired. When? Right now. You can set off immediately. I've already purchased your plane ticket. Don't hesitate. Hurry up, Kemba Walker urged. Jia Fei felt genuinely touched. This was the essence of true friendship and camaraderie. Not only did they assist him with recommendations, but they also purchased a plane ticket for him. No one understood his financial predicament better than Kemba Walker, for he truly had very little money. Jia Fei set off immediately, having little luggage to arrange. After simply taking the keys to his house and a sports backpack, he departed to hail a taxi to the airport. At that moment, he resembled a recent university graduate, embarking on a job hunt, uncertain of the outcome, seeking opportunities to explore. Charlotte, situated in the south-central region of the United States, welcomed him as he flew directly from Los Angeles on the West Coast to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The general manager of the Bobcats, Rich Cho, had specifically dispatched a driver to greet him at the airport, and upon his arrival, they proceeded directly to the team's facilities. In the office of the Bobcats general manager, Jia Fei and Gao Zikzhou. Following their meeting, he reunited with his former teammate Kemba Walker at the hotel arranged by the team. Upon seeing each other, they embraced fiercely, truly reflecting the sentiment that one day apart feels like an eternity. It seems that even among men, such emotions can flourish. Regardless of any overt sentimentality, Jia Fei inquired, Kemba, have you been here these past few days? Kemba Walker nodded in affirmation. I have indeed been here. I quite like it, Jia. I even met the owner, MJ. He expressed his admiration for my game, which has only intensified my desire to join this team. Jia Fei could indeed empathize with Kemba Walker's sentiments. For most basketball enthusiasts, Michael Jordan is akin to a deity. His illustrious career in the sport is nothing short of perfection, leaving an indelible impact on countless individuals. Chapter 18. Disparagement from the basketball god. On the following day, Jia Fei participated in a tryout at the training facility of the Bobcats. The presence of head coach Paul Silas and several assistant coaches at the tryout indicated the significance they placed on his performance, creating an impressive atmosphere that underscored their earnest consideration. Jia Fei resolved to make a splendid impression. Midway through the tryout, he was astonished to see a middle-aged man, standing at an impressive 198 centimeters, clad in a black suit and adorned with earrings, enter his field of vision. This man was none other than Michael Jordan, the legendary figure known as the god of basketball. At the age of 48, Jordan was no longer the lean athlete renowned for his remarkably low body fat percentage. Rather, he had noticeably filled out, with a waistline significantly thicker than in his prime. Nevertheless, Jordan remained an indomitable presence, his piercing gaze seemingly communicating that even at 48, he could still dominate on the one-on-one training court. The arrival of Jordan, the owner of the Bobcats, heightened Jia Fei's excitement and intensified his focus during the tryout. He was determined to leave a lasting impression on Jordan, fully aware that, although the head coach, Paul Silas, was conducting the tryout, the final decision rested with the owner. Once the tryout concluded, Jia Fei hurriedly approached Jordan to request his autograph. Naturally, Jordan would not deny such an admirer, flashing a bright smile and asking, "Where shall I sign?" Jia Fei handed him a pen and turned around. After signing with one hand, Jordan returned the pen to Jia Fei, offering a brief encouragement. "Do well." With that, he departed, accompanied by his assistant. As Jia Fei watched Jordan leave, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He had not only met the legendary player, but had also received his autograph. More importantly, as the team owner, Jordan had witnessed his tryout. There could be no better scenario. "Kemba, do you think the Bobcats will select me?" Jia Fei inquired. Kemba Walker nodded emphatically, assuring him, "Absolutely. I watched your tryout, and it was impressive. A star like MJ surely possesses the insight to recognize your talent and potential." Suddenly, Jia Fei recalled a troubling fact that cast doubt on whether he would catch Jordan's eye. Despite Jordan's illustrious playing career, he had not always been discerning in his judgments of talent. During his tenure with the Wizards, He had infamously urged the management to select Kwame Brown with the first overall pick, a decision that would later be recognized as a monumental error. In addition to Brown, Jordan had also selected Adam Morrison, the heir apparent to Larry Bird, with the third pick in the 2006 draft. Yet, this successor faded from the NBA after just 3 seasons. Jia Fei pondered inwardly, questioning whether Jordan held a negative view of him. He was uncertain if, after all these years, Jordan's perspective had normalized. Following the conclusion of the tryout, Jia Fei returned to his alma mater, the University of Connecticut, alongside Kemba Walker. They had agreed to train there with 2 other teammates preparing for the draft, Art Mayock and Auriac. On the evening of June 5th, in an upscale lounge in Charlotte, Jordan held a bottle of tequila worth $4,000 in one hand, a cigar thicker than many young men dangling from his lips, a gold chain adorning his neck, and rings gleaming on his fingers. Beside him sat a timid man, more resembling a stander than a sitter. This meek individual was Rich Cho, the general manager of the Bobcats. Before many in the organization, Rich Cho was not so subservient, but in the presence of team owner Jordan, he assumed this submissive demeanor. The harsh truth of the world is that, for the sake of money and power, acting humble is not a source of shame. Many would aspire to such a role, yet lack the opportunity. "Boss, what do you think of Gia's performance today?" Rich Cho inquired cautiously. "Is he the one who asked me for an autograph?" Jordan did not even glance at him, his gaze fixated on the tequila he cherished. "Yes, that's him. What is your assessment?" Jordan's penetrating gaze swept across Rich Cho, who dared not meet his eyes. Rich Cho responded honestly, based on the tryout. Gia's physical attributes should rank him among the top 2 wing players in this draft class. His size is commendable for a wing, his shooting skills are adequate, and he possesses significant defensive potential. He refrained from suggesting what draft position Jia Fei deserved, understanding the need for discretion in front of his boss. "Do you believe he is worthy of a first-round pick?" Jordan asked, his gaze unwavering. After a deep breath, Rich Cho replied, "I wouldn't dare claim a first-round selection, but I believe selecting him in the second round would be a sound choice." He had initially considered proposing their first-round 19th pick for Jia Fei, but hesitated, fearing that if the owner held a different opinion, he would find himself in a precarious situation. To his surprise, Jordan chuckled, shaking his bottle of tequila while simultaneously shaking his head. "I have never believed that an Asian wing player can achieve anything significant. Unless an Asian possesses the stature of Yao Ming at 7 feet 6 inches, I would not expend any draft capital on them." Rich Cho gasped silently. Yet inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he had refrained from suggesting the use of a first-round pick on Jia Fei. Otherwise, he would have faced inevitable ridicule from his boss. He was astonished that the owner held such a low opinion of Jia Fei, especially considering he had appeared quite satisfied during the tryout. Meanwhile, Jia Fei, now in stores, remained blissfully unaware of Jordan's dismissal, lost in daydreams of dominating the Eastern Conference alongside Kemba Walker on the Bobcats. At Kongda, Jia Fei encountered his seniors, Art Mayock and Auriac, both of whom had successfully completed their trials and were now awaiting the draft 2 weeks hence. "Jia, I heard you met Michael Jordan in Charlotte?" As soon as Art Mayock mentioned Jordan, admiration gleamed in his eyes. Jia Fei nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, I even obtained his autograph." He produced a t-shirt emblazoned with Michael Jordan's name for them to admire. Art Mayock expressed enviously, "I have yet to see MJ in person. I truly envy you." He hesitated, seemingly embarrassed as he began to ask, "Jia, could you?" but trailed off. Jia Fei immediately comprehended the situation. He took the initiative to place the t-shirt he held into the other person's hands, saying, "Art, if you don't mind, please accept this t-shirt. If I am selected by the Wildcats in the future, I will surely have countless opportunities to obtain Jordan's autograph." Thank you. Art Mayock exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the t-shirt, astonished by Jia Fei's generosity, which required no prompting from him. Chapter 19. The Draft Conference. Jia Fei was not particularly reluctant to part with Jordan's autograph, for Jordan was not his idol. Should he ever encounter Allen Iverson, he would undoubtedly feel a far greater thrill. Moreover, he harbored aspirations of becoming a basketball star himself, yearning to experience the adoration of fans. The sensation of waiting was intricate. He longed to know the outcome swiftly, yet feared the disappointment that a negative result might bring. Fortunately, with a basketball in hand and teammates by his side, he channeled his energy into the court. Finally, the day arrived on June 24th, when the annual NBA draft was set to take place at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. Notably, The 2011 NBA draft would also be the last for the New Jersey Nets, as the team would relocate to Brooklyn and be renamed the Brooklyn Nets after the conclusion of the upcoming season. A multitude of promising young talents gathered in New Jersey, including Jia Fei and 3 others. On that day, Jia Fei and his companions donned matching gray suits complemented by gray, white, and blue checker ties, making their presence at the draft unmistakably cohesive. Their attire had been orchestrated by their agent, Jeff Schwartz, and the uniformity of their suits highlighted their camaraderie. This marked the first occasion Jia Fei wore a suit since his journey began, and his naturally tall frame appeared even more statuesque. His already handsome features seemed to radiate even more charm. Prior discussions among fans on online forums had sparked a lively debate regarding the looks of this year's rookies. Jia Fei managed to distinguish himself among the crowd, ultimately reaching the final discussion for the title of the most handsome rookie alongside Chandler Parsons, a forward from the University of Florida. Parsons, previously dubbed a tall, rich, and handsome figure by Chinese fans, possessed striking looks that Jia Fei believed only he could rival. However, the draft was not merely a contest of attractiveness, despite their impressive standings on the beauty rankings. Both Jia Fei and Parsons were still projected to be selected in the second round, a harsh reality that lingered. Upon arriving at the draft venue, Kemba Walker parted ways with Jia Fei and the other 2, heading to the green room as a presumed lottery pick, while Jia Fei and his companions awaited in the main hall. Jia Fei holds a deep admiration for the commercial operations of the NBA. The draft event, from its meticulous preparation and anticipation to its commercial promotion and on-site arrangement, is thoughtfully orchestrated. The draft resembles a grand spectacle, with the players serving as integral components of this dazzling show. Through the lenses of the cameras present, Jia Fei and his companions observe a group of lottery candidates seated in the green room, notably including the highly favored Kyrie Irving and Derek Williams. Pointing at Irving on the screen, Art Mayock, seated beside Jia Fei, remarked, "Jia, have you seen Kyrie Irving?" Jia Fei nodded, having certainly noticed that Irving was clad in a black suit today, presenting himself as a well-behaved young man, a stark contrast to his previous assertions of only trying out for the Cavaliers. "It would be quite amusing if Kyrie were ultimately not selected by the Cavaliers," remarked Art Mayock. Auriac added, "I believe the Cavaliers must have some sort of agreement with him. Otherwise, why would he refrain from auditioning for other teams?" While Art Mayock and Auriac were deliberating on whether Irving would be the first overall pick today, Jia Fei chose to remain silent. As a time traveler, he was quite certain that Irving would indeed be the first pick. His bravado was merely a fade, yet the reality was as such. Before long, the draft commenced, heralded by a speech from NBA Commissioner David Stern. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, Jia Fei reflected on how, in the year 2023 to which he had traveled, this figure no longer existed. As the draft unfolded, reminiscent of his previous life, the Cavaliers ultimately did not select Derek Williams nor Kemba Walker, but instead chose the Duke star guard, Kyrie Irving, who had proclaimed his exclusive dedication to their tryouts. The Timberwolves, holding the second pick, selected the formidable forward Derek Williams. Despite a lackluster performance at the Combine, Williams' draft stock remained unaffected. Though he was a contender for the top pick, he clearly could not compete with the buzz surrounding Irving. Experts suggested that a significant reason the Cavaliers opted against selecting Derek Williams was their desire to bring back a certain man in the summer of 2014, a man whose identity was known worldwide. Jia Fei was indifferent to whether Derek Williams would be the second pick. He had no particular grievances with the forward, merely having provoked him previously to earn some ire points, which, in a way, had indirectly benefited him. As the draft continued, David Stern announced the Cavaliers' fourth pick. It was Tristan Thompson, indeed, the man who had once captivated the Kardashian family. This signified that the Cavaliers had not utilized their 2 first-round picks to select Kemba Walker. The NBA photographers deftly switched their focus. There stood Thompson on stage, receiving congratulations from David Stern, while Kemba Walker's expression was captured for all to see. Clearly, his lips twitched in disappointment. Despite the Bobcats having extended a draft promise to him, who wouldn't want to be snatched up by a top 5 selection? The Bobcats were not a prestigious NBA franchise. They were a fledgling team in a rather ordinary city. However, the moment soon arrived for the Bobcats' election, as David Stern announced their choice. They had selected the star guard Kemba Walker from the University of Connecticut. The camera once again focuses on Kemba Walker, who, evidently unburdened, exhales deeply, a smile illuminating his face. Regardless of the circumstances, he has been chosen within the top 10, which brings no surprise, yet at least nothing has gone awry. The annals of NBA draft history are replete with instances of highly regarded prospects from the green room tumbling into the second round. Notable examples include the likes of Michael Jordan and, even earlier, Rashard Lewis. As for the most outstanding player, Wayne Ellington in 2009 was selected at the tail end of the first round, while Mario Chalmers in 2008 plummeted directly into the second round. Kemba Walker being picked at the 9th position in the first round is, thus, quite standard. The scene shifts to the Hall, focusing on the trio of Jabari Parker. Jabari also finds the professionalism of the proceedings commendable, noting that both the attention to detail and the entertainment value are exceptionally high. At this moment, Jia Fei and 2 others were applauding, their joy for Kemba Walker palpable. Clad in matching suits akin to Kemba's, they exuded a sense of ceremonial significance. Kemba, beaming with delight, donned the Charlotte Bobcats cap as he ascended the stage to receive the congratulations of President David Stern. Chapter 20. Finally selected predictably, Kemba Walker was chosen by the Bobcats, prompting Jia Fei to ponder the possibility of being selected by the same team. The Bobcats possessed another first-round pick at the 19th position. Should they choose Jia Fei with this selection, they would secure 2 players from UConn. Jia Fei's gaze remained fixed on a large screen, eagerly anticipating the moment his name would be announced. As seconds ticked away, the draft reached the 18th pick, and his heart began to race. At last, the announcement commenced, and David Stern declared, "The Charlotte Bobcats select Tobias Harris from the University of Tennessee." Jia Fei sighed inwardly, realizing that his performance had not completely captivated the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. They still hesitated to select him with the 19th pick. However, there remained a glimmer of hope to become teammates with Kemba Walker, as the Bobcats still possessed a second-round pick. Jia Fei fervently hoped to be selected soon, yearning for an early departure from this world, as the anticipation of waiting was truly unbearable, especially for those like him who had not received any promise of being drafted. His 2 teammates, Art Mayock and Auriac, were not faring much better. The tension was palpable, causing them to feel a pressing urgency. Yet, at this moment, they dared not venture to the restroom, fearful of missing the moment their names would be called. Jia Fei pondered whether there was an issue with his prostate, as he found himself needing to relieve himself despite having consumed little water. It had not been long since his last trip to the restroom. If he had known, he would have worn a diaper. He certainly could not afford to embarrass himself in public. As the first round concluded, Jia Fei and his companions from the Kangda team awaited their names, but none were called. This indicated that, should they be selected, it would only be in the second round. Moreover, it meant that the 8 teams he had tried out for did not utilize their first-round picks on him. This outcome left him somewhat disheartened. Although despair was not yet upon him, he felt a sense of unease. He had exerted great effort and seriousness during his trials, performing remarkably well, yet he remained unrecognized. The sensation of powerlessness was particularly irksome, as if his fate were entirely in the hands of others. He suddenly recalled the image of Trafalgar Law from One Piece, gripping someone's heart. He felt as though his own heart were being held by another, his destiny completely dictated by others. After the first round concluded, a brief intermission ensued. Jia Fei rose to stretch and invited 2 teammates to accompany him to the restroom. Art Mayock and Auriac were in agreement, and the trio went to relieve themselves. Upon returning, a while passed before the results of the second round began to be announced. The announcer transitioned from the chief referee, David Stern, to Adam Silver, the league's vice president, who bore resemblance to the grandfather from Chibi Maruko-chan. As Silver commenced the announcement of the second-round selections, Jia Fei and his teammates perked up, if their absence from the first round had seemed expected. The second round represented their final opportunity. If they went undrafted here, they would be considered unselected players, with any hope of securing a contract resting solely on the off chance that a team might take a chance on them, a prospect even more uncertain. The first pick of the second round was Boyan. The second selection belonged to the Cavaliers, and Jia Fei's heart raced. He vividly recalled every detail from his tryout in Cleveland, believing they should have chosen him. However, the Cavaliers opted for Justin Harper. Alas, Jia Fei thought, how many lives do I have left? Each disappointment drained him further. Please, grant me a glimmer of hope. He silently prayed, invoking the names of various deities, yearning for the announcement of his name, and that of his teammates as well. The third pick of the second round belonged to the Pistons, another team he had tried out for, yet they chose Kyle Singler. Another blow struck. The subsequent 3 selections were made by the Kings, Nets, and Clippers, none of whom he had previously tried out for. Thus their decisions came as no surprise. The 8th pick of the second round belonged to the Rockets, and once again, Jia Fei held his breath. The Rockets. in a noble endeavor to prevent the destruction of the world and to safeguard peace. Jia Fei aspires to join the ranks of the esteemed Sakaki, yearning to ally with the so-called trio of mediocrity and to inherit the legacy of the illustrious Yao Ming. Yet, the Rockets have chosen the affluent and handsome Parsons instead. Jia Fei was on the verge of despair, yet he could not falter. Even with his health waning, he felt no fear. He unleashed his fury, and beneath his dual blades lay the specter of death. It was imperative to remember that the next pick was the Bobcats. Jordan, dear Elder Jordan, surely you jest? Your discernment should have improved by now. Ultimately, the Bobcats opted for Jeremy Taylor. Jia Fei was devoid of hope. Observing the palpable disappointment etched across his face, his companion, Art Mayock, gently patted him on the shoulder in a gesture of solace. Art Mayock was acutely aware of the turmoil within him. The vivid memories of Jia Fei's recent tryout with the Wildcats lingered in his mind, particularly the moment when Jia Fei returned, presenting him with a t-shirt signed by Jordan himself. Hence, this overwhelming sense of disillusionment was especially difficult to bear. The draft continued its relentless march forward, and in the blink of an eye, 20 of the 32nd round selections had been announced. Yet neither Jia Fei nor his two teammates had their names illuminated on the grand screen. Only 10 spots remained. Jia Fei could only muster his spirits. Regardless of the circumstances, he must endure until the very end. In the second round, with the 21st pick, the Portland Trail Blazers selected Jia Fei from the University of Connecticut. Jia Fei finally beheld his name, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Indeed, it was his name. He had been chosen. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, only aware of his two teammates beside him, who were exuberantly nudging him. Clearly, this was reality, not a dream. However, it struck him as peculiar that he had never undergone a tryout with the Portland Trail Blazers. How could they have selected him? Yet, the outcome was irrefutable, and sometimes the world is simply unfathomable. Portland Trail Blazers. Jia Fei endeavored to recall the players currently on their roster and pondered the identity of their head coach. What left the deepest impression on him regarding this team was their medical staff. Both the Yellow Mamba and Odin had seen their careers abruptly curtailed, and he often wondered why the team did not replace this medical team. Would it not be more prudent to recruit a few from the Suns' medical staff? Meanwhile, the draft continued, extending to the 25th pick of the second round, and both Art Mayock and Aurillac remained unselected. Jia Fei subdued his excitement as he encouraged his two teammates. The remaining opportunities were indeed dwindling. Chapter 21. The trade Art Mayock and Aurillac, while sharing in Jia Fei's joy, felt a bittersweet pang in their hearts. With 5 draft spots yet to be announced, the chances of both being selected were undeniably slim. Fortunately, when the 28th pick of the second round was revealed, Art Mayock's name was called, and he was chosen by the prestigious Los Angeles Lakers. A sigh of relief escaped Art. As their senior, if he were to go undrafted, his only recourse would be to pursue a career in another league. Regrettably, Aurillac remained unselected until the very end, with the final pick going to Isaiah Thomas. Disappointment flickered in Aurillac's eyes, yet he swiftly came to terms with the outcome. "Alex, do not lose heart," Jia Fei reassured him with a gentle grip on his arm. Aurillac maintained a more resilient mindset than Jia Fei and the others had anticipated. "It's all right if I can't play in the NCAA next season. It's not the end of the world. I am still young, and I will focus on my studies. Not participating in the NCAA does not mean I can't play basketball. I will continue to strive and improve. A year from now, I can still compete in the NCAA, and I will not relinquish my dream of becoming a professional basketball player." Jia Fei was also influenced by his optimism and positive mindset. Indeed, the sky does not forsake humanity. A single failure does not signify the end of the world. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was his agent, Jeff Schwartz. Concerned it might be something significant, he hastily answered the call. "Mr. Jia, you've been traded." "What?" Jia Fei's mind went blank. Traded? As a second-round pick, he was being traded on draft day? Of course. Such occurrences were not uncommon on draft day. In fact, they were quite frequent. It was not unusual for even lottery picks to be exchanged. For instance, during the legendary 1996 draft, Stephon Marbury selected 4th and Ray Allen selected 5th, swapped teams. Similarly, in the 1998 draft, 4th pick Anton Jameson and 5th pick Vince Carter exchanged franchises. Where have I been traded to? Jia Fei quickly regained his composure. Being traded seemed rather ordinary. The pressing question now was where he had been sent. "You have been traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder for a future second-round pick and some cash. The trade has been finalized, and your rights now belong to the Thunder. Schwartz sounded remarkably calm. For an agent of his caliber, such matters were routine. The Thunder, Jia Fei murmured. Compared to the Trailblazers, he felt more familiar with the Thunder. At this time, the Big Three should still be intact, right? He never anticipated joining a strong team right as he entered the league. Whether this was a boon or a bane for him remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear. He had no authority to refuse. Acceptance was his only option unless he chose to forego the NBA. What's wrong, Jia? Art Mayock and Auriac glanced at him. Jeff just told me I've been traded to the Thunder. Jia Fei grinned broadly at the two. That is quite surprising, Art Mayock remarked. But, Jia, it makes sense when you think about it. You didn't audition for the Portland Trailblazers, but you did for the Thunder. They couldn't select you without a second-round pick, yet they still wanted you. So they had to trade with the team that chose you. Art Mayock's explanation was logical, and Jia Fei nodded, believing it might indeed be the truth. Thus, the current draft concluded successfully. Among the 4 candidates from the NCAA champion team, UConn, 3 were selected, which was quite commendable overall. Upon casting a glance at the grand screen, Jia Fei's heart settled when he noticed that the final pick of the second round was none other than the diminutive Thomas. No longer did he feel acutely underestimated or disregarded. The pre-draft predictions for this year had been rather bleak. Yet he was acutely aware from his previous life that the overall success rate of the rookies from this draft was commendable. Even in the second round, there were notable talents such as Bogdanovic, the Suave Parsons, Bertans, and young Thomas, each destined for significant acclaim. And of course, there was Jia Fei himself. Consider the case of Shelvin Mack, the starting guard for Butler University in the NCAA championship, who was merely selected as the 4th pick in the second round. It is worth noting that he had scored in double digits in 34 of the 38 games this season, averaging 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while also earning a spot on the all-tournament team. Reflecting on young Thomas, Jia Fei found himself devoid of resentment. Ultimately, his primary aspiration was simply to be chosen. It was the recent media hype that had inflated his expectations. The phenomenon of overpraise can indeed be detrimental. It is far more prudent to embrace the profound virtues of humility and modesty inherent in Chinese culture. In light of his current abilities, it would be wiser to focus on steady development rather than seeking immediate dominance. The treatment afforded to second-round picks is evidently less glamorous than that of their first-round counterparts, who are celebrated with handshakes from the league president and bask in ample exposure. In stark contrast, second-round selections are merely announced on the screen. Before long, a youthful general manager, whom he had only seen on television, approached Jia Fei with a broad smile, flanked by 2 other men. Jia Fei undoubtedly recognized him. This man was none other than Sam Presti, the general manager of the Thunder. Within the NBA circles, there has long been a saying about the league's 4 treasures: the Rockets' discard, the Thunder's rookie, the Suns' physician, and the Spurs' assistant coach. The prowess of the Thunder's rookie can often be attributed to the remarkable Sam Presti. At just over 30, he has already ascended to the role of general manager for an NBA team. Interestingly, he can be considered part of the Spurs lineage, having meticulously climbed the ranks over 6 years, from scout and video analyst to assistant general manager. An intriguing fact that many may not know is that it was he who recommended the French prodigy Tony Parker to the Spurs. In recent times, observers have grown accustomed to his remarkable maneuvers. In 2007, he secured Kevin Durant with the 2nd overall pick, followed by Russell Westbrook with the 4th pick in 2008, and subsequently James Harden with the 3rd pick in 2009. Yet, despite being such an extraordinary general manager, he is yet to receive the coveted Executive of the Year award. Presti's success is certainly not a solitary endeavor. The scouting team he has assembled plays an indispensable role. His keen eye for talent is nothing short of spectacular within the entire NBA landscape. Here, one cannot help but mention a certain basketball deity, serving as a stark contrast. Does excelling in basketball necessarily correlate with an astute eye for talent? This serves as a living example. Chapter 22, Going Separate Ways. Hello, Jia. Sam Presti, the general manager of the Thunder, and these are my assistants. Presti introduced himself with a warm smile, shaking hands with Jia Fei, while one of his assistants presented Jia with a team cap. Jia Fei donned a cap emblazoned with the logo of the Thunder, his heart brimming with joy. No matter the circumstances, he was now a rookie of the Thunder, finally feeling a sense of belonging, a feeling akin to home. Subsequently, Pu Zong imparted a few additional instructions, such as joining them the following day for reporting to the Thunder located in Oklahoma City. At that moment, Jia Fei nodded repeatedly, overwhelmed by the multitude of events unfolding before him. unable to retain every detail. He was enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Indeed, he was a second-round draft pick. Yet one must consider the stature of General Manager Pooh. Could it not be said that he was akin to a thoroughbred, while Pooh represented the discerning talent spotter? To question Pooh's eye for talent is akin to doubting Kobe's determination, Durant's poise, Ibaka's length, LeBron's physique, Dream's footwork, or Kato Agee's dexterity. That evening, in a restaurant in New Jersey, Jia Fei and 3 others dined with their agent, Jeff Schwartz. The 4 of them raised their glasses in a toast. Though their drinks remained non-alcoholic, Schwartz abstained from alcohol as well. After all, it would be unwise to encourage his clients to indulge when they could not partake themselves. As an agent, his emotional intelligence was far from ordinary. Kemba Walker remarked, "Soon, the 3 of us will report to our respective teams. We are truly destined to go our separate ways." Jia Fei echoed this sentiment, lamenting, "It seems that while both Arte and I are in the West, and you are in the East, the distance between Arte and me feels greater than that between you and me." Jia Fei was indeed not jesting. The distance between the state of California, home to the Lakers, and Oklahoma, where the Thunder reside, is considerable even when measured in a straight line. The majority of NBA teams are predominantly located on the East and West coasts, with a few in the Central region. However, due to the concentration of teams on the East Coast, many geographically central teams have been allocated to the Western Conference to maintain a balance in the number of teams across both conferences. One consequence of this arrangement is that many teams in the Western Conference must traverse half of the North American continent to play away games, which can be quite exhausting. No matter where we go from here, our friendship remains unchanged. We will always be great friends from Oklahoma, Kemba Walker declared. Indeed, Jia Fei and the 3 others echoed in unison. Jeff Schwartz watched their camaraderie with a smile, while Jia Fei pondered that his greatest gain from this journey was the warmth he felt from his friends at UConn, from coaches to teammates. Damn it, why are my eyes welling up? I must not shed tears. A man bleeds, but does not cry. Lying in bed that night, reflecting on the events of the day, he still felt a sense of unreality. The draft was exhilarating and nerve-wracking. As a participant, waiting in the hall evoked feelings akin to those experienced while awaiting exam results. Would the Thunder select him only to refuse to sign a contract? A nagging doubt surfaced in his mind. Such possibilities, though rare, were not entirely absent from NBA history. There have been instances where even first-round picks were not signed by the teams that selected them. However, reason dictated to Jia Fei that this likelihood was minimal. The contracts for second-round picks are quite modest, essentially not impacting a team's salary cap. As a gamble or a lottery ticket, why not take the chance? Moreover, the Thunder, having traded a future second-round pick and some cash to acquire him, indicated their serious interest. Even if the stakes were not high, it seemed unnecessary to make such moves without the intent to sign. Thus, logically, it was highly probable that he would be a player for the Thunder next season. As for the contract negotiations, he would leave that to his agent, Schwartz. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. All he needed to focus on was playing well. Contemplating his performance, Jia Fei suddenly realized he needed to check his current point status. Upon inspection, he discovered a meager total of 71 points. It had been a while since his last redemption, and the accumulation of points had been painfully slow. Yes, it seemed he had accepted a task. Jia Fei suddenly recalled that he had previously accepted a task associated with a talent selection. He promptly checked the task list, and indeed, discovered that the task now displayed a status of completion. Elated, Jia Fei claimed the reward for the task, and to his astonishment, the reward amounted to a remarkable 2,000 points. He remembered that the reward for completing the first task, the agent task, was merely 1,000 points. He was pleasantly surprised to find this time a reward of 2,000 points, which indicated that the quantity of points awarded was not standardized. Rather, the system determined the amount based on its own criteria. As for the standards of judgment, he neither cared nor needed to concern himself with them. All that mattered was that he completed the task and received his reward. Jia Fei once again perused the task list, seeking assignments he might accomplish. After a brief search, he discovered 2 promising tasks. One involved signing a formal contract with an NBA team, while the other entailed making an appearance in an NBA regular season game. Many naively believe that participating in a regular season game is a trivial matter. However, this is far from the truth. Although one might enter during garbage time, the prerequisite is to secure a spot on the team's roster. The Thunder is a formidable team, predominantly led by star players from the perimeter, making it quite challenging to break into their lineup. Yet, upon reflection, even the most arduous tasks hold the glimmer of hope. certainly more attainable than those outlandish objectives of winning the MVP or making the All-NBA first team. After completing his tasks, Jia Fei redeemed the 2,000 points he had just earned, instantly elevating his Allen Iverson peak skill integration from 2 to 4. Although it still lacked the desired speed, any progress was a beacon of hope, dispelling feelings of futility. Following these endeavors, he lay on his bed, still restless, pondering what his trip to Oklahoma City would entail. Would he have the opportunity to meet the Thunder's trio of stars? The next morning, Jia Fei rose early. The previous day, Thunder's general manager, Presti, had arranged for them to depart the hotel at 9 a.m. to head to the airport, where they would board the team's private jet bound for Oklahoma City. As a newcomer, Jia Fei was eager to avoid leaving a tardy impression on the team's general manager. After finishing breakfast, he gathered his belongings and awaited in the hotel lobby. Shortly thereafter, Presti and his assistant appeared, accompanied by a middle-aged couple and a young African-American man. Approximately 190 centimeters tall, it was none other than Reggie Jackson, Jia Fei nearly exclaimed. At this moment, Reggie appeared remarkably youthful. He suddenly recalled that Reggie was also a rookie selected by the Thunder, chosen at the 24th position in the first round. Securing him at this rank was yet another testament to Presti's acumen. Some may argue that players like Jimmy Butler, drafted 30th in the first round, or Isaiah Thomas, picked 30th in the second round, were superior to Reggie, but ultimately, Presti is not omniscient. He cannot foresee the future. In fact, the first round has seen its fair share of disappointments at the 24th pick, so one cannot deem the selection of Reggie a divine maneuver. Nonetheless, it was certainly a commendable choice. Jia, where's your family? Presti inquired. It's just me, Jia Fei replied, a tinge of melancholy in his heart as he spoke. Since arriving here, he truly had no relatives, feeling akin to the Monkey King, as if he had sprung forth from a stone. Oh, then let us proceed. Allow me to introduce you. This is Reggie, another of our rookies this year. These are his parents. Presti facilitated the introductions. Hello, nice to meet you. Jia Fei and Reggie exchanged greetings, and then, under the arrangement of General Pooh, everyone boarded the minibus heading to the airport. On the bus, Jia Fei gazed at the bustling streets of New Jersey, lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a text message from Kemba Walker. The message was succinct, merely informing him that he had already departed for Charlotte. Jia Fei replied, informing Kemba Walker that he too had set off. New Jersey is situated on the east coast of the United States, while Oklahoma lies in the south-central region of the country. The distance between the two locations exceeds 2,000 kilometers, comparable to the journey from Beijing to Guangzhou. Jia Fei and his companions arrived in Oklahoma City around 1 p.m. Having dined on the plane, they proceeded directly to their hotel via a chartered bus upon disembarking. Their stay at the hotel was brief, as Jia Fei and the Reggie family were collected by the bus at 2:30 p.m. to head towards the Ford Center arena situated in the heart of Oklahoma City. At this moment, Jia Fei and Reggie donned their dapper suits, seemingly transported back to the exhilarating atmosphere of yesterday's draft event. In terms of appearance, Jia Fei undeniably eclipsed Reggie by a significant margin. However, when confronted with the realities of their circumstances, he found himself at a disadvantage. Reggie was a first-round pick, while Jia Fei was relegated to the second round. Jia Fei's understanding of Oklahoma City primarily stems from the internet. He has never set foot in this place and is unaware of its local customs and culture. As the capital and largest city of Oklahoma, Oklahoma City ranked beyond the 50th position in the 2010 national ranking of major cities, falling short of Cleveland and Charlotte. Established in 1889, this city possesses a minimal presence in the national consciousness. Had it not been for the Thunder basketball team, many might remain oblivious to its existence. Jia Fei understood that the Thunder was formerly known as the Supersonics. When comparing Seattle to Oklahoma City, it was evident that the former was a much more developed metropolis. However, there was little to be done. The owner hailed from Oklahoma City and wished to relocate to his hometown. Such is the capricious nature of wealth. The journey from the hotel to the Ford Center was brief, and soon they arrived at the arena. As Jia Fei and Reggie alighted from the vehicle, they were greeted not only by a few fans but also by the amiable and cultured head coach, Scott Brooks. The team's general manager, Presti, alongside Coach Brooks, graciously escorted Jia Fei and Reggie into the arena, introducing them to the team's culture, history, fitness area, rehabilitation zone, dining facility, and locker rooms. Both Jia Fei and Reggie have attended university and participated in the NCAA, possessing a fundamental understanding of the essential functions of arenas, whether for collegiate teams or NBA franchises, which are largely similar. Thus, they did not experience the sensation akin to Lou Lau Lau entering the Grandview Garden. After the introduction, Presti inquired about their jersey numbers, instructing the equipment department to prepare accordingly for a press conference scheduled for the following morning. Upon his completion of the statement, an assistant handed each of them a sheet of paper detailing the retired numbers as well as those belonging to currently rostered players. This meant that aside from these specified numbers, both were free to choose their own. Although the Thunder has inherited the history of the Supersonics, the number of retired jerseys remains modest compared to storied franchises such as the Lakers and Celtics, with a total of 6 retired numbers: 1, 20, 19, 24, 32, and 43. Jia Fei cast a glance at the retired jersey numbers, then surveyed the roster of the team's players, feeling a surge of delight. He returned the paper to Assistant Pooh and declared, "I have made my choice. I select number 3. Meanwhile, Reggie had also made his selection, opting for number 15. Jia Fei harbors a fondness for the number 3, not solely because his idol Allen Iverson donned the same number, but also due to the serendipity of his own birthday falling on March 3rd, and the fact that in a past life, 3 was his auspicious digit. After selecting his number, Jia Fei and his companions wandered around the arena before returning to their hotel in a private vehicle. The accommodations were modest, a single room, as the team informed him that he could temporarily reside there as a member of the squad. However, residing in a hotel was not a sustainable solution. He could not afford to purchase a home, thus he needed to seek a rental property to establish his future residence in Oklahoma City. On the morning of June 26th, Jia Fei and Reggie arrived at the Ford Center in a private car to attend a press conference held there. The event commenced at 10 o'clock, drawing a considerable number of media representatives. The 2 rookies were accompanied by the team's general manager, Sam Presti, and head coach, Scott Brooks. This marked Jia Fei's inaugural participation in an NBA press conference, and to claim he felt no nerves would be disingenuous. Fortunately, he had experience enough in life to maintain composure, managing not to falter in speech before the assembled journalists. The conference showcased Jia Fei's number 3 jersey alongside Reggie's number 15, and Jia Fei marveled at the efficiency of the NBA teams, as the jerseys had been produced in less than a day. The questions posed by the journalists were fairly conventional, given that both Jia Fei and Reggie were newcomers with limited stories to tell. Upon the conclusion of the press conference, Jia Fei and Reggie donned their respective jerseys for official photographs, completing the final step in their integration into the team. Adorned in the Thunder's home jersey emblazoned with the number 3, Jia Fei's emotions surged. He was finally poised to step onto the NBA stage, filled with anticipation for what his rookie season might hold. Jia Fei's locker is situated to the left of the team center, Perkins, while Reggie's is positioned further left. After sharing a meal at the cafeteria at noon, Jia Fei and Reggie commenced their training in the afternoon. The team had assigned them a trainer, who guided them through adaptive stretching exercises and light strength training, allowing them to acclimate to the rigorous intensity of NBA training. Having spent 2 days in Oklahoma City, Jia Fei had yet to encounter the Thunder star trio or even any other players from the team. He suddenly realized that it was the off-season. Many athletes were on holiday, some indulging in fishing, while others pursued personal interests, and some were dedicated to training. Chapter 24. A duel between 2 rookies on June 27th. Jia Fei continued his training at the Thunder's practice facility. Accompanying him, apart from the team's trainer, was another rookie, Reggie Jackson. Reggie, who was 2 years older than Jia Fei, had spent 3 years at Boston College. During the 2010-11 season, he led his team with an impressive average of 18.2 points per game and earned a spot on the Atlantic Coast Conference's first-team All-Conference. Jia Fei has no intention of engaging in high-intensity strength training upon entering the league. Based on his understanding of the NBA from his previous life, he believes that strength training should be approached gradually. It is unwise to transform oneself into a muscular powerhouse during the early stages of a professional career, as it may hinder the development of his technical skills. Over the past year, his coach at Connecticut, Jim Calhoun, has consistently emphasized the importance of fundamentals, the significance of technical training, the necessity of a sense of teamwork, and the dangers of becoming overly engrossed in individual play. Currently, Jia Fei has amalgamated Allen Iverson's physical prowess, yet the integration of talent and technique stands at a mere 4, indicating that he has yet to embody any semblance of Iverson's skills. All that remains is imitation. Hence, he has resolved to maintain a low profile until the integration surpasses 50%. Throughout the morning, Jia Fei diligently engaged in fundamental training, ranging from the simplest dribbling and layups to precise shooting from various points on the half court, free throws, and defensive footwork drills, executing each task with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Reggie was somewhat astonished by Jia Fei's earnestness and his emphasis on fundamentals. He had heard the tales of the rivalry between Jia Fei and Derek Williams and had anticipated a young man brimming with arrogance and eccentricity, unafraid of anything. To his surprise, Jia Fei proved to be remarkably pragmatic. Thus, one must ponder how much of the media's gossip and reports hold truth and how much is mere fabrication. After their training session, the two sat on the sidelines, engaging in conversation. "Reggie, it's quite a surprise that we have become teammates," Jia Fei remarked with a smile, genuinely taken aback, as prior to this moment, they had no intersection in their paths. "Yes, indeed. To be honest, before you participated in the tryouts, I had only heard of you, but had no acquaintance with your gameplay," Reggie admitted. Even after Jia Fei contributed to the team's championship victory, Reggie remained oblivious to the details of this yellow-skinned freshman. "It's understandable. I am not a starter on the team. I suppose the player you are most familiar with is Kemba?" Jia Fei replied with a grin, undeterred by Reggie's words. Reggie nodded in agreement. "Kemba has played several seasons and has become quite the star player. I am curious as to why you didn't remain in school for another couple of seasons. If you continued next season, your playing time would surely exceed that of your freshman year. I wish to earn some money. To be candid, I am in dire need of it." Jia Fei glanced at the basketball hoop across from him. Previously, Kemba had shared similar sentiments, as it is generally the case that only prodigies, such as KD and Carmelo, depart after a single NCAA season to enter the draft. Jia Fei's candidness endeared him to Reggie. It is rare to find individuals willing to openly admit their need for monetary gain. Many will speak of aspirations and skill enhancement, yet few will confess that their desire to enter the NBA is primarily driven by financial motives. Coming from a family rooted in the Air Force, Jia Fei's upbringing was not one of affluence, yet he never faced the burdens of financial distress. However, he has witnessed the struggles of the impoverished and understands the hardships endured by those at the bottom of the social ladder. "Jia, do you still have the energy? If so, how about a one-on-one?" Reggie proposed. "Absolutely, I still have some stamina." Jia Fei readily agreed. Reggie, an exceptional dual threat guard known for his ball-handling prowess, would undoubtedly provide a valuable challenge to enhance Jia's skills. "Shall we play to 5 points?" Both had been training for a while and felt some fatigue, so a shorter game would be more manageable. "Sounds good." Jia Fei rose from the floor, loosening his joints in preparation. Once ready, Reggie passed the ball to Jia Fei and said, "You take the first shot." Jia Fei, exhibiting no reluctance, dribbled the ball while facing Reggie, executing a probing step with his right foot. Reggie advanced to apply pressure. As a guard, his physicality was commendable and standing at approximately 190 centimeters. He did not find himself at a significant disadvantage against Jia Fei. Jia Fei, with the ball in hand, attempted a powerful drive but found himself closely guarded, hindering his acceleration. After executing a behind-the-back dribble, he took a hurried shot that veered off course. The possession shifted and Reggie took to the offensive. Reggie, too, initiated a probing dribble, and as he faced Jia Fei's defense, he suddenly burst into action, driving fiercely to the right. Realizing that he could not overpower his opponent with sheer speed, he executed an in-out dribble followed by a lateral shift, creating space before retreating for a jump shot that found its mark. Reggie scored first. He continued his offensive onslaught, dribbling to the left, then swiftly changing direction beneath his legs to drive right. He forced his way to the basket, attempting a reverse layup, but Jia Fei's lengthy reach disrupted a shot, causing it to miss. Jia Fei launched an offensive maneuver, confronting Reggie's tight defense as he dribbled to the left, executing a spin and attempting a fadeaway jumper, which, despite the interference, did not succeed. Reggie retaliated with a sudden stop and a smooth jump shot, scoring and taking the lead at 2-0. Following this jumper, Jia Fei resolved to deny Reggie any space for shooting, intensifying his defensive efforts. In the next offensive play, Reggie, undeterred by the close marking, forcefully drove towards the basket, only to have his high arcing shot thwarted by Jia Fei's long reach and swift hands, resulting in the ball being deflected out of bounds. Jia Fei launched an offensive, dribbling towards Reggie, only to have his attempt at a layup thwarted by a swift hand swipe from the ladder. Reggie then took his turn on the attack, executing a series of probing steps before moving to his left hand, faking a motion, and switching to his right for a jump shot that, despite the interference, failed to find a mark. After Reggie took an early lead of 2 o'clock, both players entered a period of missed shots, struggling to score with ease. Yet, with persistence comes reward. After a streak of 6 missed attempts, Reggie finally sank a jump shot, pulling ahead 3 o'clock. However, as he extended his lead to 4 o'clock, scoring became elusive once more. While Jia Fei managed to secure his first point of the round with a jump shot. Ultimately, Reggie triumphed in this one-on-one duel, concluding with a score of 5-2. Thanks to his superior offensive execution. Exhausted after the contest, Reggie collapsed onto the ground, while Jia Fei appeared to be in decent shape. Jia, aren't you tired? Your stamina is impressive. Reggie panted, catching his breath. This kind of one-on-one is indeed tiring, as one cannot afford to rest on either end of the court. I'm still good. Jia Fei genuinely felt no fatigue. This was not mere bravado, but rather a testament to his physical prowess, reminiscent of Allen Iverson's athletic gifts. It is well known that during his peak, Iverson consistently ranked among the top 3 in the league for minutes played, averaging over 40 minutes per game. Renowned for his incredible endurance, Reggie, settling down onto the ground, remarked, "Jia, to be honest, your defense is truly exceptional. Your speed is astonishing, and I simply cannot outpace you. However, you must continue to refine your offensive skills." Jia Fei nodded. Indeed, Reggie's words were not without merit. Had his defense faltered, he might not have even reached the scoring stage, and this round would have already concluded. Chapter 25. A clear self-assessment. Engaging in one-on-one with Reggie enabled Jia Fei to attain a more lucid understanding of his current capabilities. Previously, whether competing in 3-on-3 matchups against Kemba Walker and others or participating in 5-on-5 training sessions in Chicago, his offensive game appeared relatively untroubled, exhibiting a commendable efficiency. However, in the context of one-on-one play, his shortcomings became glaringly apparent. Prior to assimilating the peak techniques of Allen Iverson, he was merely a modestly skilled wing player with ball-handling capabilities, lacking a signature move. His offensive strategy primarily relied on spot shooting, secondary attacks from the weak side, and fast breaks, while he lacked the ability to create opportunities for himself with the ball. Reggie, as a guard, did not possess exceptional defensive prowess. Yet even under his relentless defense, scoring remained a strenuous endeavor for Jia Fei. Should he encounter a formidable perimeter defender, the challenge of scoring would undoubtedly intensify. Jia Fei has not relinquished his aspirations of becoming a basketball star. He is acutely aware that to attain the status of an outside shooting superstar, one must possess the ability to handle the ball and execute offensive plays. Many mistakenly perceive Ray Allen merely as a three-point shooter. However, during his prime, he epitomized the archetype of an outside star, capable of ball handling, penetrating defenses, and executing long-range shots. In the present moment, it is prudent for Jia Fei to diligently focus on defense, honing his skills in this area, and seizing opportunities to capitalize on open shots. By striving to establish himself as a competent 3D player, he may enhance his prospects of competing for a meaningful amount of playing time in the future. Jia Fei is well aware of the current dynamics within the Thunder organization, where the trio of star players has effectively monopolized the distribution of ball possession, leaving little room for others. For anyone seeking to secure playing time and maintain their position on the court, it is essential to coexist with these 3 stars. Consequently, players capable of fulfilling the demanding roles of gritty interior defenders and 3D-style perimeter players are indispensable. In the previous season's starting lineup, the shooting guard position was held by Thabo Sefolosha, a quintessential 3D player. Apart from a duo of Durant and Westbrook, the starting front court featured Kendrick Perkins and Serge Ibaka, both renowned for their defensive prowess without demanding ball possession. Jia Fei believes that if he wishes to compete for playing time in the upcoming season, he must learn from Sefolosha, honing his defensive skills, perfecting his shooting accuracy, and undertaking the arduous tasks required of him. It is a harsh reality that for a low-drafted individual, achieving prominence is no facile endeavor. By discerning the current environment and circumstances, Jia Fei has formulated a clearer objective. In the NBA, many players fail to recognize their true potential and ultimately find themselves without a role to play. Everyone aspires to be a star. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that there is but one ball. To become the one entrusted with it during pivotal moments, one must first secure the opportunity to remain on the court. Jia Fei was acutely aware that, regardless of the era or the team, as a wing player possessing the attributes of a 3D player, one could seamlessly adapt to any period or organization. That evening, Jia Fei dined with Reggie, and after their meal, the two strolled through a nearby park. As they walked, Reggie suddenly inquired, "Jia, there have been persistent rumors online about a potential NBA lockout. Surely, it won't come to that, will it?" Jia Fei is a time traveler and is, of course, aware that a lockout ultimately occurred, rendering the 2011-12 season a truncated one, consisting of merely 66 games. There is uncertainty surrounding the possibility of a lockout. If such an event were to transpire, with no games to play and no salary to receive, would you consider the prospect of playing overseas? Jia Fei inquired. Reggie hesitated. He had not contemplated this matter seriously. He found it hard to believe that the NBA would truly undergo a lockout, especially since the last one happened in 1998, a time when he was merely 8 years old. Jia, if it really happens, what would you do? Reggie asked, turning his gaze towards Jia Fei. Jia Fei chuckled. I will remain here, renting a modest apartment, economizing on my necessities, and patiently awaiting the conclusion of the NBA lockout. Reggie inquired with puzzlement. Are you not considering playing overseas? Jia Fei shook his head, expressing, it's not that I don't want to. It's that I have nowhere to go. Take the CBA in China as an example. Once the NBA faces a lockout, many NBA players will opt to play there. When that time comes, do you think they would choose an NBA near all-star or starting player over a second-round rookie like me? Reggie was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Jia Fei, despite being younger than him, could possess such clarity of thought. Soon, July 1st arrived, a date traditionally heralding the commencement of the annual free agency market. However, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the NBA community. On the last day of the existing labor agreement, the two parties engaged in a final negotiation, yet significant discrepancies remained, resulting in no accord being reached. This was somewhat tolerable for players already under contract, but for those free agents and rookies yet to sign, the situation was far less favorable. To make matters worse, the league declared a closure of all arenas, prohibiting management from executing trades or signing players during this period. Consequently, Jia Fei and Reggie found themselves unable to remain in Oklahoma City and utilize the Thunder's training facilities, as it was no longer permissible. Originally planning to rent a place in Oklahoma City to train, Jia Fei found himself in a state of indecision. Should he remain here or return to his home in Los Angeles? Reggie had already resolved to head home, seeking other competitions to maintain his form. He boarded a flight back on July 2nd, leaving Jia Fei alone. In the Canada basketball group, discussions regarding this matter have become fervent, with members expressing their disdain for the NBA's reprehensible actions and deliberating on the next course of action. Meanwhile, Kemba Walker, still in Charlotte, is quite vexed. His contract remains uncertain, and he had intended to purchase a home. Having already paid the deposit, he is now confronted with this unexpected turn of events. Jia Fei, in fact, had not acquired a residence, which perhaps was a blessing in disguise, liberating him from the burdens of financial strain, for he could scarcely afford such a luxury. The duration of this standstill was anticipated to be lengthy. Jia Fei recalled that it was expected to persist until the end of November. At present, it was only early July, leaving him with over 4 months to occupy himself. Otherwise, he might very well perish from hunger before the cessation of the standstill. The group was fervently engaged in discussions. Some proposed forming a team to venture abroad for league competitions, while others suggested establishing a basketball training camp to mentor the youth, capitalizing on their naivety. There were even suggestions to take up labor on construction sites, as the recent heat had led to a shortage of workers, with wages paid immediately. With an array of opinions circulating, Jia Fei found himself at a loss for a decision. Should it come to pass that he must resort to manual labor, it was not an unthinkable option. At least it would ensure his meals were secured. His financial situation had become dire. He could scarcely afford his own sustenance and lodging, let alone the prospect of courting young ladies. Ultimately, Kemba Walker, the captain of the team, proposed, "Why don't we all head to New York? I can assist in finding accommodations for you, and we need not worry about training facilities. We can also engage in local matches to earn some income." His suggestion garnered considerable support, as the prospect of finding a place where one could both play basketball and earn a livelihood was no trivial matter. Compared to smaller cities, New York, as the largest metropolis in the United States, offered a plethora of opportunities for employment. Chapter 26. Seeking a livelihood in New York. Jia Fei had never set foot in New York. However, he had visited New Jersey to attend a draft event. Indeed, New Jersey is so close to New York that one might feel inclined to toss a stone across the border. Broadway, Wall Street, and the Statue of Liberty were all sights that Jia Fei had yet to behold. Kemba Walker had extended numerous invitations for him to visit New York, yet he had never taken the opportunity. The reasons were manifold, but the most significant was, of course, a lack of funds. Enjoyment necessitates expenditure, regardless of the activity. This time, Jia Fei's journey to New York was not for leisure. Basketball could be a lucrative endeavor. In America, it always had the potential to generate income, especially within the NBA, where one could earn substantial sums, while elsewhere, the earnings remain modest. A flight from Oklahoma City to New York takes approximately 2 hours. Upon landing at LaGuardia Airport, Jia Fei boarded the subway en route to the Bronx, the neighborhood where Kemba Walker resided. The Bronx, the northernmost of New York's 5 boroughs, boasts the most parkland and is home to the renowned New York Yankees of Major League Baseball. The area's population primarily comprises descendants of Africans and Latin Americans, with a sparse Asian demographic. Once notorious for its high crime rates, the Bronx continues to face its share of criminal incidents even in recent years. Kemba Walker's family is considered average within the community. He has 3 siblings and was honored as the 2008 McDonald's All-American. Having recently secured the NCAA championship and earned the title of Most Outstanding Player, he stands as the sole NBA player in his family, even amidst a lockout, and is a source of pride for them. Kemba's mother, Andrea, warmly welcomed Jia Fei and his teammates. A considerable number of individuals had gathered in New York. Alongside Jia Fei were Art Mayock, Auriac, Napier, Lamb, Rossek Smith, and Tyler Orland. Essentially, the core rotation that led UConn to victory was present. Seeing his former teammates brought joy to Jia Fei. Since their championship triumph, this was the first occasion he had encountered Smith and the others, as everyone had been preoccupied with their own pursuits, making it difficult to arrange meetings. "I have already secured your accommodations," Kemba Walker exclaimed with a beaming smile. Although his home could not accommodate so many, his local knowledge made it effortless to find suitable lodging. In the afternoon, Kemba Walker took Jia Fei and the others out. In the area, he truly was a celebrity, frequently approached by fans seeking handshakes, photographs, and autographs. Consequently, Jia Fei and his companions relished the experience of being treated like stars, capturing moments with various admirers. Jia Fei had never intentionally practiced his signature, believing it to be rather unsightly. However, he could not resist the fervent enthusiasm of his fans when they presented their undergarments for him to sign. How could he possibly refuse? The location referenced by Kemba Walker is a quaint establishment resembling a guest house situated not far from Arthur Avenue. This 4-story building, reminiscent of Mediterranean architecture, boasts numerous rooms. Although it appears clean from the outside, it has accumulated a layer of dust due to disuse over a period of time. This property belongs to a childhood friend of mine who no longer utilizes it. Upon my request, he readily agreed to let us stay. Previously, they operated a small inn here, but the business dwindled and they ceased its operations. "You are welcome to stay here for as long as you wish. The utilities can be settled later," Kemba Walker proudly proclaimed. As Jia Fei and his teammates ventured into the building, they discovered that it was indeed well equipped with all necessary amenities. Although a thin layer of dust suggested a need for cleanliness, it was certainly ready for immediate occupancy. Kemba Walker truly possessed remarkable skills. After all, even amidst chaos, this was New York, where rental prices soared far above those in Oklahoma City. The group, comprised of financially strapped students, found themselves fortunate to reside in such a splendid abode, leaving them with no further desires. Jia Fei wandered around, observing the structure, which comprised a total of 12 rooms. There were more than enough accommodations for their group. However, when Lan Mu expressed a desire to share a room with him, Jia Fei couldn't shake off the suspicion that the young man had ulterior motives. "Jeremy, there are plenty of rooms available. Can you provide me with a compelling reason to share space with you?" Jia Fei inquired, casting a glance at Lan Mu. Lan Mu offered an awkward smile. "I simply enjoy being in your company. You possess knowledge of history, geography, and cinema, and you are also adept at household chores." Jia Fei raised an eyebrow. "Wait a moment. Are you suggesting I should take on the cleaning duties by inviting you to share a room with me?" Reluctant to admit his true intentions, Lan Mu replied in a somewhat obsequious manner. "Regardless of the reason, I just wish to share a room with you." Observing Lan Mu's timid demeanor, Jia Fei found himself at a loss. This fellow had many commendable qualities, yet his penchant for watching films was perplexing, with so much time at his disposal. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to seek a romantic partner? Indulging in films incessantly would only lead him further down the path of mediocrity. After determining their accommodation, Jia Fei and his companions ventured to a nearby supermarket to procure some daily necessities. After all, this would be their dwelling for a while, and ensuring it was tidy could only be beneficial. In a bid to share a room with Jia Fei, Lamb was particularly diligent in assisting with the cleaning. Noticing the abundance of toilet paper he had purchased, Jia Fei surmised the reason behind it. July in New York could be rather sweltering, characterized by a humid continental climate. It bore similarities to Tianjin in China, albeit with some distinctions. The advantage of summer lay in the absence of the need for heavy blankets, with minimal clothing sufficing, which was quite convenient. That evening, they engaged in a game of basketball at a nearby outdoor court. Kemba Walker was notably absent, and the local street ball aficionados did not immediately recognize the group. It was evident that their fame was rather limited. Nonetheless, even without competing against other players, the internal matches among Jia Fei and his fellow teammates from Kongda provided substantial training benefits. Their fundamental skills were robust, and their proficiency was commendable. If they were to team up against the local players, it would be a veritable showcase of superiority. In the initial days of settling in, they had not yet discovered opportunities for commercial games. During the daytime, Jia Fei and his companions explored the surroundings, while their evenings were spent playing basketball at the outdoor court, leading to a fulfilling routine. Soon, Kemba Walker assisted his friends in finding a match. A local pizza company sought to organize a commercial game and wished to assemble a team to participate. With Jia Fei and his companions meeting the required number, a partnership was amicably established. The terms of collaboration were straightforward. Jia Fei and his team would compete for the pizza company, which in return would compensate them for their participation. Naturally, the prospect of earning money while playing was met with delight by Jia Fei and his friends. Their opponents were formidable as well, comprising many NCAA players, along with undrafted NBA talents and NBDL competitors. Among Jia Fei and his companions, there are not only NBA lottery picks like Kemba Walker, but also other championship members. Their overall strength and synergy are commendable. Chapter 27, A Glimpse at the U.S. Open. Although Jia Fei perceived the intensity of this competition to be rather low and the opponent's capabilities somewhat limited, he still found it quite agreeable. At the very least, it provided a monetary incentive and allowed him to maintain his physical condition, preventing any deterioration. Kemba Walker indeed enjoys a commendable reputation locally, and as the recent champion of the NCAA tournament, the title carries a certain allure. Thus, after participating in several games for a pizza company, they began to receive more commercial engagements. While the remuneration for these commercial matches was modest, the cumulative effect of numerous games resulted in a significant sum. Moreover, Jia Fei and his companions had minimal expenses, and these events typically included meals, allowing them to save a little money. As the days passed, July came to a close. The NBA lockout continued unabated, with no indications of a resolution in sight. Rumors circulated online that superstars like Kobe and LeBron might be considering playing overseas. Should the NBA truly remain locked out for the next season, these stars might indeed find themselves on foreign courts. During this period, Jia Fei has been participating in numerous competitions, finally managing to save a bit of money. He treated himself to a new pair of basketball shoes and rewarded himself with a visit to Broadway to experience a musical. Although he is not particularly fond of musicals, he simply wished to soak in the atmosphere of Broadway. As August progressed, Jia Fei and his companions continued to compete, but by the end of the month, Lamb and other registered students from his university needed to return to campus for the commencement of the autumn semester. Thus, with a heavy heart, Lamb bid farewell to Jia Fei and the others, dragging his suitcase behind him. That evening, after Lamb's departure, Jia Fei found himself alone in the empty room, suddenly feeling nostalgic for the time when Lamb was present. Despite the fact that Lamb often stayed up late, glued to his laptop with headphones on, browsing through countless images, GIFs, and various types of videos, his presence undeniably brought a lively energy to their surroundings. With Lamb gone, only 4 of them remained, but fortunately, there were still commercial competitions to participate in. The local scene was bustling with numerous contests, especially now that the NBA was in a state of suspension, and the Summer League had been canceled, leading to an increase in local events. As the NBA remained on hiatus, Jia Fei and his friends had been in New York for nearly 2 months. Art Mayock lamented whether the NBA planned to start this season at all, to which Jia Fei reassured him that it would commence in November, though it was evident that Art remained skeptical. Kemba Walker, too, was struggling with his mindset. Although he wasn't in dire need of money, he had little desire to participate in these commercial matches. Yet, what else could he do if he refrained from competing? Was he truly expected to play overseas? He had received offers from abroad, yet he was not inclined to accept them. His sole aspiration was to play in the NBA. This way of life was undeniably burdensome, primarily filled with anxiety and a sense of hopelessness. The question of when the NBA would conclude its suspension was known only to Jia Fei. The others remained oblivious. Jia Fei was not particularly anxious. Rather, he felt a sense of resignation. Were it not for the current standstill, he might have been representing the Thunder alongside Reggie Jackson in the Summer League. How dreadfully boring. Let us venture outside for some fresh air. Kemba Walker lounged on the sofa in Jia Fei's room, exuding an air of disinterest. Art Mayock and Auriac nodded in agreement, recognizing Kemba as their guiding star in this domain, where their presence relied heavily on his assistance. Do you have any good suggestions? Jia Fei inquired. Is there any game worth watching at this time? Kemba Walker asked. Jia Fei remarked as he opened the conversation. The U.S. Open is about to commence, right here in New York. Do you watch tennis? He continued. Indeed, tennis boasts a plethora of star athletes. Very well, let's attend to matches. Kemba Walker rose from the sofa, feeling a slight resurgence of energy. Neither Art Mayock nor the others expressed any dissent. The 2011 U.S. Open will take place from August 29th to September 11th, 2011, at Flushing Meadows Park in New York. As the fourth and final Grand Slam tournament of the year, the U.S. Open offers substantial prize money, attracting tennis luminaries from around the globe. Jia Fei does not possess an in-depth understanding of tennis, yet he is familiar with the basic rules and recognizes several prominent players. In his previous life, whenever there were no NBA games on the 5 sports channels, he would occasionally watch tennis. On August 30th at Arthur Ashe Stadium, Jia Fei and his companions attended the first-round match featuring the renowned Russian player Maria Sharapova against the 19-year-old British prodigy Heather Watson. Jia, who do you think will emerge victorious? Inquired Kemba Walker, who, unlike Jia Fei, was utterly oblivious to the nuances of tennis. I place my bets on Sharapova. She's a champion, after all, and surely she won't be upset in the first round. Jia Fei replied confidently. Well, I'm rooting for the young lady, Kemba Walker asserted. As the match commenced, the 19-year-old Watson displayed an audacious spirit, playing fiercely while Sharapova struggled, losing her service games and ultimately conceding the first set at 3-6. I told you Watson is stronger, Kemba Walker exclaimed. But the match is not over yet. Jia Fei retorted stubbornly, determined to support Sharapova, believing that a comeback was still possible. Indeed, in the second set, Sharapova launched her counterattack. Her signature baseline power shots combined with her iconic shrieks, creating a unique spectacle in the match. Oh my gosh, Jia, this Russian woman screams excessively. Who can endure that? Kemba Walker frowned. But I find it thrilling and full of character. Jia Fei laughed. Your tastes are indeed peculiar. Have you spent too much time with Jeremy and grown fond of such wildness? Kemba Walker remarked. Perhaps. I do quite enjoy this fierce energy. It's invigorating. Jia Fei mused. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps Jia Fei's encouragement invigorated Sharapova as she won the next 2 games, ultimately reversing the score to defeat Watson with a total of 2-1, securing her first-round victory at the U.S. Open. After the match, Sharapova graciously signed autographs for the fans in attendance. Jia Fei, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters, effortlessly pushed his way to the front, boldly offering her a pen and requesting her autograph on his t-shirt. Sharapova found this dashing East Asian young man particularly amusing and readily signed for him, even flashing him a smile. On their way back, Kemba Walker asked, Are you a fan of hers? I wasn't before, but now I certainly am, Jia Fei said earnestly. I see you're smitten, Kemba Walker commented with a knowing tone. Do I come across as a lecher? Jia Fei queried. At the moment, yes, Kemba Walker replied with a straight face. Chapter 28. The end of the suspension. Jia Fei remains indifferent to Kemba Walker's remarks. However, he is undeniably captivated by watching Maria Sharapova play. Her indomitable spirit and fierce tenacity possess a certain allure. Consequently, Jia Fei attended Sharapova's second match, where she faced Yakimova in the second round. She effortlessly triumphed over her opponent in straight sets, advancing to the next round. After the match, Jia Fei requested her autograph. On September 2nd, 2011, during the third round of the U.S. Open women's singles, Sharapova faced Panetta. In this encounter, Sharapova struggled to find her rhythm, committing numerous errors, and ultimately succumbed to her adversary, resulting in a surprising exit from the tournament. Jia Fei was present once more to witness this match. Although Sharapova's defeat left him feeling somewhat regretful, he recognized that both tennis and basketball are realms of competitive sports. The outcomes of such competitions are entirely natural. While everyone aspires to be an eternal victor, the notion itself is fundamentally unattainable. A sport where one side always prevails would lose the very charm that defines competitive athletics. Post-match, Sharapova appeared somewhat despondent, clearly dissatisfied with her performance. Nevertheless, She persevered in taking photographs with fans and graciously signed autographs for those who supported her. Jia Fei once again squeezed to the front, still requesting signatures on his t-shirt. After 3 consecutive matches, even if Maria Sharapova had a condition known as prosopagnosia, she could not have overlooked him. Clearly, she did not suffer from such an affliction. Sharapova certainly noticed Jia Fei. First and foremost, his towering height set him apart from the average fan. Standing at 2 meters, he was a striking figure even amongst the general populace in America. Additionally, his East Asian features, with his yellow skin, dark eyes, and black hair, rendered him particularly conspicuous among the throng of supporters. Moreover, he possessed an undeniable charm. His smile was akin to a gentle spring breeze, capable of alleviating worries and instilling warmth in one's heart. At that moment, Sharapova felt a wave of melancholy. Yet upon encountering Jia Fei's smile and his clear, earnest gaze, her spirits lifted significantly. "Thank you for coming to watch my match," she remarked after he finished signing. "Don't lose heart. I will always support you." Jia Fei responded with a smile. "Thank you," though Sharapova could not muster even a hint of a smile. Her mood had undeniably improved. Upon returning to the locker room, Jia Fei's smile lingered in Sharapova's thoughts, leading her to ponder whether this tall young man might be a basketball player. Her current boyfriend, Vu Jasic, played for the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers. Hence, she instinctively associated tall men with basketball. While she had some understanding of the NBA, she found it difficult to conjure any player fitting his description. Jia Fei returned to his residence, and upon seeing him lying on the bed in a daze, Art Mayock could not help but inquire, "Jia, have you finished watching the U.S. Open match?" Jia Fei nodded expressionlessly. "Did the player you supported lose?" inquired Art Mayock. Jia Fei continued to nod. "And there's no need to go," Art Mayock remarked. He suddenly comprehended Jia Fei's sentiments. It was not merely that the players they supported had suffered defeat, which felt akin to an apocalypse, but rather that their small group had recently been engulfed in ennui to the point of near madness. When, for heaven's sake, would the NBA's lockout conclude? Could they not receive a definitive update? It was already September, yet as the month drew to a close, no news of the NBA's resolution had emerged. In fact, on August 31st, representatives from both sides had engaged in 6 hours of negotiations. Following the discussions, Fisher indicated that the union had not altered its stance, while both parties sensed an inkling of urgency. On September 7th, Stern announced that the labor and management representatives had agreed to convene as frequently as possible in the days ahead to explore whether any progress could be made. Jia Fei expressed to Ater Mayork that the standstill would conclude in November, yet they remained incredulous. This sentiment echoed the latter stages of a bear market for the A shares. Regardless of the favorable news presented, belief in a bullish resurgence was absent. As the calendar turned to October, it had been a full 3 months since Jia Fei and his associates arrived in New York. For them, these 3 months felt akin to an entire year. On October 10th, a new round of labor negotiations concluded without a resolution, prompting the league to cancel the first 2 weeks of the regular season. Stern remarked that while the negotiations were amicable, a significant chasm persisted between both parties. The two sides continued to struggle to bridge the gap regarding the revenue-sharing proportions related to basketball. By the end of October, the impasse remained unresolved. Jia Fei sensed that several of his teammates were on the brink of despair. As November unfolded on the 15th, the NBA officially informed all teams of the cancellation of 103 games scheduled for the first 2 weeks of December. This marked the third occasion the league announced a 2-week suspension of games. Commissioner Stern had previously declared the cancellation of games from November 15th to November 30th on October 28th, as well as the first 2 weeks of the regular season on October 10th and the preseason on October 4th. Finally, on November 26th, a momentous announcement arrived. The labor dispute had been resolved, culminating a 149-day lockout. Should they successfully ensure the 66 regular season games Stern mentioned, the season would witness a loss of 240 games, reducing the originally planned 230 games to 990. That evening, as the lockout concluded, Jia Fei and Art Mayock gathered for a celebratory dinner at Kemba Walker's home. The end of the lockout was a boon for the 3 rookies. Here's to a promising future for the 3 of us in the NBA, Kemba Walker proclaimed, raising his glass with Jia Fei and Art Mayock. "Kemba, we truly owe you our gratitude for taking us in during this time. Without you, I cannot fathom where we would have gone," Jia Fei expressed with heartfelt emotion. Art Mayock nodded in agreement. Kemba Walker not only provided them with shelter, but also arranged for commercial games that would allow them to earn money. What you two being so formal for? We are brothers. Kemba Walker chuckled. Indeed, brothers. Jia Fei and Art Mayock echoed in unison. Jia Fei and Art Mayock departed from New York on the 27th, heading to the airport together. One boarded a flight to Oklahoma City, while the other took a plane to Los Angeles. This journey to Oklahoma City marked a significant shift in Jia Fei's mindset. Jeff Schwartz had informed him via email that discussions regarding his contract were underway and would soon be finalized. The news filled him with elation. Even if the contract were modest, Jia Fei still required it for his livelihood. Upon arriving in Oklahoma City, he checked into a hotel and commenced his search for accommodation. In Chapter 29, The Thunder Trio, the housing prices in Oklahoma City are remarkably affordable compared to those in New York. Rental costs are directly correlated with property prices. As the property prices in a city escalate, it is evident that rental prices are unlikely to remain low. Renting in the United States is quite common and convenient. Young, single tenants like Jia Fei are often favored by landlords, allowing him to secure a rental within just 2 days of arriving in Oklahoma City. The apartment he found is situated in a neighborhood nestled between the Thunder's home arena, the Ford Center, and their training facility. It is a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, compact yet fully equipped with essential appliances, allowing tenants to move in with just their luggage. The monthly rent is set at $900, which aligns perfectly with Jia Fei's budget and requirements. Jia Fei promptly signed a 1-year lease, thus establishing his own abode in Oklahoma City. Once settled, he began to prepare for the upcoming season, training diligently at the Thunder's practice facility. The gym was open to players following the NBA's announcement to conclude the lockout, and he was the first Thunder player to arrive for training. On November 30th, Jia Fei encountered another Thunder player who had come to practice, none other than his fellow rookie, Reggie Jackson. Upon their meeting, Reggie embraced Jia Fei warmly, as it had been over 4 months since they last saw each other. Jia, I wonder if you've grown stronger during this time, Reggie exclaimed, eager to challenge Jia Fei to a one-on-one showdown. Jia Fei has undoubtedly grown stronger, albeit the extent of his improvement is rather modest. The matches he participated in New York featured opponents of limited prowess, resulting in an overall low level of competition, which naturally restricted his advancement. Fortunately, his continuous engagement in training and matches has enabled him to maintain an impressive physique. Reggie has also been diligently training, as evidenced by his well-defined build. He harbors ambitions to secure a position in the team's rotation for the upcoming season. Reggie is quite ambitious. He aspires to compete, with his direct rival being the versatile James Harden. Strictly speaking, Jia Fei and Reggie are not direct competitors, as Reggie's designated role in the team is that of a shooting guard, while Jia Fei occupies the position of a small forward. After their foundational training, they engaged in another one-on-one match, where Jia Fei once again succumbed to Reggie. Jia, I sense a slight improvement in your ball handling skills, and your defense seems to be better than before, Reggie remarked. Jia Fei held a deep appreciation for Reggie's insights, acknowledging that he had indeed dedicated the past 4 months to enhancing his defensive skills. He immersed himself in an extensive array of game footage featuring renowned perimeter defenders, from the likes of Gary Payton to Michael Jordan, and from Tony Allen to Kobe Bryant, which proved immensely beneficial. In his perspective, the team was not lacking in perimeter offense. With a trio of Thunder stars, one need not fear a deficit in outside scoring. Furthermore, the squad boasted a formidable interior defense, exemplified by the partnership of Perkins and Ibaka, which could pose a significant challenge even to the likes of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. What the team currently required was improvement in perimeter defense and interior offense. Thus, if he aspired to secure playing time, he needed to elevate his skills in outside defense. Time spent training alongside Reggie seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, December arrived, marking the approach of the new season. On December 7th, Beijing time, the NBA officially announced the complete schedule for the 2011-12 season, which had been shortened due to the lockout. Each team would still engage in 66 regular season games, commencing at 3 p.m. on December 25th and concluding by April 26th U.S. time. December 10th heralded the annual Media Day of the NBA. Due to the abbreviated season, this year's Media Day occurred later than in previous years. The establishment of Media Day was initiated by the current commissioner, David Stern, with the intention of fostering harmonious relations between teams and the media, thereby enhancing the visibility and influence of NBA teams and players through media coverage. In the 1990s, Stern's strategy to elevate the NBA into the most successful professional league was driven by a star-driven initiative. After successfully promoting icons such as Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson, he gradually expanded the NBA's prominence, with the media serving as a crucial channel for this endeavor. Consequently, the NBA places significant emphasis on nurturing relationships with the media, and Media Day stands as a pivotal component of this strategy. Currently, the NBA's star-making initiative appears to be both mature and successful, continuously producing a stream of stars that have contributed to its status as the most prosperous commercial basketball league in the world. During the Thunder's Media Day, head coach Brooks was in attendance, along with the team's three marquee stars, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, who naturally became the focal point of media attention. This marked Jia Fei's first opportunity to see these three in person. Upon closer inspection, Durant was astonishingly tall. His small head, slight hunch, and narrow shoulders gave the illusion of even longer arms and legs. Could he truly be only 206 centimeters? One might as well be skeptical of the claims regarding Coach Huang's height of 180 centimeters. Although Durant was regarded as the team's most prominent star and widely considered the second best forward in the league after LeBron James, he seemed to lack the quintessential aura of a superstar. Hunched over, with a bashful expression and somewhat dull eyes, he would appear to be an absolute loser if it weren't for his exceptional basketball skills. As for Westbrook, he seemed rather timid, reminiscent of a foolish son from a wealthy family. Harden, in contrast to his later persona as a Middle Eastern tycoon during his time with the Rockets, had yet to grow a lengthy beard or develop a larger physique. These three individuals, from a physical standpoint, certainly lack the charm of idols. However, the NBA is fundamentally a basketball league where proficiency in the sport reigns supreme. Handsome looks alone are of little consequence. Take, for instance, the once promising second overall pick. Malisic, was he handsome? Yet, the reality spoke otherwise. He was a bust. As the adage goes, beauty is merely skin deep, and in the NBA, talent prevails over mere appearances. Hello, what is your name? Westbrook jovially inquired of Jia Fei. Hello, Russ. My name in Chinese is Jia Fei, and in English it's Jia, which sounds like my surname. Jia Fei found himself quite fond of this man, who bore a resemblance to a turtle. From now on, I can call you JJ. Haha, doesn't TJJ sound delightful? Westbrook grinned, revealing the gap between his front teeth, exuding the aura of a genuine, uncomplicated boy. Absolutely, Jia Fei readily agreed. JJ works just fine. After all, LeBron James Jones is called JJ, and there is also a Singaporean singer who resembles a version of Guo Donglin with bangs, and is seemingly named JJ as well. As long as it's not Gigi, anything else is acceptable. Chapter 30. Finalizing the contract, the highlight of Media Day was the photo shoot for the players' official portraits. As the pillars of the team, the Thunder's trio naturally had the most portraits taken. In addition to the three of them, Ibaka, Perkins, and other key rotation players from the previous season also had numerous portraits captured. Jia Fei gazed at Ibaka, clad in the Thunder's home jersey, and noticed a prominent bulge in his pants. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that rumors often hold a kernel of truth. Whispers suggested he was not merely an 18-carat gem, but rather a 28-carat one. It appeared to be quite impressive indeed. In comparison, one might feel like a fledgling bird beside a majestic eagle. As one of the two rookies on the team, Jia Fei participated in a photo shoot for his official team portrait. This marked his second time posing for such an occasion. He had previously done so upon joining the team. This time, not only were numerous individual shots taken of him, but he also shared the spotlight with fellow rookie Reggie Jackson, resulting in several joint photographs. The camaraderie between the two was palpable, with laughter and joy filling the atmosphere, creating a delightful ambience. Following the photo shoot, the Thunder players commenced their media interviews, with the three prominent players receiving particular attention, while others also took their turns in front of the press. As a rookie on the team, Jia Fei participated in an exclusive interview with a reporter from Fox Sports. Hello, Jia. The reporter, a white man in his 30s, though relatively young, was noticeably thinning on top, suggesting that he might face complete baldness within a couple of years. Hello, Jia Fei replied with a slight smile. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. With the new season fast approaching, what are your aspirations for this season as a rookie on the team? For me, this marks the inaugural season of my NBA career. My aim is to train diligently and contribute to the team's success to the best of my ability. Do you believe you have a chance to be included in the rotation? Certainly. Making it into the rotation is my goal. What I need to focus on now is rigorous training, continual learning, and striving to improve myself so that I can step up when the team requires my support. The interview with Jia Fei proceeded seamlessly from beginning to end. His responses were measured and composed, offering no contentious remarks for the journalists to seize upon. He neither exuded an overabundance of confidence that might come off as arrogance, nor did he display undue modesty that would suggest a lack of self-assurance. Upon the conclusion of the interview, Jia Fei rose to depart. As he left, he cast a glance at the team leader, Durant, who was surrounded by reporters. To his astonishment, Durant was sporting a backpack, clad in a one-piece tracksuit, and topped off with a beanie, exuding an utterly unrefined aura. Most strikingly, the color of the beanie was green. On December 11th, the details of Jia Fei's contract were officially finalized, spanning 2 years with a total value of $1.6 million. The first year would guarantee $740,000, while the second year would amount to $860,000, albeit with a partial guarantee of $200,000. For Jia Fei, the fully guaranteed sum comprises the $740,000 from the first year and $200,000 from the second year, totaling $940,000. Should he remain uncut by that time, his second-year contract would convert to a full guarantee, allowing him to receive the entirety of the $1.6 million. In contrast to the monthly salary system practiced in my country, the overseas norm leans towards weekly remuneration, although NBA players have their unique arrangements, as their contracts only cover the regular season, leaving them without pay during the playoffs and off-season. NBA salaries are typically disbursed on the 1st and 15th of each month, generally completed within 6 months. However, exceptions exist. Some players prefer to receive their earnings weekly, while others opt for a lump sum covering multiple pay periods. Although Jia Fei appears to earn an average salary of $800,000 per season, the tax situation in the United States is exceedingly harsh. Beyond federal taxes, there are state taxes, agent commissions, and third-party escrow fees, resulting in a net income that likely falls below $400,000. Even if we consider the figure to be $400,000, his salary for the inaugural season would be less than $300,000. For Jia Fei, the most effective strategy to enhance his income is to secure higher contracts and pursue more commercial endorsements. This way, even with taxes deducted, the remaining amount would be sufficient for his expenses. Regardless, Jia Fei remains exuberantly joyful. He has finally secured an NBA contract, his first, and he eagerly anticipates signing even more lucrative deals in the future, striving towards his dreams. On the same day that Jia Fei signed his contract, Kemba Walker also finalized an agreement with the Bobcats, a 4-year deal worth $11.5 million, with full guarantees for the first 2 years and team options for the latter 2. Kemba Walker's contract is a standard first-round rookie deal, 2-2, which offers the advantage of a higher total with more security. However, the downside is that if one performs well quickly, the team can retain them at a lower cost for the last 2 years, benefiting from the rookie pay scale compared to a second-round pick who signs a larger contract later. Art Mayock also secured a contract, albeit an unguaranteed one, which places him at a disadvantage compared to Jia Fei. Unfortunately, he is with the Lakers, a franchise not known for developing rookies. They prefer to directly sign established talent from the free market rather than nurture an older second-round pick quietly. Nonetheless, Jia Fei and the other 3 players from the Conda team have all signed contracts and are officially NBA players. On the 11th, the Thunder's training camp officially commenced. All players listed on the team participated in the training, including head coach Scott Brooks, lead assistant Maurice Cheeks, chief strength and conditioning coach Joe Sharp, and assistant coaches Mark Bryant, Brian Keefe, and Rex Kalamian, along with medical head Donnie Strack. Although the season has yet to begin, the atmosphere is already charged with competitive spirit. As the head coach, Brooks addressed the team before the first training session, stating, "It has been a while since we last met. The NBA was on a hiatus, and we Haven T had the chance to train. Thankfully, everything has returned to normal, and the new season is about to begin. We have new partners joining us. Let's extend a warm welcome to our newcomers." With that, he led the applause. The applause resonated and faded, clearly referring to Jia Fei and Reggie as the new teammates. Coach Brooks continued, "Last season, we reached the Western Conference Finals, and we performed admirably, though we fell short of the finals and a championship. This season, we will continue to improve. We are all quite young, and we will venture further than last season. I believe that the sky is our limit. The Supersonics have a championship in their history, but Oklahoma City does not yet. We must bring a championship to the fans of Oklahoma City. We cannot keep them waiting any longer." Chapter 31. Preseason training camp. If there were a ranking for the purveyors of motivational rhetoric, Brooks would undoubtedly rival the season master, Doc Rivers. Indeed, after indulging in a hearty serving of inspiration, the Thunder players were instantly ignited with fervor, their aspirations for the championship soaring to unprecedented heights. The average age of the Thunder team is among the youngest in the entire NBA, and with core players brimming with youthful vigor. They are naturally susceptible to such motivational fervor. All right, let us commence our day of training. Come on, young athletes, let us rally for the Thunder. Coach Brooks clapped his hands, adding fuel to the fire. The players joined in the applause, and after their spirited show of unity, they embarked on their first official training session of the season. The official rosters of NBA teams will not be finalized until the commencement of the regular season. Thus, during the training camp and preseason, several fringe players will strive earnestly to secure a place on the main roster. Jia Fei is indeed a marginal figure within this team. Given the current roster of the Thunder, it appears that the starting lineup for the upcoming season will mirror that of the previous one, comprising Durant, Westbrook, Sefolosha, Perkins, and Ibaka. The sixth man is Harden, while the veteran big men include Muhammad and Collison, with the forward position being filled by Daquan Cook and the guard role occupied by Eric Maynor. This already constitutes a 10-man rotation. Typically, an NBA team operates with a rotation of 8 to 11 players, generally settling around 9 or 10. However, with a roster of 15, Jia Fei's aspiration is to first secure a spot on the main roster, followed by vying for a position in the rotation. In contrast, as a first-round pick, Reggie is likely already included in the main roster, undoubtedly positioned as a player for development, even if he is not the primary focus of training. The Thunder, being a championship-contending team, cannot afford to allocate excessive time or possession to a late first-round rookie or second-round pick. What they require are young players who can make an immediate impact or seasoned veterans. Within this squad, Jia Fei's principal competitors are two individuals, Daquan Cook, a backup forward, and Lazar Hayward, who, like him, is also on the periphery of the roster. Jia Fei is determined not to be relegated from the main roster and subsequently relegated to the NBDL for training. Competing in such a lower-tier league would yield little benefit. Akin to his previous experiences in New York, the training effects would be minimal, just as 1's chess skills cannot flourish when consistently playing against a novice. 1's romantic prowess cannot improve through interactions with those lacking technical understanding. Therefore, for the sake of his future, Jia Fei resolves to secure his place on the main roster at all costs, even if it means merely guarding the water cooler. After all, the hydration stations and energy drinks found in NBA venues far surpass those available in the NBDL. Jia Fei harbors another aspiration to remain in the NBA. As he is entrusted with a significant mission, his assignments are intrinsically linked to the NBA, and should he transition to the NBDL, he would be unable to fulfill these responsibilities, particularly in confronting opponents. Who would he challenge then? The Thunder players commenced their training regimen, beginning with fundamental warm-ups, progressing through rigorous conditioning, and culminating in shooting drills. Head coach Brooks was present throughout, meticulously observing the athletes. The players of the Thunder dedicated themselves earnestly to their practice, regardless of whether they were seasoned veterans or promising newcomers. As newcomers, Jia Fei and Reggie are diligently training and striving to showcase their talents. They aspire to impress their coaches during practice, thereby enhancing their chances of being selected for the game. After the shooting practice concluded, Jia Fei was called aside by Coach Brooks. "Jia, your shooting fundamentals are commendable. I recommend that you focus on perfecting your three-point shots from the corners," Brooks suggested. "Certainly. Thank you for the guidance," Jia Fei replied with a smile. His intuition was correct. The Thunder's requirements revolved around the 3D archetype. Both the team's management and the head coach envisioned him playing a pivotal role as a 3D wing in the future. There was no expectation for him to initiate pick-and-rolls or engage in isolation plays. Instead, his primary responsibilities would be to create offensive spacing, shoot effectively, and contribute defensively. Jia Fei perceives his objective within the team as becoming a substitute for Sefolosha. This, he considers to be his most pragmatic goal. The initial day of training was rather moderate, devoid of competitive drills, and primarily focused on recovery. The team adheres to a structured training regimen. Yet the prolonged hiatus due to the extended offseason has resulted in players being away from the court for an extended period, leading some less disciplined athletes to experience a decline in their physical condition. Among the Thunder's trio, both Durant and Westbrook have maintained their physique admirably, whereas Harden appears to have faltered. During today's practice, Harden exhibited sluggish reactions and a lack of speed, clearly indicating that he had not been as diligent in his training during the offseason. Jia Fei also took notice of Harden, who has always exhibited a certain laziness. In comparison to Durant and others, whose passion for basketball is palpable, Harden appears to be more captivated by the literary works of Mo Yan, particularly Big Breasts and Wide Hips. After concluding a day of training and returning home, Jia Fei suddenly recalled having accepted a contractual task earlier, prompting him to check on it. Indeed, the task list indicated that this particular assignment had been completed. As a reward for his accomplishment, he received 1,000 points, bringing his total to 1,321. During the off-season, he had accumulated a portion of these points. However, it was abundantly clear that relying solely on such gradual accumulation was exceedingly slow. Jia Fei exchanged his points, elevating his integration level of Allen Iverson's peak skills from 4 to 5. At last, he reached the coveted level of 5. Although the progress seemed slow, the satisfaction derived from each incremental improvement was profoundly fulfilling. As the saying goes, without accumulating small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. Patience is key. The day of reaping rewards will surely arrive. On the following day, the Thunder team held an internal training camp, featuring a competitive practice session. The starting players donned red vests, while the substitutes and those by the water cooler wore white vests. Jia Fei, unlike several substitutes, did not frantically vie for possession on the court. He diligently commenced his defensive duties with unwavering dedication. While on offense, he seized every opportunity to shoot when open, advancing swiftly during fast breaks and otherwise stationed himself at the corner or the 45-degree angle, poised to take a shot. In contrast, fellow rookie Reggie Jackson exhibited a degree of impatience, seizing every opportunity to showcase his ball handling skills, particularly his capabilities in driving to the basket. However, when matched against Westbrook, he was thoroughly overwhelmed. After practice, Reggie's mood in the locker room was rather somber. He felt a sense of frustration. Jia Fei can empathize with his feelings. Both are prodigies, yet upon entering the NBA, they have been ruthlessly overwhelmed. Such a sentiment is undoubtedly disheartening. I find myself in a rather bleak mood. Would you mind conversing with me? To Reggie, Jia Fei is undoubtedly the most familiar teammate on this team. Jia Fei nodded and said, "Let us go out for a drive." Reggie nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. So much like an AI, the two emerged from the training facility and climbed into Reggie's Ford pickup. Reggie drove Jia Fei to the outskirts, taking a leisurely tour. During the ride, he lamented, "I had anticipated showcasing the fruits of my off-season training, yet I never expected to be so effortlessly overwhelmed by Russell Westbrook." Jia Fei consoled, "There is no shame in being overwhelmed by him. It does not diminish the value of your training during the off-season. I sense you have been a bit too eager today, too desperate to prove your worth." Reggie, struck by Jia Fei's insight, offered a wry smile. "I do wish to showcase my abilities. You must understand how challenging it is to secure a spot in the rotation." Jia Fei naturally discerned that securing a rotation spot in the current Thunder team was an exceedingly arduous task, both for Reggie and himself. Reggie's standing was indeed superior to his own, yet he was confined to the role of a guard, specifically one that required ball handling. It was evident that the orchestration of the team's offensive plays was predominantly in the hands of Westbrook, while the bench was orchestrated by Harden. With both of these players monopolizing the ball, there was scant opportunity for other guards to contribute. The starting shooting guard, Cephalosha, was labeled as a guard, but in truth, he functioned more as a 3D player, with fewer touches than the power forward Ibaka. The backup guard, Eric Maynor, was also one to advance the ball past half-court, with the possession firmly in Harden's grasp. In contrast, if Jia Fei could genuinely develop into a competent 3D player, he might even have a better chance of securing playing time than Reggie, as such skills were rarer within the team. Reggie, I consider you a friend, so I advise you, do not be overly eager. Focus on training to enhance your skills and patiently await your opportunity. Realistically, this team currently lacks a rotation position for either of us, Jia Fei said earnestly. His words were starkly realistic and direct, a truth that Reggie recognized as well. He was aware that he could not compete with either Harden or Westbrook. "Jia, I regard you as a friend too. Although your words are somewhat difficult to accept, they are indeed the truth," Reggie conceded with resignation. Jia Fei gazed out of the window, for he was not devoid of dreams like many young individuals. Upon his graduation, he harbored the belief that he could conquer anything. However, after enduring the harsh realities of society for several years, he had learned much. The NBA teams resemble a microcosm of society. Even if one possesses talent, experience is essential. A rookie cannot simply aspire to displace seasoned veterans from the rotation. Setting aside the question of whether one possesses sufficient skill, must not the coach also consider the sentiments of the veteran players? The stability of the locker room is of paramount importance. Some coaches may lack tactical prowess, yet they secure substantial contracts by fostering a harmonious environment. The following day, the training camp resumed. This marked the third day of the training camp, and as it progressed, more competitive matches would ensue. Jia Fei, in the course of the match, does not seek personal statistics. Rather, he consistently engages in the diligent work of a blue-collar player. He commences with defense, closely guarding the opposing ball handler, transitioning to the interior defense, and participating in cooperative rotations while actively retreating. On the offensive front, he positions himself in the corner, occasionally maneuvering along the baseline, executing off-ball movements. Today, Reggie has exhibited a notable shift in attitude compared to yesterday. He no longer deliberately pursues individual ball-handling opportunities, but instead proactively runs to create space for his teammates. On the defensive end, it seems he has been inspired by Jia Fei, as his enthusiasm has significantly increased since yesterday. Coach Brooks is quite pleased with these developments. Meanwhile, on the court, a scrimmage is underway. Over here, Jia Fei is tasked with defending Durant. Westbrook distributes the ball, but Durant fails to receive it, and instead, Jia Fei swiftly intercepts it with a deft steal. Jia Fei initiated a fast break, effortlessly executing a one-handed slam dunk in a 1-on-0 situation. The assistant coach, Chicks, shook his head slightly, clearly astonished. "What's the matter, Morris?" Brooks inquired. Coach Chicks turned to Brooks, his expression still one of surprise. "He resembles him so much, Scott. Who do you think Gia's athleticism reminds you of?" After a moment of contemplation, Brooks shook his head, unable to draw a comparison. "Like AI, it's almost identical," Chicks exclaimed. Having previously coached Iverson with the 76ers, he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about Iverson on the court. Brooks chuckled. Gia's speed is undeniably impressive. Take that last play. For instance, after his steal, it was evident that KD and Russ had given up, unable to catch up. Chicks responded, "Indeed. Gia strikes me as a 2-meter-tall version of AI, which is terrifying. If he were to possess AI's ball handling and penetration skills, I can hardly fathom how difficult he would be to defend against. However, that may be implausible," he added with a laugh. "Morse, I actually have greater faith in his defensive capabilities. He is genuinely a player with significant defensive talent. Just observe his proactive defensive attitude, swift movements, and commendable physicality. He can guard multiple positions and possesses the potential to become an exceptional perimeter defender," Brooks remarked. Meanwhile, Jia Fei, immersed in the game, remained unaware of the discussion taking place on the sidelines. He diligently focused on his defense, confident that the coaches were taking note of his performance. The training camp lasted a week, during which Jia had been training with the team. On December 18th, the team announced a day off, with the preseason set to commence on the 19th. Due to the shortened season, the preseason was similarly abbreviated, consisting of only 2 games. The Thunder's preseason opponents were both the Dallas Mavericks. Jia Fei was filled with excitement as he finally had the opportunity to represent his team on the court. Typically, in preseason games, the main rotation players do not receive extensive playing time. Rather, the focus shifts to the benchwarmers and peripheral players, since the outcomes of these preseason matches do not factor into the regular season standings. They serve not only to help the primary players regain their competitive rhythm, but also to provide the team with a chance to evaluate newcomers. Both Jia Fei and Reggie were in need of this opportunity. On the evening of the 18th, Jia Fei logged into the system to check for any available tasks, only to discover that there were no tasks pertaining to the preseason. His previous assignment had been linked to the regular season, and aside from that, there were no other tasks available for him at the moment. He decided to revisit the system after the conclusion of the preseason. Just before drifting off to sleep that night, Jia Fei received a call from Kemba Walker. Upon recognizing the familiar number, his heart raced with anticipation. After all, Kemba Walker was his first friend in this world and, to date, his closest companion. "Jia, are you asleep?" came Kemba's familiar voice over the line. "Were you up to, babe? Are you awake?" The lyrics of a song echoed in Jia Fei's mind, resonating with the moment. Chapter 33. "The first preseason game, of course not, but it will be soon," Jia Fei replied. "Tomorrow is the preseason game. Are you feeling nervous?" Kemba Walker asked with a chuckle. "Indeed, I am somewhat anxious. Perhaps I won't be as nervous during the regular season, as I might not even step onto the court," Jia Fei responded. The truth was that he was certain to play in the upcoming preseason game, being one of only 2 rookies on the team, thus ensuring him an opportunity for evaluation. However, when it came to the regular season, his chances of breaking into the rotation were slim unless the team faced significant injuries. "Our game is the day after tomorrow," I'm not nervous at all. Perhaps I will feel some tension when the playoffs arrive. Kemba Walker declared confidently. Jia Fei did not perceive Kemba Walker as boasting. Rather, it was indeed a valid point. For someone who has participated in several seasons of NCAA championships and even reached the finals, claiming the most outstanding player award, the NBA preseason is unlikely to induce anxiety in such an individual. Jia, I have a splendid method to alleviate your nerves, Kemba Walker said mysteriously. What method? Jia Fei was intrigued by the clever strategy of his former teammate. Simply release the burden from your mind. Do not approach tomorrow's preseason game with the mentality of it being your last match. That may inadvertently heighten your anxiety and lead you to exert excessive effort. Consider it this way. If it doesn't work out, I can always return to the D-League, or perhaps the team might release me. With such a mindset, I believe you shall find yourself at ease, Kemba Walker advised. Jia Fei found great wisdom in Kemba Walker's words. His anxiety stemmed from a fear of underperforming and failing to make the roster. However, by contemplating the worst possible outcome, he realized there was nothing to fear, and he could simply dive into the task at hand. He expressed his gratitude to Kemba for his invaluable advice. Indeed, Jia Fei felt deeply appreciative of Kemba's phone call the night before the preseason game. It's all good. We are good friends. On the 19th, Jia Fei experienced his first preseason game of his professional career. Kemba Walker's advice proved remarkably effective. Jia Fei engaged in self-affirmation, which surprisingly alleviated his nervousness. In contrast, Reggie Jackson appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting in the locker room as he pressed his lips together and searched for his socks, clearly struggling to dispel his tension. Inside the locker room, Russell Westbrook remained his ever-optimistic self, exuding a childlike joy, seemingly devoid of worries. In contrast, Kevin Durant and James Harden were more reserved, both not particularly inclined to engage in conversation. Kendrick Perkins was also quite an interesting character. Despite his goofy demeanor, he could deliver jokes in rapid succession. Jia Fei recalled that in his previous life, the chubby player had retired to become a full-time commentator, often delivering witty remarks. This made him reflect that some individuals are indeed born for certain roles. Personality indeed shapes everything. Jia Fei opened his locker and beheld his number 3 jersey. An overwhelming sense of happiness washed over him. He had finally become an NBA player. He was the proud bearer of the number 3 for the Thunder. That evening at the Ford Center, despite it being merely a preseason game, the attendance remained remarkably high. As Jia Fei made his way through the players' tunnel, he could feel the fervent enthusiasm of the fans in the arena. The moment had arrived. His inaugural preseason game was finally upon him. Jia Fei's heart began to blaze with excitement. This sensation was truly remarkable. He finally had the opportunity to step onto the NBA court, even if it was merely a preseason game. Amidst his exhilaration, he received a basketball from the staff on site. Without hesitation, he took off at an angle, leaping off 1 foot and effortlessly executed a spectacular 360-degree two-handed slam dunk. This dazzling display caught the attention of Westbrook, who approached with a beaming smile, exuding the exuberance of a child. Like a football player, he charged towards the basket, delivering a powerful one-handed dunk. Westbrook's athleticism was undeniably explosive. While his vertical leap was not as exaggerated, his strength was remarkable. Jia Fei pondered that within the league's point guards, there were perhaps only a few capable of withstanding such an onslaught. Jia, let's see another, Westbrook exclaimed, bouncing the ball on the floor. Jia Fei sprinted forward, leaping off 1 foot, and with a single hand, he caught the ball mid-air, forcefully slamming it into the basket. Westbrook eagerly approached Jia Fei, high-fiving him and exclaiming with enthusiasm, Jia, your dunk was phenomenal. You undoubtedly possess the talent to astonish the judges at the dunk contest. Jia Fei nodded with a smile. He also harbored a fondness for slam dunks, yet he did not believe that winning a dunk contest would significantly benefit him. Many dunk specialists had faded from the league. In this realm, survival often favored the finesse of floor play over the flamboyance of airborne theatrics. Durant had arrived as well, donned in a hoodie, his cap perched atop his head, resembling a sorcerer. Being a Washington native, perhaps he was paying homage to his hometown's NBA team. In terms of charisma, Durant truly stands out. Jia Fei mused that if Durant's performance were not so stellar, he might be perceived as a quintessential underachiever. The players from the Dallas Mavericks, the reigning champions and the team that had vanquished the Thunder last season, had also arrived. They hastily arranged for a back-to-back preseason matchup between last season's Western Conference finalists, showcasing considerable effort for the sake of viewership and conversation. The league was certainly striving for excitement. As practice concluded, The game was poised to commence. The Ford Center Arena was plunged into darkness, and Jia Fei knew the player introduction ceremony was about to begin. The NBA's player introduction ceremonies are indeed steeped in a profound sense of occasion, exuding an air of grandeur that the CBA could certainly learn from. The Thunder's starting lineup mirrored that of last season's regular season, featuring the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook alongside Perkins, Ibaka, and Cephalosha. However, the Mavericks' cornerstone, the German powerhouse Nowitzki, was sidelined due to a foot injury, and their main guard Kid was also unavailable. Stepping into their places were Odom and West. As the game commenced, it remained uncertain whether the sting of last season's Western Conference defeat had ignited a fire within Durant and Westbrook. But they unleashed a relentless offensive onslaught, threatening to dismantle the Mavericks' makeshift lineup. Jia Fei observed from the sidelines that Durant seemed to be playing as if it were an extended match in the Western Conference Finals. Despite the fact that this was merely a preseason game, he relentlessly penetrated the opponent's paint, attempting to dunk over the formidable center, Hayward, on several occasions. My goodness! With the concerted efforts of the dynamic duo, Westbrook and Durant, the Thunder seized the momentum of the game. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, substitutions began to be made from the bench. Harden was the first to enter, followed by the seasoned veteran, Muhammad, and then came Collison, Eric Maynor, and Daquan Cook. The Thunder's rotations predominantly adhered to their regular season strategy, clearly indicating that the team intended to maintain their conventional substitutions throughout the first half. Jia Fei and Reggie Jackson sat beside the water cooler, their ears perked up in anticipation of Coach Brooks calling their names. However, as the first half of the game concluded, neither Jia Fei nor Reggie had the opportunity to step onto the court. Chapter 34. Filling the data columns as the second half commenced. Both teams retained their starting lineups from the first half. Yet, a little over 4 minutes into the third quarter, the Mavericks unexpectedly withdrew their starters in favor of their bench players. Observing this, the Thunder similarly replaced their starting lineup with substitutes. By the time the third quarter approached its final official timeout, the Mavericks opted for a complete bench lineup. It was then that Coach Brooks finally called upon Jia Fei and Reggie. Jia Fei and Reggie exchanged a glance, accompanied by a subtle smile that could captivate any heart. At long last, it was our turn. At this moment, there were merely 2 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in the third quarter. With the score standing at 64-68, the Thunder leading by 4 points. Jia Fei removed his jacket and trousers, leaping in place while stretching his arms, preparing to enter the game. Upon his arrival on the court, the Thunder's lineup consisted of Cole Aldrich, Lazar Hayward, Roy Avey, Jia Fei, and Reggie Jackson. In this configuration, Jia Fei, being the second tallest player on the team, was assigned to play the power forward position. On the other hand, the Mavericks fielded a lineup of Jerome Randall, Drew Neitzel, Rodrigue Beaubois, Brian Cardinal, and Ian Mahimi. The Mavericks roster was smaller, featuring 3 diminutive guards, 1 forward, and 1 center. After all, it was merely a preseason game, allowing for a flexible arrangement of players. In those days, Jia Fei even witnessed coaches deploying a formidable lineup known as the Death Five, featuring an entirely interior arrangement, as well as the remarkable Super Death Five, comprised entirely of diminutive players. As Jia Fei and Reggie took the court, the audience erupted in applause. Undoubtedly, as the only 2 rookies on the team, there was great anticipation for their performance. The Mavericks initiated their offense, with Jerome Randall dribbling past the halfway line. Jia Fei is matched up against Brian Cardinal, a player he is quite familiar with. Cardinal, being a veteran, has proven his worth by managing to play 11 seasons in the NBA, a remarkable feat for a player of his background. Although he has primarily served as a role player, he has consistently demonstrated diligence and a strong work ethic, while many of his contemporaries have already departed from the league. The Mavericks continued their relentless drive and passes, culminating in a 3-point attempt by Bobo that clanged off the rim. Cole Aldrich secured his position as Jia Fei gracefully extended his arms to collect the defensive rebound. Cole Aldrich, often referred to as White Aldrich, possesses a skill set that pales in comparison to that of his counterpart, the Black Aldrich. However, during his time in the NCAA, he was honored with the title of National Player of the Year for the 2009-10 season and was selected as the 11th overall pick in the first round of the 2010 NBA Draft. In contrast to Jia Fei and Reggie, it is evident that his starting point was considerably more advantageous. Jia Fei passed the ball to Roy Avey, opting not to dribble across half court himself. Upon crossing the halfway line, he immediately positioned himself in the corner, creating space for his teammates. As the Thunder initiated their offense, Roy Avey executed a quick stop for a jump shot that missed. Jia Fei swiftly cut inside, leaping high to secure the offensive rebound. With a feigned move, he drew the attention of 3 defenders. Rather than hastily shooting, he adeptly passed the ball to the waiting by Aldridge beneath the basket. Aldridge executed a one-handed dunk with finesse. On the sidelines, Thunder assistant coach Mark Bryan applauded, remarking to fellow coach Brian Keefe, "Jia demonstrated remarkable composure. That pass was exquisite. Well done, Jia." Aldridge eagerly sought a high five from Jia Fei. Jia Fei was also filled with joy. In his previous life, he was a player who relished the art of passing, regardless of whether it was a full-court or half-court game. He was not favored by others for his tendency to play solo, even if he possessed an impressive scoring ability. On the Mavericks' offensive end, Marcin Gortat made a vigorous attempt at the basket, yet it failed to yield results. His finesse was still overly coarse, at times. Even a layup from close range eluded him, defying all logic. Suddenly, Cardinal obstructed Jia Fei, leveraging his weight advantage to snatch the offensive rebound. Jia Fei exhibited remarkable quickness, executing a swift hand strike to intercept his opponent's ball. The ball bounced upon the ground, but Jia Fei's reflexes were even swifter as he seized the ball and passed it to Reggie. The Thunder launched a counterattack, with Jia Fei racing down the court. Reggie attempted a pass, but it was deflected out of bounds by Bubova. During the Thunder's offensive play, Reggie unexpectedly delivered a stealthy pass to Jia Fei stationed at the corner. Jia Fei received the pass and immediately launched a three-point shot, which found its mark effortlessly. The defender, Cardinal, was sluggish in his movements. By the time he realized the situation and attempted to contest the shot, it was already too late. Jia Fei signaled a three-point gesture to Reggie, and the two joyfully exchanged high fives. The Thunder fans in attendance erupted in cheers, as Jia Fei had just showcased his prowess by transitioning from defense to sinking a three-pointer with remarkable energy. The score stood at 64-73, with the Thunder leading by 9 points. The remainder of the third quarter saw neither side score, culminating in the conclusion of the period. In this segment of the match, Jia Fei remarkably achieved a flawless 1-for-1 shooting record within a mere 3 minutes, accumulating 3 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, falling just short of a block to complete his statistical sheet. He delivered an impressive performance. During the final quarter, both Jia Fei and Reggie played the entire period, ultimately aiding the Thunder in securing a victory over the Mavericks at home, marking their first win of the preseason. Jia Fei graced the court for a total of 14 minutes and 14 seconds, achieving a commendable 2 out of 3 shooting, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and making 1 out of 2 free throws, thus accumulating 6 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, all while maintaining a flawless record with no turnovers, thereby filling the stat sheet entirely. Reggie also delivered a commendable performance, securing 10 points, 1 rebound, and 2 assists, showcasing his offensive prowess. The Thunder emerged victorious, much to the satisfaction of the fans present, even though it was merely a preseason match. It is worth noting that in the previous season's Western Conference Finals, this seemingly aging Mavericks team had thwarted their path to the championship. Post-game, the atmosphere in the Thunder's locker room was jubilant, with Westbrook even breaking into a dance. The sight of him reminded Jia Fei of the classic Ninja Turtles game he played in his childhood, a game renowned for its high replay value. Westbrook not only resembled a turtle, but also evoked memories of the carefree Kappa with his optimistic demeanor and graceful dance moves. Head coach Brooks entered the locker room, as is customary for him to address the team after games. Despite this being just a preseason affair, he made a special trip to deliver his remarks. He began by praising all the players for their performance, expressing delight at defeating the Mavericks, and emphasizing the importance of moving beyond last season's Western Conference defeat as they embark on a new season, aiming once again for the Western Conference Finals and the championship. He particularly commended Jia Fei and Reggie, highlighting that these two rookies displayed remarkable poise and performance. After his address, Coach Brooks departed, and Jia Fei and Reggie proceeded to the showers. After changing clothes, they enjoyed a light meal in the team dining area before returning home. In his previous life, Jia Fei was a mature man. He regarded the words of the head coach with a measure of skepticism, understanding that their praise did not necessarily indicate his or Reggie's inclusion in the rotation for the new season, nor did it confirm their positions on the roster. Ultimately, the final list would dictate their fates, and Jia Fei had never placed his faith in mere words. He held a stronger belief in actions. Chapter 35. The 3D players of the preseason. Upon returning home, Jia Fei initially intended to indulge in a few games on his phone. However, as he glanced at his iPhone 4, a wave of disinterest washed over him. Yes, it was now 2011, And there remained a year until the fabricated prophecy of the world's end would come to pass. He mused that in this realm, he seemed devoid of friends and family, unwittingly transforming into a reclusive hermit. Lost in his thoughts, a call from Kemba Walker interrupted his reverie. "Moshi Moshi, Kemba-kun. How's it going?" Jia Fei exclaimed in a sudden burst of Japanese. "Jia, what's wrong? Are you, like Jeremy, indulging in Japanese romantic films?" Kemba Walker inquired. "Not at all. I've long outgrown that phase. Nowadays, I prefer films or anime that offer a sense of healing," Jia Fei replied. "I find that hard to believe," Kemba Walker retorted skeptically. A young man, not yet 20, Jia Fei watching soothing films? It seemed implausible. Perhaps something more risky would be more fitting. "Did you call today just to check if I've eaten?" Jia Fei teased. "Actually, I just watched your game against the Dallas Mavericks." "Damn, you played exceptionally well," Kemba Walker responded. "But I only scored 6 points. I didn't even reach double digits." Jia Fei feigned modesty. "Don't downplay it in front of me. Your performance was rich and varied. Your scoring does not fully encapsulate your worth," Kemba Walker asserted with certainty. "Haha, I truly appreciate that, Kemba. Your advice has been invaluable," Jia Fei expressed sincerely. "There's no need for thanks. I genuinely hope that all of us from UConn can establish ourselves in the NBA. Jia, securing a stable position in the NBA is incredibly challenging. I hope you can persevere." Kemba Walker spoke with the warmth of an older brother. Jia Fei also felt a sense of warmth. Kemba Walker truly exemplified the qualities of an exceptional captain and a steadfast friend. On December 20th, Jia Fei and his team journeyed to Dallas, Texas, for a rematch against the Mavericks in the preseason. Dallas, the third largest city in Texas, ranks as the 9th largest in the United States. In comparison to Oklahoma City, it is evident that Dallas surpasses in both population and urban vibrancy. There has long been a classic saying circulating within NBA circles. The 3 great illusions of Texas are that the Spurs are aging, the Mavericks are weak, and the Rockets are strong. With Yao Ming having announced his retirement this past July and the Mavericks stunningly defeating the Heat to clinch the championship last season, this adage has been further validated. On the evening of the 21st, at the Mavericks home arena, the American Airlines Center, the Thunder faced off against the Mavericks. The Thunder maintained the same starting lineup as in their previous game, while the Mavericks welcomed back Dirk Nowitzki to the starting roster. As the game commenced, the Thunder quickly seized the advantage. Jia Fei and Reggie did not see any playing time in the first half, only to take the court together at the end of the third quarter, mirroring their previous match. Upon entering the game, Jia Fei immediately focused on defense. While on the offensive end, he adeptly played without the ball, embodying the essence of a 3-and-D player. Following Jia Fei's entry, the Thunder seized control of the match, as the Mavericks struggled to match their athleticism. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Thunder triumphantly defeating their opponents on the road, achieving a preseason double victory over the Mavericks. In this match, Jia Fei played for 14 minutes and 39 seconds, accumulating 5 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, effortlessly filling the stat sheet. Jia Fei is quite pleased with his performance. The points scored are of little consequence, as it is merely the preseason and, moreover, during garbage time. Who truly cares about the number of points one accumulates? His objective is to demonstrate his value to the coaching staff, primarily through his defensive prowess, showcasing his ability to guard multiple positions with remarkable versatility. Secondly, he aims to convey his competitive spirit, exhibiting enthusiasm on defense while refraining from monopolizing the ball on offense, willingly facilitating team play, creating space, and contributing to fast breaks. Lastly, his adaptability is crucial. He can seamlessly partner with the 3 key players, functioning effectively as a perimeter blue-collar worker, much like the starting shooting guard, Thabo Sefolosha. Following the conclusion of the game, the Thunder team members boarded a flight back to Oklahoma City that very night. According to the schedule, the Thunder season opener is set for December 26th, where they will host the Orlando Magic. Arriving in Oklahoma City in the early hours, Jia Fei returned home to rest. With both preseason games completed, his fate now rests in the hands of destiny. Whether he secures a spot on the 15-man roster depends on the team's perspective. The next day, the team had a day off, and Jia Fei awoke just before noon. After casually consuming some bread and vegetables at home, he received a call from Reggie Jackson and decided to venture out to the supermarket. Reggie's Ford pickup truck was parked at the entrance of Jia Fei's neighborhood. Once Jia Fei got in, Reggie pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life, delivering a powerful surge that pressed Jia Fei back into his seat. Jia Fei lamented that the American pickup truly embodies the essence of a pickup truck. while the domestic versions merely resemble sedans with their rear ends replaced by an additional cargo bed. Essentially, they are predominantly utilized by utility companies, and genuine large pickups are scarcely permitted within city limits. Reggie and Jia Fei ventured to a sizable supermarket in the eastern part of Oklahoma City. After securing their vehicle in the parking lot, the two alighted and made their way into the store. Inside, Jia Fei suddenly recalled that Christmas was approaching. The festive atmosphere within the supermarket was already palpable. In the United States, the significance of Christmas is comparable to that of the Spring Festival in China. Jia Fei and Reggie each pushed a cart to go shopping. Americans rarely visit farmers markets. They typically spend a long time shopping in supermarkets. The variety of goods in supermarkets is indeed abundant, and the prices of meat are quite reasonable. However, items such as pork knuckles and chicken feet, which are beloved in their homeland, are virtually ignored here. As for animal entrails, it appears that Americans have little interest, which starkly contrasts with the situation back home. In China, animal entrails can be transformed into a myriad of delectable dishes, a fact that underscores the profound depth of Chinese culinary culture. "Hello, are you Jia Fei?" As Jia Fei searched for goods on the shelves, a melodious voice suddenly called out from behind him. Both he and Reggie turned around, only to be greeted not by a Barbie-like beauty, but by a woman weighing over 200 pounds and standing under 1.7 meters tall, bearing a slight resemblance to a popular domestic variety show star who shared his surname. "Hello, I am Jia Fei." He paused, offering a friendly smile, convinced that it conveyed genuine warmth devoid of any pretense. "I have seen your poster and attended your match. You play so elegantly." The enchanting voice continued to resonate in their ears. Chapter 36. Encountering a fan, Jia Fei found himself at a loss for words. Should he simply state that he always plays with style? This was his first experience receiving admiration from a female fan in Oklahoma City. He had encountered such attention before during his time at Cornell, but that felt like an eternity ago. Unaware of Jia Fei's slight embarrassment, the enthusiastic woman inquired, "Jia Fei, could you please give me your autograph?" With that, she produced a pen and a notebook from her pocket, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as they locked onto Jia Fei. Such a gaze was difficult for him to decline, and he promptly signed his name. Just as he was about to leave, she added, "Can I take a picture with you?" Jia Fei nodded in agreement. Fulfilling such a modest request from fans was certainly worthwhile. The girl, with her enchanting demeanor, handed her phone to the ever-observant Reggie Jackson, tossing out a casual, "Please take a picture for us, thank you." Reggie, momentarily bewildered as he held the girl's phone, found himself pondering, "Who am I? And where am I? Could you please hurry?" the girl urged. With a sense of resignation, Reggie complied, capturing a photograph of her and Jia Fei together. Jia Fei stifled a laugh, for this fan was indeed quite impressive, commanding attention with an air of authority, as if accustomed to taking on a leadership role. The enthusiastic girl, affectionately dubbed Ba Bye Bye, cheerfully linked her arm with Jia Fei's, sweetly forming a heart gesture with her hands. After capturing a photograph together, she did not forget to encourage him, saying, "I will always support you. I'll be attending your games in the new season. You must do your best." "All right, thank you, thank you," Jia Fei thought to himself, suppressing a wry smile. "In the upcoming season, you might catch a glimpse of me at the Ford Center, but witnessing me play will be quite the challenge." Ba Bye Bye departed in high spirits, while Reggie looked at Jia Fei with a smirk. "Jia, with your good looks, I'm starting to think I should keep my distance. Otherwise, I might just become your personal photographer." "Reggie, don't say that. Today was a fluke. Who knows? I might frequently become your photographer in the future. Not every fan is drawn to my type. Many prefer your style. Wouldn't you agree?" Jia Fei chuckled. Reggie nodded and replied, "You have a way with words. I believe you could become a commentator after your retirement." Jia Fei and Reggie each purchased a substantial bag of groceries from the supermarket, laboriously transporting their hefty parcels to the car, after which they both exhaled a sigh of relief. NBA players seldom have the opportunity to indulge in shopping. When competing at home, they are typically engrossed in training, and when on the road, their focus is solely on the game. On December 24th, Jia Fei and his Thunder teammates were graciously invited to a festive gathering at Russell Westbrook's residence. During the celebration, they reveled in the splendid Christmas decorations, exchanged thoughtful gifts, and enjoyed a sumptuous Christmas feast together. Jia Fei was filled with joy. The atmosphere that evening was simply delightful. Westbrook proved to be an exceptional teammate, embodying a carefree spirit within the team, devoid of ulterior motives, a genuine soul. In his personal life, he exuded a sense of style and exuberance, making interactions with such a person truly pleasurable. On Christmas Eve, Jia Fei refrained from placing a stocking by his bedside, for he was no longer a child. He was acutely aware of Santa Claus's existence, and he mused that leaving a stocking there was less practical than simply placing a pack of tissues by his bedside. As the long night unfolded, Jia Fei delved into the system to explore the task list, eager to find assignments he could undertake. Presently, the only personal task on his list was to participate in an NBA regular season game. Upon examining the task list, he discovered 3 tasks he could potentially complete, and he eagerly accepted all of them. The first task required him to record statistics in an NBA regular season game. This task was not particularly challenging. Participating in a regular season game was a prerequisite, and even if it were during garbage time, it sufficed. The second task involved achieving a double-double, which posed a certain level of difficulty given his current circumstances. Even if he managed to get on the court, it was likely to be during garbage time, which was brief, making it a daunting endeavor to achieve a double-double in such a limited time frame. Nevertheless, he believed in his future potential to accomplish this, so he accepted the challenge. The third task was to participate in the NBA All-Star Game, which seemed even less attainable. However, participation in the All-Star festivities did not necessarily require him to compete in the main event. He could also engage in the various skill competitions, such as the three-point contest, shooting competition, or skills challenge. After accepting all 3 tasks, Jia Fei promptly went to sleep. On December 26th, the Thunder would host their season opener against the Magic. Jia Fei received notification from assistant coach Mark Bryant during the day, informing him that he had been included in the team's roster of 15. However, he would not be granted playing time in the upcoming match. Jia Fei felt a surge of joy at the news. It was quite normal not to receive playing time, as the team's rotation had already solidified. In the absence of injuries or other unforeseen circumstances, it was highly unlikely that he would have the opportunity to step onto the court. However, being included in the roster delighted him, for it signified that he would not be relegated to the NBDL in the near future. During the pre-game practice, Jia Fei trained diligently. The opposing team, the Magic, still boasted the presence of the formidable Dwight Howard, yet they were no longer the squad that had reached the finals in 2009. Rumors had circulated regarding Howard's desire to join a major market team, yet the Magic seemed reluctant to let him depart so easily. As the match commenced, Jia Fei and Reggie sat side by side on the bench, a position that offered an unparalleled view of the game. One might even say it was akin to a VVIP seat. The attendance at the Ford Center was commendable. The Thunder's trio was quite renowned, and the team possessed championship potential, garnering substantial support from the city's residents. From the beginning to the conclusion of the game, Jia Fei did not see any playing time. He was aware of this outcome, as assistant coach Mark Bryant had already informed him. Reggie, too, remained on the sidelines, appearing somewhat dejected. He had hoped that his commendable performances in the 2 preseason games would sway the coaching staff, yet reality dealt him a heavy blow. Jia Fei was not taken aback. The team itself was already saturated with ball handlers. Reggie is not a top 5 rookie, and the coach has no choice but to utilize him. As a late first-round rookie, his statistics are inherently modest, akin to a mere lottery ticket. This team is vying for the championship and cannot afford to dedicate excessive time for player development. Ultimately, the Thunder narrowly triumphed over their opponents at home, securing victory in the season opener. Jia Fei pondered that if a moment of garbage time were to arise, he might finally have the opportunity to take the court. He held no disdain for such moments. The prospect of playing would enable him to fulfill his objectives, thus he eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. Chapter 37. Seeking guidance from a defensive powerhouse after triumphing over the Magic at home, the Thunder boarded a private jet bound for Minneapolis, where they were set to face their second adversary of the season, the Timberwolves. Upon arrival, the Thunder did not schedule any training, as they were to engage in a back-to-back match that very evening. This season was characterized by a condensed format, featuring numerous back-to-back games, and even instances of back-to-back-to-back matchups, creating a rather daunting schedule. Jia Fei accompanied the team to Minneapolis, where he finally experienced the essence of back-to-back games. Just the night before, they had competed at the Ford Center in Oklahoma City, and early the next morning, they embarked on a flight to the next venue, only to face another match that very evening. Such circumstances undoubtedly demanded a considerable degree of physical endurance, at least when playing back-to-back games at home. One could rest in the comfort of their own bed, free from the burdens of travel. In this particular game, Jia Fei still did not receive an opportunity to take the court, nor did Reggie. Both were eagerly anticipating the moment their regular season debut would arrive. The Thunder narrowly triumphed over the Timberwolves, marking their second consecutive victory. Following the match against the Timberwolves, the Thunder players boarded their chartered flight to Memphis that same night, preparing to challenge the Grizzlies the next day. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already the early hours of the morning, and Jia Fei shared a room with Reggie, both opting for an early rest. The following morning, as they rose, Reggie inquired of Jia, when do you think we will get our chance to play? Jia Fei was acutely aware of his own sentiments, filled with both hope and a touch of disappointment. The experience of sitting on the bench was indeed far from pleasant, although they were both substitutes. There existed a stark distinction between those who participated in regular rotations and mere watercooler players. Once garbage time arrives, we will finally have our chance to take the court. Just a few more days of waiting, he thought, simultaneously reassuring Reggie and himself. Was it truly the case that they could only await the inconsequential moments of the game? It was evident that Reggie harbored little interest in those meaningless intervals. The reality was, no matter how well one performed during garbage time, it ultimately bore little significance. Jia Fei nodded, acknowledging, there remains one opportunity, to wait for an injury or some other reason that may prevent someone from playing. Otherwise, it will be quite challenging to secure a proper rotation chance for both you and me. Reggie let out a deep sigh. He possessed an abundance of energy, yet found himself without a platform to showcase it. He truly yearned for the chance to step onto the court like other first-round picks, some of whom even began as starters, commanding a substantial share of the ball, an enviable situation indeed. After finishing lunch at the hotel, Jia Fei and Reggie headed to the visiting team's training facility for their routine practice. Although Coach Brooks was renowned for his motivational speeches, he maintained a rigorous approach to training, refusing to tolerate any laxity or unexcused absences among his players. In this regard, team leader Kevin Durant set an exemplary standard. When Jia Fei and Reggie arrived at the training facility, Durant was already engrossed in solitary practice. He remained clad in a hoodie, the hood pulled over his head, leaving one to ponder whether this appearance was somewhat amusing. His legs, long and slender like those of an ostrich, possessed a delicate frame. While this slenderness might suggest a lack of lower body strength, the speed of those legs was quite impressive. He could maneuver effectively on the perimeter, skillfully evading the physical confrontations typical of the paint. Jia Fei is well acquainted with the remarkable figure of Durant. Durant's choice to don a number 35 jersey serves as a tribute to his basketball mentor, Charles Craig. Tragically, Coach Craig fell victim to gun violence in 2005 at the tender age of 35, an event that profoundly affected Durant. Consequently, he has consistently worn the number 35 jersey in honor of his late coach during subsequent games. In a past interview, Durant expressed, "Basketball is the sole connection I have with Coach Craig. If I choose to abandon this pursuit, I will sever all ties with him, and I may even forget him in the future." From this perspective, Durant undoubtedly embodies a deep sense of loyalty and affection. Beyond his emotional depth, he is also an ardent devotee of the sport. He once famously remarked, "When genius fails to apply effort, hard work can triumph over genius." In Jia Fei's perspective, this individual is not merely a genius, but also possesses an admirable work ethic. Consider this. Durant stands at an impressive height of 211 centimeters, with a wingspan surpassing 225 centimeters, complemented by a speed and agility that is uncommon among players of his stature. What is most astonishing is his exceptional shooting touch. While shooting can certainly be honed through practice, some individuals possess an innate accuracy. This is true talent. Durant's demeanor is not flamboyant, nor is he particularly effusive. When he encounters Jia Fei and his companions, he merely acknowledges them with a slight nod. This is not an exhibition of arrogance due to his status as the leader of his team, nor is it a reflection of aloofness. Rather, it is simply indicative of his inherently reserved nature. Jia Fei is undoubtedly aware that individuals with reserved personalities can sometimes exhibit a hidden fervor. Some may appear shy and reticent in the tangible world, yet in the realm of cyberspace, they unleash their voices with audacity, akin to formidable warriors. Soon, the likes of Westbrook and Harden arrived. Given the succession of away games, Thunder's head coach Brooks did not impose a rigorous training regimen today. Jia Fei diligently completed the training tasks alongside his team. After the session, he took the opportunity to seek advice from the team's starting shooting guard, Thabo Sefolosha. Sefolosha, originally from Switzerland, was selected as the 13th overall pick in the first round of the 2006 draft by the Chicago Bulls, before being traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder in a three-team deal in 2009. Standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 100 kilograms, He is capable of defending multiple positions and is the Thunder's primary choice for guarding opposing star perimeter players. During the 2009-10 season, he was named to the NBA All-Defensive Second Team. Tabo, may I ask you a question? When defending the ball handler, should one maintain a position directly in front of them or force them into uncomfortable shooting situations? Jia Fei inquired. Cephalosha smiled and responded, "That is an excellent question. In my view, these two approaches are not mutually exclusive. As a perimeter defender, your foremost responsibility is to avoid losing your positioning. While maintaining your stance, aim to disrupt their offensive flow. If they favor driving but are not particularly adept at pull-up jumpers, then you should compel them to take that shot. Do you have any particular tips for defending?" Jia Fei pressed further. "There are no special tricks, just personal habits. I recommend watching game footage to study the offensive tendencies of various players. This will aid you in building a solid defensive knowledge base," Cephalosha kindly advised. "Thank you, Tabo. I will certainly seek your guidance in many aspects moving forward," Jia Fei expressed sincerely. Chapter 38. The moment of garbage time finally arrives. Cephalosha is genuinely warm-hearted, devoid of the airs often associated with veteran players, and is eager to mentor the newcomers on the team. He has always appreciated young players who embrace the defensive side of the game, and since training camp, Jia Fei has exhibited a commendable passion for defense and a willingness to undertake the grueling tasks. "Tabo, come defend against me." Russell Westbrook exuberantly bounded over, wrapping his arms around Cephalosha's neck. Jia Fei wisely withdrew, murmuring to himself, "Sabo, dear brother, I am your faithful companion, Luffy." On the night of the 29th, the Thunder faced off against the Grizzlies in an away game. The match remained fiercely contested until the very last moment, but ultimately, the Thunder triumphed, thanks to Durant's outstanding performance, securing a third consecutive victory. Following the conclusion of this thrilling encounter, the Thunder players swiftly boarded their private jet, returning to Oklahoma City, where they would engage in a back-to-back showdown against the Mavericks the following evening. Jia Fei accompanied the team as they traversed from one city to another, appearing weary. Yet in truth, he felt no fatigue at all, for he had not stepped onto the court for even a second. Reggie, much like him, remained steadfast by the water cooler, their primary duties being to guard the hydration station and to rally the spirits of their teammates from the sidelines, waving towels in fervent support. From certain perspectives, their roles could be deemed rather pleasant, seated in the prime vantage points to witness NBA games, receiving a salary without the perils of injury and not having to endure the rigors of competition. However, for them, the sensation of being sidelined was utterly disheartening. On December 30th, the Thunder narrowly triumphed over the Mavericks, marking their fourth consecutive victory, thus concluding all their matches for the year 2011. Given the close nature of these 4 games, there was no garbage time, which meant that neither Jia Fei nor Reggie had the opportunity to step onto the court. In the blink of an eye, January 2012 arrived. Calculating from the draft day, Jia Fei had been with the Thunder for over 6 months, yet regrettably, he had yet to see any playing time. His former teammate, Kemba Walker, had firmly established himself as the backup point guard for the Bobcats, performing admirably and appearing to have a promising future as a key developmental player. In contrast, another teammate, Art Mayock, selected by the Lakers, was currently struggling in the NBDL, faring worse than Jia Fei. On January 1st, the Thunder secured a narrow victory against the Suns, achieving their 5th consecutive win. However, on January 3rd, they suffered a close defeat to the Mavericks, falling short of a 6-game winning streak. The following day, they faced another loss at home against the Trail Blazers, resulting in back-to-back defeats. After 8 games, the Thunder's record stood at 6 wins and 2 losses, overall commendable, yet lacking any decisive victories or defeats, leaving Jia Fei and Reggie without a single minute of playtime. Following the game against the Trail Blazers, the Thunder enjoyed a 2-day respite before facing the Houston Rockets at home on January 7th. After practice on the 5th, Jia Fei remarked to Reggie, "Let's hope for some garbage time in the next match, so we can finally take the court." Reggie appeared somewhat disinterested, responding, "Playing in garbage time isn't all that meaningful." Yet, Jia Fei shrugged, "It's certainly better than merely guarding the water cooler. Isn't it? My wrist is sore from all the towel waving. I fear I might lose my shooting touch." Reggie chuckled, "Jia, you truly are a humorous fellow." Finally, January 7th arrived, and the Thunder prepared to face the Rockets at home. The Rockets, as the favored team among Chinese fans, were well known from their owner to their general manager, and even down to the players by the water cooler. Unfortunately, the retirement of Yao Ming had caused a significant drop in the team's support among these fans. They are eagerly seeking to introduce the next player from the Chinese basketball realm, with their scouts frequently appearing on the CBA courts, all to continue reaping the benefits of Greater China. Once one has tasted these benefits, it becomes impossible to stop. The starting lineups for both teams were announced, with the Thunder maintaining the same roster as before. On the Rockets side, the starting five included Scola, Kevin Martin, Dragic, Jordan Hill, and Budinger. The devoted fans of the Chinese basketball community are well aware that each of these players has a nickname. Scola is known as Diamond, Martin as the off-kilter machine gun, Dragic as the chicken catcher, and Jordan Hill as the sharp guy. As the game commenced, the Thunder quickly established a lead due to their superior strength. And by the third quarter, the point difference continued to widen. Jia Fei turned to Reggie, who sat beside him, and said, "You may want to prepare. I believe tonight presents a chance to take the stage." Reggie, fully aware of the situation, nonetheless displayed a lack of enthusiasm. After all, it was merely garbage time. What significance did it hold to step onto the court? What puzzled him was Jia Fei's evident excitement. Unbeknownst to Reggie, Jia Fei needed to participate in the NBA regular season. He had a task to fulfill. It wasn't that he relished playing during garbage time. He simply refused to be underestimated. As the game progressed into the final quarter, with 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, Rockets head coach Kevin McHale conceded defeat, opting to substitute in the bench players. The Thunder, in a show of camaraderie, also withdrew their rotation players in favor of their bench lineup. Jia Fei and Reggie have finally been granted their opportunity to take the court. This marks the 9th regular season game of the season. On the Thunder side, the lineup consists of White Aldridge, Lazar Hayward, Jia Fei, and Nick Collison. The Rockets, on the other hand, feature Tabit, Chandler Parsons, Johnny Flynn, Courtney Lee, and Marcus Morris. At this moment, the score stands at 86-98, with the Thunder leading by 12 points in their home arena. Following a timeout, the game resumes. Although the outcome appears to be a foregone conclusion, the sight of Jia Fei and Reggie stepping onto the court has prompted many fans who were initially preparing to leave to remain and witness the performance of these promising rookies. Their displays during the preseason had indeed captivated the audience. The game continues as Johnny Flynn dribbles past half-court. Flynn, too, is a figure of misfortune. As the 6th overall pick in the 2009 draft, he now finds himself as the third-string point guard for the Rockets. Relegated to the bench during garbage time, Jia Fei is tasked with defending the affluent and handsome Parsons, and the two have been dubbed the most dapper rookies of this season. Their stylish showdown has captured the attention of the spectators, even amidst the garbage time. Johnny Flynn, utilizing a screen, delivers the ball to the low post where Tabit, albeit slowly, attempts a hook shot. However, his footwork falters, leading the referee to call a traveling violation. On the sidelines, Rockets head coach Kevin McHale shakes his head in resignation. The arena erupts in applause and cheers, clearly mocking Tabit, who has solidified his reputation as a disappointing 2nd overall pick, a status that appears nearly irreversible. Chapter 39, The Warrior of Garbage Time. Jia Fei gazed at the bewildered Tabit, feeling a deep sense of regret for him. It is worth noting that Tabit was also a player from Kongda, the one chosen at the highest rank in the NBA draft from the institution. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly gifted player, blessed with extraordinary talent, would struggle to make his mark on the court? Jia Fei could only feel a pang of regret within. He himself was like a clay statue trying to cross a river, unable to ensure his own safety, let alone assist his senior. The commentary team comprised of Reggie Miller and Steve Kerr from TNT. Reggie Miller remarked, "Hashim the Beat truly needs to learn some low-post footwork from the Dream." Steve Kerr chuckled, the deep wrinkles on his face capable of trapping a large fly, and replied, "Perhaps he is not suited for this role." As Reggie dribbled past half-court, he realized that during regulation time, he had no opportunity to take on the role of the primary playmaker. Therefore, in the garbage time, he finally had the chance to indulge in this desire. With Aldridge setting a screen, Reggie attempted a jump shot off the pick, but it missed. The Beat snatched the defensive rebound, intending to deliver an outlet pass to the sprinting Parsons, only to have the ball intercepted directly by the junior, Jia Fei. Jia Fei intercepted the ball and swiftly passed it to the veteran, Coruscant, beneath the basket. Coruscant effortlessly executed a bank shot, securing 2 points. The score was now 86-100, with the Thunder being the first to reach the century mark. The fans at the Ford Center erupted in applause. Although Coruscant is not exceedingly old, he stands as the most seasoned veteran of the team, having become a totemic figure beloved by fans for his unwavering loyalty. Reggie Miller shook his head, remarking, "Hashim's pass was far too ambitious. He should have entrusted the ball to the point guard to advance over half court." Steve Kerr concurred, stating, "He is overly presumptuous, failing to consider that his passing technique leaves much to be desired." The Rockets initiated their offense, with the affluent player on the right wing facing Jia Fei. "Come on, Chandler, unleash your prowess upon me." Jia Fei wore an expression of innocent charm. After showcasing his three-pronged threat, the affluent player, seeing Jia Fei remain stationary, opted for an immediate jump shot. To his astonishment, Jia Fei reacted with remarkable swiftness. Had he not leaned back, the shot would have likely been blocked. The attempt resulted in a complete airball, sailing out of bounds. Laughter akin to silver bells erupted from the home crowd, and should Jia Fei have glanced over, he would undoubtedly recognize its source, a certain girl with whom he had taken a photograph at the supermarket. The Thunder launched their offensive once more, with Reggie driving and passing to Aldridge beneath the basket. The Rockets boasted sufficient height in the paint, making it impossible for Aldridge to contend with Tabit one-on-one. After a dead ball, Aldridge passed to Jia Fei in the corner. Jia Fei received the ball with grace, his three-point shot ringing true bang. It found the net effortlessly, bringing the score to 86-103, with the Thunder enjoying a 17-point lead. The once quiet forward center erupted with excitement once more, as the performance of this Asian rookie captivated the crowd with his undeniable presence on the court. Reggie Miller remarked, "This newcomer, Jia Fei, displays remarkable composure. He doesn't rush his shots, but waits for the opportune moment to strike decisively." Steve Kerr nodded in agreement, noting, "His shooting form is impeccable, and his fundamental skills are commendable. He must dedicate considerable time to practice." These two commentators are celebrated sharpshooters in NBA history, and their endorsement affirms that Jia Fei's training has borne fruit. "Well done, Kerr." Jia Fei exchanged a high five with LaMarcus Aldridge. Meanwhile, on the Rockets side, Courtney Lee made a drive to the basket, but missed the layup. The tall player secured the offensive rebound and attempted a strong putback, only to be met by Jia Fei's soaring block. Morris snatched the ball, but Jia Fei swiftly swatted it away again. Reggie seized the opportunity for a fast break. Jia Fei initiated his move from his own penalty area, as if propelled by a surge of nitrous oxide, effortlessly surpassing all opponents and racing to the forefront. The atmosphere in the arena became electrified. Reggie grinned broadly, tossing the ball against the backboard. A collective gasp resonated from the audience, perfectly synchronized. Jia Fei, with impeccable timing, executed a single-leg leap, soaring into the air to intercept the rebounding basketball. With great force, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The rim trembled violently, a testament to the sheer impact of his shot. The score now stood at 86-105, widening the gap to 19 points. The Rockets called for a timeout. Even the refrigerator could no longer bear to watch. Despite it being garbage time and the inevitable defeat looming, could they not exhibit a modicum of dignity? There were still games ahead. They could not afford to let their morale be completely shattered. The cheers from the forward center reverberated throughout the arena, propelling the atmosphere of the match to yet another crescendo. Jia Fei exchanged a high five with Reggie, marking their first connection during the regular season. And to their surprise, the synergy was remarkable, a testament to their camaraderie from countless hours spent on the court together. On the sidelines, Westbrook exuberantly waved his towel, delivering a celebratory chest bump to Jia Fei. Following the impact, Jia Fei felt a slight ache in his chest. The physique of this turtle was indeed formidable, resembling that of a tank suited for the point guard position. Reggie Miller remarked, "This rookie from OKC, Jia Fei, is impressive. His athleticism is exceptional. It's hard to believe such talent is merely a second-round pick. Aren't we supposed to be in a down year for rookies?" Steve Kerr added, "Indeed. This year is considered a down year for rookies, but that doesn't mean it's definitive. In a few years, we might see many of these newcomers flourish." As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Rockets appeared somewhat intimidated by their opponent's spirit, rendering their coach's timeout largely ineffective. Consequently, Morris's mid-range jumper went awry, failing to even graze the rim. Lazar Hayward secured the defensive rebound and passed it to Reggie for the advance. P.S. Lazar Hayward thought, "If I don't start putting up some stats, they'll all assume I'm just a role player, right? They might forget I'm even on the court." After a high pick and roll, Reggie dished the ball to Nick Collison, who attempted a mid-range shot that spun out. However, an unidentified flying object emerged as Jia Fei soared through the air, single-handedly cradling the ball and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. Wow! After Jia Fei descended, his senior, Tabit, gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. Jia Fei smirked and remarked, "Senior, "You've lost weight," before turning back to defend, leaving Tabit utterly bewildered. On the sidelines, the Rockets head coach, Bing Xiang, observed both his second overall pick and sixth overall pick, then glanced at the opposing second-round pick, feeling at a loss for words. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have been on the court. To him, the so-called 28K and the hefty player were merely younger brothers. The score read 86-107, with a staggering gap of 21 points. The Thunder fans present felt their eyes feasting on the spectacle, having spent their money early on this game. They initially felt a twinge of regret, but now, that sentiment dissipated. Jia Fei's exceptional performance compensated for the game's lack of competitive tension. Chapter 40. The importance of self-awareness. Not only was the Rockets team disheartened, but even Reggie, who had spent countless hours with Jia Fei, was taken aback by his overwhelming prowess. It seemed that none of the other 9 players on the court could match Jia Fei's competitive spirit. On the Rockets side, from the coaching staff to the players, there was a collective desire for the game to conclude swiftly. "Please, let's go home." Ultimately, the game ended with a score of 86-111 as the Thunder achieved a resounding victory over the Rockets, putting an end to their embarrassing 2-game losing streak. Notably, from the moment Jia Fei and his teammates took the court, the Rockets failed to score a single point for a dismal span of 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Whether it was clanking shots or committing turnovers, they either missed the mark entirely or lost defensive rebounds. In terms of performance during that period, the Rockets were utterly dominated by their opponents. Conversely, the Thunder showcased remarkable offensive efficiency, thoroughly overpowering their rivals. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the fans erupted into fervent applause for the Thunder's third-string lineup. Their exceptional game performance and professionalism illuminated the depth of the team, particularly Jia Fei, who shone brightly as a rookie. In this match, Jia Fei played merely 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Yet he impressively scored 9 points with a perfect shooting record of 4 for 4, including 1 3-pointer, while also securing 4 rebounds, providing 1 assist, and achieving 2 steals along with 1 block. He accounted for 9 of the team's total 13 points during that time, boasting a remarkable 100 shooting efficiency. And his performance was both comprehensive and explosive. Should we extrapolate his statistics to a 36-minute game, the numbers would indeed be terrifying. Of course, such figures derived from garbage time carry limited significance. However, even in garbage time, it is still the NBA regular season, and the opponents are seasoned NBA players, not the type of competition one might encounter in lower-tier leagues. Following the match, the Thunder's locker room buzzed with newfound energy, a stark contrast to the previous 2 games that had left a cloud of despondency hanging over the team. Durant and Harden, typically reserved, had become even more taciturn following their losses. Although Westbrook attempted to lift the spirits, he quickly sensed the lack of enthusiasm and refrained from further attempts at levity. However, the team's first significant victory of the season ignited a fervor, with the bench players leading an offensive surge that shattered their opponents, prompting Westbrook to break into a celebratory dance. Westbrook, possessing a robust physique yet lacking in flexibility, exhibited a style of dancing that was more forceful than graceful. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. His movements captivated the attention of his teammates, enhancing the atmosphere and restoring a sense of camaraderie within the locker room. Witnessing Westbrook's joy, Jia Fei felt elated as well, recognizing that a team must encompass a variety of personalities, rather than relying solely on pragmatism. This young and talented squad lacked a definitive leader in the locker room. While Durant had the requisite skill, he was not suited for the role of a locker room leader. Westbrook, though vibrant and passionate, was equally unsuitable due to his impulsiveness. Veteran Corey Joseph, with his experience and composure, lacked the commanding presence that could rally the team. Coach Brooks arrived, as per his custom, to deliver his remarks. After his departure, media personnel entered the locker room to interview the players. In an unprecedented turn of events, Jia Fei was also interviewed today. Previously, journalists had focused exclusively on the team's primary rotation players. However, Jia Fei's notable presence on the court had piqued the reporters' interest, leading them to swiftly recognize the compelling narrative surrounding him. Jia Fei not only excels during garbage time, but also stands out as an individual of Asian descent. Since Yao Ming's retirement, the league has yet to witness another Asian player secure a prominent position within an NBA team. "Hello, Jia. May I conduct an interview with you?" "First and foremost, congratulations on your victory," inquired a reporter, though the media outlet remains unidentified. Jia Fei smiled and said, "Thank you." The reporter inquired, "Jia, you performed remarkably well in less than 5 minutes on the court today. What is your secret?" To which Jia replied, "Secret? I have no secret. I simply prepare myself, waiting for the coach to call my name. Once I step onto the court, I'm focused and give my all." Having watched numerous interviews with former NBA stars in his past life, he found answering such questions to be rather trivial. The reporter pressed on, "You hadn't had the opportunity to play in the previous regular season games, yet you performed so well today. Will you approach the coach to request more playing time in the forthcoming matches?" Jia recognized the sensitive nature of this inquiry. Journalists often begin with innocuous questions before delving deeper. One must be cautious not to fall into their traps. Yet, it is not to say they are malicious. For the sake of gaining views and generating topics, employing a bit of strategy is quite normal, provided it remains within legal bounds. "I would not do that," Jia stated earnestly. "The coaching staff has their own plans, and I trust their decisions. I only need to focus on myself and perform well when given the opportunity. I will not pressure them with my performance." This statement was not mere platitude. Jia genuinely felt he had neither the right nor the authority to pressure the coaching staff. Could a second-round rookie, having played a few minutes of garbage time, truly exert such pressure on the coaching staff and management? It was absurd. To survive in the NBA, one must possess personal skill, but also a keen understanding of one's own circumstances. Pressuring management and the coaching staff is a privilege reserved for the team's core players. Even for established stars, such actions are not taken lightly, let alone for a mere bench warmer. It takes mere moments to replace a bench player. Seeing that the interview had yielded little of substance, the reporter concluded with a few simpler questions. After the interview, Jia began to gather his belongings. Reggie approached him, smiling and nodding, saying, "Jia, I truly didn't expect you to be 2 years younger than me, yet your responses to the reporters were so mature and composed. How do you achieve such poise?" Jia Fei spoke earnestly yet absurdly. "Read more, learn more, contemplate more, and spend less time on adult websites." In the distant east lies an ancient kingdom, home to a sage named Confucius, who famously proclaimed, "Among 3 people, there is always something I can learn from them," urging us to continually seek knowledge from others. "Oh, Confucius, I believe I have heard of him. Was he also a basketball player? Which league did he play in?" Reggie inquired. "He played for the state of Lu." Jia Fei replied with certainty. "Well, I would love to challenge him to a one-on-one. By the way, what position did he play?" Reggie continued to ask. "What position? I have no idea." Jia Fei shrugged, a wry smile adorning his lips. Reggie was momentarily bewildered, his imagination already conjuring up the prospect of a one-on-one duel with Confucius. He eagerly anticipated the chance to face off against a man capable of such profound wisdom. Chapter 41. A reunion with old teammates. Jia Fei returned to his home, reclining on his bed as he reflected upon his performance that day. To be honest, he had not anticipated feeling so remarkable. Each shot he took resonated with a sense of assurance. If only he had been granted a longer duration on the court, perhaps his statistics would have shown even brighter. Yet, what does it matter? Ultimately, this was merely garbage time, a fleeting moment that few, aside from himself, would remember. To harbor hopes of earning the coach's favor through spectacular feats during such trivial moments, and thereby securing a place in the rotation, was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that performing well, even in unimportant minutes, is preferable to faltering. Being a warrior in garbage time, a pillar of strength, holds its own merit. It positions him favorably among the few bench warmers when injuries arise or when the team opts for widespread rest. At this juncture, he cannot afford to relinquish any opportunity to step into the rotation, for his starting point is undeniably low. Surely the task must be complete by now. Jia Fei suddenly recalled this matter, which was far more significant than his flawless performance during garbage time tonight. He promptly accessed the system interface to peruse the task list. Within the taskbar, he had undertaken 4 missions, having successfully completed 2, namely, participating in the NBA regular season and recording statistics therein. Jia Fei was elated as he promptly claimed his reward, receiving a total of 2,000 points. He has begun to grasp the reward system of this task mechanism. Typically, ordinary tasks yield a reward of 1,000 points, while those of greater difficulty provide even more. With the addition of 2,000 points, his total account balance now stands at 2,399 points. Without hesitation, he decided to redeem his points, and, after utilizing 2,000 of them, his mastery level of Iverson's peak skills surged from 5 to 7. Jia Fei was filled with excitement. He had finally reached level 7, drawing ever closer to the coveted 10 and inching nearer to the monumental 100. As he contemplated the prospect of achieving 10, he mused that he might employ some of Allen Iverson's signature moves. Even if their efficacy was somewhat mediocre, they would undoubtedly enhance his skill set to some degree. Having completed 2 tasks, Jia Fei currently had 3 ongoing missions in his task list. The first was to achieve a double-double. The second was to participate in the NBA All-Star Game, and the third was to start in the NBA regular season. While these 3 tasks appeared unfeasible in the short term, he remained undeterred. He firmly believed that, given the opportunity, he would certainly accomplish them in the future. After indulging in a motivational moment, Jia Fei eagerly revisited his task list, hoping to take on additional challenges. It mattered little that he could not complete the tasks immediately. The priority was to accept them first. After all, success would eventually come, and not seizing the opportunity would lead to regrettable losses. Suddenly, he recalled the ambitious duo, Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan, who would accept numerous tasks at once and fulfill them gradually. The task list had changed since the last time he viewed it, revealing a new assignment he had not encountered before, to start in the NBA regular season. Jia Fei immediately accepted the challenge, indifferent to the fact that it might take a considerable amount of time to complete. The following morning, he arose early, as they were scheduled to embark on a flight to Houston for their rematch against the Rockets. This occurrence of back-to-back games against the same team has become a notable characteristic of this season, aimed at enhancing efficiency, yet it undeniably feels somewhat peculiar. On his way to join the team, Jia Fei received phone calls from his former roommate Jeremy Lamb and his previous coach Jim Calhoun. During their conversations, both expressed their astonishment and offered words of encouragement, urging him to persevere and continue striving for excellence. After receiving these 2 phone calls, Jia Fei felt a sense of warmth. The Thunder organization resembled a large family, where everyone cared for and cherished one another, preserving the beauty of their initial camaraderie. It is hoped that each individual may attain a prosperous future. On the evening of December 8th, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the Thunder faced off against the Rockets in a back-to-back game. Having been thoroughly defeated by the Thunder's bench in the previous match, the Rockets felt a profound sense of humiliation. Returning to their home court, they were determined to redeem themselves, even if their roster was not as formidable as their opponents. From the outset, the game devolved into a fierce battle, characterized by intense defensive efforts that rendered both teams' offensive efficiency quite low, with numerous missed shots. With the score remaining close, the possibility of a garbage time scenario was eliminated, consequently denying Jia Fei any opportunity to take the court. He accurately surmised that, despite his previous stellar performance, the team's rotation remained unchanged. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed narrowly, showcasing their superior strength and achieving a sweep over the Rockets, thus celebrating their 2nd consecutive victory. Following the conclusion of the match against the Rockets, the Thunder hastily returned to Oklahoma City, where they were set to host the Spurs the following evening. With such a grueling schedule, it was not only the players who felt exhausted. Even the fans watching the game on television experienced fatigue. Jia Fei, on the other hand, fared well. He did not participate in the match, merely accompanying the team on flights from one destination to another. In the evening of September, the Thunder narrowly triumphed over the Spurs at home, marking their 3rd consecutive victory. Their next encounter is scheduled for the 11th, where they will face the Grizzlies as visitors. Since the 7th of the month, when Jia Fei took to the court during garbage time against the Rockets, he has not seen any further playtime. The same can be said for Reggie. Alas, aspirations remain mere aspirations, while reality stands resolute. If mere speculation held any merit, Michael Jordan would have long been surpassed by numerous players, and even Antarctica would be filled with individuals from the pickled vegetable nation. On January 11th, the Thunder embarked on a journey to Memphis to face the Grizzlies. This marks their 2nd visit to this venue this season, with only a mere half-month elapsed since their last encounter. In this contest, the Thunder once again narrowly triumphed over their adversaries, securing their 4th consecutive victory. Following the conclusion of the match, they set forth on their next journey, this time heading to the east to confront the Bobcats in Charlotte. Although Jia Fei did not have the opportunity to take the court, he felt a profound sense of joy as he was to reunite with his former teammate, Kemba Walker. Regrettably, due to the back-to-back nature of the games and a tightly packed schedule, he found little time to visit Kemba's home for a leisurely catch-up. On the evening of the 12th, the Bobcats were set to host the visiting Thunder at the Time Warner Center. The disparity in their records was evident. The Thunder stood at an impressive 9 wins and 2 losses, securing the 2nd position in the Western Conference, while the Bobcats lagged behind with a record of 3 wins and 6 losses, placing them 11th in the Eastern Conference. During the pre-game practice, after 2 months apart, Jia Fei finally encountered Kemba Walker once more. Upon their reunion, they warmly embraced each other. "Jia, you become stronger," Kemba exclaimed, playfully punching Jia Fei's chest. In a serious tone, Jia Fei responded to his old friend's flamboyant remarks. "Living alone, apart from honing my physique, is solely about honing my physique. You should really consider finding a girlfriend." Kemba Walker, with the wisdom of a big brother, imparted his thoughts. "Well, women only hinder the speed at which I could draw my weapon. I'm perfectly content on my own." Jia Fei jested earnestly. Chapter 42. The scene shifts too quickly. Your last alley-oop dunk made it to the day's top 10 plays. It was absolutely stunning. Kemba Walker remarked. "Is that so?" "Indeed. I aspire to be a man who soars like a yellow-skinned superhero." Although Jia Fei paid little attention to the highlights, he was exceedingly confident in his current vertical leap. "Jia, as a friend, I wish to offer you some advice. I believe you shouldn't rush into the rotation. Instead, prepare yourself and seize the opportunity when it arises. Maintain a positive mindset." Kemba Walker shared his sincere counsel. "Understood. Thank you, Kemba. You should also keep pushing yourself. I have no doubt you will become a starting player and an all-star in the future." Jia Fei reciprocated with his best wishes. Kemba Walker's advice was heartfelt and aimed at Jia Fei's well-being, even though Jia Fei had maintained a commendable attitude throughout. In this match, due to an injury sustained by Thunder guard Eric Maynor, Reggie Jackson received notice from the coaching staff that he would be included in the rotation for this game. Reggie was overjoyed. His opportunity had finally arrived. Jia Fei's opportunity has yet to arrive, as several wing players on the team remain in good health, leaving him with little chance to play. He does not wish for his teammates to suffer injuries. The current situation simply dictates that without any injuries among them, he cannot find a place on the court during regular playtime. In this particular match, Reggie came off the bench for 10 minutes, contributing 4 points and 2 assists. Kemba Walker, also off the bench, played for 22 minutes, scoring 11 points and providing 3 assists. Ultimately, the Thunder leveraged their superior strength to secure a back-to-back victory against the Bobcats, marking their 5th consecutive win. Following the conclusion of the game, Jia Fei hastily approached the visiting team's bench to embrace Kemba Walker. Their parting this time would extend for a considerable period, although he had not checked the schedule. Inter-conference teams only meet a maximum of twice in a season, and given that this is a shortened season, it remains uncertain whether they will face each other again. After this match, Jia Fei did not receive any playing time in the subsequent 4 games. In contrast, Reggie consistently saw playing time. Although his average on-court duration was merely around 10 minutes, it was evident that the team was intentionally nurturing his development, albeit with a rather modest commitment. As the date of January 24th approached, the Thunder hosted the Pistons. In this game, garbage time reappeared during the final quarter, and at last, Jia Fei took to the court. In the final moments of the game, specifically during the 3 minutes and 41 seconds of garbage time, Jia Fei continued to shine, scoring 6 points, securing 3 rebounds, delivering 3 assists, and making 2 steals, embodying the essence of a warrior in the waning moments of a match. He executed a breathtaking windmill dunk, once again leaving spectators in awe. However, the memories that belonged to him remained painfully limited. Throughout the remaining games in January, Jia Fei found himself sidelined, unable to step onto the court. This period proved to be quite agonizing for him, as he was compelled to remain perpetually prepared to excel during those fleeting moments of garbage time. Without consistent playing time, maintaining his form became an arduous task. He aspired to become a player akin to a microwave, as even if he were to eventually enter the rotation, his initial playing time would be minimal. The team required immediate impact from him, without affording the luxury of ample time to find his rhythm. As February arrived, the All-Star voting was in full swing. However, none of this was relevant to Jia Fei. The prospect of being selected for the All-Star team was utterly unattainable for him, and even participation in the All-Star Rookie Challenge was beyond reach. The only possibility for him to be involved in the All-Star festivities lay in competing in the individual events. On February 5th, following a narrow defeat to the Spurs, Jia Fei found himself in the locker room, facing reporters. He was taken aback by their interest in interviewing him, considering his prolonged absence from the court and the loss his team had just endured. "Hello, Jia. What are your thoughts on this game?" a reporter inquired. Jia Fei was somewhat at a loss for words. What thoughts could I possibly have? As a bench warmer, do my opinions hold any weight? He lamented the unfortunate turnovers in the closing moments, acknowledging that's how the game goes. The season is long, and everyone will experience ups and downs. He uttered a series of platitudes, as he genuinely had little of substance to offer. Jia, have you been following Jeremy Lin? He recorded a remarkable 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists in yesterday's game against the Nets. The reporter abruptly shifted the topic to Lin, catching Jia Fei off guard. Jia Fei nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Like me, he is of Asian descent. His performance yesterday was truly remarkable, utterly unstoppable. He realizes that this marks the inception of Lin's incredible journey. It was from this very match that Lin's phenomenal career began in his previous life. What are your thoughts on his upcoming games? Do you believe his recent performance was merely a fleeting explosion? A reporter inquired. I believe he will continue to shine. He possesses that caliber, Jia Fei asserted confidently. And how do you perceive your own future? Do you aspire to seize opportunities akin to Jeremy's? The reporter shifted the focus back to him. Certainly. I too yearn for such chances. I hope we, as individuals of Asian descent, can carve out our own niche in the NBA. Jia Fei responded earnestly. This sentiment was far from mere platitudes. It resonated deeply within him. He had no direct connection with Jeremy Lin. Their only commonality was being born in Los Angeles and sharing the same ethnic background. In the subsequent matches, due to the absence of garbage time, he remained sidelined. Meanwhile, Lin, just as in his former life, showcased a series of explosive performances, officially embarking on his incredible journey. February 14th, coinciding with Valentine's Day in the West, found Jia Fei, a single man devoid of any romantic engagements. Reggie, similarly unattached, chose to spend the day in the training facility. During this period, with Eric Melo injured, Reggie was granted consecutive playing opportunities. Although his time on the court was limited, it was undoubtedly preferable to languishing on the bench guarding the water cooler. After their training session, the two showered and headed to the dining hall. Jia, the All-Star game is approaching. Are you aware of this? Reggie asked. I am aware, but the All-Star game holds no significance for me. Jia Fei replied candidly, acknowledging its irrelevance to him. He secretly wished it did matter, as he needed to fulfill the All-Star obligations, yet that task was currently unattainable. You could participate in the individual contests, like the Skills Challenge or the Dunk Contest. Reggie suggested. The Skills Challenge has our teammate Russ participating, and I did not receive an invitation for the Dunk Contest. The roster has already been finalized. Jia Fei shrugged, expressing his dismay. Then there is nothing to be done. I also cannot participate, as my name is absent from the Rookie Challenge roster. Reggie appeared somewhat disheartened, clearly eager to partake. Who would want to join in the excitement of All-Star Weekend as a rookie? 3 days later, on February 17th, Jia Fei received a surprising call from the league, inviting him to partake in the dunk contest. Chapter 43. Participation in the All-Star Dunk Contest. Upon receiving the league's call, Jia Fei was momentarily bewildered. He could hardly believe his ears. A dunk contest? An invitation for me? The rapid turn of events left him slightly dizzy. Yet, despite his astonishment, he readily accepted, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to fulfill his obligations. The news of Jia Fei receiving an invitation to the dunk contest swiftly spread throughout the Thunder team. Both the head coach Brooks and the team's backcourt cornerstone, Westbrook, wholeheartedly supported his participation. Westbrook immediately expressed his willingness to craft moves for him, offering a plethora of dunking ideas. Reggie, equally thrilled, patted Jia Fei on the shoulder and remarked, "It seems the All-Star game cannot do without you. Look, they're reaching out to you proactively." Jia Fei swiftly discerned the reason behind his unexpected invitation from the league. Originally, the 4 players slated to participate in this year's Slam Dunk Contest were Zeiss Buetinger from the Rockets, Paul George from the Pacers, Derek Williams from the Timberwolves, and Iman Shumpert from the Knicks. However, due to Shumpert's sudden injury, he was unable to partake in the contest, leaving a vacancy. In order to ensure the smooth progression of the event, the league extended invitations to several renowned dunkers. Yet, none were inclined to accept. Ultimately, they recalled Jia Fei, who had previously graced the top 10 plays of the day with his spectacular dunks on 2 occasions. Jia Fei felt a sense of gratitude. He truly needed this opportunity. Although winning a slam dunk competition might not offer him much, the chance to accomplish his tasks and earn points was invaluable. This would enhance his integration of Allen Iverson's peak skills, rendering the endeavor meaningful. Wait a moment, among the participants of this dunk contest, is that Derek Williams? What a delightful surprise it is to see his name. Perhaps he could gain another surge of fury points from this esteemed competitor. Would that not be a splendid dual achievement? Jia Fei found himself increasingly captivated by this year's slam dunk contest, recognizing the need for diligent preparation as time was of the essence. He first accessed the system to peruse the task list and discovered a mission he could undertake to secure the championship title in the NBA All-Star Game's individual events. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Regardless of whether he ultimately clinched the title in the slam dunk contest, there was no harm in trying. After all, what if he succeeded? He glanced at the three adversaries listed. First was the Rockets' Battier, a player with a distinctly Caucasian appearance and impressive leaping ability, rumored to have a background in volleyball. The second was the Pacers' Paul George, known for his smooth and fluid playing style, showcasing remarkable verticality in practice. Lastly, there was the formidable forward Derrick Williams, a powerhouse with explosive strength. However, his weight and coordination posed potential challenges in the context of the dunk contest, which prioritizes elevation, grace, and creativity. While power is indeed significant, without these essential attributes, scoring may fall short. This explains why, over the years, most champions of the slam dunk contest have been wings or guards. Although big men possess formidable dunking strength, their elevation is often constrained. It is not that they lack the ability to jump, but rather that they can reach the rim with relative ease, merely by a gentle leap. Jia Fei perceives that these three opponents possess a certain level of skill, yet they do not belong to the realm of dunking virtuosos. Thus, he still harbors a glimmer of hope for victory. However, if he were to compete alongside luminaries such as Carter, Levine, Gordon, and Wilkins, his chances of clinching the title would be exceedingly slim. The 2012 NBA All-Star Game is scheduled to take place at the Amway Center in Orlando from February 26th to 27th, with the dunk contest occurring on the 26th. Leaving a mere 9 days for preparation from this point onward, Jia Fei meticulously examined the rules established for this year, noting the adjustments made to the competition format compared to the previous year. The new system will be officially implemented during the All-Star Game in 2012. Unlike before, the revised format consists solely of a single round, with each player granted 3 opportunities to execute a dunk. Following the completion of the first dunk, fans will have the opportunity to cast their votes. In contrast, previous dunk contests featured 2 rounds, with the victor of the initial round determined by judges. From this year onward, only fan votes will ultimately decide the champion of the dunk contest, and the voting avenues have now expanded to include social media platforms. For the first time, fans can vote for their favorite dunks via Twitter. Fan voting differs significantly from that of the on-site judges, who are often former dunk champions or esteemed NBA legends. While they possess expertise, their assessments can be influenced by personal biases, occasionally lacking objectivity. The incident involving Dwayne Wade scoring a mere 9 points serves as a prime example of the shortcomings inherent in this evaluative approach. Conversely, fan voting is characterized by emotional responses, while fans may lack the technical acumen to analyze the complexity of dunks. Their preferences are straightforward. They either love a dunk or they do not. In light of this year's changes to the competition format, Jia Fei resolved to devise 3 dunking maneuvers that would resonate with fans, catering to their tastes in hopes of achieving remarkable success. Jia Fei is set to participate in the slam dunk contest, and the Oklahoma City Thunder's official website swiftly announced this news, urging fans to cast their votes for him. Consequently, the team will add yet another player to represent them at the All-Star Game. In addition to Jia Fei's participation in the dunk contest, Kevin Durant will take part in both the All-Star Game and the three-point contest, while Russell Westbrook will compete in the main event and the skills challenge. Furthermore, the team's assistant coach, Chicks, will serve as the head coach for the Rising Stars Challenge. On the 18th, Jia Fei received a call from his former teammate, Kemba Walker. "Oh my God, Jia, you're going to be in the dunk contest. That's fantastic. We can meet up in Orlando." Kemba Walker was evidently thrilled. He had been selected for the rookie team in the Rising Stars Challenge and would be heading to Orlando for the All-Star festivities. "Yes, we can truly enjoy the All-Star weekend in Orlando." Jia Fei, who had never attended an All-Star game before, was equally excited about the opportunity. "By the way, Jia, have you thought about your dunk contest moves?" Kemba inquired. "Not yet. Many moves have already been performed, and it's exceedingly difficult to innovate," Jia Fei replied. Not out of modesty, but because he genuinely found it challenging to create something new. Since the inception of the dunk contest in 1984, over 2 decades have passed, showcasing nearly every conceivable dunking maneuver. Many so-called creative ideas merely involve the use of props or assistants, making true innovation in terms of moves a daunting task. I believe your dunking style should align with that of MJ or Dr. J, emphasizing grace and hang time, rather than imitating the powerful styles of Vince Carter or Human Highlight film Dominique. Kemba Walker suggested. Chapter 44. All-Star Weekend Kemba Walker's advice resonated with Jia Fei's own thoughts. Carter's powerful windmill dunks combined violence, elegance, and hang time. And despite the plethora of dunkers in the NBA, Jia Fei had yet to witness a windmill that matched Carter's visual appeal. While he could achieve similar heights and hang time, he was acutely aware of the significant disparity in core and limb strength between himself and the top-tier dunker known as UFO. This gap made it entirely unrealistic for him to enhance his strength substantially in such a short period. Therefore, it was crucial to maintain a clear understanding of his own capabilities. If he could not emulate Carter, he could certainly draw inspiration from Jordan or Dr. J. In the following days, as Jia Fei found himself without playing opportunities, he began to prepare his dunk contest routines. He planned a total of 3 moves, 2 that required no assistance, and 1 that would involve a collaborator. On February 20th, after the Thunder triumphed over the Nuggets at home, Westbrook approached the locker room with a grin, saying, "Jia, you go to the dunk contest. Take me with you." "Take you with me? What do you mean?" Jia Fei replied, slightly bewildered. "With you around, how could I even jump?" Westbrook promptly clarified, "If you require a collaborator, I can assume that role." He patted his chest, exuding fervent enthusiasm. Jia Fei responded with great enthusiasm. "All right, Russ, I've thought of a great move. I would appreciate your assistance when the time comes." "No need to mention it. I am more than delighted to help," he replied, chuckling. Westbrook resembled a child who had just received a lollipop, beaming with joy. Jia Fei lamented that Westbrook, with his carefree disposition, was truly a person without ulterior motives. Such individuals are indeed ideal companions, brimming with enthusiasm and sincerity. That evening, Jia Fei immersed himself in the videos of the inaugural slam dunk contest of 1984 through to the competitions held in 2011, focusing primarily on the dunking techniques and final scores. He sought to glean inspiration, which would aid him in designing his own moves. Despite the numerous additions, the variety of dunks remained limited, and he quickly completed his viewing. Upon reflection, Jia Fei considered that revisiting those classic dunks was not a bad idea. The notion of complete innovation was, in essence, a fallacy. It often entailed repackaging old concepts, presenting familiar maneuvers in slightly novel ways, or introducing new elements such as cars and motorcycles as props, while the dunks themselves remained unchanged. Repeating classic dunks could evoke nostalgia among fans, and if the atmosphere was adequately charged, such repetitions could garner appreciation. There was no shame in that. However, indulging in nostalgia should be limited to a single instance. Excessive repetition would likely lead to unfavorable reactions. On the 22nd, Jia Fei arrived early at the training facility to practice dunk simulations. After the day's training concluded, Westbrook stayed behind to assist him, offering numerous suggestions. Thus, the outlines of Jia Fei's 3 dunk moves began to take shape, requiring only further practice to refine them. Following the Thunder's victory over the Lakers on February 23rd, they concluded all their matches for the month, boasting an impressive record of 27 wins and 7 losses, placing them second in the Western Conference, just behind the Spurs. The much-anticipated All-Star Weekend was upon them. Reggie Jackson remarked to Jia Fei on the evening of the 23rd, "Jia, I envy you. I wish to attend the All-Star Weekend as well." "Then let us go together," Jia Fei replied. "But I have no event to participate in. It feels a bit odd to go." Reggie appeared somewhat conflicted. "What is strange about that? Many people attend without participating in events." Jia Fei was exasperated by Reggie's overthinking. "Forget it, I won't go. I'll just head home." Reggie ultimately decided against attending. On the afternoon of February 24th, Jia Fei coached Chicks, and the two dudes boarded a flight from Oklahoma City to Orlando to attend the 2012 All-Star Game. Orlando, located in Central Florida, is a city set amidst wetlands and is renowned as one of the premier leisure and tourism destinations in the world, home to the largest Disney theme park, rivaling that of Los Angeles. The largest marine world in the United States is also situated in Orlando. Notably, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, a collaboration between Warner Brothers and Universal Studios, resides within the expansive 787-acre theme park shared by these two cinematic giants. This marks Jia Fei's inaugural visit to Orlando. Although it may not possess the bustling vibrancy of Los Angeles, it boasts its own distinctive charm. The NBA All-Star Weekend resembles an official carnival of the league, a grand celebration, with the All-Star Game serving as the centerpiece of this sumptuous feast. Upon arriving in Orlando, Jia Fei promptly reached out to Kemba Walker, and the two convened at the players' exclusive venue. "Jia Fei, I believe after this weekend, I shall refer to you as the Dunk King." Kemba Walker jested, Let us keep it low-key. It's still too early to say. Jia Fei maintained his modest demeanor, aware that rising to prominence often invites scrutiny. Fortunately, he is not among the favorites. Presently, fans online have initiated a poll, with Paul George of the Indiana Pacers emerging as the frontrunner for this year's dunk contest championship. Jia Fei does not regard player.His as particularly impressive. It is only the presence of players like Levine or Carter in this year's dunk contest that would instill a sense of despair in him. However, whether it is player.His, a lackluster second overall pick, or a product of the Rockets, he remains unperturbed. Allow me to demonstrate how the 201cm Iverson executes a dunk. Witness the emergence of the dunk king with yellow skin. Jia Fei presents an outwardly modest demeanor, yet harbors an intense fervor within. He possesses an unwavering determination to triumph in this year's slam dunk contest. That evening, at the hotel's Western restaurant, Jia Fei dined with Kemba Walker. It had been quite some time since they last shared a meal, and there was an abundance of conversation awaiting them. Jia Fei is not typically a man of many words, yet on this particular evening, he found himself quite loquacious. Kemba Walker, on the other hand, is a veritable chatterbox, incessantly speaking as though his very life depended on it. On the morning of the 25th, at 10 a.m., the inaugural event of the All-Star Weekend commenced at the Amway Center in Orlando, featuring the Rising Stars Challenge. This challenge saw a team led by Charles Barkley go head-to-head against a team captained by Shaquille O'Neal. Kemba Walker was a member of O'Neal's squad, while Coach Chicks took the helm for Barkley's team. Jia Fei found himself at a loss as to which team to support, ultimately opting to remain a mere bystander and relish the spectacle. As a rookie, he undoubtedly envied those fortunate enough to participate in the Rising Stars Challenge. He too harbored aspirations of joining, yet his limited playing time and lackluster performances throughout the season rendered such dreams unattainable. In contrast, his peer, Jeremy Lin, had recently garnered attention with his extraordinary performances, earning a well-deserved spot in this year's Rising Stars Challenge. Chapter 45. Here I Come. Your chances are gone. The venue was abuzz with many familiar faces, including NBA legends, Hollywood stars, NCAA coaches, and prominent sports journalists. Jia Fei swiftly located Durant and Westbrook, who was gesturing for him to approach. It must be said that Westbrook is indeed a fashion trailblazer. Despite resembling a clumsy giant, lacking any semblance of an idol's charisma, he possesses an undeniable mastery of style. The adage holds true: a Buddha should be adorned in gold, and a person should be dressed well. Today, he donned an ensemble reminiscent of high-fashion runway models, truly embodying the essence of a man at the forefront of style. As for Durant, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. He was once again sporting a hat, a round-knitted cap at that. This time, it was an improvement over his previous choice of a green beanie, though not by much, as the current sky blue hue appeared almost green from a distance. In stark contrast to Westbrook's runway attire, Durant opted for a rather loose-fitting sweater paired with athletic trousers. With naturally narrow shoulders and a slender frame, compounded by a slight stoop, he exuded an air of dishevelment and lethargy. The sweater did little to enhance his appearance, instead amplifying his untidiness. Were it not for the knowledge of his millionaire status and NBA stardom, one might easily mistake him for an unremarkable figure, in terms of embodying a certain disheveled essence. Durant has certainly perfected the art. Jia Fei settled beside Westbrook, who promptly began to elucidate the intricacies of the game. Jia Fei cast a glance at Durant, noticing that the attention of this team leader seemed to be diverted from the game. Following his gaze, he discovered the source of distraction, a group of stylish and attractive fans seated nearby. Observing the sparkle in Durant's eyes and the unconscious swallow that followed, Jia Fei could not help but let out a long sigh. Where can one find the essence of an underdog? In Oklahoma City, it resides in the presence of the esteemed King Durant. Jia Fei concentrated his attention on the game. The NBA All-Star Rookie Challenge can be described as lacking any defensive intensity. It is a display of individual skills, resembling a game of 2K. In the absence of defense, one can observe that nearly everyone transforms into a scoring virtuoso, with sharpshooters plentiful on both sides. The hoops are relentlessly assaulted by those exceptionally talented youths, resulting in an astonishingly high score from both teams. Ultimately, Team O'Neal fell to Team Barkley, with this year's first overall pick, Kyrie Irving, earning the MVP of the Rookie Challenge. After the game, Jia Fei approached Coach Chicks to extend his congratulations. Jia, make sure to give it your all in tomorrow's dunk contest. Coach Chicks encouraged with a smile. Indeed, I certainly will, replied Jia Fei. The following day, the events of the Orlando All-Star Weekend commenced. The first competition was the three-point contest, where the New York team, led by mid-range king Allen Iverson, triumphed over the competition to claim the crown. Next was the skills challenge, featuring a total of 6 participants: Curry, Irving, Parker, Wall, Westbrook, and Darren. Certainly, Jia Fei was cheering for his teammate Westbrook, and he also spotted the big three of the Heat in attendance, in contrast to Durant's somewhat lackluster demeanor. Although James is often regarded as rather unattractive and has been dubbed a reincarnation of a gorilla in China, his fashion sense evidently surpasses that of the blue-collar Durant. It seems that once a man enters the bonds of matrimony, he inevitably becomes influenced by his spouse, leading to a noticeable enhancement in his sartorial choices. The skills challenge was undeniably exhilarating, a race against time, culminating in Parker's triumph. Following the skills challenge, the next event was the three-point contest, featuring 6 participants: Ryan Anderson, Chalmers, Durant, James Jones, Love, and Anthony Morrow. Jia Fei naturally supports his teammate, Du Huang. However, the champion turned out to be Love. After watching the three-point contest, Jia Fei prepared himself on the sidelines, as his turn to compete was imminent. The following event was the grand finale, the slam dunk contest. The slam dunk contest has always been the highlight of the NBA All-Star Weekend. Even though the creativity of the contest has waned in recent years and many renowned stars are reluctant to participate, it cannot dampen the fervor of the fans for this event. The large screen at the venue continuously replayed magnificent moments from past dunk contests, igniting the hormones of the audience and warming the atmosphere. The host passionately introduced the participants of this year's dunk contest. The first was Battinger, the second was Derek Williams, the third was Paul George, and the fourth was Jia Fei. When Jia Fei's name was announced, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. They were more eager for Jia Fei than for Shumpert. It could be said that among the 4 contestants, he was the most anticipated by the fans. This was not merely due to his dunking prowess surpassing that of the other 3, but rather because he is of Asian descent. In the history of the NBA, no Asian player has ever participated in the dunk contest, let alone claimed victory. The stereotype that Asians cannot soar has transcended the NBA and become a common perception in the global basketball community. Jia Fei made a stunning appearance at the slam dunk contest. Regardless of the outcome, his mere presence was a remarkable surprise, a testament to the efforts of the NBA All-Star organizers. As the spotlight shone upon him, he suddenly felt like the center of attention, an exhilarating sensation he had never experienced before. He was certain that he relished this feeling. However, it was evident that his 3 opponents were somewhat displeased with his resounding applause, particularly the second overall pick, Derek Williams. While both Battinger and Paul George were unfamiliar with Jia Fei, Derek Williams was well acquainted with him. They had previously engaged in friendly banter in Chicago, and now, unexpectedly, they were set to compete against each other once more. Jia Fei cast a glance at Derek Williams, noticing the hostility emanating from his gaze. He felt no fear in the face of such animosity. Rather, it invigorated him. It seemed that his anger meter would not be spared today. Let it surge forth with even greater intensity. To his surprise, Derek Williams remarked, "I didn't expect to see you here as well." Jia Fei nodded, proclaiming, "Now that I am participating, you stand no chance." "What did you say?" Derek Williams was taken aback by the audacity of this fellow. "I said you're out of the game." Jia Fei articulated each word with precision. Derek Williams, incensed, could hardly believe that even after all this time, this individual still possessed such a foul tongue. The event host urged the competitors to take their positions at the sidelines, clearing the court for the contest. Fuming, Derek Williams strode towards the edge of the court. Chapter 46. A success in one attempt. The judges of the slam dunk contest announced the order of performance. The Rockets' Battinger was to go first, followed by Jia Fei in second place, Paul George in third, and Derek Williams in fourth. Jia Fei cast a glance at the stands, where numerous celebrities had gathered to witness the slam dunk contest. Among the luminaries of the dunking realm were the inaugural dunk champion Larry Nance, the esteemed Dr. J from the Philadelphia 76ers, the quintessential human highlight reel Dominique Wilkins, the little potato Spud Webb, the airborne Marvel Blake Griffin, the glide Clyde Drexler, 3-time dunk champion Nate Robinson, and the youngest dunk champion Kobe Bryant. Upon spotting Kobe, Jia Fei was momentarily engulfed by a sense of surrealism, despite not being his idol. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Battinger had already shed his training shorts, preparing for his first dunk. With a physique that could easily be mistaken for an athletic yet unassuming white male, One might not realize that he had been named San Diego's Player of the Year in volleyball 3 times during high school and was honored as the National Player of the Year in 2006. In volleyball, vertical leap is of paramount importance, perhaps even more so than in basketball. For his initial dunk, Battinger sought the assistance of a partner, instructing him to stand beneath the basket. Judging by his stance, it was evident that he intended to soar over his partner to execute the dunk. As he sprang into action, he indeed vaulted over his partner with remarkable ease, completing the feat on his first attempt. The arena erupted in applause, as this dunk vividly showcased Battinger's extraordinary vertical leap capabilities. Although this method of dunking over an assistant had been employed numerous times in the past, it did not diminish the inherent difficulty of the maneuver. "I'm in." Jia Fei beamed at Derek Williams, who stood beside him, caught off guard by Jia Fei's smile. Derek chuckled derisively. "Just don't miss the dunk." Jia Fei maintained a cheerful demeanor as he proclaimed, "I shall succeed in one attempt. You ought to be concerned about yourself." With that, he discarded his trousers in preparation for the competition. The audience erupted in applause, eagerly anticipating the acrobatic feats Jia Fei, as an Asian athlete, would showcase in his dunking performance. Some fans, having witnessed his previous appearances in the top 10 plays of the day, recognized his remarkable jumping ability and hang time. Yet, the uncertainty lingered regarding the maneuvers he would execute in the dunk contest. Not only were the spectators filled with anticipation, but his 3 competitors were equally intrigued by the dunks he might unveil. Jia Fei donned the number 3 jersey of the Thunder's home team, cradling a basketball in his hands as he endeavored to steady his breath. The dunk he was about to execute had been successfully performed countless times on the training court, yet the atmosphere here was markedly different. The presence of an audience was absent from the practice arena, and he needed to disregard these external distractions, immersing himself entirely in the realm of achieving his dunk. He aspired to accomplish it in a single attempt. Although failing to do so would not be catastrophic, securing victory necessitated a flawless execution on the first try. For if he were to attempt it multiple times, it could adversely affect the spectator's perception. Even if his dunk was more intricate than others, he would still suffer in the voting outcome. Jia Fei moved to the right corner and then came to a halt. The on-site host announced, "Here comes Jia Fei, the number 3 player from OKC. How does he intend to execute his dunk from his position? Let's await the spectacle." Jia Fei adjusted his breath and initiated his movement, dribbling the ball forward. Suddenly, he slammed the ball onto the floor before him. The ball rebounded off the ground with remarkable elasticity, soaring into the air, while he darted towards the spot where it would descend. As the ball fell to within 50 centimeters above the rim, Jia Fei leaped off 1 foot, propelling his body into the air. Utilizing the momentum of his glide, he caught the ball with both hands mid-flight, seamlessly transitioned to grasp it with his left hand, switched it beneath his legs, and then swung his arm down to execute a resounding dunk. Throughout this breathtaking sequence, Jia Fei glided from the right side of the basket to the left, captivating the audience with his airborne elegance and the impressive duration of his hang time. Upon successfully landing, he descended gracefully, akin to a gymnast concluding a routine on the parallel bars, poised and composed. The applause erupted immediately. Although this dunk was not entirely novel, similar maneuvers have been showcased in prior dunk contests. The manner in which Jia Fei executed it, transitioning from one side of the rim to the other, was indeed unprecedented. On the sidelines, the legendary glider Clyde Drexler remarked to his companion, Dr. J. Julius Erving, about the high difficulty of this dunk performed by the Asian player from OKC, noting that a slight miscalculation in timing could result in failure. Dr. J nodded in agreement, acknowledging the evident hours of practice Jia Fei had invested in the arena, demonstrating both audacity and skill in attempting such a risky move during the competition. Both dunking icons expressed their admiration for Jia Fei's feat, recognizing its elevated difficulty, surpassing even that of the renowned Battinger. Jia Fei felt a surge of joy within. He sensed that his performance tonight was more flawless than any he had achieved in the training facility. This exhilarating feeling laid a solid foundation for the 2 subsequent dunks. Jia Fei returned to the sidelines, ready for the arrival of the spicy pepper. Derek Williams had witnessed Jia Fei's recent dunk, which was indeed remarkable. However, he was reluctant to acknowledge the brilliance of this individual's feat, turning his head aside, completely dismissing him without a second glance. Jia Fei approached him, teasingly saying, "If you wish to praise me, feel free. I can handle it. Who said I wanted to compliment you?" Derek Williams quickly clarified, as if he had just stepped on a tail. "Do you think my dunk was executed well? Was it not completed in one go?" Jia Fei wore an innocent expression. That was merely luck. Derek Williams asserted confidently. Well, I wish you good fortune. Jia Fei's smile was exceptionally sweet. I will triumph over you. Derek Williams gritted his teeth. Determined. At this moment, Paul George was attempting his first dunk, enlisting the help of teammates Hibbert and another player. His initial move involved leaping over two individuals for a dunk. However, Hibbert's considerable height thwarted him on 2 attempts. On the third try, after Hibbert slightly lowered his head, Paul George successfully leapt over him, completing the dunk. Although he ultimately succeeded, the execution and visual impact of his dunk paled in comparison to those of Batum and Jia Fei. Next up was Derek Williams. Rather than entering the court directly, he rode in on a motorcycle from the other side. This act ignited excitement among the audience, who eagerly anticipated what spectacular and innovative dunk he would attempt. Ultimately, Derek Williams merely aimed to leap over the motorcycle, and it took him 3 attempts to achieve success on the third try. Chapter 47. The Suit of the Dragon Robe. This left the crowd feeling disappointed. After all, what was the fundamental difference between leaping over a motorcycle and leaping over a teammate? Moreover, the challenge of leaping over a standing person was inherently greater, as their vertical height surpassed that of an average motorcycle. Thus, it was evident that Derek Williams' 3 attempts to successfully leap over the motorcycle could not compare to Batum's singular success over a teammate. With Derek Williams completing his dunk, the first round of dunks came to a close. The voting results would not be revealed until all dunks had concluded. In terms of the first round, only Batum and Jia Fei succeeded on their first attempt, placing them slightly ahead in this regard. Derek Williams felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had anticipated dazzling the audience with his creativity, but had not culminated perfectly. He had botched it, failing to score on 2 attempts before finally succeeding. Akin to a novice fumbling to find a hole, clumsy and inexperienced. Returning to the sidelines, he cast a stern glance at Jia Fei, igniting a spark of frustration within him. Surely, this fellow was mocking him. Yet, Jia Fei remained silent, leaving Derek unable to retaliate, which only exacerbated his ire. Soon, the second round of dunks would commence, following the same order as the first. Batum was once again the first to take the stage, executing a straightforward yet forceful move, leaping into the air, swinging his arms, and completing a single-handed slam dunk. It was yet another successful dunk, yet in comparison to the initial one, this performance exhibited neither an increase in difficulty nor creativity. Rather, it displayed a noticeable decline in challenge. Furthermore, in terms of visual appeal, this particular dunk was rather mediocre, leading to minimal replays following the execution. As the spotlight swiftly shifted to Jia Fei's turn to dunk, the atmosphere grew increasingly electrified, for Jia Fei's first dunk had already captivated a significant portion of the audience, leaving everyone eager to witness whether his second attempt would unveil any additional remarkable feats. Jia Fei summoned an accomplice, none other than Russell Westbrook. The atmosphere instantly erupted with laughter and applause as Westbrook donned a traditional Tang suit, his face beaming with a cheerful smile, which was undeniably amusing. Merely this scene heightened the audience's anticipation to its zenith. The on-site host posed a question regarding how Jia planned to engage with Russell Westbrook. In response, the staff promptly brought out a grand armchair, placing it 2 meters in front of the basketball hoop. Westbrook, holding a basketball, confidently sat down. Kobe, turning to his wife Vanessa, who sat beside him, remarked, "I imagine Russ will be seated, tossing the ball to Jia, who will then execute a dunk." Vanessa gazed adoringly at her husband, her expressive eyes seemingly conveying, "My darling, whatever you say shall be the truth." Jia Fei signaled to Westbrook, who responded with an indication that he was indeed prepared. Jia Fei initiated his movement near the center circle, gracefully executing his steps. He leapt off 1 foot from a position just within the free throw line. Westbrook tossed the ball upwards. After receiving the pass, Jia Fei swiftly transitioned the ball behind his back and executed a breathtaking dunk with astonishing speed. Following the dunk, due to inertia, he propelled himself several meters beyond the baseline. The arena erupted with applause and cheers. The play was truly spectacular. Even disregarding Westbrook's contribution, the sheer act of a behind-the-back dunk alone would command high scores in the annals of dunk contest history. This dunk, in terms of topic, difficulty, and execution, could be deemed flawless. The only minor shortcoming might be the dunk itself, as both seated dunks and behind-the-back dunks are not particularly novel maneuvers. After completing his dunk, Jia Fei smiled and embraced Westbrook, expressing gratitude for his cooperation. Westbrook, equally delighted, could not resist the urge to don a Tang suit and deliver a powerful dunk. Savoring the moment, Jia Fei's remarkable performance has undoubtedly placed pressure on his three competitors. It is evident, based on the outcomes of the previous 2 rounds, that his current position at the top of the leaderboard is without dispute. However, the dunk contest is far from over, and the final outcome remains uncertain. As it is now Paul George's turn for the second round of dunks, Jia Fei steps aside to rest on the sidelines. Noticing Jia Fei approach, Derek Williams deliberately avoids eye contact and takes a few steps away. Jia Fei refrained from provoking others further, as doing so would render the situation somewhat tedious. Certain matters are best left as they are. Upon the entrance of the spicy pepper, he gestured, and immediately all the lights on the court extinguished. The audience's anticipation surged, each person speculating what spectacle he would unveil, seemingly poised to execute a dunk in the enveloping darkness. Ultimately, through the faint glow of the venue, one could discern him achieving a successful 360-degree dunk, a feat accomplished with finesse. Next came Derek Williams, who enlisted the assistance of his teammate, the prodigious Rubio. As Rubio dribbled the ball ahead, he tossed it into the air, allowing Derek Williams to follow suit, executing an aerial relay dunk. This maneuver was completed in one fluid motion. While it was not overly challenging, it was executed with commendable smoothness. Thus, both rounds of dunks were successfully concluded. On the sidelines, Kobe wore a confident smile, turning to his wife, Vanessa, and declaring, "I knew it. Let me take another guess. If Jia can successfully complete his dunk in the final round on the first attempt, he shall be crowned champion." Vanessa nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Darling, this Jia is as dashing as you were in your youth." As the third round of dunks commenced, Batum took the stage. His third dunk was a blindfolded attempt. This particular dunk is fraught with peril and possesses considerable difficulty. Fortunately, he succeeded on his second attempt. With that, he completed all 3 rounds of dunks, bowing to the audience in acknowledgement. Now it was Jia Fei's turn. The crowd's excitement was palpable, having witnessed his impressive dunks in the previous rounds. They eagerly anticipated what marvel he would unveil in his third round. To their astonishment, Jia Fei, holding a basketball, suddenly began to disrobe. Gasps reverberated through the crowd as it was revealed that beneath his outer layer, he wore a Philadelphia 76ers jersey, prominently displaying the number 6 and the name Irving emblazoned upon it. The camera angles shifted intriguingly, transitioning from Jia Fei to the legendary Dr. J, Julius Irving, who was present in the audience. Dr. J chuckled as the crowd's attention turned to him, finding the moment rather amusing. He was curious to see which of his iconic dunks Jia Fei would attempt while adorned in his jersey. It is worth noting that Dr. J, as a pioneer of dunking, has left an indelible mark with countless classic dunking maneuvers, having brought the art of dunking from the ABA to the NBA, thereby embedding it in popular culture. Jia Fei donned the illustrious number 6 jersey of Drive J, complemented by a flamboyant afro wig, instantly transporting the audience back to the vibrant 1980s. Chapter 48, Dunk from the Free Throw Line. During the inaugural NBA Slam Dunk Contest in 1984, the legendary Dr. J showcased his prowess while clad in the colors of the Philadelphia 76ers. Little did anyone anticipate that over 2 decades later, a young man of Asian descent would don the afro and the very same jersey, stepping onto the stage of the All-Star Dunk Contest. This nostalgic ensemble ignited a wave of excitement among the fans, who eagerly anticipated the dunking maneuvers Jia Fei would unveil. Would it be a leap from the free throw line or the classic one-handed windmill made famous by Dr. J? The answer awaited revelation in the forthcoming dunks. Jia Fei raised his hand, stirring the atmosphere of the venue, aiming to elevate the excitement of the slam dunk contest to its zenith. He sought to capture everyone's attention, for only in doing so could he hope to secure the highest number of votes. Jia Fei, with a single hand grasping the ball, stood poised near the center circle. At this moment, many spectators had already begun to speculate about the nature of his impending dunk. Seated courtside, Dr. J beamed with delight. After all, everyone yearns to be remembered, and one of the ways to achieve this is through the homage paid by the youth. While the nostalgia may be a calculated endeavor, it brings with it the benefit of allowing former stars to once more bask in the limelight of public attention. As Jia Fei commenced his drive, he propelled the ball forward in a direct trajectory towards the hoop. Approaching the three-point line, he grasped the ball with his right hand and took 3 decisive steps. On his final stride, he leaped before even touching the free throw line, soaring through the air with a glide that surpassed the legendary Dr. J of yesteryears. The crowd bore witness to a momentous event. It was evident that Jia Fei was about to execute a dunk originating from the free throw line. With a display of sheer athleticism, he ascended like a celestial being, seemingly suspended in time, as if he had taken flight. The resounding echo of the ball meeting the rim signified the culmination of his dunk as he gracefully descended back to earth. The arena erupted into fervent applause. The loudest ovation since the commencement of the dunk contest. The camera swiftly panned from Jia Fei to a few esteemed judges present, including Dr. J and the illustrious Blackberry, both of whom had previously performed dunks from the free throw line in past competitions. Dr. J, clapping enthusiastically, wore a satisfied expression, acknowledging that Jia Fei's feat was not only successful, but arguably more challenging than his own legendary attempts. Kobe turned to Vanessa and remarked, "There is no doubt now. Jia will be the champion." Vanessa, ever the supportive wife, nodded in agreement, harboring a heartfelt desire for her husband to have a son who could inherit the indomitable spirit of the Black Mamba. The 3 dunks by Jia Fei have concluded, yet the dunk contest is far from over. However, it is evident that the audience's interest in the forthcoming 2 dunks has waned. Paul George's 3rd dunk pays homage to his predecessors. He leaps into the air, slapping a large poster of Larry Bird against the backboard, then glides beneath it to successfully execute a reverse dunk. It took him 3 attempts to accomplish this feat. The final participant, Derek Williams, attempts a collaboration with Rubio for his last move, but fails, necessitating a change in strategy, which still does not yield success. Ultimately, he concludes with a straightforward 2-handed slam off a rebound. At last, the dunks from the 4 players across 3 rounds have reached their conclusion. The camera sweeps across their faces, revealing that Jia Fei appears the most relaxed. While the results are yet to be announced, judging by the live audience's reaction, Jia Fei seems to have the highest likelihood of claiming the championship. The crowd eagerly awaits the statistical tally. Jia Fei is exhilarated, brimming with hope for victory, signifying the potential fulfillment of his mission. Soon, the data is finalized. Following a global fan vote, the Thunder's Jia Fei secures 88 votes, clinching the dunk contest title. When the host announces this result, Jia Fei's close friend Kemba Walker expresses even greater joy, engaging in an exuberant chest bump celebration, thus creating a classic moment of the day. Both Battier and Paul George extend their congratulations to Jia Fei, with the exception of Derek Williams. Jia Fei remained indifferent. He was determined to complete his task, viewing such trivial matters with a sense of nonchalance. The next segment was the award presentation, during which Jia Fei smiled as he accepted the trophy, symbolizing his victory in the slam dunk contest. The photographers, armed with their cameras, focused their lenses on him, and in that fleeting moment, he became the center of attention. The championship trophy for the slam dunk contest resembled a rectangular wooden box topped with a sphere that bore a slight resemblance to stainless steel. Truth be told, the trophy was rather unattractive. A more compact design would have sufficed, for its considerable size occupied too much space in his modest dwelling. Nevertheless, a champion is a champion. Jia Fei had also heard that the title came with a monetary reward of 100,000, a substantial sum for him, especially considering his salary for the season was less than 1 million. The event organizers promptly invited Dr. J to join Jia Fei, the newly crowned dunk king, for a photograph. Standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms, Dr. J had once shared a physique similar to Jia Fei's in his youth, but now he had gained weight and his hair had turned white, giving him the appearance of a kindly uncle. "Your performance was truly exceptional, deserving of this championship, Jia Fei," Dr. J exclaimed with a benevolent smile, offering Jia Fei a warm embrace. Jia Fei humbly expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Jia Fei did not forget to request Dr. J to inscribe his name on his number 6 Philadelphia 76ers jersey, to which the latter graciously acquiesced. Dr. J was in high spirits today. There is hardly a legend who does not appreciate being a source of nostalgia for the youth, as it serves to illuminate the greatness they once embodied. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected nature of this nostalgia, especially considering that it came from an Asian individual with yellow skin. Jia Fei clinched the championship title at the 2012 All-Star Slam Dunk Contest, thus becoming the first individual of Asian descent to achieve this honor. In the preceding month and a half, an Asian player had already ignited a frenzy in the league, and now another has ascended to the pinnacle of the dunking contest. The presence of Asians in the NBA has not waned with the retirement of Yao Ming. They continue to assert their significance in their own unique ways. Kemba Walker, Upon receiving Jia's trophy, remarked with surprise, "I didn't expect this trophy to appear so grand, yet feel so light." "Jia, I've heard champions receive a monetary reward. How do you plan to spend it?" "I haven't given it much thought." Jia Fei chuckled. "Nevertheless, I'm treating today." "All right, that sounds fantastic. I'm in." Kemba Walker replied with enthusiasm. That evening, Jia Fei hosted a dinner at his hotel, inviting Kemba Walker, Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant, and Coach Cheeks. Kemba, being a close friend who had consistently supported him, was a natural choice. Westbrook had assisted him in perfecting his dunks, making his contribution to the championship noteworthy. As for Durant and Coach Cheeks, one was the team leader while the other served as the lead assistant coach. Fostering good relations with them was undoubtedly essential. Chapter 49. First entry into the rotation after a delightful night in Orlando. Jia Fei and his companions boarded a flight back to Oklahoma City the following morning to resume preparations for the remainder of the regular season. In the NBA, the All-Star Game serves as a pivotal juncture. Many teams engage in trial and error before the event, and post-All-Star, the period of experimentation typically concludes. Season objectives should now be clearly defined. Some teams may embrace a rebuilding phase while others gear up to contend for the playoffs. The Thunder, of course, would not be idling. With their trio of promising young talents, they boast the second-best record in the Western Conference, firmly positioning themselves as a championship contender. Upon returning to Oklahoma City, on the evening of February 29th, Jia Fei placed the trophy he earned from the dunk contest in his rented room. He was not one to flaunt his achievements, and placing it in the living room would necessitate explanations should friends come over to visit. While the trophy's name may carry an imposing weight, its impact on an NBA player's historical standing is rather limited. Consider Nate Robinson, a three-time dunk champion who nonetheless experienced a tumultuous career, struggling to find stability within a single team. Thus, Jia Fei maintained a pragmatic approach. Having secured the championship, he felt it was time to move on, without dwelling excessively on the past. After finding a suitable spot for the trophy, Jia Fei promptly accessed the system to check his point balance. Currently, he had amassed a total of 501 points in his account, which was unsurprising, as he had not accrued any additional points during this period. It was solely the result of natural accumulation. The accumulation of points may be gradual, yet to acquire a greater sum, one must rely on completing tasks or earning Fury points. Fortunately, this time there are task rewards and Fury points available. He swiftly checked the task list, discovering that he had already completed 2 tasks, participating in the NBA All-Star Game and winning the championship in the NBA All-Star Skills Challenge. Without hesitation, he clicked to mark them as completed, and to his delight, he received 2,000 points for participating in the NBA All-Star Game and an additional 3,000 points for winning the Skills Challenge. In an instant, his total points surged to 501. Wonderful. It seems that the higher the difficulty of the tasks, the greater the total points awarded. However, he did not linger in his joy and proceeded to check the status of his Fury points. Upon reviewing them, he couldn't help but chuckle. He was aware that Derek Williams harbored some grievances towards him, which resulted in the latter granting him 6 Fury points. To his surprise, the other 2 participants in the dunk contest also contributed Fury points, with Paul George providing 1 and Battier offering an impressive 3. Jia Fei is indeed amusing. Observing the amiable Badinger who secretly curses him, one must remain vigilant against the smiling tigers in life. Those who appear to be kind to you may very well harbor the deepest resentment. Jia Fei chose to disregard his detractors. Feel free to harbor your grievances, but I have already secured the championship. Am I to relinquish it? With unwavering resolve, he transformed his tenfold fury into points, and in an instant, the total in his points account surged to an impressive 6,501. Upon witnessing this substantial sum, Jia Fei felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It was akin to the childhood joy of receiving red envelopes from elders, secretly counting the money under the covers with a flashlight, again and again. Fully aware that the amount would not increase with repetition, yet relishing the moment nonetheless. After savoring the experience, he exchanged his points for an enhancement in Allen Iverson's peak skill integration level. Previously at a level of 7, it immediately elevated to 11 upon completion of the exchange. Jia Fei was somewhat bewildered. How did it transform into 11 instead of 13? Previously, it was 1 for every 1,000 points. He scrutinized the details and realized that after the exchange, he still had 1,501 points remaining in his account. Suddenly, It dawned on him that it was highly probable that the conversion from 110 involved an exchange rate of 1 for every 1,000 points, while the conversion from 1020 required 2,000 points for a single unit. This explanation rendered the situation logically coherent. Jia Fei, without much hesitation, accepted the system's configuration, which was not of his own making. He recognized that striving to accumulate points was of paramount importance. In truth, many gaming upgrade systems exhibit a similar pattern. Rapid advancement in the early stages followed by a gradual deceleration, necessitating greater experience points. This principle remains consistent. Regardless, his proficiency in integrating Allen Iverson's peak techniques had finally surpassed a score of 10. He was eager to discover whether any skill sets had been unlocked and looked forward to testing them on the training court. He hoped to utilize Iverson's signature moves, even in a modified form, as he truly needed to showcase some offensive prowess. After all, a 3&D player is not devoid of offensive capabilities. Those with even a modicum of ball handling skills are undoubtedly more coveted. Jia Fei once again accessed the task list in search of assignable missions. Currently, he was engaged in 2 tasks. One was to complete a 2-double, and the other was to start in an NBA regular season game. After perusing the task list for a while, he accepted 4 additional tasks, deciding to take them on for the time being. Among these 4 tasks, the first was to score 30 points in a single regular season game, the second to achieve 10 assists in a single game, the third to secure 5 steals, and the fourth to record 5 blocks. Consequently, he now had a total of 6 tasks at hand. Given his current circumstances, accomplishing all 6 would be quite challenging, as such achievements necessitated ample playing time. Otherwise, if he were to play merely a few minutes, how could he possibly score 30 points in a single game? Wouldn't that require the entire team to score 200 points? On the morning of March 1st, the Thunder players boarded a flight to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where they would face the 76ers that evening. After checking into their hotel in Philadelphia, Jia Fei received a text message from assistant coach Chicks. Due to an unexpected injury to starting shooting guard Cephalosha, he would be entering the rotation for this game. This was indeed splendid news. He finally received an opportunity to participate in the rotation this season. It was worth noting that in his previous games, he had primarily played during garbage time. Being part of the regular rotation certainly meant he would not be relegated to such times, which held great significance for him. He resolved to seize this opportunity, perform admirably, and strive for more playing time in the future. As he had surmised, his situation was akin to Reggie's. The only chance of entering the rotation was of a player already within it sustained an injury. While he certainly did not wish for Cephalosha to be injured, there were some matters beyond his control. Soon, evening arrived, marking the Thunder's first game following the All-Star break. At the Wells Fargo Center, home of the 76ers, Jia Fei and Reggie were engaged in practice. "Jia, you're in the rotation for this game too. Let us coordinate well together," Reggie said with a cheerful grin. "Is that even a question?" "Of course, we'll work together seamlessly," Jia Fei replied with a sense of earnestness. Chapter 50. Coming off the bench during the pregame practice, Jia Fei attempted to execute Allen Iverson's signature crossover move, eager to gauge the level of integration of Iverson's peak skills with his own. As a result, he felt a slight improvement in speed compared to before. However, the disparity when juxtaposed with Iverson remained substantial. It appeared that a fusion level of less than 50 still yielded no significant effect, and Jia Fei had come to accept this reality. For now, he resolved to focus diligently on becoming a proficient 3D player. Soon, the starting lineups were announced. For the Thunder, due to Cephalosha's absence, his substitute, Daquan Cook, was thrust into the starting role, while the other 4 players remained unchanged. On the 76ers side, the starting 5 comprised Elton Brand, Lavoy Allen, Andre Iguodala, Jody Meeks, and Drew Holiday. In terms of height, the Thunder clearly held a decisive advantage, with the 76ers' twin big men both standing at 206 centimeters, while the Thunder's small forward Durant towered at 211 centimeters. In Jia Fei's estimation, the 76ers lineup exhibited formidable defensive capabilities and remarkable agility. Yet the sole shortcoming lay in their lack of substantial height in the paint, presenting some deficiencies in rim protection. The issue with this lineup resided in their offensive execution. The veteran Brand was no longer the 2010 machine he had once been for the Clippers, and while Iguodala was an excellent utility player, his ceiling as a primary scorer was regrettably limited. As the game commenced, both teams struggled with offensive efficiency, suggesting that this match might devolve into a defensive stalemate. After half a quarter, neither team had managed to reach double digits in scoring. At this juncture, Jia Fei, seated on the bench, felt his heart race. He was on the verge of making his debut in regular season play, a moment for which he had awaited for the better part of the season. Harden entered the game after 6 minutes of the first quarter, while Collison came in with 5 minutes remaining in the first. During the official timeout of the first quarter, Coach Brooks called out Jia Fei's name, signaling that he should prepare to enter the game. Upon hearing this, Jia Fei immediately rose from the bench, his heart racing with fervor. As the official timeout concluded, Jia Fei took to the court alongside his two teammates. At this moment, the Thunder's quintet comprised Collison, Muhammad, Jia Fei, Harden, and Reggie Jackson. The 76ers lineup featured Vucevic, Evan Turner, Sadie Osman, Lewis Williams, and Iguodala, often referred to as Little AI. Iguodala currently stands as the leading star of the 76ers. However, it is evident that his capacity to lead the team as a sole figure is rather limited. In stark contrast to the legendary AI's prowess in guiding his team to the finals, Iguodala has yet to propel his squad beyond the first round. His statistics reflect a well-rounded game, but lack the brilliance required, and his scoring ability remains rather mediocre. Coach Brooks, upon Jia Fei's entry onto the court, cautioned him to focus on defending against the opposing team's premier star, Iguodala. Of course, Jia Fei readily agreed. For him, the opportunity to defend against the opposing team's principal offensive player was a validation of his defensive prowess, and he would naturally not decline. Come on, my esteemed brother. Let me turn you into a mere afterthought in the jaws of the whale. At this moment, with just 2 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 16-17, with the Thunder trailing by a single point. The commentary for this match was provided by Steve Kerr and Chris Webber from TNT. Webber, who once played for the 76ers alongside Iverson, now found himself amidst a roster devoid of familiar faces. As the game progressed, Reggie brought the ball past half court, and Harden immediately called for it, leading Reggie to obediently position himself on the weak side and wait. In the Thunder's second unit, Harden assumed the role of the primary ball handler. Though nominally a shooting guard, he essentially operated as the point guard. Jia Fei positioned himself at the corner to create space. He possesses undeniable prowess. Not only he, but even Reggie finds himself with limited ball control. The defender assigned to him is the opposing team's diminutive guard, Lewis Williams. Such a defensive strategy is, of course, a deliberate arrangement by the coach, who has tasked two adept wing defenders with the responsibility of containing the opposing team's two high-scoring guards, while entrusting the weakest defender on their side to guard a 3D player who is not particularly offensive-minded. Jia Fei did not perceive himself as insulted. The fact that you assigned Lou Williams to defend against me only means I have more opportunities to attack. This is indeed a favorable circumstance. Defending against Harden is none other than the defensive maestro, Andre Iguodala. Harden, utilizing a screen, drives toward the basket and dishes the ball to the seasoned veteran, Muhammad, for an easy finish. Yet the latter fails to convert due to his lack of finesse around the rim. Collison attempts to follow up, but still cannot succeed. The ineptitude of these two players is truly glaring. In fact, many have previously mocked Stoudemire for merely finishing easy baskets. However, how many big men in the NBA struggle even with that? The number is quite substantial, with numerous players exhibiting butterfingers and the inability to finish effectively, a common occurrence. The interior finishing skills of several Thunder players are indeed concerning, with starter Perkins consistently averaging only single-digit points. While the two veteran big men on the bench are not known for their offensive prowess, this team is decidedly oriented towards outside shooting. Although Collison failed to score, Jia Fei leapt high, seizing the rebound while Lou Williams momentarily lost focus and dashed toward the basket, snatching the ball right above the head of Sadie Osman. After securing the rebound, he did not rush to attempt a shot, but instead passed it to Reggie at the top of the arc. With a clear look, Reggie received the ball and launched a three-pointer, but regrettably, it did not find its mark. Iguodala then reclaimed the rebound and brought the ball up the court himself. Jia Fei commenced his defensive duty from the backcourt, compelling Iguodala to pass the ball to Lou Williams for advancement. The reigning dunk champion from the Oklahoma City Thunder exhibits remarkable tenacity on defense, Chris Webber remarked. Steve Kerr nodded in agreement. I noticed his commendable attitude during his last appearance in garbage time. Lou Williams exploited the sluggish footwork of the Thunder's twin interior defenders, penetrating towards the basket and drawing a foul from the help defense provided by Reggie. He stepped up to the free throw line, converting both attempts, bringing the score to 16-19, with the Thunder trailing by 3 points. Harden dribbled past half court, utilizing a pick and roll to create space for Jia Fei in the corner. Jia Fei received the pass and, confronted by the intentionally unguarded Lu Wei, decisively took a shot from beyond the arc, yet it ricocheted off the rim. However, the attempt was made from a considerable distance. Jia Fei reacted swiftly, leaping high to seize the offensive rebound over Lou Williams. He then made a forceful drive, prompting the latter to struggle defensively and pull him back. The referee on the baseline blew the whistle, signaling a defensive foul on Lou Williams. With both teams already in the bonus, Jia Fei was set to take his free throws. Amidst the away crowd, fans near the baseline wielded white plastic sticks to distract him, with some even brandishing posters of a tearful LeBron James. Truly a display of creativity. Free throws were a focal point of Jia Fei's daily shooting regimen. Unaffected by the commotion, he confidently made both shots. The score read 18-19. With the deficit still at 1 point, the 76ers initiated their offense as Iguodala passed to Turner in the corner. Turner then drove to the basket, distributing the ball to Cedric Young, who subsequently passed to Iguodala, only to be intercepted by Jia Fei. Jia Fei, after executing a steal, tightly clutched the ball, while Turner approached to double-team, resulting in a foul being called. Jia Fei will once again stand to the free throw line. Chapter 51, Best Plus-Minus of the Game. In the commentary booth, Chris Webber chuckled, "Gia's reflexes are impressively swift. I barely caught a glimpse of how he seized that ball." Steve Kerr remarked, "Indeed, Gia's quickness is remarkable. It is undoubtedly a gift." Jia Fei stepped up to the free throw line and confidently sank both shots. With a score of 20-19, the Thunder surged ahead by a single point. The 76ers initiated their offense, but Turner's three-point attempt from the corner fell short. Jia Fei positioned himself to block Lou Williams, seizing the defensive rebound and passing it to Reggie, who advanced the ball past the halfway line. Jia Fei swiftly descended. While Reggie promptly served the ball, Jia Fei swiftly received the ball during a fast break, without pausing for a moment, and immediately passed it to Harden. Harden caught the ball and executed a soaring dunk with finesse. In his earlier days, he was still capable of flight, but as time progressed, he had undeniably transitioned into a more grounded style of play. The score stands at 22-19, with the Thunder leading by 3 points. Harden proactively exchanged high fives with Jia Fei. On the sidelines, 76ers head coach Doug Collins expressed his dissatisfaction with the team's performance, noting the evident defensive lapses from Lou Williams, who completely overlooked the fast-breaking Jia Fei. However, this has been a long-standing issue for Lou. His defensive capabilities have been underwhelming for quite some time. If he were proficient in both offense and defense, he certainly would not be relegated to the bench. In the ensuing moments, neither side managed to score, and the first quarter concluded with the visiting Thunder leading the 76ers 22-19. Jia Fei delivered an impressive performance in the first quarter. Although he did not score from the field, going 0 for 2, he excelled at the free throw line, making all 4 attempts, thereby accumulating a total of 4 points. 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, nearly filling the statistical column. During the intermission, Thunder head coach Brooks continued to encourage the players. Keep moving, continue to circulate the ball, accelerate the defensive rotations, and refrain from committing unnecessary fouls. Jia, you are doing exceptionally well. Maintain your defensive efforts and be decisive in your offense when opportunities arise. As the break came to a close, the second quarter commenced. The 76ers made personnel adjustments, with Iguodala, who had played the entirety of the first quarter, taking a rest while Holiday entered the game. Jia Fei's defensive assignment has shifted to Holiday. Lou Williams dribbles past half court and passes the ball to Holiday. Facing Jia Fei's defense, Holiday utilizes Vucevic screen. Jia Fei swiftly maneuvered around the cover, his speed astonishing even Holiday. So rapid, akin to a specter, Holiday passed the ball to Vucevic at the high post. Vucevic, with the ball in hand, executed a handoff to Lou Williams. Williams drove in, drawing a foul from Reggie and earning 2 free throws. Reggie shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. Williams converted one of the free throws. Collison retrieved the rebound and handed it to Harden, who advanced the ball. Harden, utilizing a pick and roll, attempted a Euro step layup, only to be met with a resounding block from Holiday. Williams seized the ball and launched a fast break like a wraith, cutting through the court amidst the cheers of the fans. Harden conceded, recognizing that even with his speed, he would merely be engulfed in the exhaust of the other's momentum. Jia Fei swiftly caught up, while Lu Wei received the ball and executed a 3-step leap for a layup. Jia Fei carefully positioned himself, seized the opportune moment, leaped into action, and retaliated with a powerful dunk. Reggie secured the ball, initiating a counterattack aimed at Harden. Upon receiving the pass, Harden swiftly transitioned the ball back to the arc's pinnacle, where Jia Fei awaited. Jia Fei received the ball and launched a three-point shot with remarkable precision. The spectators were left in awe as the ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, yet it failed to find the net. It appeared he had exerted too much force. However, the ball rebounded fortuitously, returning to Jia Fei's hands, leaving him bewildered as he unexpectedly secured an offensive rebound. Jia Fei refrained from attempting another three-pointer and instead passed the ball to his teammate, Koryasun, stationed in the paint. Koryasun executed a deft hook shot, scoring effortlessly. The score now stands at 24-20, with the Thunder leading by 4 points. Jia Fei has yet to score from open play, and he eagerly anticipates the arrival of his first goal in this context. Weber nodded and remarked, Jia displayed remarkable composure. He wisely refrained from attempting another three-pointer, as Lewis had already returned to defend. Steve Kerr added, the pass was exquisite. The interior player, Cedis, was caught out of position. The 76ers launched their offense, but Lou Williams' challenging jump shot clanked off the rim. Muhammad secured the rebound, initiating a counterattack for the Thunder. Harden executed a swift layup during the fast break, extending the Thunder's lead to 6 points. 76ers head coach Doug Collins, unable to bear the situation any longer, decisively called for a timeout. The Wells Fargo Center felt somewhat somber. The abundance of missed shots was one thing, but the home team's offensive struggles were particularly disheartening. They truly longed for the days of the number 3 from Philadelphia, that diminutive player whose presence marked the peak of the team's performance over the past 2 decades. Westbrook exuberantly waved a towel, high-fiving each of his 5 teammates on the court. His excitement was palpable as the stellar contributions from the bench afforded the starters additional rest. Durant, more reserved, simply smiled and nodded, suggesting that, in this regard, Westbrook appeared to be the true leader of the team. Jia seized the opportunity to shoot again. Coach Brooks reminded him once more. All right, Jia nodded. Although he had missed all 3 of his previous attempts, the coach encouraged him to keep shooting. Naturally, he would continue to take shots, especially if a favorable opportunity presented itself. In the first half of the match, Jia Fei played for over 6 minutes, making 3 attempts without success, yet accumulating 4 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, achieving an impressive plus-minus rating of 9, thereby successfully filling the statistical sheet. The Thunder, buoyed by the stellar performance of their second unit, led their opponents by 8 points at halftime with a score of 50-42. As the third quarter commenced, both teams continued to struggle with offensive efficiency, and the score remained unchanged. Once the rotation phase began, Jia Fei and his teammates took to the court, executing a defensive counterattack that culminated in a decisive 6-0 run, widening the gap. During the stretch, Jia Fei made his first field goal of the game with a mid-range catch-and-shoot jumper. The Thunder, through this period of dominance, completely controlled the flow of the game, ultimately securing a comfortable 101-88 victory over the 76ers on the road, marking their first win following the All-Star break. In this match, Jia Fei played for 14 minutes and 22 seconds, making 1 out of 4 field goal attempts and successfully converting 5 out of 6 free throws, thus accumulating 7 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. His plus-minus rating was the highest on the team at 17, tied with Reggie. Following the game, the visiting team's locker room was filled with exuberance. Westbrook was joyfully singing a country love song from the last century, while Durant was engrossed in his phone. Harden was also preoccupied with his device, while Ibaka and Perkins exchanged jokes. Jia Fei feels that the atmosphere in the locker room is truly delightful. Although his shooting percentage in the match was not particularly high, his overall performance was nearly flawless, leaving him quite satisfied. Reggie is also in high spirits. His playing time has become stable. The team is enjoying an unbroken streak of victories, and his good friend Jia Fei has also made it into the rotation. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. As he lies on the hotel bed that night, Jia Fei reflects on his performance of the day with contentment, the only regret being that he did not accomplish any of his tasks. However, he believes that as long as he continues to strive and improve, he will undoubtedly achieve his objectives. Chapter 52, Endorsement Contract. Jia Fei's performance pales in comparison to that of Lynn Madness, and thus, it has garnered little attention from major sports media across the United States. He remains indifferent to this lack of coverage, believing that his steady development is indeed commendable. Those media outlets excel at elevating individuals only to later undermine them. Should he become overly inflated with confidence, the repercussions would be his to bear. In the absence of absolute prowess, it is prudent to take measured steps forward. The Thunder team spent a night in Philadelphia and set off the following morning for Orlando, where they are scheduled to face the Magic in a back-to-back game. Playing away on consecutive nights is particularly exhausting, as it entails not only continuous competition, but also the discomfort of unfamiliar hotel accommodations and the rigors of travel. Following the All-Star break, the Thunder will embark on a 3-game road trip in the East before returning home for 4 matches. Given that Sefolosha will be absent for several games, Jia Fei will continue to serve as a substitute in this match. This is not Jia Fei's first visit to Orlando last month. He participated in the city's All-Star Dunk Contest, where he emerged victorious. The venue for this away game is the same as that of the All-Star event. Around noon, Jia Fei received a call from his agent, Jeff Schwartz, which took him by surprise, as he did not anticipate hearing from him at that moment. He instinctively deduced that Schwartz must have something significant to discuss. Upon answering, he heard Schwartz's calm voice on the line. "Hello, Mr. Jia. This is Jeff Schwartz. Nike wishes to collaborate with you and has offered an endorsement contract. I have sent part of the contract to your email. Please check it at your convenience. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I appreciate your efforts." Jia Fei particularly admires Schwartz's straightforwardness. He rarely indulges in unnecessary chatter, often getting straight to the point with succinct and clear communication. After concluding his conversation with Schwartz, Jia Fei retrieved his phone and accessed his email to peruse the contract. He harbored some questions regarding Nike's decision to enlist him as a spokesperson. The contract stipulations were rather straightforward, primarily designating him as a representative for Nike for a duration of 1 year. During this period, he would be entitled to receive athletic gear, including sneakers and socks, provided by the company, alongside an endorsement fee amounting to $1 million. Jia Fei suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the nature of the endorsement. Such endorsement contracts are quite prevalent within the NBA. Major corporations like Nike and Adidas not only provide signature shoes for superstars, but also sign potential rising stars from the league to represent their brand. The amount of endorsement fees symbolizes the level of importance they attribute to you. For Jia Fei, $1 million is a substantial sum. However, for many athletes, this endorsement fee is merely a trifling amount. As early as 2003, Nike offered a 7-year, $87 million endorsement contract to LeBron James, who was still a rookie at the time, averaging over $10 million annually. Jia Fei contemplated the significant reason behind Nike's interest in him. He had clinched the championship title in this year's All-Star Dunk Contest. This accolade served as an excellent marketing tool for promoting footwear. In his previous life, during his middle school years, he was inundated with highlights of Vince Carter's dunks, particularly his top 5 plays. At that time, donning a pair of Nike basketball shoes equipped with air columns endorsed by Carter was akin to wielding a crown of supremacy in his class. However, it had been several days since the All-Star game concluded, and he wondered why the endorsement contract was only now being offered. Jia Fei speculated that perhaps it was connected to his recent inclusion in the rotation. Being part of the rotation indicated greater visibility within the league, which would aid his survival in this competitive environment. After all, a dunk champion relegated to guarding the water cooler would yield little economic benefit, and companies are, above all, driven by profitability. As a leading entity in the industry, Nike would naturally refrain from signing a dunk champion who could vanish from the league at any moment. The brevity of the contract, limited to just 1 year, was also easily comprehensible. After all, Jia Fei's contract with the Thunder was only 2 years long, with next year being partially guaranteed and subject to the Team S option, theoretically allowing the team to release him at any time. Nevertheless, Jia Fei accepted the endorsement contract without hesitation. While the reluctance to provide a long-term deal might seem a prudent strategy to mitigate risk to him, it was not entirely disadvantageous. Should he excel, the next time they sought to secure an endorsement deal with him, the terms would surely not be the same. Jia Fei promptly returned a call to Jeff Schwartz, conveying his agreement to sign the contract and requesting that his agent handle the necessary arrangements. In the realm of the NBA, the fervent enthusiasm of agents in securing commercial endorsements and partnerships for their clients stems from the significantly higher commissions associated with such endeavors. Jia Fei's exuberance delighted Schwartz, making their collaboration all the more enjoyable. That evening, at the Magic's home venue, the Amway Center, the Thunder began their practice session prior to the game. Jia Fei has been closely observing Durant's pre-game training and has noted that Durant approaches both his regular and pre-game practices with utmost seriousness. While he may not embody the extreme dedication of Kobe's infamous 4 a.m. workouts in Los Angeles, he undeniably represents a paradigm of hard work. In this regard, Harden, also a member of the Thunder's trio, does not quite measure up to him. Soon, the starting lineups were announced. The Thunder maintained the same starting roster as in their previous game, with Daquan Cook continuing to take the court. The Magic, on the other hand, opted for a configuration of 1 inside player and 4 outside shooters, a strategy that had previously propelled them to the finals. As the game commenced, both teams exhibited a high level of defensive intensity, making scoring a challenging endeavor. Although Howard may not be able to contend with Yao Ming, he certainly holds his own against a stocky interior player like Perkins. Conversely, the Magic found themselves without anyone capable of containing Durant. As the first quarter approached its official timeout, Jia Fei and Reggie were summoned to the court together, with the Thunder's lineup featuring Muhammad, Collison, Reggie, Harden, and Jia Fei. The Magic's on-court assembly included Howard, Glenn Davis, Chris Duhon, Earl Clark, and J.J. Redick. Jia Fei has been assigned by the team to guard the opposing sharpshooter, Redick. At this moment, the score stands at 15-17, with the visiting Thunder trailing by 2 points. Reggie dribbles past the half-court line and passes the ball to Harden. Utilizing a screen, Harden exploits the sluggish footwork of the formidable Davis. However, the opposing team opts for a double team. Harden swiftly dishes the ball out to Reggie on the perimeter, who then passes it to Jia Fei in the corner. Jia Fei decisively took a 3-point shot upon receiving the ball, yet, regrettably, it did not find its mark. Howard effortlessly secured the rebound and passed it to Duhon, who dribbled forward. Meanwhile, Redick frantically maneuvered without the ball across the half-court, darting from the top of the key to the baseline and then back to the 45-degree angle like a rabbit. However, Jia Fei relentlessly pursued him. Refusing to be shaken off, Earl Clark attempted to overpower Harden in the low post, but surprisingly, he was unable to budge his opponent. Despite Harden being a guard and Clark a power forward, this mismatch failed to yield any advantage. Chapter 53, JJ vs. JJ. Jia Fei was undoubtedly aware of the underlying reason. Harden claimed to be a guard, yet his substantial weight and robust physique, particularly his powerful lower body, told a different story. This player feared the nimble, quick-footed opponents rather than the muscular giants. Clark found himself unable to withstand Harden's strength and passed the ball to the perimeter, where Duhon awaited. Duhon then swiftly distributed the ball to Redick. Without any time for adjustment, Redick received the pass and, akin to a sharpshooter in a first-person shooter game, unleashed a lightning-fast shot. The rapidity of his release was emblematic of a supreme marksman's confidence. While many might dismiss such a shot as reckless, for a true sharpshooter, it was merely routine. However, Jia Fei would not tolerate such audacity. With a swift, ghostly motion of his hand, he blocked Redick's attempt. As the ball sailed out of bounds, the 24-second shot clock expired. Jia Fei triumphantly raised his fist in celebration, and Reggie eagerly approached for a high five. "What a magnificent block!" Reggie exclaimed. "Absolutely necessary," Jia Fei replied with an air of calmness, as this was merely standard procedure for him. He had been lying in wait, anticipating the perfect moment to execute such a maneuver. "He fouled me. He hit my hand," Redick protested to the referee, claiming that Jia Fei's block constituted a 3-point foul. Jia Fei, having calmed his ire, observed Redick, who, like many unable to accept defeat on the playground, claimed foul when blocked, yet dismissed his own infractions as inconsequential. He regarded traveling violations as merely a legitimate 3-step layup and insisted that offensive fouls were merely defensive errors on the part of others. Such behavior epitomizes the inability to accept loss. As Jia Fei passed behind Redick, he taunted, suggesting that Redick should anticipate being blocked once more, advising him to review the replay later. With that, he departed, leaving a striking silhouette in his wake. Redick, snapping back to reality, fixated his furious gaze towards Jia Fei's retreating form, vowing to demonstrate to this insolent youth that he could indeed defend against him. The Thunder commenced their attack, yet Reggie failed to convert a mid-range jumper. Howard secured the rebound. The Magic launched their offensive, with Howard overpowering the veteran Muhammad beneath the basket, drawing a foul from the latter. Muhammad, now burdened with 3 fouls, had no choice but to exit the game, allowing Durant to re-enter the fray. Howard approached the free throw line, but regrettably, he only succeeded in making one of his 2 attempts. The score stood at 15-18, with the Magic leading by 3 points. The Thunder retaliated as Durant executed a one-on-one against a formidable opponent, successfully sinking a jump shot over him. The gap narrowed to a mere point, now 17-18. Jia Fei marveled at the notion that true talent allows one to act with impunity. With Durant's exceptional jump shot, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary player to block him. At times, whether he succeeds in scoring hinges solely on his own sense of rhythm, rather than the defense. As the Magic initiated their offense, Du Hong skillfully dribbled past half-court. Jia Fei clung to Redick like a piece of toffee, relentlessly shadowing him wherever he attempted to flee. His defense was astute. His hands elevated as if to signal to the referee, "I am not committing any fouls." The rookie retorted with fervor, "You cannot guard me." Jia Fei, however, merely glanced away, responding meekly, "Do not speak. I might just block you." Redick was on the verge of exploding with rage, incredulous that this second-round pick dared to provoke him. Meanwhile, Howard was dominating Collison in the low post, and upon facing a double team, he dished the ball out to Duhon. Duhon hesitated to take a three-pointer, aiming instead to pass to Redick, but found him tightly marked by Jia Fei, leaving no room to maneuver. After a moment's indecision, Duhon chose to force his way to the rim, only to be thwarted by Reggie, who pushed him out of bounds. The ball was dead, and Howard was substituted for DeAndre Liggins. During the inbounds play, Duhon received the ball while Redick fervently called for it. Aware that scoring opportunities were scarce, he was determined to take on the rookie. Duhon passed the ball to Redick, igniting a frenzy among the Magic fans, many of whom were chanting for him to obliterate the rookie. Redick glared at Jia Fei, seething, "I'm going to deal with you right now." Jia Fei nodded slightly and remarked, "Allow me to correct you. It is you who shall be dealt with." He gestured for his teammates to spread out, as he intended to engage in a solo confrontation with Jia Fei at the three-point line. With the ball in hand, Redick faced no hesitation. He advanced to apply pressure defensively. Typically, when defending against a player whose shooting is superior to their driving ability, one opts for close, tight defense, especially against pure shooters. Conversely, against players whose driving prowess outweighs their shooting, one might retreat slightly to provide some space for the shot, focusing primarily on thwarting drives. It was evident that Redick belonged to the former category, a shooter more than a driver. As Redick observed Jia Fei closing in, he felt underestimated in his ball-handling skills. In a swift motion, he executed a powerful dribble and attempted to leverage his speed to break free from Jia Fei's defense. However, he was met with disappointment. Jia Fei's lateral quickness was astonishing, and not only did Redick fail to shake off his defender, but he also found himself cornered near the right sideline. Unwilling to be thwarted by a rookie to the extent of not being able to shoot, Redick forcefully changed direction and drove left, only to be met by Jia Fei once more. He abruptly halted and launched a jump shot, but Jia Fei arrived almost simultaneously, utilizing his leaping ability and wingspan to block Redick's attempt. The audience collectively exhaled in astonishment. Yet, the drama did not conclude there, for they were at the top of the arc with no defenders in the backcourt. As both players descended, Jia Fei's speed allowed him to seize the opportunity first, initiating a fast break. With a 1-on-0 advantage on the offensive end, this was not soccer's Premier League, where a goalkeeper might intervene. Jia Fei, under the gaze of over 10,000 visiting fans, executed a magnificent one-handed slam dunk. The arena's DJ could not help but exclaim. This venue will forever remember his triumph in the dunk contest just a week prior. With Jia Fei's soaring dunk, the Thunder surged ahead in the score, 19-18. As Jia Fei retreated on defense, he caught sight of Redick, shrugging his shoulders and curling his lips, as if to convey, "I would rather not be in this position. It is you who has compelled me." Redick, seething with anger, found himself powerless. Moments ago, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, leaving his pride thoroughly wounded. He had not anticipated the astounding speed of his opponent's shot. It suddenly dawned on him that he had made a grave miscalculation. After all, this individual was the champion of the dunk contest, a detail he had overlooked until this very moment. At times, fury can cloud one's judgment, and Redick was a vivid testament to this truth. Jia Fei's remarkable blocks and dunks invigorated the Thunder, while the Magic appeared to lack a guiding force after Howard's departure. In a moment of hesitation during a pick-and-roll, Du Hong was called for traveling by the referee. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Durant executed a flawless jump shot over Liggins, extending the lead to 3 points. For him, most defenders are unable to touch the ball as it leaves his hands, allowing him to shoot freely over their heads. As the first quarter came to a close, Jia Fei had already delivered 2 blocks in a remarkably short span, both directed at the sharpshooter J.J. Redick. Who are you to share the name, J.J.? You are merely a shadow of the true J.J. Chapter 54. The goal is to make three-pointers. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with the Thunder taking the initiative. Reggie dribbled past half-court, isolating Du Hong. Although Reggie's jump shot missed, Jia Fei adeptly maneuvered into the paint and executed a one-handed putback. The score now stood at 23-18, with the Thunder extending their lead to 5 points. As Reggie retreated on defense, he remarked to Jia Fei, "Your instinct for grabbing offensive rebounds is quite sharp." Jia Fei jested, "I sensed something amiss in your shot. I doubted it would find the net." Reggie, accustomed to their playful banter, remained unperturbed by Jia Fei's lighthearted taunts. As the Magic mounted their offense, Redick found himself relentlessly pursued by Jia Fei, while Liggins struggled to demonstrate any offensive prowess. Ultimately, the ball found its way into the hands of the formidable Glenn Davis. Although his weight could rival that of Shaquille O'Neal, his shorter stature rendered him at a disadvantage in the post when offensive space was limited. As he received the ball beneath the basket, the Thunder swiftly collapsed on him, encircling him as if preparing dumplings. With little room to maneuver, Big Baby faced immense difficulty in passing the ball and was forced into a desperate turnaround jump shot, which unfortunately fell short. Jia Fei secured the defensive rebound and passed it to Durant, who advanced the ball. Durant attempted a trailing three-pointer but missed. After Du Hong retrieved the rebound, he sent a long pass to the fast-breaking Redick. However, Jia Fei's long arms intercepted the ball midair. In a swift counterattack, Jia Fei held the ball, only to be fouled by Redick. Ever since Howard's departure from the game, the Magic's offense has been severely stifled, with the players appearing utterly at a loss, seemingly devoid of their basketball instincts when faced with their opponent's defense. On the sidelines, Thunder assistant coach Mark Bryant remarked to Chicks, "Gia's energy on the court is truly commendable." Chicks nodded in agreement, noting his athleticism is remarkable, and his physical stature holds great potential for becoming a formidable presence in perimeter defense. The Magic struggled to find their rhythm, resorting to bringing in Turkoglu to bolster their offense, substituting the largely inconsequential Liggins. Meanwhile, the Thunder capitalized on the advantages of their second unit, firmly controlling the flow of the game. By halftime, they led their adversaries by 7 points, with a score of 50-43. The pace of the second half mirrored that of the first. While Howard was on the court, the Magic maintained an advantage in the paint. But once the second unit took over, their offensive efforts were quickly curtailed. The team's sharpshooter, Redick, had a dismal performance, missing all 6 of his attempts and managing to score only 1 point through a free throw earned from a defensive 3-second violation. Ultimately, the Thunder's cohesive performance led them to a resounding victory over the Magic, finishing the game with a score of 102-92, marking their second consecutive win since the All-Star break. In this match, Jia Fei played for 15 minutes and 1 second, shooting 2 of 3 from the field, with no successful three-point attempts, but converting both of his free throw attempts, accumulating 6 points for rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, once again filling the stat sheet. Notably, 2 of his blocks were against Redick. In the post-game locker room, head coach Brooks praised Jia Fei for his enthusiasm and encouraged him to remain fearless in shooting, urging him to take decisive action whenever opportunities arise. Jia Fei has demonstrated remarkable versatility in his 2 games since entering the rotation. Although his scoring may appear modest, it is worth noting that he has taken relatively few shots. His sole regret lies in the fact that he has yet to make a 3-point basket, leading him to feel that he is not truly a 3D player, but rather a mere 2D player at best. That evening, Jia Fei accessed the system to check his progress. Naturally, he had not yet completed any tasks. However, considering that Redick seemed somewhat displeased with him that day, he anticipated acquiring some anger points. To his astonishment, he discovered that Redick had accumulated 11 points of ire towards him, which translated into a remarkable 100 points for redemption. Coupled with the remaining 522 points in his account, he currently possesses a total of 622 points. Jia Fei promptly exchanged the 622 points for the pinnacle fusion degree of Allen Iverson skills. In an instant, 2,000 points were deducted, elevating the fusion degree from 11 to 12. This further substantiates a crucial fact. To enhance from 1,020, an expenditure of 2,000 points is required for each increment. Jia Fei remains steadfast in his ambitions. Before the culmination of his integration, he is determined to excel as a remarkable 3D player, ensuring his survival within this league. On March 4th, the Thunder faced their 3rd away game following the All-Star break, going up against the Hawks. In this match, the Thunder's primary roster struggled significantly. Although the second unit performed admirably, they ultimately succumbed to a regrettable defeat. In this match, Jia Fei continued to come off the bench, playing for 13 minutes and 59 seconds, during which he made 2 of 4 shots, contributing 7 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Regrettably, he was unable to convert any 3-point attempts. After concluding their away journey, the Thunder team boarded a private flight back to Oklahoma City in preparation for the home game against the Mavericks on March 6th. The Thunder's overall performance has been commendable, boasting a record of 29 wins and 8 losses, currently ranking second in the Western Conference. Although the team has faced injuries, they have primarily affected role players, while the core trio remains in good health. Both interior players, Ibaka and Perkins, are also fit, as they prepare to face the Mavericks at home. There is no need for motivation. The Thunder players are determined to give their all, especially since they suffered defeat to this very opponent in last season's Western Conference Finals. After winning the championship last season, the Mavericks dismantled their championship roster, leading to a significant decline in their performance this season, leaving them currently positioned 7th in the Western Conference, with their playoff prospects looking bleak. On the evening of the 6th, at the Ford Center, this match was broadcast nationwide, attracting considerable attention, and the attendance of fans was overwhelmingly high. The home supporters eagerly anticipated witnessing their team exact revenge on the Mavericks, even if it was merely a regular season game. In this match, Jia Fei will once again come off the bench, with his goal set on sinking a 3-point shot. Prior to the game, both the home and visiting teams engaged in practice. Within the Dallas Mavericks roster, Jia Fei quickly encountered a familiar face, Jianlian. On January 7, 2012, the Dallas Mavericks officially announced the signing of Jianlian to a 1-year contract. However, due to the NBA lockout, he opted to temporarily play for the Guangdong team, where he unfortunately sustained a knee injury from a teammate's accidental collision, delaying his negotiations with NBA teams and prolonging his return to the league. In the contemporary NBA, Jianlian stands as the sole Chinese player, and among players of Asian descent, only he, Jia Fei, and Jeremy Lin remain. Jia Fei approached Aiyan, greeting him with a smile in Cantonese. "Hello, Aiyan, I'm not Black Jia Fei." Aiyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this fellow Thunder player, sharing his skin tone, would converse with him in Cantonese. "I didn't expect Lei to speak Cantonese," Aiyan remarked in his deep voice. "Just a little. I learned it from movies." Jia Fei finally switched back to Mandarin, unable to maintain the facade any longer. "Ha, Jia Fei, you are quite handsome." Aiyan chuckled. Chapter 55. Handsome. The term handsome, when spoken by a genuine Cantonese person, carries a unique charm. Jia Fei, your Mandarin is quite proficient, and you can speak Cantonese as well. I am pleasantly surprised. Although Aiyan had already become a cornerstone of the national team, he still exhibited a certain shyness when he spoke. Jia Fei lamented that Jianlian's personality indeed does not quite suit the rigorous demands of the NBA. Sometimes, it is not solely a matter of skill, as there are numerous reasons for such incompatibility. I often express my fondness for speaking Mandarin, though opportunities to do so are rather scarce. Jia Fei, of course, cannot claim to be a time traveler. Even if he did, Jianlian might not necessarily believe him. He likely perceives him as just another banana person like Jeremy Lin, which is understandable, as many individuals of that background may comprehend the language but seldom speak it. "Let us all showcase our best performances," Jia Fei remarked with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries with he returned to his team's half of the court to practice. "Do you know him?" Reggie inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jia Fei nodded. "He is the core of the Chinese men's basketball team, Jianlian, a player I have watched compete on television." Reggie, being a rookie himself, was not well acquainted with Alien. After all, he had not made a particularly impressive mark in the NBA over the years, and those who recognized him were few. Soon, the starting lineups for both teams took to the court, and the game was about to commence. The commentary for this match was provided by ESPN's chief announcer Mike Breen and former Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy. As the game began, neither side displayed high offensive efficiency. The Thunder's starting lineup boasted formidable defense this season, yet they faced their own challenges. The offensive burden largely fell upon the duo of Durant and Westbrook, while Ibaka could only manage spot-up mid-range shots, lacking an effective inside finishing ability. And Perkins had little to contribute offensively. The shooting capabilities of the shooting guards, Cephalosha and DeJuan Cook, were also rather mediocre, unless Harden was elevated to the starting lineup. The offensive prowess of the starters would remain well below the league's elite. Perhaps driven by a thirst for vengeance, the Thunder's dynamic duo, Durant and Westbrook, played with fervor, though their shooting was inconsistent, leading to a series of missed attempts. In contrast, the Mavericks veteran star, Dirk Nowitzki, performed with remarkable efficiency, proving difficult for Ibaka to contain one-on-one. Playing on their home court, the Thunder consistently trailed, and as the first quarter approached its official timeout, the score stood at 19-15, with just 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining. At that moment, the Thunder's lineup featured Durant, Harden, Collison, Jia Fei, and Reggie. Since the last game, the Thunder had begun employing a 9-man rotation more frequently, significantly reducing the playing time of the underperforming veteran, Muhammad, who did not even make it into the regular rotation for this match. The Mavericks lineup consisted of Mavs, Terry, Beria, Odom, and Ejinlian. The game continued, with Reggie dribbling past half-court. Durant came out to request the ball, and Reggie promptly passed it to him. Durant initiated a one-on-one against E, marking a direct confrontation between the two 2007 lottery picks. Durant attempted to exploit Ye's defense with a change of direction, but the Mavericks quickly doubled him. Durant was forced to pass, and Reggie, upon receiving the ball, drove to the basket only to be denied by Mavs. Following this, Durant retrieved the ball and attempted a shot, which also missed. He secured the rebound and passed it to Terry as he advanced the play. Jia Fei is tasked with defending Odom on the court. Once heralded as the left-handed magician, Odom's multifaceted abilities were instrumental in securing back-to-back championships for the Lakers. However, the former glory has faded, and he now finds himself among the NBA players stifled by the Kardashian family. Terry, while handling the ball, executes a pick-and-roll with Masikmi, driving in before dishing it out to Bubawa in the corner. Bubawa then penetrates and passes to the weak side for Ejinlian. He receives the ball and attempts a three-pointer, but it fails to find the mark. Jia Fei secured the defensive rebound under the protection of his teammates and passed it to Durant for advancement. As Durant approached, he was met with a double team and swiftly dished the ball to Harden at the arc. With keen vision, Harden immediately shifted the ball to Jia Fei in the left corner. Wide open. Even though Jia Fei had not made a three-pointer prior, he was compelled to take the shot. Otherwise, the opposing team would leave him unguarded indefinitely. As an outside shooter, being left unchecked would severely compromise the team's offensive space, allowing the opposing team to freely double-team their star players. Jia Fei decisively launched a three-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful parabolic arc through the air, swishing through the net. Wow, the score is now 19-18, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. The commentator, Mike Breen, exclaimed, "Bang! Jia Fei has hit a corner three." Oklahoma City has closed the deficit to 1 point. The home crowd at the Ford Center erupted in cheers, expressing their exhilaration over this remarkable shot, marking the team's second three-pointer of the quarter following a series of unfortunate misses. Jia Fei was also elated, for he had finally succeeded in making a three-point shot in an NBA regular season game, outside of garbage time. The sensation of achieving something from nothing was unparalleled, akin to vanquishing inner demons and attaining a qualitative leap. Well played, LeBron. Jia Fei signaled to Harden, commending his excellent pass. Harden, however, remained impassive. Such was his demeanor, as if nothing ever pertained to him. The Mavericks launched their offense, with Terry executing a sudden jump shot that found its mark, returning the favor. The Thunder countered, as Durant continued to engage in one-on-one play from the post, but was met with double coverage. This time, he showed no inclination to linger, passing the ball to Harden. Harden then shifted the ball, this time to the right corner. Jia Fei received the pass and continued to score with a remarkable three-point shot. Jia Fei delivers a stunning back-to-back three-pointer. Double kill. The score is tied at 21-21, and the Ford Center erupts with excitement. Mike Breen employs his iconic commentary. Jia in both corners, bang bang. Jia Fei was also filled with joy. The moment he released the ball, he sensed its impending success. Suddenly, he recalled a statement made by a former basketball star. When in the zone, the hoop resembles an ocean. The Mavericks advanced their offense, with Bobo attempting a three-pointer in response, yet it failed to find its mark. Ejinlian seized the offensive rebound, but his putback was swatted away by Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Masikmi made another attempt, only to be denied by the timely intervention of Jia Fei's block. Jia Fei seized the ball and swiftly passed it to Reggie in the front court. Reggie then relayed it to Harden, who unleashed a three-point shot that found its mark. The score now stood at 21-24, with the Thunder surging ahead by 3 points. The Ford Center erupted, not merely from 3 successive three-pointers, but also from a series of emphatic blocks. After a prolonged defensive drought, the team suddenly flourished as if a remedy had been applied. Mavericks coach Carlisle wore an expression of discontent. He wished to call a timeout, yet only 22 seconds remained in the quarter. As the first quarter drew to a close, Odom held the ball against Jia Fei, forcing his way in for a turnaround jumper that clanked off the rim, signaling the end of the first period. In the second quarter, Durant took a breather, and Ibaka entered the fray. Harden dribbled past half court and passed to the high position of Collison. Collison executed a handoff to Reggie, who then drove and dished it out to Jia Fei in the corner. Jia Fei received the ball and executed a feint, deceiving Odom. He drove along the baseline and passed to Ibaka cutting in from the center. Ibaka caught the ball and executed a powerful dunk over Mahimi. Chapter 56, Career High. 21-26, the Thunder lead by 5 points. Jia Fei's assist won. In a commentary booth, Jeff Van Gundy remarked, "Jia executed that pass exceptionally well. He remained composed and did not attempt a third three-pointer after successfully sinking 2. Mike Breen added, "His restraint in not forcing shots is commendable. I have high hopes for him as a pivotal player in OKC's championship aspirations." As the Mavericks initiated their offense, Jianlian received the ball on the left wing and made a mid-range shot successfully. Turning back, Reggie caught a pass from Harden, presenting a three-threat scenario. When he suddenly noticed Jia Fei cutting in, Reggie lofted the ball into the air. Jia Fei leapt with 1 foot, catching the ball mid-air with a single hand. With his remarkable jumping speed and hang time, he forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. Wow! The moment it went in, the Ford's center erupted in exhilaration. Jia Fei's graceful form during the dunk contest reappeared in everyone's minds. Such a dunk was not only uplifting, but also a feast for the eyes. Jia Fei and Reggie exchanged high fives, with Reggie exclaiming, "Well done, Reggie." Reggie responded, "If you leap even higher, I shall deliver you more challenging passes. No worries. Just ensure you don't send it out of bounds." Jia Fei jested. With a score of 23-28, the deficit remained at 5 points. The Mavericks initiated their offense. Terry Sutton's jump shot missed the mark. Collison secured the rebound and passed it to Harden, who advanced the ball. Jia Fei swiftly advanced, and Harden executed a long pass that found Jia Fei racing forward. Jia Fei catches the ball and executes a stunning one-handed slam dunk. The energetic commentary of Mike Breen resonates through the arena. Harden's long pass finds Jia, who soars for the dunk. That's his second consecutive slam. Bang! Wow! Here it comes again. There's barely time for a breather, just moments after the last one, and 7 times a night is no mere fantasy. At 23-30, the lead has swelled to its highest point of 7 points, prompting Coach Carlisle of the Mavericks to finally call a timeout. The massive screen at the Ford Center repeatedly showcases the recent connection between Harden and Jia Fei, igniting a palpable excitement among the fans. It's exhilarating. The second unit of the team hasn't displayed such fervor in quite some time. Previously, the second unit, under Harden-esque control, exhibited a languid, offensive style, with both the interior player Collison and veteran Mohammed lacking dynamism. Now, with Jia Fei, it is as if a catfish has invigorated the team, transforming them from a state of senescence to one of youthful exuberance. Westbrook, brimming with enthusiasm, high-fives each teammate and flashes his signature celebratory gesture towards Jia Fei. When one is surrounded by such passionate individuals, it naturally ignites a similar fervor in teammates. Passion is indeed a contagious emotion, and it is evident that Westbrook embodies this vitality, having maintained such fervor since his entry into the league. Jia Fei's performance has indeed been exceptional. Since the last match, he has made 4 shots, hitting them all, including 2 three-pointers, accumulating a total of 10 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 1 block. His display can only be described as flawless. However, following the timeout, the Mavericks became far more vigilant, tightening their defense against Jia Fei's three-point attempts. Consequently, during the remainder of the second quarter, he did not add to his score. Nevertheless, Jia Fei's lack of scoring does not imply that the other Thunder players were similarly unproductive. They seized this momentum to control the rhythm of the game, consistently suppressing the Mavericks. At halftime, the score stood at 44-53, with the Thunder leading by 9 points. Jia Fei delivered an outstanding performance in the first half, accumulating 10 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. However, in the second half, the Thunder's duo, Dewey and others, struggled to find their offensive rhythm, while the Maverick starters also lost their shooting touch, resulting in no reduction in the point differential. As the second unit took the stage, Harden, alongside Jia Fei and others, orchestrated a remarkable offensive surge, scoring 10-2, effectively extinguishing any suspense in the game. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, the score stood at 96-110, with the Thunder securing a comfortable victory over the Mavericks at home, marking their first win since returning to their arena. In this match, Jia Fei played a season high of 16 minutes and 45 seconds, achieving an impressive shooting record of 5 out of 6 attempts, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc and flawlessly converting 2 free throws. He accumulated a total of 14 points, along with 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, proving to be a pivotal contributor to his team's victory. This marked the first occasion in his NBA regular season career that he scored in double digits, with 14 points setting a new personal record. Notably, he successfully made 2 three-pointers during this game, marking a significant breakthrough in his performance during regular season play outside of garbage time. Meanwhile, Jianlian participated for 13 minutes, registering 2 out of 4 from the field for 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block. Yet despite his decent shooting touch, he did not receive additional playing time. Jia Fei believes that Jianlian has not fully integrated into the tactical framework of the team. He is more suited to being the focal point around which a team is built, rather than a mere role player. However, it is evident that within the Mavericks, he can only occupy the role of a supporting player, as the team is unlikely to construct its strategy around him. He suddenly recalls the discussions among domestic fans who opined that if he had played during the small ball era, he would have been a formidable asset. Yet, he finds this perspective lacking sufficient logical backing. In a small ball lineup, he can indeed play center, creating space offensively and securing rebounds defensively. Nevertheless, as a big man with shooting range, his effectiveness from open shots is rather mediocre, and his efficiency leaves much to be desired. He requires time to find his rhythm. And in the NBA, given that he is not positioned as the primary offensive focal point, such conditions are not feasible. His mobility as a small ball center is average, and his ability to switch defensively is also just passable. Offensively, his ball handling skills have consistently been his Achilles heel. His speed in executing pick and rolls is somewhat sluggish. While he excels in the outside roll after screens, he lacks the requisite shooting percentage to support this approach. Thus, it appears that he is better suited to the regulations of the International Basketball Federation, where there is no defensive 3-second rule. This allows him to play power forward without the necessity of extending his defense to the three-point line, resulting in a less rapid pace of transition between offense and defense. After the game, Jia Fei participated in a media interview, and when queried about his thoughts on the future, he expressed a desire to focus on the present, advancing step by step without overly contemplating distant matters. It is indeed prudent not to dwell on the far-off future. His recent performances have been commendable, yet merely commendable. Given his limited playing time and restricted ball-sharing opportunities, achieving a game with 20 points and 10 rebounds or a triple-double is nearly unattainable. For now, he should strive to secure a position within the rotation, and the future will unfold in due course. 2 days later, on March 8th, the Thunder continued their home stand against the Suns. In this match, they easily triumphed over their opponents, marking their second consecutive victory. In this match, Jia Fei came off the bench, contributing 8 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, including a successful three-pointer. He is acutely aware of his role within the team as a 3D player. Thus, he remains unconcerned about whether he scores double digits in each game. Instead, he aims to showcase his 2 primary skills, defensive prowess and shooting ability. Both attributes are essential for any team, and the Thunder are no exception. In the subsequent 2 games, Jia Fei received opportunities to play as a substitute, performing commendably in limited time. During the match against the Suns, he ignited a spark in former Bucks star Michael Redd, earning 5 Fury points. He converted these 5 points into scores, adding to the remaining 642 points in his account, bringing his total to 1142 points. On March 11th, the Thunder will host the Bobcats in a back-to-back matchup. On the evening of the 10th, Jia Fei invited Kemba Walker over for dinner at his home. "Jia, your culinary skills are quite impressive," Kemba remarked while enjoying the sandwiches and vegetable salad prepared by Jia Fei. "Indeed, homebuddies are treasures, much like how hefty individuals are considered potential stars," Jia Fei replied. In his previous life, he lived alone in a rented apartment, cooking his own meals, mastering both Chinese and Western cuisines, with Western cuisine being considerably simpler in comparison. "By the way, where's your dunk contest trophy? I can't seem to find it in the living room," Kemba inquired, searching around. "I've placed it in my room," Jia Fei responded. "You should have displayed it in the living room. It's a trophy worth showcasing," Kemba commented, clearly puzzled by Jia Fei's choice, believing that one ought to flaunt their achievements for the world to see. "Once I have my own house and accumulate more trophies, I plan to dedicate a room to display various awards and memorabilia, Jia Fei said with a smile. Kimba chuckled. I thought you were sufficiently low-key. It seems your ambitions are quite substantial. By the way, I spoke with Coach Calhoun last week, and he mentioned you. He expressed satisfaction with your current performance and appreciates your diligent approach, starting from defense. Jia Fei felt a warm sensation within as he listened. Although he had traversed through time, the original owner had represented Kongda in NCAA for a year, thus granting him a social circle of his own. Both coaches and teammates became integral members of this circle, akin to comrades or schoolmates, a bond that is indeed rare and often serves to guide one along less convoluted paths. Jia, how is the rent for your house? Asked Kimball Walker. It's reasonable, under $1,000, replied Jia Fei. That should suffice for a single occupant, Kimba nodded, but swiftly shifted the conversation. Yet, if a girl were to visit, the space might seem a tad cramped. You know, I live here alone, without any girls. Jia Fei responded. Jia, with your handsome looks, I find it hard to believe there aren't any girls who fancy you, Kimball Walker remarked, gazing at Jia Fei with a knowing glint in his eyes. Jia Fei nodded earnestly and remarked, Certainly, I have received letters and messages. However, you must understand, I am a man of principles. Women merely influence the swiftness with which I draw my sword. At present, I find great contentment in solitude. Observing Jia Fei's solemn demeanor, Kimball Walker truly felt that he was squandering his handsome visage. If he possessed even a fraction of Jia Fei's charm, Charlotte would have never remained unattached. Jia, have you ever visited the homes of KD or Russell Westbrook? Kimball Walker inquired with curiosity. Jia Fei remarked, I have never visited KD's home, but I have been to Russ's residence. I attended a party there last Christmas. You know, Kimba, his house is truly enormous. Enormous? Just how large can it be? Surely, it cannot be larger than the White House. Kimball Walker shared Jia Fei's skepticism, pondering whether he was perhaps exaggerating. Jia Fei spoke with utmost seriousness. Let me put it this way, I must confess, I could easily lose my way in there. He was indeed not exaggerating. The last time he attended a party at Westbrook's residence, he ventured off in search of a restroom and astonishingly discovered more than 5 bathrooms, leaving him perplexed as to which one to choose. Upon returning, he found himself utterly lost, unable to locate the party once again. Such an experience can undoubtedly be profoundly disorienting. Kimball Walker chuckled. It seems that NBA stars are quite affluent, capable of acquiring such grand houses. Alternatively, perhaps the property prices in Oklahoma City are relatively low. As you mentioned, such a sprawling villa in New York would command an exorbitant price. Jia Fei nodded and remarked, In the future, when I have wealth, I will purchase a grand villa. I wish to play basketball, swim, and work out within the confines of my own home, sleeping on a spacious bed that allows for somersaults. I envision having a dedicated chef to prepare my meals, accompanied by a butler and a nanny, living a life akin to that of an emperor. Kimball Walker chuckled. Then you must become a star player. Indeed, Kimba, I shall undoubtedly become a star player, Jia Fei asserted with unwavering conviction. On the evening of the 11th, the Thunder faced off against the Bobcats at home. There was a notable disparity in strength between the two teams, with the Thunder achieving a resounding victory over the Bobcats, marking their 4th consecutive win. In this match, Jia Fei played a season high of 20 minutes, accumulating 10 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Conversely, Kimball Walker struggled with his shooting, participating for 22 minutes, but managing only 4 points, 1 rebound, and 6 assists from 7 attempts. Since the conclusion of the All-Star game, Jia Fei has entered the rotation for 7 games, consistently showcasing his abilities, during which the team has suffered only a single defeat, instilling him with confidence regarding his future within the squad. Meanwhile, the team's 2 regular rotation players, Severus and Eric Melo, remain sidelined due to injuries, allowing him continued opportunities to contribute in the lineup. In the subsequent 2 matches, the Thunder triumphed over the Rockets and the Nuggets, achieving a commendable 6-game winning streak. Presently, they trail the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs, by a mere 0.5 games. Should they emerge victorious in their upcoming direct encounter, they will ascend to the top of the Western Conference. Amidst this surge in performance, news has emerged that the team's former starting shooting guard, Severus, is set to return for the next game against the Spurs. However, this development may not bode well for Jia Fei, as he could very well find himself excluded from the rotation. The trade deadline is set for 3 p.m. on the 16th, and currently, there are no indications that the Thunder will engage in any significant transactions. Naturally, many major trades occur quietly, Yet the Thunder's situation differs. Their performance is exceptional. Team chemistry is thriving, and their two rookies have exceeded expectations based on their draft positions. For various perspectives, there seems to be little need for a major trade. At most, minor adjustments or the pursuit of seasoned veterans in the buyout market may be on the horizon. Previously, rumors circulated regarding a potential trade between the Thunder and the Lakers to acquire veteran Derek Fisher, but there have been no subsequent reports to substantiate this claim. Chapter 58, Back at the Water Cooler. Jia Fei occasionally contemplates the possibility of being traded by the Thunder, yet reason assures him that such an eventuality is exceedingly unlikely. Undoubtedly, he possesses a certain degree of trade value. However, trades necessitate balance, and his contract is rather modest. Players with comparable contracts are largely relegated to the peripheries of their respective teams, and such individuals likely hold lesser value than he does. Should he be considered a supplementary piece in a trade, it would imply a significant transaction, yet for their team, trading for the sake of trading is simply not an option. He believes that even if he were to fall out of the rotation, General Manager Pooh would not entertain trading him, unless Pooh were to act irrationally, but there is no doubt regarding Pooh's professional acumen. Jia Fei is indeed unperturbed by the prospect of being traded. To be frank, within the Thunder, a team vying for the championship, the environment is not particularly conducive for him and fellow rookie Reggie, as they receive scant opportunities for development while bearing considerable pressure. Should he be traded to a less competitive team, he might find himself with more chances to showcase his talent. However, the prerogative in trade matters lies with the team rather than the players. As the trade deadline approached at 3 p.m. on the afternoon of the 16th, the Thunder made no transactions. This does not imply that their roster will remain unchanged. They still possess the ability to sign players from the free agent market or buyout market. Later that evening, Jia Fei received a text from assistant coach Chicks, informing him that he would not be included in the rotation for the upcoming game. This outcome was anticipated, yet the reality of it proved difficult for him to accept. It is akin to the subconscious knowledge that your idol does not reciprocate your feelings, with a 99% likelihood of merely being a friend the moment she lays it bare. You still find it hard to reconcile, for there remains that elusive one chance. Similarly, Jia Fei reflects on his commendable performance over the past 9 games, only to find himself once again relegated to the role of waterboy upon the return of injured players. Yet, this is the nature of the NBA. The treatment reserved for second-round picks. The team does not require the management's intervention or the head coach's personal discussion. A simple text from the assistant coach suffices. In the NBA, for marginal players, it is a survival of the fittest, a veritable jungle law. Fortunately, during his rookie season, he has managed to secure some playing time. Although not extensive, it exceeds 10 games, providing a reasonable sample size. He can only patiently await the next opportunity. With the return of Sifo Losha from injury and Daquan Cook rejoining the bench, Jia Fei has fallen out of the rotation. Reggie Jackson remains in the lineup, as Eric Melo is still recuperating. This game represents a pivotal clash in the Western Conference, with the victorious side temporarily claiming the top spot. Both teams aspire to be the best in the West, as the home court advantage in the playoffs is invaluable, particularly given the daunting home arena of the Spurs, which many teams have experienced firsthand. Sifo Losha's return was limited, playing only 15 minutes in this contest. The match was thrilling, yet the Thunder ultimately succumbed, missing out on a 7-game winning streak. When the game lost its suspense, the broadcast camera amusingly shifted to Jia Fei, who sat quietly by the water cooler, devoid of expression. After the game, Jia Fei remained to practice diligently, honing his shooting skills. His innate shooting talent is commendable, with a standard shooting form and a quick release. Thus, during his time at Cornell, as a primary rotation player, his shooting percentage remained consistently stable. However, upon entering the NBA, his playing time has been limited and the intensity of the competition has significantly increased, resulting in his current shooting percentage being rather inconsistent, fluctuating between highs and lows. In the absence of a complete integration of Allen Iverson's peak techniques, for Ja Morant to establish himself as an exceptional 3 and D player, it is imperative that he attains a stable shooting percentage. There is no need for it to be extraordinarily high. Maintaining a mid-range shooting percentage above 45 and a three-point shooting percentage above 35 would suffice, allowing him to be a reliable asset on the court without the constant fear of being left open by opponents. With the assistance of the team's shooting coach, Jia Fei fervently practiced his three-point shots, working diligently from both corners to the two 45-degree angles and also from the top of the arc. Furthermore, He honed his skills in catch-and-shoot jump shots while in motion, transitioning from the baseline to the two elbow areas and extending to the free throw line. Drenched in sweat from his rigorous practice, Jia Fei paused only when his body began to feel fatigued. After a refreshing shower, he realized he was rather hungry, and as the hour had grown late, he decided to return home to prepare a meal. Upon reaching the entrance of the gym, he spotted a familiar Ford pickup truck, one he recognized as belonging to his teammate, Reggie Jackson. At that moment, the driver's side window of the Ford rolled down, and in the dim light of the evening, Reggie's bright smile was particularly striking, though his eyes and nose were somewhat obscured. "Hey, Jia, hop in," Reggie called from inside the vehicle. Jia Fei entered the vehicle. Once inside, Reggie handed him a takeout box, saying, "I just dined at the restaurant and brought you a portion as well." "Thank you," Jia Fei replied with a smile, touched by Reggie's thoughtful gesture. Sometimes, it is not monumental events that evoke our emotions, but rather the simplest of acts that leave a profound impact. Jia Fei was indulging in a meal inside the car while Reggie drove ahead. Soon, the food was consumed, and Reggie's vehicle came to a halt beside a riverbank. The two alighted from the car, standing under the streetlight, as the river's waters flowed gently, reminiscent of the silent passage of time. "Jia, are you feeling particularly down today?" Reggie inquired. Jia Fei nodded, not denying the truth. It was evident that Reggie was aware of the reason for his discontent. Such matters are invariably difficult to accept. With Sabo's return from injury, he found himself out of the rotation. When Eric eventually recovers, I too shall find myself sidelined from the lineup. Reggie's spirits were equally low. Jia Fei certainly comprehended the situation, much like how no matter how excellently one performs upon the return of a teammate from injury, one finds oneself back by the water cooler. The distinction between the two is merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, when presented with the opportunity to play, one must strive to showcase their utmost abilities. For even if one does fall out of the rotation, future opportunities will still afford preferential treatment. Jia Fei remarked. Reggie did not anticipate such a mature mindset from Jia Fei. He had expected that their heart-to-heart would be filled with grievances and fervent critiques of the coaching staff. To his surprise, Jia Fei remained remarkably composed, even offering him words of comfort. "Jia, your mental fortitude is truly impressive. You hardly seem like a rookie," Reggie exclaimed. Jia Fei chuckled and remarked, "But I am merely a newcomer at this moment. The adjustment of my mindset is solely in my hands. No one can assist us in that regard. Reggie, you are still in the rotation, so play well, and I shall train diligently, ever ready to seize the opportunity to step onto the court." Chapter 59. Receiving Old Fish. Reggie gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom how swiftly Jia Fei had adjusted his mentality. It seemed he had underestimated this yellow-skinned Asian. Jia Fei was far more resilient than he had imagined. "By the way, Jia," Reggie transitioned to a different topic, "I recall your birthday is in March. How did you celebrate it?" "I had no inkling you had a birthday at all." Jia Fei chuckled softly and remarked, "No, I have not celebrated. I neither hosted a party nor purchased a cake. And the thought never crossed my mind. My parents are no longer with us, and I fear there are few who would remember the day of my birth. Perhaps, in the future, if I become a star athlete, fans might remind me, or if I establish a family, my wife and children may do so. Yet, none of these matters hold significance for me now. My singular focus is to grow stronger and nothing more." Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, Reggie discerned the clarity in Jia Fei's eyes. That resolute gaze commanded a profound respect. Witnessing such determination in Jia Fei inspired Reggie to resolve to enhance his own strength. He could not afford to lag behind. He aimed to secure more playing time rather than lament his circumstances. Reggie picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with force, the stone plunging into the river and sending up a spray of water. "Damn it! Who is throwing things?" An irate voice echoed from the riverbank nearby, as Jia Fei and Reggie leaned in for a closer look. They were taken aback to witness a man adjusting his trousers, while a woman was busily arranging something obscured in shadow. The scene was so provocative that even these young lads could surmise the nature of the recent activities between the two individuals. Jia Fei immediately pulled Reggie toward the car. Once inside, he urged Reggie to start the engine and depart swiftly. Reggie, without hesitation, ignited the vehicle and left the area. As they drove, Reggie expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Why did you pull me away just now? Did that person intend to strike? I cannot believe he could overpower me, especially with you by my side." Jia Fei smiled as he looked at the naive fellow. "Of course, I imagine that together we could certainly give him a good thrashing. But have you considered the possibility that he might be armed?" He wouldn't carry a gun while doing such things, would he?" Reggie replied, still attempting to sound defiant, though his words betrayed a palpable uncertainty. What if he is armed? What if this man is deranged? Jia Fei thought to himself. We are destined to become basketball stars. We cannot allow ourselves to fall victim to such a person. A silent chuckle echoed in his mind, for it was evident that anyone engaging in such activities would most certainly be armed. After all, how else could one carry out such deeds? Was he expected to use merely his fingers? The imposing figure of the legendary adult film star, Kato Takashi, flashed vividly in his thoughts. After Reggie accompanied Jia Fei home, he returned, for the night had grown late, and both needed to rest well for the training scheduled for the following day. 2 days later, the Thunder faced the Trail Blazers at their home court, with Severes returning to the starting lineup for the second consecutive game. Jia Fei has, for the second consecutive match, taken on the role of guardian of the water cooler. However, unlike the previous game, his mindset has improved significantly. Whether during pre-game shooting practice or yesterday's routine training, he executed each task with meticulous diligence. After the training session, he even engaged in additional shooting practice, ever prepared for the opportunity that awaits him. On March 21st, ESPN reported that the Los Angeles Lakers championship point guard, Derek Fisher, is on the verge of signing with the Oklahoma City Thunder. However, the Lakers, his former team, quickly responded by offering him a new arrangement. This new proposal is not a contract renewal, but rather an invitation for him to join the team's management. According to reports from the basketball world, the Lakers recently reached out to Fisher, hoping to appoint him to a position within the management. Yet, this prospect does not seem to pique his interest, as he believes he still has much to contribute in the league, bolstered by the interest from multiple teams as evidence of his enduring value. In truth, Fisher was traded by the Lakers a few days prior to the trade deadline. On March 17th, the day of the NBA trade deadline, the Lakers sent him to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jordan Hill. By March 19th, the Houston Rockets officially reached a buyout agreement with him, severing ties before he even reported to the team. At 38 years old, born in 1974, Fisher, as a guard, is nearing the twilight of his career. He has transformed from a young little fish to the seasoned veteran old fish. As a 5-time champion and the backcourt partner of the formidable Little Smith in Los Angeles, his experience, composure under pressure, shooting ability, and influence in the locker room render him immensely attractive to NBA teams vying for championship glory. The Thunder are among those teams eager for his services. Their backup guard, Eric Maynor, has been sidelined with injuries and is rumored to be facing a season-ending situation, while Reggie Jackson, though promising, remains a rookie. The team is in urgent need of an experienced veteran guard, ideally without incurring substantial costs, making Fisher an excellent candidate. Even Fisher himself was taken aback that the Lakers would trade him to the Rockets. Yet the subsequent buyout and the interest from several competitive teams have somewhat restored his confidence. This season, he has averaged a mere 5.9 points per game, the lowest personal statistics he has recorded since the 1998-99 season. However, those teams seeking his talents are unconcerned with these numbers. Jia Fei recalled that in his previous life, Layup had seemingly joined the Thunder and had even showcased remarkable performances during the playoffs. He wondered if such a development could materialize in the present. For him, whether Layup joined or not would have no significant impact, as they did not occupy the same position and thus lacked a competitive relationship. The true competition with Layup was Reggie. Should Layup join the Thunder, Reggie's playing time would undoubtedly be affected. As the playoffs approached, Layup's experience would likely become a greater asset to the team, placing him in a more advantageous position in their rivalry. Yet, this stark reality of the NBA is both harsh and unyielding. Within a championship-contending team, unless a rookie possesses extraordinary immediate capabilities that render them irreplaceable, they cannot dictate their share of the ball or their role. Later that evening, Layup officially signed with the Thunder, set to represent the team for the remainder of the season. The following morning, the Thunder held a press conference announcing Layup's integration into the team, where he was expected to make his debut that night against the Clippers. Simultaneously, Reggie received notification from the coaching staff that he would be removed from the rotation. This meant that both Jia Fei and Reggie, as the team's rookies, would now share the responsibility of guarding the water cooler and fostering team spirit. Although Reggie found this situation disheartening, he had undeniably grown stronger since those earlier days. People inevitably mature, especially those with rich experiences who tend to grow at a faster pace. Chapter 60. Layup's shooting secret on the night of the game, in the Thunder's locker room. Layup was joined by Fisher, who appeared remarkably short, with not a strand of hair atop his head. His endearing, somewhat naive appearance easily led others to perceive him as a kind-hearted individual. Jia Fei understood that one who could assume the role of the players' union president could hardly be genuinely naive or honest, particularly someone who had spent numerous years playing alongside the legendary Kobe Bryant in Los Angeles. The old fish undoubtedly possessed high emotional intelligence. His ability to remain an effective role player until the age of 38 was not merely due to his shooting prowess. Underestimating him would be a grave error. While the NBA indeed adheres to the law of the jungle, it does not imply a complete absence of social nuances. The old fish greeted everyone in the locker room, from the team's core trio to the two rookies, without exception. After the greetings, Coach Brooks requested the old fish to share a few words. Although merely a 38-year-old veteran on a buyout, he bore a championship ring and possessed a wealth of finals experience that most in the locker room lacked. "Hello, everyone. I presume I need no introduction. You all know this old fellow?" Upon this declaration, laughter erupted among the Thunder players, instantly lightening the atmosphere. "I am 38 years old, and my purpose here is quite straightforward. The Thunder possess the capability to contend for a championship, and I wish to lend my experience to assist in our pursuit of victory." The old fish spoke calmly, without fervor or boastfulness. Yet, those listening were aware that this was a man with 5 championship rings. A man who had once delivered a crushing blow to the Spurs in the Western Conference Finals with a mere 0 for seconds remaining. A man who had supported the temperamental blacksmith and was one of the most trusted role players of the Zen Master. Lastly, I have brought 2 small gifts for our rookies, gifts that only they shall possess, as your salaries are rather substantial. The old fish remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, laughter erupted once more from Russell Westbrook and the others. The old fish retrieved the gifts from his bag and presented them to Jia Fei and Reggie. "Thank you." Jia Fei was at a loss for words. "Well, that concludes my speech. Thank you all for listening to this old man's ramblings. This marks my first game representing the Thunder, and I am honored to be a player under Coach Brooks." The old fish did not forget to mention the head coach, showcasing his remarkable emotional intelligence. Truly a role model for us all. Jia Fei refrained from inspecting the gifts, as doing so in front of others felt somewhat peculiar. The interval between Lao Yu entering the dressing room and the completion of his speech was brief, yet the maturity and emotional intelligence he exuded left a lasting impression. Who claims that those proficient in the sport are inherently suited for public speaking or oratory? Just observe the team leader, Kevin Durant. Asking him to rally the team before a match seems akin to demanding the impossible. Even Perkins appears more fitting as a leader in the locker room. Jia Fei has always felt that Durant, with his introverted disposition and somewhat awkward demeanor, is ill-suited to be the leader of a team. His most fitting role is that of a general, solely responsible for playing the game without concern for anything else. However, as the team's captain, he has never taken the initiative to privately engage with the 2 rookies, Jia Fei and Reggie, to understand their thoughts or mental states. His focus remains solely on training and matches, or occasionally surfing the internet. Consequently, in terms of leadership qualities, he pales in comparison to both Akron S. Runner and Los Angeles Little Blacksmith. Yet, in terms of an underdog persona, he stands as a paragon, akin to AG. OAT. Before the game, during practice, old fish observed Jia Fei executing a sudden stop jump shot and approached him for a friendly competition. Jia Fei held a profound admiration for Lao Yu, though they had only just met on this very day. The ease with which the latter integrated with him was truly remarkable. Some individuals possess an innate talent for socializing, leaving one with no choice but to acknowledge their prowess. Much like those who excel in intimate encounters, effortlessly engaging for hours on end, one can only bow in reverence. Lao Yu's shooting form was far from conventional. He was a left-handed player with an exaggerated shooting arc, the ball positioned far behind him, akin to hurling a heavy object. To Jia Fei, his style bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Dong Dong of the Chinese national basketball team. Unorthodox yet remarkably accurate. "Derek, you frequently make crucial shots. What is your secret?" Jia Fei inquired, intrigued by how Lao Yu, a role player, could maintain his composure and deliver in critical moments. Lao Yu Juka, revealing a broad smile. "There's no secret. Really, it's all about focus. Don't entertain other thoughts. Just release the ball. What if you miss? Do you consider the consequences?" Jia Fei pressed. Lao Yu laughed once more. "Shooting has only 2 outcomes. You either make it or you don't. I never dwell on the results before taking my shot. I accept whatever comes. When I was with the Lakers, I was merely a role player. Yet when opportunities presented themselves, I shot decisively without hesitating to pass the ball to Kobe. Decisiveness, confidence, focus. Are these the key elements?" Jia Fei asked again. Lao Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, along with diligent training and a refusal to seek shortcuts. I understand now. Thank you, Derek. Jia Fei expressed heartfelt gratitude. This seasoned veteran had addressed the lingering questions in his mind. The Thunder's starting lineup remained unchanged, with the second unit featuring Harden and Layup in the backcourt, accompanied by Daquan Cook at the small forward position and veteran big men Muhammad and Collison. Layup's performance had undeniably diminished. The most noticeable alteration was his reduced speed. In his prime, he was already not the fastest player, and Jia Fei vividly recalled being outmaneuvered by Iverson during his rookie season, a predicament only mitigated by the eventual addition of Tyronn Lue to contain Iverson. Now, age had further slowed him down. Nevertheless, Layup's experience was invaluable, and his shooting threat loomed large. He could afford to be less active, yet his mere presence commanded respect, preventing defenders from leaving him unguarded, a feat that Reggie could not achieve. In this match, the Thunder triumphed effortlessly over the Clippers, entering garbage time with over a minute left, allowing Jia Fei and Reggie a chance to showcase themselves and thus culminate the resounding victory on a high note. After showering post-game, Jia Fei and Reggie ventured to the dining hall. There, Reggie remarked, "Jia, it seems Derek gifted us a pair of headphones." "Oh, really? I hadn't noticed." Jia Fei replied candidly. He indeed had not paid attention to the gift, nor had he bothered to open it. He was no longer the child who would lie awake all night, restless with excitement over a present. When Old Fish received gifts, his most profound sentiment was merely one of respect. Chapter 61. The inaugural journey into the playoffs since Old Fish joined the Thunder. Another guardian of the water cooler emerged, Reggie. Reggie's attitude remained consistently positive. Like Jia Fei, he diligently trained and often engaged in extra practice. During these additional sessions, he would challenge Jia Fei to one-on-one duels. In these matchups, Jia Fei found himself on the losing side more often than not. While his defense proved reliable, his offensive capabilities were regrettably limited. However, during this period, he sensed an improvement in his open shot stability. Old Fish had instructed him to focus, to possess confidence, and to be decisive in his shooting. After extensive practice, Jia Fei felt that his shooting had significantly improved, a realization that resonated deeply during intra-squad scrimmages. Yet, his progress did not secure him a rotation spot. He continued to await the arrival of his opportunity. On March 30th, the Thunder narrowly triumphed over the Lakers in an away game, concluding all March matches with a record of 40 wins and 11 losses, just one game behind the Spurs, thus maintaining their position as the second seed in the Western Conference. Jia Fei was uncertain of the Thunder's record during this time in his previous life. Yet he recalled that they had secured the second position in the Western Conference that season and ultimately advanced to the finals. He pondered whether his presence might induce a butterfly effect, altering the eventual outcome of the championship. However, the likelihood of such a shift seemed slim. Firstly, given his current abilities, even if Coach Brooks were to fully utilize him, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to assist the team in overcoming the Heat in the finals. Secondly, the team had not chosen to rely on him, thus stifling any potential butterfly effect. This left Jia Fei feeling quite helpless. He could only train in silence, with no other recourse available. The absence of playing time during this period meant he had been unable to complete his tasks, resulting in no accumulation of anger points and a painfully slow growth in his overall score. By the end of March, he had amassed a total of only 324 points, and the prospect of reaching 2,000 points for a fusion degree seemed bleak. As April commenced, aside from a few instances where garbage time allowed both Jia Fei and Reggie to take the court, the remaining games relegated them to the roles of mere water cooler attendants and morale boosters. On April 26th, the Thunder narrowly lost to the Nuggets at home, marking the conclusion of their regular season. This season had been abbreviated, consisting of only 66 games, and the Thunder finished with a commendable record of 48 wins and 18 losses, securing the second position in the Western Conference. The standings were as follows: 1. Spurs 2. Thunder 3. Lakers 4. Grizzlies 5. Clippers 6. Nuggets 7. Mavericks 8. Jazz. According to the playoff matchup rules, the Thunder would face the Mavericks in the first round. This matchup was particularly intriguing, as the two teams had met in the Western Conference Finals the previous season, making it the most discussed series of the first round. Predictions from major media outlets and betting odds unanimously favored the Thunder. The Mavericks had indeed shown a marked decline compared to the previous season. Dirk Nowitzki had aged another year, and the team's defensive capabilities were nowhere near their prior level. In contrast, the Thunder had grown stronger than the last season. The first playoff game between the Thunder and Mavericks was scheduled for the 29th of this month at the Thunder's home, the Ford Center. With the regular season concluded, Jia Fei's inaugural season could be deemed complete. He had participated in a total of 14 games, all as a substitute, averaging 2 minutes on the court, during which he scored an average of 5 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 8 steals, and 7 blocks. His shooting accuracy stood at 44.5, with a three-point shooting percentage of 34.6 and a free throw success rate of 82. On April 27th, the Thunder began preparations for the playoffs. Unlike the regular season, the playoffs demanded a far more targeted approach. Each player received a handbook detailing the statistics of their opponents, including shooting sweet spots, preferred offensive maneuvers, defensive habits, and much more, in extraordinary detail. The specificity of the playoffs contrasted sharply with the regular season, where players with noticeable weaknesses might be specifically targeted, some even to the extent of being benched. Neither Jia Fei nor Reggie made it onto the playoff rotation list. This was, of course, foreseeable. If one cannot secure a spot in the rotation during the regular season, what chance do they have in the playoffs? Unless the team suffers injuries, they are destined to be mere water boys. After the training session concluded that day, Jia Fei and Reggie headed to a restaurant for a meal. Jia, I never expected to reach the playoffs in our rookie season, yet here we are, unable to step onto the court. I'm not sure if that is a stroke of luck or misfortune, Reggie remarked with a shrug. It is precisely because we are on a championship contending team that our opportunities to play are limited. If we were on a rebuilding team, given our current abilities, we would certainly have a chance to showcase our skills, Jia Fei replied. He was not boasting. Their talents were indeed commendable, even if they paled in comparison to the likes of the Thunder's Big Three. Nonetheless, they were not inferior to the average rookies. Their lack of playing time was undoubtedly due to the Thunder's championship aspirations, which left little room for their development. Well, even if we can't play, at least we made it to the playoffs, and there's still a chance for a ring. Reggie mused, choosing to focus on the positives rather than dwelling on their lack of court time. Indeed, we should concentrate on the brighter side, Jia Fei agreed with a nod. Do you think we'll get a chance to play in the playoffs? Reggie asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course. For instance, if the game becomes a blowout and enters garbage time, or if a teammate gets injured, then we might have our moment. Jia Fei refrained from weaving beautiful lies to placate him. The adult world is devoid of fairy tales, and it is better to accept reality than to live in a fantasy. Neither of those scenarios is the situation I desire for getting on the court, Reggie sighed. Then we must wait for next season. Honestly, Reggie, I've come to terms with the fact that neither of us will make the rotation this season. Let us train hard during the off-season and strive to earn our spots next year. Jia Fei spoke earnestly. All right. Reggie accepted this, reassured that he was not fighting alone. Despite the knowledge that playing time would be scarce, Jia Fei returned home and accessed the system to check his task list for any available missions. If there were opportunities to complete tasks, that would surely be beneficial. Currently, he was engaged in regular season tasks, and he sought out any playoff-related missions, hoping for simpler ones that might still be achievable. After searching for a while, he quickly found several tasks, and without hesitation, he accepted them all. Among them were entry-level tasks, such as participating in an NBA playoff game. There was no specification regarding whether it had to be during regular time or garbage time, just that he needed to step onto the court. Another task was to secure a victory in a playoff game, which seemed manageable. It did not require him to lead the team to victory, and if he merely guarded the water cooler while the team won, it should still count towards task completion. Another similar challenge involved triumphing in a round of the NBA playoffs, which should not prove too arduous. It appears that the Thunder are unlikely to be the underdogs this year, and the Mavericks are certainly not the same team as last season. Chapter 62. Playoff seats. Another task of modest difficulty is to record statistics during the NBA playoffs. Jia Fei recalls having previously undertaken a similar mission, which involved accumulating data during the regular season. Currently, he hopes to fulfill this task by relying on the occurrence of garbage time. This remains his sole avenue. He has also accepted 3 advanced tasks: to reach the NBA Conference Finals, to advance to the NBA Finals, and to secure the NBA Championship. Among these 3 challenges, the third is the most formidable. However, it is worth noting that while each of these tasks escalates in difficulty, they could also be remarkably straightforward. For instance, given his current position on a championship contending team, a stroke of good fortune could enable him to ride the coattails of his teammates to victory, potentially allowing him to accomplish all 3 tasks within a single season. Conversely, he has refrained from accepting the task of winning the NBA Finals MVP trophy. Fully aware of his own limitations, at least for the present, he perceives no feasible possibility of achieving such an accolade. On April 28th, Jia Fei received a series of congratulatory calls from Coach Cahoon of the NCAA and his roommate Lam, celebrating his achievement of reaching the NBA playoffs in his rookie season. Kemba Walker also reached out, requesting a video call to personally extend his congratulations. Jia Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness. While it was true that he had played with his team to reach the playoffs, the Thunder's postseason advancement bore little significance to him. It would be an exaggeration to claim he had no connection at all, but his involvement was merely marginal. Suddenly, he recalled the legendary figures of Chinese basketball, Da Ba and Sun Dasheng, who had both secured championships with their teams, yet their contributions during those victorious campaigns were almost negligible. However, it would be unjust to suggest they were unworthy of their rings. Indeed, they possessed championship rings that eluded even the likes of the venerable jazz duo, Charles Barkley and Allen Iverson, who were celebrated among the NBA's 50 greatest. Is choice more vital than effort? In truth, that is not the case. A championship undoubtedly adds a historical significance to a star player's legacy. Yet for those on the margins, the difference between possessing one or not is considerably less pronounced. For these peripheral figures, the allure and meaningfulness of a lucrative contract far outweighs the prestige of a ring. In a video, Kemba Walker's tone bore a hint of envy as he remarked, "Jia, I truly envy that you still have games to play in May. Meanwhile, I am already planning my off-season, deciding where to train and which river to fish in." Jia Fei smiled wryly and remarked, "I have a game to play. Are you serious?" Kemba Walker discerned the underlying meaning of his words. "At least you have the opportunity to compete, while my team is already preparing for next season. You can at least battle alongside your team in the playoffs, and even if you do not take the court, you will have the privilege of witnessing the playoffs from the best vantage point, a luxury not afforded to many." Kemba's team, the Bobcats, had performed dismally this season. Before the All-Star game had even commenced, they were already eliminated from playoff contention, making them one of the earliest teams to shift focus to the upcoming season. "All right, I can see that I can watch the playoffs without purchasing a ticket," Jia Fei admitted, acknowledging the truth in his statement. He was not merely spectating NBA games from the sidelines. He had the remarkable opportunity to engage closely with the league's second-best small forward, to admire the athleticism of the league's best sixth man, and to witness the dazzling performances of the team's star players. "Once your season concludes, let us train together." Kemba extended an invitation. "Absolutely," Jia Fei readily agreed. Setting aside their personal rapport, Kemba Walker was undeniably a contender for the all-rookie team. On the evening of April 29th, the first playoff match between the Thunder and the Mavericks would take place at the Ford Center, which was filled to capacity. In the home team's locker room, Thunder head coach Brooks had just delivered a rousing speech. He appeared to be a sagacious coach, possessing a wealth of tactical knowledge. However, his coaching over the past 2 seasons with the Thunder revealed a rather simplistic approach, relying heavily on star players' individual skills or straightforward shooting plays, lacking the complexity one might expect from such a talented roster. His motivational speaking, however, was significantly underrated in Jia Fei's opinion, more articulate than Coach Lee, who merely shouted, "Let's go." It seemed that Brooks may have undergone professional training in communication. A coach who specializes in motivation is not inherently ineffective, especially when managing exceptionally talented players. Effectively handling star players and distributing ball possession is far more advantageous than a tactician who cannot navigate interpersonal relationships. The NBA's rules and refereeing standards dictate that superstars are the pinnacle of a team's potential in the playoffs, and as the postseason progresses, isolation plays often become the most reliable and effective strategy. The Thunder possessed talent, but lacked stable role players on both offense and defense. The starting frontcourt duo of Perkins and Ibaka struggled offensively, and the team's interior players, both starters and substitutes, were akin to blue-collar workers who could not capitalize even on easy opportunities. This team remained predominantly perimeter-oriented. The performance of its 3 stars would determine how far the Thunder could advance. During pre-game practice, Jia Fei exchanged greetings with Jianlian, who beamed with joy upon seeing him. In the arena of over 20,000, there might be others who spoke Mandarin, yet only Jia Fei could converse with him fluently in the language. "Jia Fei, it has been a while," Jianlian said shyly, his smile radiating warmth. "Hello, brother E," Jia Fei replied. Jia Fei and Lian had not been apart for an extended period, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Lian, not particularly adept at socializing, bore some resemblance to Durant at times. He did not possess the carefree demeanor, but rather belonged to the category of earnest and dedicated players. Coaches invariably favor such individuals, obedient and industrious. Upon seeing Allen smile, Jia Fei was suddenly reminded of the classic phrase by GED, the Prime Minister of New Wave. From years past, one-handed dunk and 8 rebounds. Allen merely smiled faintly. He had regained the trust of his coach. This article sparked millions of comments, and, coincidentally, the opponent of Allen's team was none other than the Thunder. Beyond that phrase, there were references to only 1 block, a feast of hot pot, and 2 points and 1 rebound, simply a space easy, with various iterations of easy-style hot pot and easy defense proliferating. When it comes to sensational headlines, New Wave GED reigns supreme. In terms of elevating a narrative, the Hwacha media does not hold back. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jia Fei and Allen returned to their respective halves to continue their shooting practice. Both players found themselves in similar circumstances, rarely making appearances during regular game time. Each guarding their own water cooler, competing in the fervor of towel waving and the art of creating an engaging atmosphere. Who asserts that players need only excel on the court? Can they wield a towel effectively? Can they execute a high five? Can they engage in chest bumps? Do the star players within the team prefer functional beverages or plain bottled water? Chapter 63. Advancing to the next round, the starting lineups for both teams took the court, while Jia Fei and the other substitutes donned their training gear, applauding enthusiastically before taking their seats on the bench. The Thunder starting lineup remained consistent with their regular season configuration. Coach Brooks possessed a commendable trait. His lineup was consistently stable, and his rotations were well-defined. Diplomatically, one might describe it as organized and disciplined. Less charitably, it could be termed as predictable, allowing star players the freedom to showcase their talents. Coach Brooks, a protege of George Karl, who is famously dubbed the court tyrant, exemplifies the archetype of player-turned-coach. Such coaches often share a commonality in excelling at managing locker room dynamics and fostering relationships with players. Yet they frequently exhibit a deficiency in tactical acumen. After Jia Fei joined the Thunder, Brooks imparted to him a sense that while there was no lack of tactical acumen, particularly in defense, the offensive strategies appeared somewhat monotonous. The team primarily relied on the individual prowess of the 3 youngsters to energize the whole squad, rather than exhibiting a distinct tactical style. This match devolved into a veritable battle of missed shots. The Thunder, eager for retribution, played rather straightforwardly, leaning heavily on the trio. Unfortunately, all 3 struggled with their shooting accuracy today, resulting in a low success rate. Fortunately, Ibaka's remarkable shooting performance provided a much-needed remedy for the team's offensive inefficiencies. On the Mavericks side, their offensive efforts were heavily contingent upon the aging Dirk Nowitzki and Terry, with the supporting cast proving less than formidable. In such a contest of missed opportunities, extending the score gap proved challenging, making it difficult for Jia Fei and his teammates to find playing time. Ultimately, the Thunder, buoyed by their home advantage, emerged victorious by a narrow margin of 1 point, celebrating their first playoff victory of the season. Following the game, Jia Fei and Jinlian exchanged a courteous embrace. If this trend continues, they may find themselves sharing such moments at least 3 more times. Neither player had the chance to take the court, and if the series progresses in this manner, the likelihood of either participating again seems bleak. Jia Fei was not troubled. After the match concluded, he returned home, eager to ascertain whether he had completed his task. Upon entering the system, he navigated to the task interface, and, to his delight, discovered that one of his tasks had been accomplished. This particular task involved securing a victory in a playoff game. Although he did not participate on the court, his team performed admirably and won the match. One could argue that he had not contributed at all, yet one must acknowledge the fervor with which he waved his towel from the sidelines, ensuring that the 3 young players remained hydrated. Under his attentive care, the player who was once an 18 card transformed into a 28 card, experiencing a remarkable surge in performance. I ask you, do you possess 28 cards? Would you dare to compare yourself with the Congolese god of basketball? Indeed, Jia Fei's ability to complete the task was significantly aided by the explosive performance of the Congolese player, whose power at times surpassed even that of the formidable Deng Deng. There are moments when Deng Deng appears somewhat lethargic. One wonders if it is due to the frequency of one-handed shots or perhaps the rigorous training in Detroit. Following the successful task completion, Jia Fei was rewarded with 1,000 points, which, when combined with the 499 points already in his account, brought his total to 499 points. He promptly redeemed his points to enhance Allen Iverson's peak skill fusion from 12 to 13. After this enhancement, his points dwindled to only 499. Fortunately, he had previously accepted numerous tasks, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to complete a few more in the near future. On May 1st, the Thunder, playing at home, triumphed over the Mavericks in the second game of the first round of the playoffs, winning consecutively. Although this match was a narrow victory, major sports media outlets asserted that the Thunder's chances of advancing to the next round had surpassed 80. Although Jia Fei did not take to the court, he was pleased to witness the outcome. It would be even more splendid if he could participate after the home team advanced to the next round. Following the conclusion of the two matches, the third game of the series would be relocated to Dallas. In the annals of NBA playoff history, since the implementation of the best-of-7 format, no team has ever managed to reverse a 0-3 deficit. Thus, for the Mavericks, who found themselves trailing 0-2, the upcoming home game, G3, was a do-or-die situation. Failure to secure a victory would nearly extinguish their hopes of defending their title. However, the unfolding of the match surprised many. This pivotal contest took place on May 4th, yet it was unexpected that by the remaining half of the fourth quarter, the outcome had already lost its suspense. The Mavericks suffered a devastating defeat, their offense thoroughly stifled by the opposition. Even though the Thunder's offense was not particularly efficient, the Mavericks' performance was utterly lackluster. They not only failed to score over 100 points in 3 quarters, but even struggled to surpass 60, with their score barely reaching 70 as the game neared its conclusion. To Jia Fei's astonishment, with just 1 minute and 1 second remaining in the game, he and Reggie were granted the opportunity to enter the fray. This unexpected chance came as a surprise. What was anticipated to be a brutal contest turned out to be a one-sided affair, illustrating the unpredictable nature of competitive sports. Upon taking the court, Jia Fei did not score, but managed to secure a rebound and execute a steal, thus etching a subtle mark on his inaugural playoff appearance in the NBA. With the conclusion of this match, the series score has reached a daunting 3-0, signaling the near end of the Mavericks' quest for championship glory. However, Jia Fei remained indifferent to the Mavericks' defeat, for their failure presented him with an opportunity to triumph. That evening in Dallas, Jia Fei accessed the system and was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had completed several tasks listed before him. Notably, he had successfully fulfilled 2 objectives, participating in an NBA playoff game and contributing statistics during said game. With the completion of these tasks, he was rewarded with a total of 2,000 points. Without hesitation, he redeemed this bounty, resulting in an elevation of Allen Iverson's peak skill fusion from level 13 to 14. Jia Fei was exceptionally joyful today, having swiftly accomplished 2 tasks. Such fortunate occurrences are indeed rare. If this momentum continues, he is likely to complete another task in the near future. On May 6th, the 4th game of the series between the Thunder and the Mavericks commenced. This match proved to be significantly more intense than the preceding one. However, the Mavericks ultimately succumbed, resulting in their sweeping defeat and granting their opponents advancement to the next round. After the final whistle of the match, Jia Fei took the initiative to embrace Yi Jianlian. He had anticipated that he would embrace Yi at least 3 times following the first game, yet astonishingly, it indeed turned out to be just 3. Yi, ever gracious, remarked to Jia Fei, "Congratulations on advancing to the next round. I hope you can secure the championship." Jia Fei sincerely replied, "Thank you, and I look forward to facing you again on the NBA court in the future." However, he was acutely aware that, based on the trajectory of his previous life, Yi's journey in the NBA was becoming increasingly arduous, ultimately leading him back to the CBA. Chapter 64. Practice on a rest day, the Thunder swept the Mavericks, avenging their elimination by the latter in last season's Western Conference Finals. Jia Fei was also quite elated, for his team had advanced to the second round of the playoffs. Although he had only played for a minute in one game, he had fulfilled his task. He successfully completed the mission of winning a round in the NBA series, earning a reward of 2,000 points. He immediately redeemed them, causing his peak skill integration with Allen Iverson to rise from 14 to 15. The Thunder had swept the Mavericks, and their next opponents would be the victors of the Lakers versus Nuggets matchup. The team returned to Oklahoma City on a private jet from Dallas. Upon returning, the team temporarily disbanded, planning to reconvene after a day of rest to prepare for the next round. For Jia Fei, a day of rest? He felt he did not require any rest, having barely played. The rest was primarily for the rotation players, not for someone like him, a mere benchwarmer. The thought of being a benchwarmer dampened his spirits somewhat. His mindset was positive, yet did not negate his ambitions and desires. who wouldn't he wish to dominate the stage of the playoffs? He longed to compete against Dirk Nowitzki, to challenge the Black Mamba in one-on-one duels, and to outplay the members of the Heat's fabled 2003 team. However, not only was he held back by the coach's decisions, but his ability also constrained him. As of now, his integration level stood at only 15, which was still too low. Many of his skills yielded diminished effects, and he was yet unable to outperform Reggie in one-on-one situations, let alone contend with the league's elite athletes. He could only focus on gradual development. On the positive side, as a rookie, he had experienced moments of brilliance this season, proving his worth and securing his place in the league. Moreover, at just 20 years old, he was still very young, with ample opportunities to forge his own basketball legacy. May 8th marked a rest day for the Thunder, and Reggie had arrived early to invite Jia Fei to train together. Curious, Jia Fei asked in Reggie's car, "Why are you so eager to train? Is there a story behind it?" Reggie sighed and replied, "I wish I had a story, but I don't. We advanced to the second round, having won a playoff series. This is my first playoff journey in the NBA, yet I feel nothing as I hardly played. Am I not in the same boat as you?" Jia Fei retorted, "Indeed, you are. That is why I came to invite you," Reggie said with a playful glint in his eye. "Invite me for what?" Jia Fei wondered, uncertain of Reggie's intentions. If it were for some sort of enhancement, he truly had no need. He was supremely confident in his own abilities, even if he was not as endowed as Serge Ibaka. Sometimes, length was not the sole determinant of prowess. "I'm inviting you to train together. Did you think I was asking you to find some girls?" Reggie shot back with a serious expression. "I appreciate your straightforwardness." Jia Fei chuckled. He genuinely had no interest in pursuing women at the moment. For some reason, he found himself disinterested in the overly voluptuous types surrounding him. He preferred a wilder, more adventurous spirit, but not in that manner. Upon arriving at the training facility, Jia Fei was taken aback to discover a slender man, towering at 211 centimeters and clad in knee-high socks, already practicing his shooting. With his elongated limbs, slightly narrow shoulders, and a small head balanced atop long legs, he possessed an extraordinary physique reminiscent of a nine-headed beauty. Yet, upon observing his demeanor, one might forget that he was the star of a championship-contending team, a millionaire of considerable wealth. Instead, an instinctual impression might arise, suggesting he was more akin to a reclusive individual, perhaps one who secretly indulged in unspeakable videos and gifs in the solitude of night. This individual was none other than Kevin Durant, renowned as the foremost among the Thunder Three, a prodigious talent possessing the swiftness of a guard coupled with the stature of center. Duran pausa momentarily. Noticing Jia Fei and Reggie, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated that these two rookies would also dedicate their day off to training. "KD, you've been here all along. Your work ethic is truly commendable," Reggie exclaimed, his admiration for Durant's skills and abilities evident. He aspired to score with the same effortless ease as this remarkable man. Durant merely nodded in acknowledgement, his impression of the two rookies further enhanced, as he was already aware of their commitment to additional practice after team sessions. Individuals who toil diligently often gravitate toward one another, forming a shared magnetic field of ambition. Jia Fei and Reggie commenced the exchange of their footwear and attire, subsequently engaging in a thorough warm-up. The distinctions between professional athletes and amateurs are numerous, one of which is the emphasis placed on the warm-up routine. Professional athletes approach their warm-ups with a high level of expertise and seriousness, never treating it with indifference. Nor do they proceed to training or competition without adequately preparing their bodies. During his warm-up, Jia Fei observed Durant, who, with the assistance of the team's trainers, engaged in shooting practice from various positions on the court. He is truly a natural scorer, standing at 211 centimeters with an impressive wingspan nearing 230 centimeters. Not only is his release point elevated, but it is also remarkably swift, and most critically, his accuracy is exceptional. It can be said that when he attempts a jump shot, typical perimeter players find themselves unable to contest, often merely catching a whiff of his presence. If one considers passing vision to be a gift, then shooting undoubtedly qualifies as a talent as well. The NBA is not devoid of slender players with similar height and wingspan to Durant, yet none possess his extraordinary shooting touch combined with ball-handling prowess. Jia Fei and Reggie swiftly completed their warm-up and immersed themselves in training, commencing their practice with jump shots, free throws, and layups. After a while, Reggie called out to Durant, who was not far away. "KD, may I challenge you to a one-on-one match?" Durant, with great enthusiasm, readily accepted the invitation, and soon the two were engaged in spirited play. Jia Fei observed the one-on-one duel between the two players. They were to shoot 10 balls, with Reggie taking the first turn. Facing Durant, he found the challenge formidable. Typically, when he faced Jia Fei in their own duels, he struggled against Jia Fei's defense as well. As a towering point guard, he lacked speed against both opponents. A direct jump shot was futile, as both possessed superior height and wingspan, severely disrupting his shooting. His previous victories over Jia Fei were not solely due to his offensive prowess, but rather because Jia Fei, too, struggled against him. To be precise, Jia Fei's ball handling skills were rather mediocre, a fact he acknowledged. This realization fueled his ambition to become a 3-and-D player, as it was evidently easier to cultivate a reliable three-point shot than to enhance ball handling abilities. Reggie found it challenging to compete against Durant, whereas Durant could effortlessly dictate the game against Reggie. A straightforward pull-up shot was uncontested, and even a turnaround jumper after dribbling was executed with ease, entirely unbothered. Durant even strategically opted for drives to the basket to score, as a direct jump shot would have been excessively advantageous and far too simple. Chapter 65. One-on-one with Durant before long. Reggie succumbed to a 10-2 defeat. Durant appeared remarkably at ease, barely breaking a sweat. He was exceptionally skilled at scoring. Ever since he perfected his quick-stop jump shot, he no longer feared so-called defensive stalwarts. Jia Fei understood that in his previous life, Durant's struggles on the offensive end were not solely due to being completely contained in one-on-one situations. When Durant was at the peak of his offensive prowess, few could effectively limit him in such a manner. Defenders who had success against him, like Tony Allen of the Grizzlies and Ron Artest of the Lakers, did not focus on contesting his jump shots or blocking his release points. Rather, they employed alternative strategies. Tony Allen utilized tight on-ball defense, applying physicality and anchoring his position low, knowing that at 193 centimeters, allowing Durant to find comfort in his shooting would be a futile endeavor. Similarly, Artest engaged in close physical defense to disrupt Durant's ball handling, exhausting his stamina and forcing him away from his preferred scoring zones, compelling him to resort to unfamiliar methods of finishing. Durant's offensive vulnerabilities can be summarized as follows. Firstly, compared to historical giants like the Los Angeles Ironworker, his stamina is somewhat lacking, leading to diminished efficiency in prolonged physical confrontations. Secondly, as a 211 centimeters tall player resembling a big spider, he boasts an exceptionally high release point and a significant stride. However, his center of gravity remains elevated, posing a risk of ball theft during his dribble, and he is prone to turnovers when confronted with swift, aggressive double teams. Thirdly, while his agility and speed are advantageous, his relative lack of strength diminishes his ability to attack the basket as effectively as he can shoot. Lastly, his ability to navigate double teams pales in comparison to that of other elite scorers like James Harden. In one-on-one scenarios, however, the issue of receiving the ball is non-existent, and the physicality typically present in formal matches is absent, alleviating concerns of fatigue. Therefore, it is truly difficult to envision anyone defeating Durant in a one-on-one contest. Could KD join me for a game? Jia Fei suddenly inquired. Absolutely. Durant responded with enthusiasm, as he was a fervent basketball enthusiast who would never shy away from a challenge. Reggie brightened up. Jia, do you really want to be schooled by KD? Ha ha ha. Durant, maintaining his composure, graciously allowed Jia Fei to take the first offensive possession. Jia Fei was not courteous. The other party was a top scorer in the league, the primary offensive force of their team. To be polite to such an individual would be akin to inviting one's own demise at an accelerated pace. Jia Fei, holding the ball, feigns a step, creating dual threats, while Durant swiftly advances a step forward. Jia Fei executed a powerful drive, utilizing his speed to seize position and establish contact with his opponent. He used his right hand to obstruct the opponent's long arm, and with determination, he deftly finished with his left hand, scoring effortlessly. Jia Fei leads with a score of 1-0. On the sidelines, Reggie could not help but exclaim, astonished at how, in just a few days, Jia Fei's ball handling skills had significantly improved. In truth, Jia Fei has indeed made strides, not merely due to the effectiveness of his regular training, but because his integration of Allen Iverson's peak techniques has reached a remarkable level of 15. This advancement has undeniably enhanced his ball handling capabilities compared to before. Having trained alongside him, Reggie felt the impact even more acutely. Jia Fei pressed on with his offensive maneuvers, skillfully dribbling as he tested the waters. This time, Durant was not as closely guarded. Suddenly, Jia Fei executed a jump shot. Durant leaped into action, yet it was merely a feint. Jia Fei's toes had not even left the ground. In an instant, he bent low and surged past his defender with such speed that the camera struggled to keep up, driving straight to the basket for a one-handed slam dunk. 2-0. Durant couldn't help but chuckle, clapping his hands as he exclaimed, "What a convincing fake. Come on, keep it going." Jia Fei, with the ball in hand, executed a feint before unexpectedly leaping into a jump shot. Durant was just a fraction too slow. Jia Fei's consecutive breakthroughs had instilled a sense of caution in him, yet he still lagged behind. Jia Fei successfully executed a jump shot, bringing the score to 3:00. On the sidelines, Reggie clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, Jia, keep scoring, go Kung Fu boy." Jia Fei, with the ball in hand, took a couple of steps forward before executing a graceful fadeaway. Yet this time, it was in vain. Enter Durant, who immediately seized the offensive opportunity. Despite Jia Fei's close proximity, Durant, with a single dribble, unleashed a swift pull-up shot, leveraging his exceptionally high release point and a soft touch to swiftly secure a point. Following this, Durant showcased his agility with a series of crossovers, penetrating the lane and launching a one-handed high arcing shot over Jia Fei's attempted block, which gracefully kissed the backboard before finding the net, adding another 2 points to his tally. Soon after, he executed a sudden stop jump shot, completing a trifecta and instantly leveling the score. Jia Fei, tasked with defending him, felt an overwhelming sense of futility. This one-on-one matchup was exceedingly challenging, as Durant's release point was too elevated and his shooting prowess unmatched. Reggie, too, was taken aback, recalling the dread he had just experienced under Durant's command. Compared to Jia Fei, Reggie lacked the height, speed, and wingspan, making it evident that he stood no chance against Durant's jump shot. It wasn't until Durant had made his 7th consecutive shot that he finally missed, prompting beads of sweat to form on Jia Fei's forehead as he exhaled. This man was formidable, perfectly circumventing all of Jia Fei's defensive shortcomings in their one-on-one encounters. In such duels, he truly was the best in the league. Jia Fei scored 2 goals, yet failed to secure the next one. Following this, Durant effortlessly netted 5 consecutive points, concluding the match. Ultimately, Jia Fei succumbed with a score of 5-10, a defeat void of any suspense. "I have lost," Jia Fei chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. As a man of stature, one must acknowledge defeat and stand tall in the face of adversity. Durant smiled in return, remarking, "Your defense was quite commendable." Reggie nodded in agreement, stating, "Jia, you have truly improved. I feel now that I can no longer easily defeat you. Shall we have a match?" Jia Fei cheerfully proposed. "No, I have just been bested by KD. I need to recuperate. Perhaps next time." Reggie politely declined. His words prompted a chuckle from Durant, who recognized that sometimes admitting defeat is not a negative trait. In basketball, one must always be prepared for the possibility of being outplayed. He too had once faced such challenges. Without experiencing defeat, one finds it difficult to grow, much like a man who cannot mature without the trials of love. This day's training reached its zenith during the one-on-one sessions before concluding. As Jia Fei lay in bed, he replayed the vivid scenes of his duel with Durant in his mind, having to concede that Durant was indeed formidable. While basketball is fundamentally a team sport, one-on-one play, akin to low-post offense, will never fade away. If my integration reaches 100, could I possibly defeat him? Jia Fei pondered silently, yet he found no answer. He was uncertain of the strength of a 201 centimeters player with the agility of Allen Iverson, but he was resolute that he would not disappoint himself in the future. Some have claimed that Durant is merely a 211 centimeters version of Iverson, but Jia Fei disagreed. While Durant indeed possesses remarkable speed and the ability to change direction significantly, he is fundamentally different from Iverson. Iverson was inherently a penetrator, while Durant is a jump shooter. Chapter 66. A brief delight. The entire Thunder organization generally believed that their next opponent would be the Lakers, given their superior roster, raw strength, star caliber, and even playoff experience, which would undoubtedly overshadow the Nuggets. That evening, the Thunder gathered in the tactical meeting room to watch the game. The consensus was that the Lakers, playing at home during this pivotal match, were highly likely to secure victory. However, to everyone's surprise, the resilient Nuggets narrowly triumphed over their opponents, narrowing the series to 2-3. The next match will be held in Denver, meaning that if the Nuggets managed to defend their home court, both teams would face off in a decisive Game 7. The prospect of a Game 7 was exhilarating, yet the Lakers were not keen on it. Even if they emerged victorious, their aging roster posed a significant challenge in terms of stamina. On the way back, Reggie inquired of Jia Fei, "Jia, do you think the Lakers will win?" Jia Fei nodded affirmatively. "Of course, we will triumph." He had traversed through time in his previous life. The narrative unfolded with the Lakers overcoming the Nuggets in a decisive Game 7, ultimately meeting the Thunder in the semifinals. Reggie, too, believed in the Lakers' victory, inquiring, "Jia, do you think this series will extend to 7 games?" Jia Fei nodded. "It is quite possible." His reluctance to assert certainty suggests he is feigning ignorance while being fully aware. Reggie sighed and remarked, "I sense that Kobe has indeed aged. It seems it will take 7 games to overcome the Nuggets." Jia Fei remarked, "Everyone must face the inevitability of aging. He has shown remarkable resilience." As it turned out, Jia Fei's prediction proved accurate. The Nuggets and the Lakers battled through 7 games, ultimately culminating in a decisive Game 7, where the Lakers triumphed at home over the Nuggets, advancing to the Western Conference semifinals to face the Thunder. On the evening of the 13th, the Thunder's coaching staff urgently convened a meeting with the players to clarify their strategy and discuss tactical approaches against the Lakers. The following day, the Thunder engaged in training, fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the Lakers, and approached it with utmost seriousness. On the night of the 15th, the Thunder prepared to host the Lakers at the Ford Center in Oklahoma City. During his practice, Jia Fei did not see his teammate at Mayo from the University of Connecticut. At Mayo is currently playing in the NBDL, and naturally, he has no opportunity to participate in the playoffs with the team. From this perspective, Jia Fei's continued presence on the team's roster is quite an accomplishment, especially considering he is merely a second-round draft pick. In this game, he, of course, did not have the chance to enter the regular rotation. Nevertheless, he remains an indispensable member of the team's morale-boosting unit. What he did not anticipate was how swiftly this highly anticipated match would lose its suspense. The Lakers, having just completed a grueling Game 7, arrived in Oklahoma City fatigued, and their overall team age weighed heavily on their stamina. In contrast, the Thunder were well-rested, with their core players youthful and vigorous. By the end of the third quarter, the Thunder had dispelled any uncertainty surrounding the match, and ultimately, with 5 minutes remaining, Lakers head coach Mike Brown conceded defeat by substituting in the bench players. Thunder coach Brooks, in tacit agreement, waved his hand, prompting Jia Fei and Reggie to promptly set aside their towels and don their jerseys for the game. In this match, Jia Fei scored the first point of his NBA career. The outcome of the game was predictable, with the Thunder securing a comfortable victory. The ease of the win was somewhat disconcerting for the Thunder players, who had faced a grueling battle in their previous series, narrowly securing victory. However, just 2 days later in Game 2 of the series, the Thunder found themselves embroiled in a defensive struggle, finishing with both teams scoring under 80 points. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed at home, defeating the Lakers and winning Game 2 of the series. The trajectory of the series began to mirror that of the first round, much to the delight of the Thunder organization. If they could reach the Western Conference Finals again, they would be just one step away from the championship. The Thunder vs. Lakers series Game 3 was set to take place at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, with the Lakers facing a do-or-die situation similar to the Mavericks in the previous round. The result was a narrow victory for the Lakers by 2 points, bringing the series score to 1-2. Just when the outside world anticipated the Lakers would build on their momentum and equalize the series, on May 20th, they suffered a heartbreaking defeat at home, shifting the series score to 1-3. 2 days later, in Oklahoma City, the Thunder claimed another victory, decisively eliminating the Lakers with a 4-1 series score, advancing to the Western Conference Finals for the second consecutive season. The sensation of advancing at home is uniquely exhilarating. Although Jia Fei did not play in the subsequent 4 games after his debut, he still relished the joy of the home victory. The fans celebrated with resounding cheers and applause, and he yearned to join them on the court, listening to their calls from the sidelines. In the home locker room after the game, veteran Fisher delivered an impassioned speech, expressing his elation at overcoming his former team, proving his worth, and proclaiming that the Thunder possess a greater championship potential than the current Lakers. Jia Fei certainly did not boast in the locker room. Upon returning home, he promptly accessed the system to review his task list. He recalled having accepted a mission concerning advancement in the series, and after winning the first round, he had received points. He also seemed to remember undertaking a task related to progressing to the conference finals. Indeed, his memory served him well. The task he accepted was to reach the NBA Conference Finals, and it now displayed as completed. He immediately claimed his reward for completion, and in an instant, his account swelled with an additional 5,000 points. Remarkably, this was the most substantial reward he had received thus far. It appeared that even when advancing to the Western Conference by chance, the system still bestowed generous rewards, indicating that reaching the conference finals was not an achievement within everyone's reach. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his mind, one named Chris 58 Sean Powell, a 183 centimeters tall man, who had been plagued by the conference finals floor in his past life. This underscored the notion that entering the conference finals was not solely a matter of talent. Sometimes, fortune played a crucial role. In this regard, Jia Fei had indeed been fortunate, as he successfully unlocked the conference finals through sheer happenstance. With a reward of 5,000 points, his total points now amounted to 5,858. Apologies to CP3, it was not intentional. To avoid any misconceptions that he harbored ill will towards CP3, Jia Fei exchanged the points, and in a flash, his Allen Iverson peak skill fusion level ascended from 15 to 17. After this upgrade, he retained 858 points in his account. Jia Fei experienced a moment of exhilaration after successfully advancing to the semifinals, savoring the sweet taste of freedom that comes with accumulating points. He suddenly found himself grasping why some individuals are drawn to the pursuit of thrills. Even this modest sense of delight left him yearning for more. One can only imagine how difficult it must be for the average person to resist the allure of true euphoria. Jia Fei is now envisioning the grand finals. According to the trajectory of the playoffs in his previous life, the Thunder are poised to reach the finals this season. How exhilarating it would be to relish that experience once more. Chapter 67. Onward to the finals. The Thunder's opponent in the Western Conference Finals has been determined to be the venerable San Antonio Spurs, one of Texas's three great illusions. The Spurs effortlessly swept the Clippers in the semifinals, advancing to the Western Finals. As the series approaches, media outlets are fervently building anticipation, with predictions favoring both the Thunder and the Spurs. There exists a delightful dilemma among the media. The likely contender emerging from the East is the Heat. Should the Spurs reach the finals, it would pit the legendary trio of Duncan, Jin, Billy, and Parker against the celebrated 2003 draft class, showcasing the battle between the established giants and the dynamic talents of the future. Conversely, if the Thunder ascend to the finals, it would present a clash between their formidable trio and the Heat's own. The contest promises to be a riveting exhibition of raw talent. Regardless of the matchup, both scenarios are brimming with intrigue, and the league eagerly anticipates a finals filled with compelling narratives. Reflecting on the 2004 finals between the Spurs and the Pistons, which featured a defensive stalemate across 7 grueling games, the lack of engaging storylines resulted in dismal viewership. The league is keen to avoid a repeat of such a scenario. It is, after all, a commercial enterprise. While a showdown reminiscent of Jordan's Bulls against the Lakers may not materialize, the league hopes to steer clear of a finals devoid of captivating storylines. The first game of the Western Conference Finals against the Spurs is scheduled for the 28th, providing the Thunder with ample time to rest and prepare. During this period, Jia Fei has been particularly diligent in training. His spirits are high, having successfully completed his tasks and accrued points, an exhilarating sensation. Reggie, observing Jia Fei's buoyant demeanor, finds it somewhat peculiar. Both players have yet to see any game time. What could possibly amuse him so? The Thunder arrived in San Antonio, Texas, on the 26th. On the 27th, the team conducted their final practice ahead of the Western Finals, readying themselves for the imminent clash. The Spurs' style differs markedly from that of the Lakers. They're characterized by a strong team ethos, a focus on defense, and a wealth of experience. Each player functions like a cog in a well-oiled machine, making them hard to rattle. The Thunder's advantage lies in their youthful exuberance and inherent talent, compensating for any lack of cohesion with sheer athleticism, striking unpredictably like a flurry of punches against seasoned veterans. As the 28th approaches, anticipation builds in the ATT Center in San Antonio, where Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals is set to unfold. The Thunder have maintained a 9-man rotation throughout the playoffs, a fairly standard approach for this stage. The playoffs inherently differ from the regular season. Even the Spurs, known for their penchant for 10-man rotations during the regular season, have increased the playing time of their core trio in the postseason. Jia Fei and Reggie are integral members of the team, comprising not just 11, but even 12 players, thus naturally remaining outside of the rotation. In the inaugural match, the Thunder, who had led for the first 3 quarters, succumbed to a surge from their opponents in the final quarter, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat. This marked the Thunder's first loss in Game 1 of the playoffs this season. Merely 2 days later, the Thunder faced another defeat, falling behind 0-2 in the series. Consequently, the Thunder found themselves in a predicament akin to that of their previous opponents, as Game 3 at home became a do-or-die situation. Upon their return to Oklahoma City, the Western Conference Finals Game 3 commenced on June 1st. In this match, Coach Brooks adopted a more ruthless approach, implementing a 7-man rotation and fully exerting his main players. The outcome was indeed favorable. The Thunder displayed an impressive momentum, even entering garbage time in the final moments of the game. Jia Fei and Reggie took a leisurely stroll, making their presence felt in the Western Conference Finals. The series score was altered to 1-2, sparing the Thunder from the dire predicament of a 0-3 deficit. On June 3rd, during Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, the Thunder maintained an 8-man rotation and secured another victory, leveling the series at 2-2. Thus, the series set the stage for a pivotal showdown in the annals of NBA history since the advent of the best-of-7 format. The team emerging victorious from such decisive encounters has enjoyed a remarkably high probability of advancement. On June 5th, during Game 5, the Thunder faced off in this crucial clash. They continued with their 8-man rotation, and Coach Brooks adopted a straightforward strategy, relentlessly relying on his star players. Under these circumstances, Coach Popovich of the Spurs found it challenging to devise intricate tactics, as the Thunder's intentions were laid bare. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed once more through sheer talent, claiming the pivotal victory and gaining the upper hand in the series. Upon returning to Oklahoma City 2 days later, the Thunder secured another win, achieving 4 consecutive victories and eliminating the Spurs with a total score of 4-1, thus advancing to the NBA Finals. This marked the first time since the Supersonics relocated and rebranded as the Thunder that they reached the finals. At the Ford Center, colorful streamers danced in the air, and the deafening cheers of the crowd resonated. Jia Fei felt the fervent passion that the city's fans held for basketball. Throughout the extensive history of the NBA, many teams have never clinched a championship, and numerous teams have never even reached the finals. The very fact that the Thunder reached the finals indicated their championship potential, especially considering the youthfulness of their roster. Donning the Western Conference champion t-shirt and cap, Jia Fei joined his teammates in the championship celebration. Even as a bench player, he felt a part of the team and relished the atmosphere, which he found truly delightful. The Thunder advanced to the finals, becoming the first team to do so, with their opponents to be determined between the Heat and the Celtics. That evening, the Thunder held a brief celebration, and upon returning home, Jia Fei immediately accessed the system to check on the status of his ongoing tasks. Clearly, the task of reaching the NBA Finals had been accomplished. Whether through leading the team or riding the coattails of others, it was nonetheless fulfilled. He joyfully claimed the task reward and was suddenly awarded a point. Goodness gracious! A point. So many points. Jia Fei was engrossed in counting. 0, 1, 2, 3 for his vision blurred by the sheer abundance of points he suddenly possessed. Unaccustomed to such wealth, having lived in modesty for so long, he felt as if he were floating. Now, with a total of points in his account, he gazed at them with delight, yet hesitated, knowing that one must sometimes take risks to reap rewards. Ultimately, he decided to redeem his points. His proficiency in the pinnacle techniques of Iverson surged from 17 to 22 in an instant. If ascending by one level cost 2,000 points, reaching level 23 seemed plausible. Given that he landed on 22 and had 99 points remaining, it implied that the cost for each subsequent level, from 20 to 30, would escalate to 3,000 points. This was not difficult to comprehend, as it mirrored the mechanics of leveling up in games. However, his current predicament lay in the fact that while upgrading in games typically yields greater experience from higher-level dungeons, he was unable to enjoy such advantages, whether through completing tasks or accumulating rage points. Alas, such was the design, and he found himself powerless to alter it. All he could do was strive diligently to earn more points. Jia Fei marveled internally, for he had finally attained the pinnacle of Iverson's technique, reaching a remarkable score of 15. Chapter 68. The elusive championship, the inaugural match of the finals, is set to take place on June 13th at the Thunder's home arena, granting the Thunder ample time to prepare for the championship series. In recent days, Jia Fei has been inundated with congratulatory messages and phone calls, predominantly from his teammates and classmates at Kong University. As a player from Kong University who made it to the NBA, he has achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the finals in his rookie season, a noteworthy record in its own right. However, Jia Fei remains rather indifferent to this accolade. He possesses a discerning perspective. Did he propel the team to the finals through his own efforts? Was he the one who led them there? Not all. He merely hitched a ride on the coattails of others, and that is the extent of it. Before long, the 13th arrived, signaling the first game of the finals. The Ford Center was already packed to capacity, with tickets for both the first and second games of the finals having been sold out long ago, reflecting the fervent enthusiasm of the fans. During the pre-game practice, Jia Fei encountered the formidable trio of the Miami Heat. As LeBron James took to the court for practice, he sprinted in a manner reminiscent of a crab scuttling across the beach, his legs splayed outward. Jia Fei sighed inwardly, truly embodying the essence of a sprinter. Even during pre-game practice, he exhibited remarkable speed. As James commenced his shooting drills, his form appeared rather ungraceful, with his elbows flaring outward and his jump shots lacking the aesthetic finesse reminiscent of a certain snake from Los Angeles. During practice, he had already struck several iron rods. What left Jia Fei utterly speechless was the fact that this individual took no fewer than 3 steps before executing a dunk, leading him to suspect that the current trend of traveling violations in the league might very well have been initiated by this very player. How many detrimental precedents has he set? The era of super teams, traveling on layups, and the brotherhood of basketball is indeed tarnishing the integrity of the league. At that moment, the sprinter was engaged in jovial conversation with his so-called brothers, appearing remarkably at ease, as if the championship were already within their grasp. His 2 companions were quite the sight. One had cheeks puffed out like a bullfrog, while the other possessed an extraordinarily long neck, resembling a giraffe. Jia Fei was certainly acquainted with them. One was the so-called 5 centimeters shorter version of Jordan Wade, and the other was dubbed the former Dragon King, Bosch. The match soon commenced, and Jia Fei took a seat on the bench. In this game, the Heat employed a rotation of nearly 7 players, while the Thunder utilized approximately 8. As the playoffs progressed, rotations tended to diminish. This was quite natural, as most coaches yearn for their star players to remain on the court for a full 48 minutes. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed in Game 1, thanks to the exceptional performances of Durant and Westbrook. In the aftermath, discussions about Durant surpassing LeBron as the premier small forward in the league began to gain traction. However, Jia Fei was acutely aware that, should events unfold as they did in his previous life, a daunting 4-game losing streak awaited them. While he certainly had the time to contemplate altering the course of history, the pressing question remained: how could he effect such change? It was well known that Harden's performance in this series was dismal. Was he to approach the head coach and propose his own inclusion in place of Harden? Such an endeavor would be utterly futile. Jia Fei understood that, at present, he was powerless to effect any change. 2 days later, in the finals, the Thunder fell to the Heat, leveling the series at 1-1. Yet, the ordeal continued. 3 days thereafter, in Miami, the Thunder suffered another defeat, allowing their opponents to take the lead in the series. On June 20th, the Thunder faced yet another loss on the road, trailing the series 1-3. This defeat virtually sealed their fate, as historically, no team in the NBA Finals has ever reversed a 1-3 deficit. The anticipated miracle did not materialize. On June 22nd, at the Thunder's home venue, the Ford Center, they faced a humiliating defeat against their rivals, relinquishing the championship. It is a profoundly disheartening experience to witness an adversary celebrate their victory on one's own home ground. And the silence in the home team's locker room was palpable after the match. Harden had already departed. His absence of form throughout the finals was a significant factor in the Thunder's downfall. In the changing room, Jia Fei remained silent, as did everyone else. As a newcomer, would it be appropriate for him to share motivational platitudes? Regardless, the season had come to a close. It is indeed a privilege to still have games to play in June, yet the agony of remaining on the sidelines is undeniable. Upon returning home, Jia Fei's emotions were a tumultuous blend. He had not fulfilled his obligations, and the team's defeat left him devoid of joy. He genuinely yearned to step onto the court and fight for his team, yet opportunities eluded him. Lost in thought, his phone began to ring. Jia Fei glanced at his phone and saw that the caller was his former teammate, Kemba Walker. "Hello, Jia. It's Kemba," Kemba Walker exclaimed. "I know, you're not Kemba. Are you still Simba?" Jia Fei joked, still able to joke around, which indicates her spirits are relatively high, not too disheartened. "I watched your game, and not winning the championship isn't to your fault. There's nothing to regret." Kemba Walker reassured him. "I understand, their strength surpasses ours, indeed. There's no reason for regret," Jia Fei candidly replied, acknowledging that the Heat's prowess was evidently superior to that of the Thunder. "As long as there are no regrets. Jia, come to New York. I'm utterly bored at home." Kemba Walker extended the invitation. "Sure, it has indeed been a while since we last saw each other. Jia Fei readily accepted. That's the spirit. If you come, we can attend the draft together and cheer for Jeremy and the others, Kemba Walker said excitedly. Upon hearing the news, Jia Fei quickly understood that Lamb would also be participating in the draft, leaving him to ponder whether Oriaki would join as well. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting his thoughts back to the draft last year, where vivid memories of his own experience replayed in his mind. Time truly flies. It has nearly been a year. The following day, Jia Fei reported back to the team, only to announce its dissolution. Jia, do you have any specific plans for this summer? Reggie inquired. Not at the moment. I'll be heading to New York tomorrow. My teammate from UConn is participating in the draft, and I thought I'd join the festivities, Jia Fei replied. I'm also heading home for a bit. Having partnered with you for a whole season, it feels a bit strange to part ways suddenly. Reggie chuckled. I feel the same. Jia Fei responded with a smile, and the two exchanged a friendly handshake and shoulder bump. The next morning, Jia Fei boarded a flight to New York from Oklahoma City. Upon arriving at the airport in New York, he was personally greeted by Kemba Walker, who drove him to the hotel. At the hotel, Jia Fei encountered many familiar faces. Aside from Kemba Walker, he also met Oriaki, Art Mayock, and Jeremy Lamb. The joy of seeing so many acquaintances at once brought a smile to his face. Jia, you are the last one we were waiting for. We've been here for several days. Art Mayock exclaimed. Jia Fei embraced each of them warmly, their shoulders colliding in a familiar camaraderie. In this world, these individuals were truly his closest companions. As they gathered for lunch, Jia Fei learned that Ram and Oriak both intended to participate in the upcoming draft in a few days. Chapter 69. Invitation for advertisement. Art Mayock was selected by the Lakers in the second round of last year's draft. However, he did not make the team's roster throughout the entire season and spent his time playing in the NBDL. I have received an invitation from the Lakers to participate in this year's Summer League, Art Mayock announced. Jia, will you be attending? Kemba Walker inquired of Jia Fei. Jia Fei shook his head, stating that the team had inquired about his plans, but he intended to train independently. He aimed to enhance his competitive edge during the off-season and fervently practice his shooting, as he was not entirely satisfied with his performance from the previous season despite having played limited games. If he could not convert open three-point shots, even an impeccable defense would not guarantee him extended playing time on the court. In this era, the emphasis on offensive spacing has become increasingly paramount. In the recently concluded finals, the Heat even forsook their center for the sake of creating more offensive space. Well, let's train together, he proposed. I plan to host a small training camp right here in New York, and you all are welcome to join. Kemba Walker enjoyed training alongside his former teammates, as he felt particularly relaxed in their company. On June 29, 2012, the NBA draft took place at Madison Square Garden in New York. Jia Fei, Kemba Walker, and Art Mayock, having been former teammates of Lamb and Oriaki, attended the draft alongside their families. The previous year's draft had been held in New Jersey, but this time it returned to the iconic venue in New York. For Jia Fei, this marked his second attendance at the draft, yet his mindset had shifted entirely. Previously, he was a hopeful candidate. Now, he stood as a supportive companion. Lamb was projected to be selected in the lottery range and was fortunate enough to receive an invitation to the green room. Unfortunately, Oriaki was not as fortunate, with predictions placing him at the end of the second round or potentially going undrafted, facing a substantial likelihood of not being selected. Fortunately, Oriaki maintained a positive outlook, stating that even if he were not chosen, he would pursue a different career path rather than continuing as a professional player. Jia Fei believes that such a mindset is quite admirable. One should not possess an excessive attachment to gains and losses, but rather adopt a more laid-back, Buddhist-like attitude, refraining from being overly harsh on oneself. Jia Fei glanced at the profiles of this year's rookies. From the perspective of past experiences, the potential success rate of this draft class is not low. The first round speaks for itself, and in the second round, we have the likes of Draymond Green and Chris Middleton, both of whom are undoubtedly all-star caliber players. As the draft commenced, Lamb appeared quite anxious. If one could describe the experience of watching certain unmentionable films as relaxing, then he was palpably tense now. There was no doubt he would be selected. But what if misfortune led him to drop into the second round? Anything could happen, and he certainly did not wish to become the second coming of Michael Jordan or Rashard Lewis. Fortunately, no unforeseen circumstances arose, and Lamb was ultimately chosen by the Rockets as the 12th pick in the first round, securing his place in the lottery. However, Oriaki was not as fortunate. He failed to be picked by the Sacramento Kings. P.S. Why is it that we say he failed to make the cut in the context of Sacramento rather than the more common phrase, It is because the last name on the list belongs to the Lakers' legendary player, Saker. Jia Fei comforted Aurillac, sighing inwardly at the fierce competition in the NBA. With only 60 draft slots available each year, the sheer number of players in the NCAA and overseas made the odds daunting. Lamb was elated, tears streaming down his face as he realized he would finally become an NBA player. Over the past season, he had averaged an impressive 7 points per game in the NCAA, establishing himself as the team's leading scorer. After the conclusion of the draft, while accompanying Aurillac to the airport, Jia Fei received a call from his agent, Jeff Schwartz. "Hello, Mr. Jia." Schwartz's voice was always calm and composed. "Hello, Mr. Schwartz." Jia Fei thought it peculiar that Schwartz was personally calling him. It must be important. "Mr. Jia, your parent team, the Oklahoma City Thunder, will be exercising the team option on your contract for next season." Schwartz had never been one for beating around the bush as an agent. He was known for his straightforwardness. "All right, I understand." Jia Fei was not at all surprised. His contract was modest, and part of it for the upcoming season was unguaranteed. However, he had already proven his worth as a rotational player in the previous season. Thunder general manager Presti was not a fool. He would not squander the benefits of a rookie contract. It was worth noting that the Thunder's owner, Bennett, was not particularly wealthy by NBA standards. And Oklahoma City was a small market, compelling the team to be judicious with their spending. Additionally, there was another matter. Nike had invited him to participate in an advertisement shoot in Miami. "I have sent the detailed proposal to your email. While you can choose not to participate, I strongly recommend that you consider it, as it would significantly benefit your career development." Schwartz's communication style was refreshingly direct, clearly outlining the stakes for Jia Fei to deliberate upon. This manner of interaction pleased Jia Fei. After hanging up, he opened his email on his phone and was astonished to find a message from Schwartz. To his surprise, the advertising collaboration was with none other than Maria Sharapova. He could hardly believe it. What were the odds? Just last year, he had watched her compete at the U.S. Open and had even asked her for an autograph. But the email could not be a fabrication. Today was not April Fool's Day, and Schwartz was not one to deceive in such matters. Jia Fei searched online and indeed discovered that Maria Sharapova had signed an 8-year sponsorship deal worth $70 million with Nike in 2010, thereby becoming the highest-paid female athlete in the world. Furthermore, as one of the brand's most celebrated athletes, Nike customizes a collection for her each year prior to the commencement of the Grand Slam tournaments, featuring the latest design concepts and technological advancements. These collections consistently rank among the brand's best-selling women's sports lines. $70 million over 8 years. Jia Fei couldn't help but marvel. Compared to his own annual earnings of $1 million, the disparity was staggering. Of course, he was merely an ordinary NBA player, whereas Sharapova was a top-tier tennis star. This was precisely what astonished him. Logically, if Nike were to produce an advertisement based on market value or prominence, it would seem more fitting for someone like LeBron James or Stephen Curry to partner with Sharapova. At that moment, Kemba Walker, who was driving, inquired, "Jia, is it Mr. Schwartz?" Jia Fei nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it was he who requested my presence in Miami on July 1st to assist Nike in filming a commercial. What a fortunate opportunity. I never anticipated you had already embarked on your advertising career. Lately, I find myself devoid of any projects, and Kemba Walker is beginning to lose his composure. Chapter 70. "So it was you. Drive carefully. Our lives and fortunes rest in your hands," he admonished, "and do not let it go to your head. You have graced the pages of Sports Illustrated and have long since garnered significant attention." Jia Fei could not help but express his thoughts. As Jia Fei recounted the illustrious tales of Kemba Walker, his previous frenzy dissipated. "Ah, indeed, I graced the cover of Sports Illustrated, and I have that very cover affixed to my wall. Whenever I resided at home, I would gaze at it before slumber, marveling at how dashing I once appeared. You are still quite handsome." Jia Fei continued his playful banter with utmost seriousness. "Do you, Jia, truly believe that?" Kemba Walker chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. "Of course. It is simply a fact." Jia Fei persisted in his earnest jesting. Aurillac gazed through the car window into the distance, acutely aware that he had essentially bid farewell to the NBA. Miami, the second largest city in Florida, situated on the Biscayne Bay of the Florida Peninsula, was once referred to as God's waiting room. With its sun-soaked shores, sandy beaches, and bikinis, it is an idyllic retreat, provided one possesses ample dollars. Here, paradise awaits. Jia Fei possesses a modest sum of dollars, yet it is not abundant. Prior to securing a lucrative contract, he must exercise prudence in his expenditures. For life beyond the NBA necessitates financial sustenance. At the Four Seasons Hotel in Miami, under the guidance of Mark, the marketing manager from Nike, Jia Fei encountered the enchanting Maria Sharapova, adorned with cascading golden locks. She donned a white dress embellished with yellow polka dots, complemented by elegant white high-heeled shoes. Clutching a delicate handbag, her exquisite features and captivating, profound gaze were strikingly alluring. Her attire and overall demeanor presented a stark contrast to her on-court persona, causing Jia Fei's heart to race with excitement. "Maria, this is Jia Fei, the reigning dunk champion of the NBA." Mark seamlessly introduced them. "Hello, Maria, I am Jia Fei." He greeted her with a warm smile. "It's you." The astonishment in Sharapova's eyes was unmistakable, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "Aren't you with the Thunder?" Jia Fei nodded, somewhat surprised that she was aware of the team he played for. "Have we met before?" Sharapova continued to inquire. Jia Fei smiled and continued to nod. It seems that last year, during the U.S. Open, Sharapova, with her hand on her forehead, appeared truly enchanting, reminiscent of an innocent girl lost in thought. "Indeed, you even gave me your autograph back then." Jia Fei was pleasantly surprised, never expecting that this darling of the tennis world possessed such remarkable memory. Mark clapped and chuckled. "Oh, so you two are acquainted. That's splendid. This collaboration is bound to be a success." "Indeed, it is you," Sharapova exclaimed with joy, her happiness evident. The memories of last year's U.S. Open lingered vividly in her mind. Jia Fei had left a profound impression on her, despite the passage of over half a year, during which she competed in numerous matches and signed autographs for countless fans. She still remembered that tall and handsome young man. Sometimes the connections between individuals are intricately woven, leading some to a shared path while allowing others to forge friendships. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters and with the added elevation of high heels, Sharapova towered over 1.90 meters. When Jia Fei stood beside her, he found no discernible advantage in height. Jia Fei inwardly lamented that if he were to date a girl like her, his past self would probably need to elevate himself with something beneath his feet just to steal a kiss. As for other matters, he presumed there would be no significant issues. Regardless of length, they would surely align perfectly in the middle. Sharapova's legs were exceptionally long, a result of her years of athletic competition, and her arms and calves appeared sturdier compared to those of an ordinary girl. Her complexion deviated from the typical fair skin of Caucasian women, leaning towards a sun-kissed hue that radiated health. That evening, executives from Nike hosted a welcoming dinner for Sharapova and Jia Fei, a clear indication of the company's esteem for the two. Jia Fei was somewhat taken aback by Nike's keen interest in him. He surmised that their focus should have been on Sharapova instead. Why then? Had they chosen him for the shoot? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Puzzling over such matters seemed futile, as it served no purpose other than to invite unnecessary distress. The next day marked the commencement of the advertisement shoot. The concept was quite straightforward. Sharapova would engage in a game of tennis, and as the tennis ball soared through the air, it would transform into a basketball. Jia Fei would then execute an impressive dunk upon receiving the basketball. Following the dunk, the two would high-five and utter Nike's iconic slogan, "Just do it." The filming progressed remarkably smoothly, and within a single day, the entire advertisement shoot was completed. All that remained was to await the final production of the footage. Throughout this day of filming, Jia Fei and Sharapova grew more familiar with one another, and their conversations flowed effortlessly. That evening, after dining at the hotel, Sharapova expressed her desire to take a stroll along Miami's famous beach and inquired if Jia Fei would like to join her. Jia Fei did not decline, and Sharapova was elated. South Beach, located at the southern end of Miami Beach, is the most renowned beach in the area and a captivating gem of the city of Miami. The azure waters, soft sands, and unique charm create a distinct ambience. On such an evening, with a warm sea breeze caressing their skin, walking barefoot along the beach is an exquisite experience. Sharapova and Jia Fei strolled side by side, while the bodyguards dispatched by Nike trailed at a distance. "Jia, did you know my boyfriend is also an NBA player?" Sharapova suddenly remarked. Jia Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm aware." Indeed, he was well aware of the romance between Sharapova and Vujasic. It was common knowledge around the globe. While Vujasic was merely a role player in the NBA, his girlfriend was a luminary in the world of tennis. It could be said that his prominence in the public eye largely stemmed from his relationship with Sharapova. Just a few days prior, I had the opportunity to watch an NBA game with him, the match between the Lakers, his former team, and the Thunder. At this juncture, Sharapova cast her enchanting gaze towards Jia Fei. Jia Fei was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the truth. No wonder she knew I was part of the Thunder team. However, I hardly played during that series. He shrugged, acknowledging that he had only stepped onto the court during garbage time. Indeed, but I did see you play. The moment I laid eyes on you, you seemed familiar, although I couldn't quite place where I had seen you until today, Sharapova remarked. It was indeed a coincidence. He too was surprised to receive an invitation to collaborate on an advertisement with her. Upon reading the email, he was genuinely astonished. No matter how confident he was, he had to admit that he was still a mere unknown in the NBA. As for the title of dunk contest champion, was it really that valuable? Chapter 71. Becoming friends. Sharapova tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and smiled charmingly. I'm truly delighted to work with you. In the hazy evening light, her beauty was accentuated. This relaxed demeanor was something Jia Fei had never witnessed before. So am I, Jia Fei replied, his straightforwardness evident. He was adept at feigning ignorance when needed, but he instinctively felt no desire to deceive her. I leave tomorrow for London to participate in the Olympics. Sharapova gazed into the distance as she spoke. I wish you the best in the Olympics. Go for the gold. Jia Fei offered his heartfelt blessings. Thank you. At that moment, Sharapova felt a curious blend of youthfulness and maturity emanating from Jia Fei, a contrast she had not even perceived in her boyfriend, Vujasic. This juxtaposition piqued her interest, yet she remained composed. She had a boyfriend, and she was uncertain if he had a girlfriend as well. Jia, to be honest, I don't have many friends. Would you consider being my friend? Sharapova paused, gazing earnestly at Jia Fei. Jia Fei nodded without hesitation, expressing his eagerness. Of course, I will be delighted. There is no reason to decline the opportunity to befriend such a beautiful and elite athlete. The two continued their stroll along the beach for a while longer, and before returning to the hotel, Sharapova and Jia Fei exchanged email addresses. We shall have the chance to connect, Sharapova remarked. Absolutely, Jia Fei responded with enthusiasm. The following day, Sharapova boarded a flight, departing Miami as she set off for London to participate in the quadrennial Olympic Games. Jia Fei did not linger in Miami. He had visited the city last month and returned this month, each visit serving a distinct purpose. His collaboration with Shava resembled a film, one that has concluded its shooting, leaving all parties to disperse. Jia Fei is filming an advertisement with Sharapova in Miami, while concurrently, the annual NBA free agency market has commenced, leaving the general managers of various teams exceedingly busy. This year's free agency features several prominent players, such as the legendary Dwight Howard. The primary focus for the Oklahoma City Thunder during this offseason is not to pursue marquee names in the free agency market, but rather to secure contract extensions with James Harden and Serge Ibaka. If these extensions can be successfully negotiated, the core team that reached the finals last season will be preserved. Jia Fei did not linger in Miami for long. He returned to New York at the persistent beckoning of Kemba Walker. This offseason, Jia Fei resolved to train diligently. His aspiration is to secure a place in the team's rotation for the upcoming season, and at present, the paramount focus for him is to enhance his shooting proficiency. Jia Fei rented an apartment near Kemba Walker's residence, intending it as his temporary abode for the foreseeable future, as it would be inappropriate to overstay his welcome. On the third day after his arrival in New York, he received an email from Maria Sharapova, informing him that she had arrived in London and was residing in the Olympic Village with her country's delegation. Jia Fei responded to a message, conveying his wishes for her good fortune. He refrained from uttering overly sentimental phrases or expressing excessive concern, acknowledging that she is in a relationship. Even if he harbored deep feelings for someone, he would not engage in such behavior. The training camp hosted by Kemba Walker attracted numerous players, including those from the NBA, NCAA, and free agents. Lamb, who was recently selected by the Rockets as the 12th pick in the first round, also attended the camp, although his contract remains unfinalized. He expressed that he has entrusted all matters to his agent. I am now a client of Mr. Schwartz, just like all of you, Lamb stated earnestly, gazing at Jia Fei and Reggie. Congratulations on joining our family, and welcome to the NBA, Kemba Walker remarked, giving Lamb a pat on the back. Jia Fei is elated to witness his former teammates in the NBA, an experience that truly warms the heart. It is akin to graduating and entering the professional realm, where former classmates become colleagues in the same field. Such a feeling is delightful. The intensity of the training camp may not necessarily exceed that of the summer league. Yet here, Jia Fei is afforded the opportunity for specialized training. The summer league, laden with competitive expectations, often compels players to showcase their talents, rendering the matches at times quite peculiar. Jia Fei feels that he no longer needs to prove his ability to survive in this league through the Summer League. He possesses confidence in his skills. He believes that as long as he is granted playing time, he can contribute significant value. Moreover, even if he were to deliver outstanding performances in the Summer League, the Thunder, being a championship contending team and last season's league runner-up, would not take such exhibitions into account for their main rotation. To put it plainly, the caliber of the Summer League is somewhat inferior. In fact, performances during the team's training camp hold far greater significance than those in the Summer League. During the off-season, Jia Fei has focused his training primarily on shooting, emphasizing set shots while incorporating some catch-and-shoot drills after movement, though he has devoted less time to ball-handling shooting. His primary shooting positions are the two corners, followed by the two 45-degree angles, with the top of the arc being practiced the least. In addition to shooting, he has also prioritized defensive training, encompassing ball defense, off-ball defense, help defense, rotations, switches, navigating screens, and double teaming. Kemba Walker has found Jia Fei's training regimen somewhat perplexing. On one occasion, he could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Jia, why don't you practice ball handling more? Your shooting is already commendable, yet your ability to attack with the ball remains quite ordinary. This may hinder your chances of gaining more ball possession on the court." Furthermore, Kemba expressed that while Jia's defense has improved significantly, he felt it unnecessary for him to invest so much time in that area, as the gains would likely be minimal. "You should concentrate on offensive skills," he advised. Understanding Kemba's well-meaning intentions, Jia Fei earnestly explained, "Kemba, I appreciate your genuine concern for my development. However, please consider my perspective. Currently, I find myself on a team with 3 prominent perimeter players, leaving little room for ball distribution to others. Not only I, but even the starters receive limited opportunities. In this context, to earn playing time, I must offer what the team requires: the ability to create space, excel in off-ball offense, and defend the perimeter effectively. To coexist on the court with the trio, I must adapt, especially considering that even players of James Harden's caliber have taken on 6-man roles. Do you believe that focusing on ball handling will grant me more possession next season?" Kemba was momentarily taken aback, realizing that, given Jia Fei's current situation, his choices were entirely justified. In Chapter 72, titled "A Few Matters of the Off-Season," Kemba Walker expressed his confusion, which Jia Fei understood well, as no one could ascertain the peak of his ball-handling skills, especially when juxtaposed with the offensive prowess of legends like Allen Iverson. Many young players aspire to stardom, echoing the adage that a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. Aiming to be a 3D player often casts one as lacking ambition, as 3D players are typically relegated to being role players. By the way, Jia, have you seen the news? Our senior Hashim has signed with the Thunder. Kemba suddenly brought up this topic. Jia Fei nodded, acknowledging the news that had emerged on July 5th. According to Yahoo Sports reporter Mark Spears, the Thunder had reached a 2-year agreement with Hashim the Beat, the second overall pick of the 2009 draft. It is reported that this contract is a minimum salary deal. The Beat, a product of the University of Connecticut, was selected ahead of James Harden in the draft. However, upon entering the league, he began to wander from team to team. With the Thunder, he will be playing for his 4th team since joining the NBA. If he fails to make an impact, shedding the label of a disappointing second overall pick will prove to be quite challenging. Reports indicate that following the Beat's signing, the Thunder will not be renewing the contract of veteran Muhammad. The Beat is considered a part of the Thunder's interior strategy, as his natural height could provide valuable assistance to the team. He will compete with Alade Aminu for the backup center position. In essence, the Beat's role with the Thunder is merely as a reserve in the frontcourt, making it unlikely for him to receive substantial playing time, given the team's existing depth in the interior. Jia Fei is diligently engaged in training in New York, a stark contrast to last year's circumstances. He is now bound by a contract and has become a spokesperson for Nike, alleviating any concerns regarding his livelihood. In addition to his training, he remains attentive to the off-season news. Currently, on the Thunder's front, General Manager Presti continues negotiations for contract renewals with both Harden and Ibaka. While progress has been made, there remains a considerable distance before any agreements are finalized. Jia Fei recollects that in his previous life, Harden's negotiations with the Thunder faltered due to contractual discrepancies, leading General Manager Presti to trade him to the Rockets in exchange for Kevin Martin and others. Subsequently, Harden gradually ascended to his zenith in Houston, establishing himself as the premier shooting guard in the league. From this perspective, the Thunder's decision to part with Harden appears to be a considerable misstep. Yet, How could he have dissuaded Presti from executing the trade? The owner's desire to economize, coupled with Harden's underwhelming performance in the previous season's finals, were pivotal factors in the transaction. An owner reluctant to incur luxury tax liabilities, combined with a small market, inevitably rendered the maintenance of a trio of superstars financially unfeasible. Unless all three were willing to accept pay cuts, the reality remained that the youthful Thunder trio had no inclination to sacrifice their earnings before reaching their true potential. These circumstances were beyond Jia Fei's control. At times, he mused at the ability to freely navigate one's career akin to the contestants on Running Man. And choose one's team is indeed a fortunate circumstance, where destiny resides firmly in one's hands. On July 27th, the Rockets officially announced the signing of Jeremy Lamb, a 4-year contract valued at $9.36 million, including team options for 2014 and 2015. At this moment, Lamb had already arrived in Houston, poised to ink his first professional contract. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the extensions for Harden and Ibaka remained unresolved within the Thunder organization. Across the Atlantic in London, Sharapova was dominating her matches in the women's singles tennis competition, showing great promise for clinching the championship. On August 5th, in the women's singles final at the London Olympics, American tennis sensation Serena Williams decisively triumphed over Sharapova to claim the title. Williams' prowess is indeed formidable. Her physicality on the court often leads one to forget that she is, in fact, a woman. Jia Fei recalls a recurring topic online, suggesting the hypothetical union of Serena Williams and a certain player, envisioning a child with unparalleled physical prowess. Although such a scenario is highly improbable, it underscores the paramount significance of physical attributes in competitive sports. On that day, the Thunder made a move in the free market. According to reports from American media, the Thunder signed local player Daniel Orton from Oklahoma City. Standing at 208 centimeters, Orton was the 29th pick in the first round of the 2010 draft, but had previously spent his time in the NBDL. Clearly, the Thunder's acquisition of him mirrors their signing of the Beat, serving as a reserve for their frontcourt talent rather than a guaranteed spot in the regular rotation. After Sharapova's heartbreaking loss of the gold medal, Jia Fei sent her an email of consolation. She promptly replied, expressing her disappointment at not being able to secure the gold. Jia Fei believes that experiencing setbacks in competitive sports is entirely natural. The opponent you faced is neither a novice nor an average player. Thus, it cannot be deemed an upset. Serena Williams, a former world number 1, was once a formidable force in the tennis realm, akin to a reigning monarch of the sport. Although she may not be at her peak now, her prowess remains undeniable. Therefore, while disappointment is to be expected, there is no need for excessive lamentation. Jia Fei believed that this matter had come to a close, and that he and Sharapova would no longer be in frequent contact. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, she sent him an email, informing him of her decision to end their relationship. End a relationship? Why? Jia Fei certainly did not inquire about the reasons behind the separation, for there exist myriad possibilities. It could stem from incompatible temperaments, the strain of distance, infidelity, or even the emergence of conflicts. It may even arise from a lack of harmony and intimacy. Sharapova, too, offered little in the way of explanation, merely expressing her fatigue and a desire for solitude. Jia Fei did not inquire as to why she confided such matters to him. He fulfilled the role of a true friend by offering appropriate concern and comfort, without crossing the boundaries of excessive care or engaging in flirtation. Merely a couple of days after Sharapova informed him of their breakup, the advertisement they had collaborated on was broadcasted. The concept of the advertisement was rather ordinary, yet the striking allure of both individuals rendered it irresistible. Consequently, upon its release, the advertisement was fervently shared, achieving remarkable viewership and generating significant buzz. Jia Fei then realized why Nike had chosen him as a partner for Sharapova in their advertising campaign. Firstly, it was due to his striking appearance, and secondly, his identity as an individual of Asian descent. It is worth noting that Sharapova hails from Europe, while he, despite being of Chinese heritage, embodies the essence of his ancestral roots. Furthermore, his title as the Dunk King significantly enhances Nike's promotional efforts within East Asia and across the broader Asian market. Thus, the rationale behind this partnership is far from arbitrary. It stems from thorough market research and a keen insight into business opportunities. On August 19th, the Associated Press reported that the Thunder had successfully re-signed last season's premier defensive power forward, Serge Ibaka, finalizing a 4-year contract worth $48 million. Jia Fei understood that, under these circumstances, The contract that the Thunder could offer Harden without exceeding the salary cap would be significantly reduced. In Chapter 73, Season 2, it was indeed reported that the Thunder extended an offer of a 4-year, $52 million contract to Harden, while his camp demanded a 4-year, $60 million deal. A rift emerged between the two parties, and the divide only grew wider. Jia Fei realized that events were unfolding in a manner reminiscent of his past life. Yet a startling thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that I might also be sent away? Such a possibility certainly existed, for the trade involving Harden necessitated the participation of multiple players to balance the deal. What if the Rockets were to request him? Jia Fei. It is noteworthy that after selecting Yao Ming, the Rockets swiftly ascended to become the favored team among Chinese fans, reaping the rewards of this status for many years, much to the delight of their owner. Indeed, following Yao Ming's retirement during this offseason, they seized the opportunity to acquire the Chinese-American point guard Jeremy Lin from the New York Knicks via a poison pill contract. If they were to trade him as well, would that not mean they would possess both of the only two Asian players in the NBA? Jia Fei dared not ponder further. The more he contemplated, the more terrifying it became. He had never held any affection for the Rockets. His disdain stemmed from the owner's parsimony, refusing to pay luxury taxes to bolster the team, thus squandering Yao Ming's prime years and depriving the Yao McGrady duo of any notable success. Coupled with the general manager's incompetence, his desire to join the franchise waned even further. Yet, the harsh reality was that he had no autonomy in this matter. If the Rockets truly sought him and the Thunder were amenable to parting ways, he would find himself in a precarious situation. He could only pray that Morey would not take an interest in him, and that if the request were made, General Manager Presti would decisively refuse. As September unfolded, on one fateful day in mid-September, media outlets reported the breakup of Grand Slam champion Maria Sharapova and former NBA Lakers player Sasha Vujasic, a revelation confirmed by the parties involved, igniting a wave of public discourse. Many opined that the disparity in their statuses rendered a long-term relationship improbable. On September 13th, the Thunder made further moves in the free market. According to Inside Hoops, the team announced the signing of DeAndre Liggins. Liggins, a fellow draft classmate of Jia Fei, was selected 53rd overall by the Magic. He appeared in 17 games during the 2011-12 season, averaging 6, 8 minutes, 9 points, and 9 rebounds. Clearly, the Thunder's acquisition of him was merely to bolster their roster, and his chances of breaking into the regular rotation were slim, serving primarily as a reference to the previously signed power forward, Alton. Meanwhile, negotiations for a contract extension with James Harden had faltered, signaling that the team would place him on the trading block to avoid losing him without compensation. Harden, the third overall pick in the 2009 draft and last season's sixth man of the year, possessed formidable scoring and driving capabilities at the tender age of 23, making him an enticing asset with significant trade value. Numerous teams expressing interest in Harden had begun discussions with the Thunder, with ESPN indicating that while a trade was not imminent, his departure was virtually a foregone conclusion. As October arrived, the annual NBA Media Day took place on October 2nd, 2012. All members of the Thunder were present, except for Harden, who was absent due to ongoing trade discussions. "Jia, long time no see," Reggie exclaimed, beaming as he embraced Jia Fei, almost too exuberantly. "Good to see you too, Reggie." Jia Fei responded, equally delighted. "You seem to have bulked up a bit over the summer." Reggie remarked, "Putting Jia Fei is chiseled-ups." "Indeed, I have diligently maintained my training, steering clear of games, beautiful women, drinks, and junk food," Jia Fei replied earnestly. He had indeed refrained from indulging in such temptations throughout the off-season, resisting even the persistent culinary temptations from Kemba Walker. The body is the foundation of revolution. Daily indulgences in beer, fried chicken, and sugary drinks could ruin even someone like LeBron. The Oklahoma City Thunder's sole rookie this year is the forward Perry Jones III, selected with the 28th pick in the first round. "At last, we are no longer the youngest novices on the team," Jia Fei remarked with a smile. Reggie nodded in agreement, asserting, "We must secure a place in the rotation this season." His tone was resolute. Indeed, the playing time from the previous season had been woefully inadequate, leaving him brimming with energy, yet unable to unleash it, akin to a young man deprived of certain experiences for far too long, an unbearable frustration. Jia Fei also encountered the team's 3 new recruits, Tabit, Orton, and Liggins, at the scene. Jia Fei approached the tall Tabit and greeted him. "Hello, senior. I'm Jia Fei. Are you also from Kong University?" Tabit shyly replied with a question, clearly unaware of the current happenings at Kong University since his graduation, as he seldom kept himself informed. Ultimately, it stemmed from his lack of success in recent years. After all, who would wish to constantly mention their alma mater when one had fallen from grace, particularly a runner-up in the draft? It would only tarnish the reputation of his esteemed university. Indeed, I participated in the draft in 2011. You must know Kemba Walker, right? We were both in the draft together. Jia Fei exclaimed. Ah, I know Kemba. We even played a season together. Upon discovering their mutual acquaintances, the two quickly grew more familiar. Jia Fei has captured his second official photo since joining the Thunder, his visage exuding confidence, and his handsome face may lead one to mistakenly believe he is the team's star player. In contrast to Durant's dubious gaze and Master Rashi's jovial demeanor, Jia Fei shines like a radiant moon amidst the night. Following the photo shoot, Jia Fei granted interviews to several media outlets. Compared to last year's media day, his popularity has evidently surged this year, with an abundance of topics surrounding him and an increasingly heightened level of attention. Jia, could you share your thoughts on the role you envision for yourself in the upcoming season? Inquired a journalist. As the new season approaches, I hope to secure a position within the team's rotation. Regardless of whether I make the rotation or not, I wholeheartedly accept the coach's decisions regarding my role. Jia Fei responded calmly, speaking steadily with unwavering resolve, his entire demeanor radiating confidence. Jia, with James Harden on the brink of being traded, what are your thoughts on this matter? Another reporter pressed. He is still my teammate, and I perceive trades as a recurring aspect of this league. Regardless of the outcome, I wish him the best of luck. Jia Fei naturally refrains from passing judgment on the trade situation. After all, whether it concerns Harden or even figures like LeBron or Kobe, he remains reticent, as it ultimately bears no relevance to him. Jia Fei responded to the reporter's inquiries with remarkable composure, while Durant found himself encircled by a throng of journalists. However, the hooded figure seemed somewhat hesitant and evasive, leading onlookers to speculate that he had just been apprehended. In contrast, Westbrook exuded an air of openness, appearing carefree and unpretentious, as if the location of his play mattered little to him, so long as he could embrace joy. Chapter 74. The formal dissolution of the Thunder's Big Three the following day marked the commencement of the team's training camp, with less than a month remaining before the preseason for the new season. Yet, the trade for Harden remained unresolved. On the second day of training, Harden made an appearance, participating in practice but displaying an even greater reluctance to engage in conversation. As the session concluded, he departed hastily, further indicating that his heart was no longer invested in this place. On October 11th, the Thunder embarked on their first preseason game for the 2012-13 season, facing off against the Rockets on their home turf. In this match, Harden came off the bench, and nothing appeared particularly noteworthy. It was not until the final preseason game on October 25th that Harden played again, still untraded. Meanwhile, rumors swirled around him, with speculations of potential trades to the Raptors, the Pistons, and even back to the Rockets. Jia Fei understood that sometimes the most fervently circulated rumors are the least likely to materialize. On October 28th, renowned Yahoo journalist WOJ reported that the Thunder had reached an agreement with the Rockets regarding a trade for Harden. The news sparked considerable discussion across the United States, as Harden was regarded as the last significant player available in the offseason, and many were keenly interested in his destination. Subsequently, the Thunder officially confirmed the information, and soon after, the specifics of the trade were revealed. The particulars of the transaction were as follows. The Thunder sent away Harden, Lazar Hayward, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Daquan Cook, in exchange for Kevin Martin, Jeremy Lamb, and 3 draft picks from 2013, 2 first-round selections from the Raptors and Mavericks, along with a second-round pick from the Bobcats. Thus, the trio known as the Thunder's Big Three was formally disbanded. Following the announcement of the trade, reporters disclosed the intricacies of the deal, explaining that the reason for the delay in finalizing the trade until just before the commencement of the regular season was due to unresolved negotiations. The Rockets had initially insisted on including Jia Fei as part of the trade, while the Thunder steadfastly refused to part with him. Ultimately, the Rockets relented, opting to select Daquan Cook as one of the trading chips instead. Jia Fei found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to laugh or lament. His reluctance to join the Rockets was evident, yet it was unmistakably clear that such a move would afford him greater opportunities for ball possession and playing time. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of gratitude towards General Manager Presti, for at least his value had been acknowledged. With the departure of Lazar Hayward and Daquan Cook, he found himself with 2 fewer competitors, significantly enhancing his prospects of entering the rotation next season. We made considerable efforts, but ultimately, we could not reach an agreement with Harden, Sam Presti remarked. We opted to trade with the Rockets, acquiring a scorer like Kevin Martin, alongside a promising young player in Lamb, as well as future draft picks. I firmly believe these assets will greatly benefit our team. Following the official announcement of the trade, Kemba Walker reached out to Jia Fei. Oh my goodness, Jia. I never imagined you would become teammates with Jeremy. I truly envy you both. Are you going to live together again? Kemba chuckled. I didn't foresee it either. The trade was not my doing. Regardless, I'm thrilled that Jeremy is coming. But as for living together, I think I'll stick to my own space, Jia Fei replied. With the completion of the trade, the current roster of the Thunder stood as follows. Center, Perkins, the beat power forward. Ibaka, Collison, Perry Jones, Orton small forward. Durant, Jia Fei shooting guard. Cephalosha, Kevin Martin, Lamb, Liggins point guard. Westbrook, Reggie Jackson, Eric Maynard. The Thunder's roster had reached its limit of 15 players, barring any further signings unless trades were executed. It appeared that the team was somewhat lacking in players for the center and small forward positions, while there was an abundance in the power forward and point guard slots. In fact, Collison was capable of playing the center position, and both Cephalosha and Liggins possessed the versatility to operate at small forward, demonstrating their ability to cover multiple roles. Jia Fei possesses the versatility to oscillate between the shooting guard and power forward positions. He asserts that the traditional categorization of roles in basketball is somewhat irrational, advocating for a more scientific approach that delineates players as ball handlers, wings, and interior players. In Jia Fei's conceptualization, assuming the starting lineup remains unchanged. If Kevin Martin assumes the role of the sixth man akin to that of Harden, with Collison providing support as a backup interior player, and Reggie and Mino vying for the position of backup ball handler, the roster would consist of only 8 players. This necessitates a position for a backup wing, competing against Lamb and Liggins. Although Lamb boasts a lengthy wingspan, his height is merely 196 centimeters, coupled with a slender physique and subpar defensive capabilities, rendering him more suitable for the guard position rather than the wing. Moreover, with Kevin Martin already occupying the primary wing role, Lamb faces formidable competition, placing him at risk of falling out of the rotation. Naturally, the coaching staff could opt to deploy both Lamb and Kevin Martin simultaneously. However, this would engender defensive vulnerabilities within the second unit, which already suffers from a lack of defensive prowess rather than offensive capabilities. Thus, from the perspectives of roster compatibility and immediate effectiveness, Jia Fei is more aptly suited to partner with Kevin Martin on the court. Regarding Liggins, Jia Fei believes that if the team considered him capable of surpassing Lamb and securing a spot in the rotation, they would not have traded away Cook and Hayward. The sudden emergence of Lamb as a competitor strikes Jia Fei as rather amusing. The two were not only roommates, but also teammates during their time at UConn, and unexpectedly, a year later, they find themselves as teammates once more. Is this simply fate? On October 31st, the Thunder convened a press conference to officially announce the arrival of their new acquisitions. Lamb donned the number 11 jersey, while Kevin Martin sported the number 23. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Lamb accompanied Jia Fei to the latter's rented apartment. Jia, do you truly reside here? Lamb inquired, astonished by the modest size of the apartment, reminiscent of a bachelor pad, comprising merely one bedroom and a living room. Jia Fei nodded and replied, Indeed. If I do not reside here, where do you suppose I dwell? The size of the house is inconsequential. I am but one individual. So, where do you think I live? Lamb inquired with curiosity. Jia Fei was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. Where do you live? You ought to ponder that yourself, Jeremy. Are you seriously considering living with me? Lamb nodded earnestly. That is indeed my intention. Jia Fei felt dizzy. Jeremy, we're no longer in school. It is not a necessity for us to cohabit. As you can see, my place is hardly suitable for two. I am aware. Lamb seemed undeterred. We could rent a 2-bedroom apartment. That would solve the issue. Jia Fei, Chapter 75, A Twist of Fate. In the end, Lan Mu did not reside with Jia Fei. Jia Fei truly wished to cease cohabitating with Lamb. Living daily with another man, especially in the absence of a girlfriend, raised concerns about his reputation, particularly as he aspired to become a basketball star. People might question his sexual orientation considering his striking looks and lack of romantic entanglements. While he spent his time in the company of his former teammate, one must maintain their dignity. Such situations are best avoided. Moreover, his reluctance to seek a girlfriend was merely temporary, not a permanent state. It would be unreasonable to expect Lamb to constantly step aside should Jia Fei eventually find a partner. Additionally, Lamb had a penchant for watching risque films. which often complicated the task of maintaining a clean living space. Thus, solitude appeared to be a more favorable option. As November unfolded, the 2012-13 NBA regular season was set to commence, with the Thunder's season opener scheduled for the second against the Spurs, their rivals from the previous Western Conference Finals. The NBA, indeed, exemplified a successful commercial league, and even the scheduling bore a sense of meticulous design, featuring a matchup between last season's finalists that required little promotional effort to generate intrigue. The Thunder arrived in San Antonio on the 1st, preparing for the upcoming clash. Following their practice, Coach Brooks unveiled the rotation for the game against the Spurs, leaving Jia Fei and his companions astounded. Not only was Jia Fei's name absent, but so too were Reggie's and Lamb's. The team intended to employ a 9-man rotation, with the starting 5 unchanged from the previous season, while the remaining 4 included Collison, The Beat, Kevin Martin, and Maynard. This outcome was clearly unacceptable to Jia Fei and Reggie. With Harden and Cook departed, it seemed bewildering that they still failed to secure a spot in the rotation. The Beat and Collison as a dual tower in reserve. What are their offensive strategy? Despite their discontent, the coaching staff's decision stood firm. Ironically, the game concluded with the Spurs triumphing over the Thunder, handing them an unfortunate defeat in their opener. Following the match, the Thunder promptly returned home, preparing for a back-to-back contest against the Trail Blazers on the 3rd. Unfortunately, the Thunder faltered at home against the Blazers, marking a disheartening start to the season with 2 consecutive losses. The struggles of the bench, coupled with a lack of speed, allowed their opponents to exploit numerous fast-break opportunities. Consequently, media scrutiny began to mount regarding Coach Brooks' lineup decisions, as many believed that Jia Fei, who had performed admirably the previous season, deserved a place in the rotation. Just 2 days later, the Thunder faced the Hawks at home, only to be dominated throughout the game, resulting in an exceedingly awkward 3-game losing streak since the season's commencement. Following 3 consecutive defeats, the coaching staff of the Thunder has undeniably felt the weight of pressure, especially as their aspiration for this season is the championship title. With the management having completed the trade for Harden, Kevin Martin's performance over these past 3 games has been commendable. However, the only other reliable player coming off the bench is the veteran Collison, which marks a significant decline compared to last season. The lack of support from the bench has compelled Coach Brooks to increase the playing time of the dynamic duo, Durant and Westbrook. Over the last 3 games, their average playing time has exceeded 40 minutes, yet they have been unable to secure even a single victory. This extended gameplay has led to a noticeable decline in their efficiency, creating a vicious cycle. Thunder fans have begun to reminisce about Harden as the 6th man of the year, who scored over 40 points in his debut with the Rockets, performing like a true all-star. During interviews, both Durant and Westbrook have voiced their dissatisfaction with the team's recent struggles on both offense and defense, expressing a desire for the team to regain its former momentum. Following the training session on the 6th, the Thunder's coaching staff conducted an internal meeting. Jia Fei, Ram, and Reggie dined together. Reggie appeared listless, and Ram exhibited a similar lack of vitality. These two have maintained such a demeanor since the commencement of the season. Jia Fei could comprehend their sentiments. Reggie had made noteworthy contributions while entering the rotation last season, yet Lam, a prize lottery pick, found himself relegated to guarding the water cooler. Who could possibly maintain equanimity in the face of such circumstances? Jia, do you think the coaching staff will convene to discuss potential adjustments? Reggie inquired. I don't know, Jia Fei replied, shaking his head. However, the likelihood of that is quite significant. We've suffered 3 consecutive defeats, and we are a team vying for the championship. Lam tilted his head skyward, exuding a sense of helplessness. I never anticipated that our senior would be underutilized on other teams, only to find himself so trusted by our beloved coach on this championship contending squad. Lam articulated a sentiment that resonated with Jia Fei's own feelings of frustration. Logically, Tabit's on-court performance had been subpar, possessing little more than height. Moreover, the second unit had not provided him with the support he needed on the court. After their meal, the 3 disheartened individuals returned to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Jia Fei received a text message from his assistant coach, Chicks, mere moments later. The message contained only a single line, informing him that he would be included in the rotation for tomorrow night's game. Upon reading this text, a surge of competitive spirit ignited within Jia Fei. He recognized the rarity of such an opportunity and understood the necessity of cherishing it. Previously, he had assumed his inclusion in the rotation was a certainty, yet he was taken aback when the coaching staff opted for a substitute twin tower strategy, effectively derailing his plans. Fortunately, The pressure of consecutive losses compelled the coaching staff to swiftly recalibrate their approach. With the prospect of entering the rotation, Jia Fei's thoughts immediately turned to his tasks. He promptly accessed the system to review his task status. He had previously undertaken several regular season tasks, including one for starting in an NBA regular season game, another for achieving a double-double, a third for scoring 30 points in a single regular season game, a fourth for delivering 10 assists in one regular season game, a fifth for securing 5 steals in a single regular season game, and a sixth for recording 5 blocks in a single regular season game. Although the completion of these tasks posed certain challenges, he was relieved that there were no limits to the tasks he could accept. Thus, he revisited the task list to explore additional opportunities, ultimately selecting a few more, including one for achieving a triple-double and another for hitting 5 three-pointers in a single regular season game. Jia Fei currently finds himself burdened with a daunting list of 8 tasks. Yet he is acutely aware that accomplishing these endeavors is no trivial matter. However, as long as there is a glimmer of hope for participation, there remains a chance to fulfill these obligations. He firmly believes in the necessity of exercising his initiative. Should he fail to complete the tasks, he will resort to verbal sparring, determined to confront challenges head-on. After all, for the sake of points, he must be willing to take risks. Chapter 76. The season's first appearance on November 7th. The Thunder faced off against the Raptors on their home court. As last season's runners-up, the Thunder commenced this season with a troubling streak of 3 consecutive losses, placing immense pressure on the coaching staff. The NBA operates under a distinct dynamic. When a team's performance falters, the coach is often the first to bear the brunt of criticism, a stark contrast to the NCAA. During this disheartening streak, the Thunder's primary issues stem from the lack of offensive efficiency among the starters, while the second unit proved inadequate in both offense and defense. This predicament forced the team to rely heavily on the duo of Durant and Westbrook, whose performance significantly declined after extended play, resulting in a disjointed offensive flow. Many Thunder fans have begun to yearn for James Harden, with numerous supporters expressing their discontent on the team's official website. They lament the management's inactivity during the offseason, accuse the owner of being overly frugal, and criticize General Manager Presti for not securing impactful players through trades. Furthermore, they decry Coach Brooks for his simplistic and overly cautious tactics, voicing frustration over the underutilization of the newly acquired lottery pick and the relegation of last season's promising rookies to the bench, which they deem as primary culprits behind the team's losing streak. Jia Fei, Reggie, and Lamb routinely practiced together before the game. Unbeknownst to Reggie and Lamb, Jia Fei was set to enter the rotation for this match, while he was uncertain if they had received the coach's message. However, he was astute enough to deduce their expressions before the game. Would they maintain such demeanor if he truly entered the rotation? Durant remained his usual stoic self, donning knee-high socks as he practiced his jump shots. His legs were remarkably slender, akin to the idealized mosquito legs that young girls often dream of. Yet, in the context of basketball, such lankiness may not prove advantageous. While he was undoubtedly swift and light, his build lacked durability and stability. Today, Westbrook exhibited a rare intensity, eschewing his typical jovial demeanor. His expression bore a fierce determination. Indeed, he was an optimist, yet he was also the ultimate competitor, unwilling to let the team continue its losing streak. His obsession with victory was palpable. The entire Thunder team was brimming with resolve, especially as they prepared for a home game, determined to end their embarrassing losing streak and secure their first victory of the season. The game would be narrated by Mike Breen, ESPN's lead commentator, alongside Jeff Van Gundy, the former head coach of the Houston Rockets, who had previously coached Yao Ming. As the match had yet to commence, the commentators began their warm-up banter. "Jeff, do you believe OKC will alter their lineup for this game?" Mike Breen inquired. Jeff Van Gundy shook his egg-shaped head. "I don't think so. Scott Brooks, the coach, is not one to frequently change his lineup. Even during last season's finals, when they were down significantly, he hardly adjusted, merely tweaking the bench rotations slightly. Do you predict the home team will prevail in this match?" Mike Breen asked. Jeff Van Gundy continued to shake his head, this time in an up-and-down motion. "Certainly, OKC's prowess is unquestionable. Their previous losses stemmed primarily from offensive struggles. However, this team's talent is simply too immense. I find it hard to believe they would falter offensively for a 4th consecutive game. Being at home, I cannot envision KD and Russell Westbrook allowing themselves to suffer a defeat on their own turf, leading to a 4th straight loss." The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Thunder maintained their lineup. which have been dubbed the most stable starting five in the league over the past 2 seasons. The Raptors' starting quintet featured Bargnani, Valanciunas, Landry Fields, DeRozan, and Lowry. Jia Fei recalls that in his previous life, DeRozan and Lowry were famously known as the Garbage Brothers. Valanciunas was a commendable center, albeit not entirely suited for the small ball era, while Bargnani was notorious as a disappointing first overall pick. Fields does not evoke much memory for him. He only knows that the player was decent, having offered Lin Shaheo a place to sleep on his couch during tough times in New York. Overall, the Raptors roster is of mediocre strength, populated by youthful players devoid of all-stars, let alone superstars. Yet, the allure of competitive sports lies precisely in this unpredictability. It is not always the team with superior paper strength that emerges victorious. As the game commenced, the Thunder exhibited an overwhelming desire to survive, demonstrating fervent engagement on both offense and defense, brimming with energy. However, perhaps due to their excessive focus, they exerted too much effort, resulting in a lack of offensive efficiency. Their adversaries, the Raptors, were equally thwarted, missing shots in a manner that would lead uninformed fans to believe they were not in a basketball arena, but rather a blacksmith's forge. Reggie and Lamb wore expressions suggesting their eagerness to take the court, both convinced that their presence would enhance the team's offensive performance, especially given how poorly the current five were shooting. Kevin Martin was the first to be substituted in, replacing Cephalosha. With 1 minute and 51 seconds remaining in the quarter, the Raptors called a timeout, and Coach Brooks called out Jia Fei's name. He was set to enter the game. Coach Brooks uttered words that resonated deeply with Jia Fei, providing him with a sense of solace. While this announcement brought comfort to Jia Fei, it astonished Reggie and Lamb, for their names had not been called. Clearly, Jia Fei had been included in the rotation, while they had not. Reggie and Lamb looked on enviously as Jia Fei warmed up by the sidelines, akin to watching a roommate prepare for an intimate encounter, while they were left to associate with a lesser company. Why abandon us? They thought. Isn't guarding the water cooler together and enjoying the game from the VVIP seats far more enjoyable? As the timeout concluded, Jia Fei removed his training attire and officially entered the game. Oh, Jeff, OKC has indeed made a change today. Look, number 3 Jia Fei is on the court. Mike Breen remarked. Jeff Van Gundy nodded, stating, yes, this marks his first appearance of the season. I believe Scott is looking to infuse some energy and variability into the second unit. It's a positive sign. Some fans in the Ford Center applauded. Having followed Jia Fei throughout his season with the Thunder, many held fond impressions of him, recalling his memorable moments from previous games and voicing their frustrations over his limited playing time despite his evident talent. Jia Fei has taken the place of Durant on the court. At this moment, the Thunder's lineup consists of Tabiat, Collison, Jia Fei, Kevin Martin, and Eric Maynor. The Thunder's second unit employs a twin tower strategy, and Jia Fei is positioned as a small forward. He is indifferent about his position on the court. As long as he is granted playing time, he is even willing to take on the role of center. The Raptors lineup features Calderon, Amir Johnson, John Lucas III, Ed Davis, and Terrence Ross. Chapter 77. The Veiled Critique begins. Jia Fei is set to face off against Terrence Ross. Terrence Ross, the 8th overall pick this year, is a graduate of the University of Washington, standing at 201 centimeters tall and weighing 89 kilograms at the age of 21. Jia Fei, along with another individual of similar stature but possessing a noticeably larger frame, appeared rather slender when they stood together. Jia Fei distinctly recalls that in his previous life, the most striking impression left by Terrence Ross was his triumph in the slam dunk contest. Beyond that, there was little that stood out. He was merely a slender wing player characterized by offensive prowess but defensive frailty. At this moment, the score on the court stood at 15-16, with the home team, the Thunder, leading by a single point. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, the total points accumulated by both teams was a mere 31, resulting in an offensive stagnation that had nearly lulled the home crowd into a stupor. It is often said that offense generates ticket sales, while defense secures championships, a notion that holds considerable truth. The majority of fans undeniably prefer to witness offensive displays. Naturally, a game that excels in both offense and defense is the ideal. However, if fans were compelled to choose between a stagnant game and a high-scoring shootout, most would opt for the latter, if only for the sheer enjoyment it brings. As the Raptors initiated their offense, Calder received the ball and gestured at the arc, orchestrating the play. Although Calder possessed average athleticism and an unremarkable appearance, he proved to be a competent backup point guard. His assist-to-turnover ratio was notably high, While not a maestro of passing, he certainly was not a harbinger of mistakes. Terrence Ross positioned himself on the weak side, ever ready to receive the ball and launch an attack. Jia Fei was intently watching him, while also using his peripheral vision to monitor the opponent's offensive maneuvers. The Raptors executed a pick and roll, with Ed Davis cutting to the basket to receive a pass from Calder in, forcefully driving towards Tabit, yet was thwarted by the opposing defense. Amir Johnson seized the opportunity, overpowering Collison, and launched a second assault on the rim. Jia Fei charged toward the basket with unparalleled fervor, akin to a volleyball serve, taking a running start before leaping into the air to swat away the opponent's shot, sending it soaring out of bounds. The ball hurtled toward the back of the hoop like a cannonball. Fortunately, it was intercepted by a portly gentleman, prompting a collective sigh from the crowd, soon followed by a resounding applause. On the bench, Westbrook had already risen, flexing his biceps with commanding presence, fervently offering words of encouragement to Jia Fei on the court. That was goaltending. Amir Johnson protested to the referee at the baseline. As Jia Fei passed by, he teased, "The volleyball block is truly exhilarating. I crave another." After this, he exchanged high fives with Tabit, expressing gratitude to his senior for the interference that enabled him to execute a stunning dunk. Amir Johnson, upon hearing the voice, turned to find it was Jia Fei, the very one he had been blocked by. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he realized he had become a mere pawn in this young man's game, a rather humiliating thought. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen marveled, "Jia Fei's athletic prowess is simply explosive. I could scarcely discern how he made that move." Jeff Van Gundy, touching his impeccably shiny head, nodded in agreement. "I too couldn't quite catch it." The Raptors were at the baseline, with Calderon setting the ball up for the fervently positioning Amir Johnson. Although Amir was not particularly tall and lacked impressive leaping ability, he possessed remarkable skills near the basket and had a robust physique. He initiated a one-on-one against Corliss, who struggled to keep up. As Amir maneuvered deep beneath the basket, he prepared to launch a strong shot, only to have Jia Fei surge in from the side and emphatically pin the ball against the backboard. Even more astonishing, Jia Fei's hand seemed to possess a magnetic pull, as he effortlessly snatched the ball and deliberately waved it in front of Amir Johnson's eyes. Frustrated, Amir attempted to swipe the ball away, but ended up striking Jia Fei's arm with a sharp crack that resonated throughout the court, audible to all present. The referee, having heard the commotion, promptly called Amir Johnson for a personal foul. The crowd erupted in cheers, the previous monotony of the game now replaced with lively excitement, ensuring the fans would not succumb to drowsiness. "I didn't foul." Amir Johnson continued to protest. Jia Fei extended his small arm, now marked with a bright red hue and a distinct palm print. He turned to Tabit and inquired, "Senior, is this a bear's paw print?" Tabit, evidently unaware of Jia Fei's intentions, scratched his head in confusion. A bear's paw should be much larger. He sensed his own intellect faltering, pondering the true size of a bear's paw. He was at a loss, regretting his lack of knowledge. Why hadn't he explored more novels during his university years? Why had he dedicated all his time to muscle training? Amir Johnson was utterly astonished, feeling as though he was being toyed with by these two characters, one feigning ignorance while the other, a simpleton, seemed genuinely oblivious. Meanwhile, this third outsider audaciously implied that he was the bear? What the hell? The foul count had reached its limit, and Jia Fei was poised to step up to the free throw line. Mike Breen remarked, "That was indeed a foul." Jeff Van Gundy concurred, stating, upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, "It is evident that the contact was made on Jia Fei's forearm." Jia Fei approached the free throw line, marking his inaugural appearance at the line during the regular season this year. He took a moment to steady his breath, and with precision, he executed the free throw, successfully scoring. This was his first point of the season, and with an additional free throw, the score shifted to 15-18. Calder North dribbled past half court, orchestrating the play from the top of the arc. Lucas 3 maneuvered to receive the ball, swiftly passing to the open Terrence Ross on the weak side. As Terrence Ross caught the ball, he faced Jia Fei, adopting a triple threat stance, yet his opponent remained unfazed. In a moment of urgency, Terrence Ross attempted to drive past Jia Fei with a crossover, but Jia Fei maintained his ground, effectively stifling Ross's offensive space with relentless physicality. Frustrated, Terrence Ross pivoted and opted for a contested jump shot. Unbeknownst to him, his opponent anticipated the move, utilizing speed and reach to completely obstruct his shooting lane. The ball lost its momentum mid-air, resulting in a soft, off-target shot that fell directly into the hands of Tabit. Upon receiving the ball, Tabit noticed that Jia Fei had already sprinted several meters ahead, reaching out for the pass. He propelled the ball forward, perhaps with excessive force. Gasps filled the arena, as spectators recognized the potential for a miscalculated throw. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jia Fei accelerated, resembling a cheetah as he sprinted across the court. Miraculously, he caught up with the ball, scooping it midair. Without waiting for his descent, he switched the ball to his right hand and deftly tossed it into the basket. Wow! Bang! Jia Fei scores! Exclaimed Mike Breen with fervor. Tabit scratched his head in disbelief, astonished that what nearly resulted in a turnover had transformed into a remarkable touchdown pass. Pondering whether he possessed the latent talent of a passing maestro. Chapter 78, Shattering Multiple Personal Records. Amir Johnson witnessed the remarkable scene and felt a twinge of annoyance towards the yellow-skinned number 3, yet he could not deny the explosive athleticism displayed. That speed was unattainable, even with 100 doses of performance enhancers. With Jia Fei's touchdown, the score escalated to 15-20, and the Thunder had inadvertently pulled ahead by 5 points. The Raptors initiated their offense, but Lucas 3's jump shot clanked off the rim. Tabit secured the rebound, and the Thunder transitioned to offense. Mino dribbled past half court, passing to Kevin Martin, who faced staunch defense before distributing the ball back to the open Jia Fei on the weak side. Jia Fei received the ball and made a breakthrough, leveraging his strength to fend off Terrence Ross, thereby drawing the attention of both Amir Johnson and Ed Davis beneath the basket. Jia Fei deftly passed the ball to the unguarded Tabit beneath the basket. With a slight leap, Tabit effortlessly executed a one-handed dunk. The score now stood at 15-22. Narrowing the gap to 7 points. Following Jia Fei's entry onto the court, the Thunder unleashed an impressive 7-0 run. On the sidelines, Westbrook began to revel in the moment, dancing joyfully with an exuberance reminiscent of a child weighing 180 pounds. Reggie and Lamb, equally exhilarated, waved their towels enthusiastically, sharing a close camaraderie with Jia Fei. They too were delighted by his standout performance. Hoping he would showcase his explosive talent and challenge the coaching staff's oversight, questioning why such promising young talent was being overlooked. In the waning moments of the quarter, neither team managed to score, yet the Thunder solidified their lead thanks to the surge initiated by Jia Fei's presence. As the quarter concluded, Westbrook approached Jia Fei for a high five, offering him tremendous encouragement. "Go for it, Jia. Show them what you're made of." Westbrook cheered. "Of course," Jia Fei replied earnestly. As the second quarter commenced, Calderon brought the ball up, seeking an open teammate. Previously harried by Jia Fei's defense, Terrence Ross utilized an off-ball screen to receive the pass. Calderon swiftly delivered the ball, and Ross immediately launched a three-pointer. Swish. The score now read 18-22. The Raptors had finally put points on the board. Following his successful shot, Ross unleashed a barrage of trash talk directed at Jia Fei, having held back for quite some time. Minos then dribbled over, passing to Kevin Martin, who subsequently set up Jia Fei in the left corner for a potential shot. Jia Fei received the ball and feigned a shot. Yet Terrence Ross remained unfazed by the deception. Jia Fei smiled slightly and exclaimed, "I am about to shoot." Terrence Ross inquired, "What is he saying?" Jia Fei executed a flawless three-point shot over Terrence Ross, the ball finding its mark with precision. Answer ball. It was only then that Terrence Ross realized that Jia Fei had been speaking Chinese moments earlier. As Jia Fei retreated on defense, he playfully tapped Terrence Ross on the backside, uttering the words, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." Terrence Ross understood the message, for it was conveyed in English. Anger simmered within him. He had mentally berated Jia Fei's parents countless times, vowing to demonstrate the prowess of a lottery pick to this fringe player. As the Raptors initiated their offense, Terrence Ross fervently demanded the ball. Calderon, exasperated, wondered what had possessed this rookie to act so impatiently. Nevertheless, he passed the ball. Yet, Jia Fei effortlessly intercepted it with an outstretched arm. Jia Fei, in possession of the ball during a counterattack, realized that his integration level had surpassed 20. Consequently, his ball handling abilities have significantly improved compared to the previous season, allowing him to maneuver with much greater ease. This progress is undeniably remarkable. Jia Fei, while dribbling, meticulously observed the defensive positioning of his opponents. With a single-handed pass, he swiftly delivered the ball to the quicker Kevin Martin on the opposite side. Kevin Martin soared through the air and executed an emphatic slam dunk. The score now stands at 18-27, with the deficit extending to 9 points. The Raptors have called for a timeout. Jia Fei executed a three-pointer, secured a steal, and facilitated an assist, igniting a remarkable 5-0 surge. once again establishing himself as the most dazzling presence on the court. Mike Breen remarked, given Jia Fei's performance, it was truly a foolish decision for Scott to keep him on the bench. Jeff Van Gundy added, fortunately, this bout of folly was brief. After all, it is only the fourth game. As Jia Fei exited the court, he exchanged high fives with Reggie and Lamb from the Atmosphere Group. Jia, you were absolutely phenomenal. Terrence was almost overwhelmed by your prowess. Lamb exclaimed with excitement. It is noteworthy that Terrence Ross, a first-round pick at the 8th overall position, was bested by his teammate, who was selected 12th. There is an undeniable thrill in overwhelming someone of a higher draft status, akin to the exhilaration of triumphing over an opponent. Maintaining a low profile, Jia Fei realized that sometimes a touch of bravado can be quite enjoyable. The Ford Center was finally buzzing with energy, having surged from a 7-0 run at the end of the first quarter to a subsequent 5-0 run, both orchestrated by Jia Fei, providing immense satisfaction. It was astonishing that the team had acquired such a gem of a player from merely a second-round pick. Fans who had previously criticized General Manager P were now filled with regret, eager to queue up and offer their apologies. Some fans are delighted to witness Reggie and Lamb enthusiastically engaging with Jia Fei. Both of them were also rookies and potentially treasure players in their own right. When it comes to the Thunder, they undoubtedly produce quality talent. On the other hand, the Raptors appear to lack morale. DeRozan, typically reticent, and Bargnani, not only a disappointment, but also a European player, contributed to this atmosphere, while Lowry exhibited leadership qualities but lacked sufficient experience. Consequently, the team lacked a definitive voice. Upon returning from the timeout, the match resumed. The Thunder, bolstered by the output from their second unit, established a commanding lead, alleviating the pressure on the starters and allowing for a more liberated performance. Their inherent strength was already superior to that of the Raptors, but an initial overzealousness to win had hindered their offensive effectiveness. Now, with a comfortable lead, they enjoyed a psychological advantage, enabling them to maintain and even expand their margin. By halftime, the score stood at 42-54, with the Thunder ahead by 12 points. In the second half, the Thunder denied the Raptors any opportunities. Westbrook unleashed his prowess in the third quarter, guiding the team to widen the gap. When Jia Fei and his teammates returned, the second unit continued to dominate, and by the end of the third quarter, the lead had ballooned to 20 points. The final quarter featured a stretch of garbage time. Much to the surprise of Reggie and Lamb, who did not anticipate participating in the game, albeit not during critical moments. Ultimately, the Thunder secured a resounding 22-point victory over the Raptors, putting an end to their awkward 3-game losing streak and celebrating their first win of the season. In this match, Jia Fei played for 20 minutes and 1 second, achieving a shooting record of 3 out of 4 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and successfully converting 3 out of 4 free throws, totaling 10 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 5 blocks, making him the standout performer of the team's second unit. During this game, Jia Fei set multiple personal career records. His 10 points marked his highest in a regular season game since entering the NBA, surpassing his previous record of 7 points. The 5 blocks and 20 minutes of playtime also represented new personal bests. While the statistics may not seem overwhelmingly impressive at first glance, there was a palpable sense during the game that the presence of Jia Fei significantly enhanced the defensive capabilities of the second unit compared to previous matches. Chapter 79, a league where strength reigned supreme in the home team's locker room after the game. Jia Fei was embraced by Westbrook and Durant as a gesture of encouragement, and head coach Brooks publicly commended his performance. Subsequently, Jia Fei participated in an interview with reporters. "Hello, Jia. What do you attribute your rotation opportunity in this game to?" One reporter inquired. "That is a question for my coach. I just train, always ready to be called upon, and it's the coach's responsibility to determine the lineup." Jia Fei replied earnestly. "Jia, you recorded 5 blocks in this game, 3 of which were against Amir Johnson. Was that mere coincidence?" "Not entirely coincidental. He plays at a slower pace, which gave me the chance to help defend and block him. I was fortunate not to commit a foul. Your defensive performance was remarkable. Do you believe you should replace Cephalosha in the starting lineup?" "Determining the lineup is the coach's duty. I simply focus on executing my role effectively." Jia Fei responded to the reporter's inquiries with remarkable composure, akin to a seasoned veteran who has long been part of the team. The journalist found it quite challenging to broach any sensitive subjects. P.S. Jia Fei, do you think I've been idly passing time on live broadcasts and forums? After finishing the interview, Jia Fei went to the bathroom to take a shower. Feeling somewhat hungry, he decided to head to the dining hall for a bite to eat. To his surprise, Reggie and Lamb were both waiting for him. "Is the interview over?" Reggie inquired. Jia Fei nodded thoughtfully. Ram, with his hands cradling the back of his head, wore an expression of utter despondency. "Jia, I am genuinely happy to see you on the court, but I can't help but envy you. I long to step onto the court and engage in the action myself." "You just played moments ago," Jia Fei replied, astonished. Reggie chuckled and teased. "Jeremy wishes to break into the rotation." "Ah, I see." Jia Fei paused before continuing, "but that is no easy feat given the current lineup. Unless someone in your position is sidelined, it would be quite challenging. Why not ask Reggie how he managed to persevere last season?" Reggie nodded sagely, sharing with Ram the tribulations he and Jia Fei faced during the previous season. After recounting their struggles, Ram felt even more disheartened. He sensed a bleak outlook for his prospects on the team this season, as many of his fellow rookies shone brightly with their respective teams, while he found himself relegated to the bench, forming an unlikely friendship with the water cooler. The disparity weighed heavily on his heart, especially considering he was once a lottery pick. Jia Fei discerned the dissatisfaction and despondency brewing within Lan Mu's heart, and thus he spoke. "Jeremy, despite your status as a lottery pick, it is imperative that you comprehend the reality of your team, which is the very squad that advanced to the finals last season. Even with your high draft position, the team cannot afford to allocate an abundance of playing time for you to hone your skills. The primary objective of the team is to contend for the championship, rather than to nurture rookies. While it would indeed be splendid if both pursuits could coexist, the challenge lies in their inherent difficulty." Jia Fei's words are quite pragmatic, and Lan Mu can only acquiesce. Jia Fei continued, "Your true rival is not me, nor is it Reggie. Your real competition lies with Kevin Martin. Do you believe you possess the strength to contend with him at this moment?" Lamb dared not meet Jia Fei's gaze, for it was evident that he was far from a match for Kevin Martin. Even a withered camel outweighs a horse. After all, Martin had once been the leader of a team, excelling in both off-ball and on-ball skills that surpassed his own. Jia Fei understood that the truth is often unpalatable, which is why many individuals prefer to embrace falsehoods, even when they are aware of their inauthenticity. However, he regarded Lamb as a true friend. As a man navigating the NBA, one must possess clarity of vision, accept reality, and strive diligently, for these are the tenets of survival. Merely lamenting one's circumstances serves no purpose, regardless of your elevated starting point or innate talent. Even a franchise owner is willing to part with a player like Harden for financial prudence. Thus, what hope does a rookie drafted at 12th overall possess? Reggie overheard the words spoken by Jia Fei to Lamb, and unlike Lamb, he was not easily disheartened. After an entire season, his mental fortitude had been thoroughly tested. If you aspire to ascend, it is quite simple. As long as your abilities surpass those of your competitors, you shall prevail. The NBA may be a commercial league, yet it adheres to the principle that strength reigns supreme. If your prowess is sufficiently formidable, even if you are underutilized within this team, there will always be another team that seeks your talents. Upon returning home, Jia Fei immediately accessed the system to check the task list. He recalled accepting a challenge pertaining to blocks, and having recorded 5 during the game, he believed he had fulfilled the requirement. Indeed, one task was marked as completed, the challenge for 5 blocks in a single regular season game. He promptly selected the completion option and was rewarded with 1,000 points in an instant. He then remembered his verbal exchanges with Amir Johnson and Terrence Ross earlier that day, and he checked the rage meter, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that Amir Johnson had accrued 9 points of fury, while Terrence Ross had accumulated 3. It was clear that Amir Johnson harbored quite a bit of animosity towards him. After all, enduring a verbal confrontation and then being subjected to a dunking spree would leave anyone feeling less than cheerful. Jia Fei promptly converted his 12 bursts of anger into a staggering 200 points, resulting in a remarkable total of 200 points accumulated today. Adding to this, the remaining 429 points from before, he now possesses a grand total of 629 points. However, as the requirement for enhancing his fusion level to 1 now stands at 3,000 points, he finds himself unable to make progress today. While this is somewhat disheartening, there is little he can do but strive earnestly to earn more points, as there are no other alternatives. Having completed a task today, the number of tasks he is currently undertaking has decreased from 8 to 7. Jia Fei once again accessed the task list, eager to explore additional assignments he could undertake. After a thorough search, he accepted 4 new tasks, believing they all held promise for completion. The first task was to achieve a 10-game winning streak. Jia Fei felt that given the Thunder's prowess, reaching 10 victories would be significantly more attainable than 20. The second task involved securing the top position in the conference standings, which he also deemed quite feasible. The third task required achieving 10 free throws in a single regular season game. While this task currently posed some challenges, he was optimistic that with increased ball possession in the future, it could be accomplished. The fourth task called for grabbing 10 rebounds in a single regular season game. With these additions, the total number of tasks on his plate soared to 11. As night deepened, Jia Fei found himself restless and unable to sleep. So he began scrolling through his phone. The iPhone 4, despite its classic status, felt rather dated to him after having experienced the iPhone 10 and above. Accidentally, he opened his email and discovered an unread message, likely from his agent. Fearing it might pertain to important matters, he promptly opened it, only to find it was from Maria Sharapova. "Jia, I watched your game today. You performed splendidly. Keep it up," was the content of Sharapova's email. Upon reading this, a faint smile graced Jia Fei's lips. It seemed she genuinely cared about him, having taken the time to watch one of his matches online. He swiftly replied, expressing his gratitude while inquiring about her current circumstances. After sending the email, he tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. All things considered, the day had been nothing short of perfect. He had performed exceptionally well in his first game back in the rotation, and the future appeared bright. The following day, Jia Fei boarded a private jet with his team, heading towards the vibrant city of Chicago in the American Midwest, where they were to face the Bulls in their next away game. Although the coach had not explicitly stated it, Jia Fei was confident he would likely continue to be part of the rotation for this match. Coach Brooks was no fool. The impact he had made in the previous game was evident. Chicago, located on the southern shores of Lake Michigan, is one of the world's financial hubs. In the hearts of Chinese basketball fans, this city is most deeply associated with the Bulls, and any mention of the Bulls inevitably evokes thoughts of a certain man. Though this man now shares little connection with the city, as he is currently the owner of Jia Fei's former teammate Kemba Walker, his indelible mark on Chicago remains forever etched in history. Known as the Windy City, Chicago's star player, Derrick Rose, is affectionately nicknamed the Windy City Rose. After settling in Chicago, the Thunder conducted a brief training session. Perhaps influenced by Jia Fei's words from the previous day, Lamb's training was particularly earnest and diligent, noticeably more grounded than before. Jia Fei was pleased to witness such an outcome. This was indeed the right approach. By adopting a humble demeanor, diligently honing his skills, and patiently awaiting opportunities, he was on the correct path. Meanwhile, Kevin Martin practiced his three-point shots with utmost seriousness, moving from one position to another with unwavering commitment, leaving no room for complacency. Jia Fei mused internally, reflecting on the relentless dedication and professionalism of a high-caliber perimeter shooter. At this juncture in one's career, neglecting a certain level of training can lead to a rapid decline in performance. However, Kevin Martin's shooting form is indeed peculiar. While one might argue it lacks aesthetic appeal, it has proven remarkably effective, yielding him an impressive tally of points with remarkable accuracy. At times, it is truly difficult to rationalize such phenomena. What exists is justified, and what suits one's self is of utmost importance. This, I believe, is the essence of the matter. Jia Fei recalled several NBA players with exceedingly peculiar shooting styles. One was Kevin Martin, and the other was the player known as the Matrix, Shawn Marion. Unlike Kevin Martin's awkward, machine gun-like shooting form, Marion's technique resembled that of a female shooter, launching the ball from his chest. Both share the notable trait of a rapid release, making their shots difficult to block. Thus, beauty and form does not necessarily equate to proficiency. Even Sakuraji Hanamichi's unconventional free throw could find its mark, as there has never been a singular standard for shooting styles. Every time Jia Fei visited the Bulls' home court, he felt a surge of excitement. The vibrant red of the court and the imposing bull's head evoked a passionate spirit akin to that of a Spanish bullfight. Veteran player Muhammad had played for the Thunder last season and was remarkably amiable, greeting both players and coaches with handshakes before the game. The NBA is a commercial league, and for role players, being traded or joining other teams is commonplace. The notion of one player representing one city serves to beautify the image of star athletes. Yet loyalty is seldom a one-way street. The Bulls have indeed faced misfortune. Last season, they achieved the top record in the Eastern Conference, surpassing the Heat. But the injury to their star player, Derrick Rose, in the first round of the playoffs led to a disastrous early exit, marking them with a historical stigma. This season, with Rose continuing his recovery, it is evident that their championship aspirations have been prematurely dashed. As the game was set to commence, the starting lineups were announced. The Thunder maintained their starting lineup, while the Bulls, without Rose, replaced him with veteran Kirk Hinrich. The remaining 4 starters for the Bulls were Carlos Boozer, Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, and Richard Hamilton. The Bulls' head coach is Tom Thibodeau, the defensive assistant from the Celtics championship era. Thibodeau is known for his rigorous coaching style, particularly in defense, and he has a penchant for overworking his starters. Many Bulls fans lament that Rose's season-ending injury can be attributed significantly to Thibodeau's demanding practices, often playing players for entire quarters and exceeding 40 minutes in games, an approach that is hardly sustainable. Above the United Center, where the Bulls play their home games, 6 championship banners hang, each inseparably linked to a certain man. Jia Fei holds great admiration for this individual, but it is solely his basketball prowess that he respects. He believes that being a good player does not necessarily imply one possesses keen judgment in assessing others. The game quickly commenced, and with Rose absent, the Bulls' offensive potency diminished significantly, leading to difficulties in initiating plays and a sluggish pace. Noah emerged as the central playmaker, frequently orchestrating from the free throw line. Nonetheless, their offense remained thoroughly stagnant. The Thunder's attack was similarly lackluster. Perkins and Ibaka struggled against the Bulls' interior defense, unable to capitalize on opportunities, while Durant and Westbrook faced relentless double teams, with their outside shooting faltering. Consequently, the team's offense was ensnared in a quagmire of ineffectiveness. As the first quarter approached its official timeout, Jia Fei was granted an opportunity to enter the game, joining teammates Tabit, Mino, Collison, and Kevin Martin on the court. The Bulls countered with Muhammad, Bellinelli, Radmanovi, Nate Robinson, and Jimmy Butler. At that moment, the score stood tied at 14, with merely 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the opening period. The Thunder initiated their offense, with Mino dribbling the ball to dish it off to the high post, where Collison awaited. A quick exchange between Collison and Kevin Martin saw the latter drive in for a shot, only to be thwarted by Muhammad's interference, resulting in a miss. However, Jia Fei emerged from the sidelines to seize the offensive rebound, passing it to Tabit under the basket. Unfortunately, Tabit was too slow, and his layup attempt was swatted away by Jimmy Butler. In retaliation, Butler sought to push the pace, but Mino committed a foul, with Mino now burdened by 2 fouls. Coach Brooks, with no other recourse, substituted in Reggie. Reggie, brimming with joy, nearly beamed as he stepped onto the court to replace Mino. With the foul count reached, Jimmy Butler approached the free throw line. "I'm ready to grab the rebound," Jia Fei remarked to Reggie, just as Jimmy overheard the comment. Infuriated, Jimmy shot a glare in Jia Fei's direction. Chapter 81. Jia Fei versus Jimmy Butler. Taking a deep breath, Jimmy Butler prepared for his first free throw, which circled the rim before bouncing out. Positioned under the basket, Jia Fei stifled a chuckle behind his hand, all while under Jimmy's watchful gaze, which only fueled his frustration further. Gritting his teeth, Jimmy missed his second attempt as well. Underneath the basket, Tabit valiantly contended against both Muhammad and Radmanovi. Jia Fei leapt with great effort, capturing the rebound amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Jimmy, filled with indignation, attempted a sneaky maneuver to snatch the ball, but Jia Fei was well prepared, deftly evading the ball and turning the opponent's attempt into a foul. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a violation. Both teams had already entered the bonus phase, meaning that any foul would result in free throws. Jimmy was even more frustrated. Not only had he missed both of his free throws, but he had also unwittingly been lured into committing a foul himself. A classic case of a lost chicken costing the rice in the NBA realm. Jia Fei curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders, subsequently revealing an angelic smile. He approached Jimmy and softly uttered, "Pay close attention to how free throws should be executed. Allow me to provide you with a live demonstration." Jimmy's face turned ashen with rage. How could this audacious fellow dare to instruct him? He had heard of Jia Fei, both being rookies from the class of 2011. He was drafted 31st overall in the first round, while Jia Fei was a second-round pick. After winning the slam dunk contest, Jia Fei was lauded by the media, which irked him. He believed that Jia Fei's victory was merely a result of his Asian heritage, a product of the NBA's covert maneuvers to cater to the Asian market. To him, such a character winning a championship rendered it utterly devoid of value. Reggie, grinning mischievously, approached Jia Fei and inquired, "Jia, are you once again using trash talk to mess with his mentality?" Jia Fei spoke earnestly yet absurdly, declaring, "No, I am merely promoting positive energy on the court. Are you truly that kind-hearted?" Reggie naturally found it hard to believe. Jia Fei wore an expression of righteous fervor. "Are you familiar with Confucius?" Reggie nodded. Indeed, he was aware. Jia Fei had previously mentioned this gentleman named Confucius, and he had contemplated challenging him to a duel. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. These constitute the essence of Confucianism, of which Confucius is the quintessential figure. I shall enlighten you further on this next time. As Jia Fei prepared to take his free throw, Reggie exclaimed, all right. I am most fond of acquiring knowledge. He clenched his fist. His mother had advised him to associate with cultured individuals. Clearly, Jia Fei appeared to possess a wealth of knowledge, far surpassing the likes of Durant, who had a penchant for long socks, and Westbrook, who indulged in exuberant dances. The adage, one who associates with the virtuous will become virtuous, and one who associates with the wicked will become wicked, is well understood by many in America. Jia Fei approached the free throw line, deliberately casting a glance at Jimmy as if to convey, pay attention, I'm about to take my shot. You might learn something beneficial from this. Enraged, Jimmy felt an overwhelming urge to march over and shatter that handsome face of his. Jia Fei immediately became focused, despite the incessant distractions from the fans present. He confidently executed his free throw and scored. The second attempt was successful as well. With a score of 16-14, the Thunder surged ahead by 2 points. After finishing his penalty, Jia Fei shrugged at Jimmy, conveying the sentiment that there was nothing he could do. The basketball must find its way to the hoop on its own, and he could not pull it back. Jia Fei indeed harbors no fear of Jimmy. This incarnation of Jimmy is far removed from the lethargic figure of the regular season, the man who transforms into a Jordan-like force during the playoffs. At present, aside from his formidable defensive prowess, he exhibits a rather coarse skill set. His decision to confront this individual stems from a desire to amass anger points. What does it matter to offend a few for the sake of scoring? The NBA thrives on competition. If one is merely playing for camaraderie, they might as well engage in video games. As the Bulls launched their offense, Nate Robinson darted about like a groundhog, evading the Thunder's guards, only to release a sudden jump shot that clanked off the rim. Jia Fei secured another rebound, advancing forcefully despite Jimmy's defense, and distributed the ball to Reggie to orchestrate the offense. Their second unit employed a twin tower strategy, struggling with pace and ineffective transitions. On this side, Collison attempted a low-post play against Radmanovic, but his hook shot was unsuccessful. Tabit seized the rebound under the basket, and after facing a double team, he passed it out to Jia Fei on the perimeter. Jia Fei's three-point attempt was unsuccessful, yet his instinct for rebounding was exceptional. He dashed towards the long rebound and passed it to Tabit under the basket, whose layup was thwarted by Muhammad. To add to the misfortune, the ball struck Tabit's calf, rolling out of bounds, resulting in a backcourt violation. Jia Fei found himself at a loss for words. The senior's concluding ability could truly be described as abysmal. His pace was excruciatingly slow, akin to a slow-motion sequence. Eating the pie in such a manner resembled the actions of an elderly woman. Would anyone permit you to consume it at such a leisurely pace? Meanwhile, the Bulls were on the offensive, with Nate Robinson dribbling aimlessly until the ball was dead, only to pass it to Bellinelli on the perimeter, who was left with no choice but to attempt a three-pointer, which unfortunately missed its mark. Tabit secured the rebound. Both sides were plagued by a series of missed shots, aside from Jia Fei's 2 successful free throws contributing to a total of 2 points. Neither team managed to score from the field, perpetuating a state of offensive drought. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 16-14, showcasing a game reminiscent of a bygone era. Indeed, the Thunder's offense has struggled to gain traction this season. Aside from their dynamic duo, the other 3 starters averaged fewer than 10 points each. The bench, now lacking Harden and employing a twin tower strategy, exhibited both sluggishness and inaccuracy, devoid of explosive potential. As for the Bulls, without Rose, their offensive prospects seemed entirely reliant on fortune. Such a scenario was not unprecedented, and the spectators were growing accustomed to it. Jia Fei showcased an impressive performance in the first quarter, scoring 2 points and securing 3 rebounds without a single shot made. As the second quarter commenced, Nate Robinson made an immediate attempt that missed, seemingly signaling to the spectators that they should remain alert, for a new round of shooting struggles had begun. Collison retrieved the rebound, and Reggie advanced the ball. Meanwhile, Kevin Martin's three-point attempt also fell short. Nonetheless, Jia Fei managed to seize the offensive rebound, allowing Kevin Martin another opportunity from beyond the arc. Yet once again, he could not find the mark. Jia Fei made another attempt to seize the ball, Radmanovic could no longer tolerate it and pushed Jia Fei with a foul to prevent him from persistently snatching rebounds beneath their basket. On the sidelines, Westbrook rose from the bench, exuding an aura of fierce determination as he shouted encouragement to his teammates. Amusingly, a towel was draped over his head, and whether it was his own doing or someone else's, it was tied in a manner reminiscent of a character from a classic war film. Jia Fei's prowess in rebounding is truly exhilarating. Within a mere moment, he has secured 2 rebounds, bringing his personal total to 5, making him the player with the most rebounds on his team in this match. The Thunder team is poised to inbound from the baseline. With Reggie receiving the ball at the top of the arc, Jia Fei suddenly stepped up to set a screen. The Bulls immediately switched their defense. Reggie promptly passed the ball to the unguarded Jia Fei. Jia Fei confronts Nate Robinson, Dunk King versus Dunk King. As Jia Fei received the ball, he executed a jump shot that left Nate Robinson utterly bewildered. Chapter 82, The Rebounding Enthusiast. The ball swished through the net. At 18-14, the score gap widened to 4 points. Nate Robinson wore a befuddled expression, taken aback by the audacity of his opponent who had shot right over him, delivering a complete humiliation. To add to his embarrassment, not only had he been outplayed, but he also found himself toppled by a teammate who had rushed to assist. Yet, the ordeal did not conclude there. Jia Fei, after making the shot, taunted the fallen player with a playful remark. DeLang. It's time to get up and take your medicine. Nate Robinson, of course, had no knowledge of who DeLang was. Being an American, he had never set foot in Huaxia nor sold pancakes in Yanggu County. Nevertheless, the universal language of body expression conveyed that Jia Fei was mocking him. Infuriated, he sprang to his feet, eager to retaliate with some sharp words, only to find himself at a loss for fitting trash talk. Truly, it is in times of need that one laments the lack of preparation. To be humiliated without the means to retaliate is a feeling as distasteful as consuming excrement. Jia Fei was acutely aware that mocking others was not always the most gentlemanly of behaviors. However, in his pursuit of points, he cast such considerations aside. His on-court banter, though somewhat civilized, paled in comparison to the notorious exchanges of trash talk exemplified by Kevin Garnett and Gary Payton, which knew no bounds. As the Chicago Bulls initiated their offense, Jimmy received a pass from Nate Robinson and prepared to take on Jia Fei in a one-on-one duel. The Bulls fans erupted in anticipation, eager to witness their team's rising star, who bore a striking resemblance to the basketball deity, dismantle the arrogant young Asian player before them. "I will obliterate you," Jimmy proclaimed with fervor. "Spare me your empty bravado. Come and crush me already, for I can hardly contain my eagerness." Jia Fei retorted with a teasing, submissive expression. Jimmy, incensed by Jia Fei's demeanor, took a probing step before forcefully charging forward. Jia Fei maintained his position in front of his opponent, skillfully pacing to prevent any easy entry. Jimmy's vulnerability lay not only in his long-range shooting, but also in his unreliable jump shot during this moment. His most proficient scoring method remained penetrating the paint. Surprised that he could not shake off Jia Fei, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent's agility. Pressured into halting the ball, Jimmy feigned a move. But Jia Fei remained unfazed. After a half-turn and another feint, Jia Fei still stood his ground. As Jimmy prepared to pivot, he launched into a jump shot. At that critical moment, Jia Fei sprang into action, almost as if he had anticipated the shot, defying gravity with remarkable hang time. Although Jimmy had adjusted the arc of his shot, the ball still brushed against Jia Fei's fingertips. Reggie astutely seized the opportunity to grab the ball, eliciting a collective sigh from the crowd. This was a blatant display of innate talent overpowering skill. Both players stood at 201 centimeters. Yet while Jimmy's wingspan was nearly equal to his height, Jia Fei boasted an astonishing wingspan of 220 centimeters. In a swift counterattack, Jia Fei dashed forward, with Reggie's pass swiftly finding him. Jia Fei drew the attention of many in the center court, and rather than holding onto the ball, he distributed it to Kevin Martin on the left flank. After receiving the pass, Kevin Martin executed a 3-step layup successfully, with a score of 20-14. The Thunder had extended their lead to 6 points. The Bulls called for a timeout. Jimmy's face exhibited a mixture of helplessness and frustration. He bore some responsibility for the play. Had he not been blocked, the opposing team would not have had such an easy opportunity for a counterattack. While he was lost in self-reproach, Jia Fei sauntered past him, teasing, "If I hadn't let you off the hook, you would have missed entirely. I saved you from embarrassment in front of our home crowd." Jimmy was at a loss for words, pondering how someone could possess such audacity. Where did this fellow derive his narcissism and perverse confidence? Yet, he could not deny that Jia Fei's defense was indeed exceptional. He had executed numerous fakes, and Jia Fei remained unperturbed, as calm as a seasoned veteran. The fans of the Bulls' second unit left in disappointment, particularly Jimmy and Nate Robinson, who had been subtly mocked by Jia Fei for an extended period. Not only did they perform poorly, but they also inadvertently highlighted the outstanding performance of their opponent, which was utterly frustrating. Coach Thibodeau repeatedly emphasized the need for tenacity and toughness, yet offered no specific strategies. In the NBA, such coaches are not uncommon. Some merely stress the importance of resilience, ball sharing, and proactivity without providing concrete tactical guidance, relying solely on the players to improvise, which gives off an impression of a suited tyrant. Coach Brooks, on the other hand, was full of motivational rhetoric. Unlike Rivers and Thibodeau, who merely urged their teams to go, his inspirational speeches were rich in substance. While they served boiled seafood, he offered a sumptuous feast. Upon returning from a timeout, the Bulls' offense still showed little sign of improvement. Nate Robinson was struggling mightily, as it seemed that every shot he took was destined to miss. When he charged into the paint to face the opposing Twin Towers, he resembled a child. He was unable to break through, and the second unit lacked a player capable of disrupting the opposing formation. Every other matchup was tightly contested, leading to a complete freeze in their offense. The Thunder's second unit, while not particularly efficient, managed to scrape together some points. Kevin Martin had an average shooting night, and their interior players were primarily blue-collar, with Jia Fei and Reggie finding it difficult to score against the fierce defense. Nevertheless, they still managed to accumulate points, gradually widening the score gap. By the time both teams sent their starters back on the court, the Thunder had disrupted what was once an evenly matched game, establishing a lead. The Bulls' starting lineup lacked the explosive scoring capability. For several seasons, their offense had heavily relied on Rose's initiation, and now, leaning on Noah's off-ball movement was hardly promising for any scoring outburst. As for the head coach, Thibodeau, he is much like the seasoned veteran, Old Lee. He is only aware of a rigid approach and is adept at delivering motivational speeches. While offensive strategies may exist, they remain confined to the recesses of his mind, utterly unmanifested in practice. With a total score barely exceeding 90 points, aspiring for victory in the current league is akin to scaling the heavens. The second half of the match held little suspense. The Bulls struggled throughout, ultimately relinquishing their chance at triumph. In the end, the Thunder comfortably defeated the Bulls on their home court with a score of 98-86, marking a resurgence with 2 consecutive victories following a disappointing 3-game losing streak. In this match, Jia Fei played for 18 minutes and 24 seconds, making 2 out of 5 attempts, including 0 out of 2 for beyond the arc, and successfully converting all 4 of his free throws, thus accumulating a total of 8 points, alongside 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Although his offensive efficiency was rather average, he once again showcased his potential as a defensive stalwart, effectively neutralizing the opposing player, Jimmy Butler, and transforming into a rebounding aficionado, setting a personal record for most rebounds in a single game. Furthermore, not only did he lead his team to victory, but he also triumphed in a verbal exchange with both Jimmy Butler and Nate Robinson, achieving a remarkable dual victory in both athletic and conversational prowess. Following the conclusion of the game, the Thunder team promptly boarded a private jet to return to Oklahoma City, where they would host the Detroit Pistons in their next match. Chapter 83. From losing streak to winning streak upon returning home, Jia Fei did not immediately rest. Instead, he accessed the system to check the status of his task completion. He recalled that he had secured 10 rebounds in this game, confirming that he had indeed fulfilled his task. Upon reviewing the task list, he found that it was marked as completed, and he promptly claimed his reward of 1,000 points. With the remaining 2,688 points in his account, he now possessed a total of 3,688 points. He had completed 1 out of 11 tasks, leaving 10 still to be accomplished. Yet, that was not the end of it. He then thought of Jimmy and quickly checked his anger points. To his surprise, he discovered that Jimmy had accumulated 5 points of anger towards him, while Nate Robinson had 6. He did not anticipate that Nate Robinson harbored even more animosity. Illustrating the complexities of human relationships, some individuals possess a remarkable capacity for tolerance and magnanimity. Could it be that the little potato comprehended the phrase "the elder brother rises" to take his medicine? Jia Fei was unaware that even if he comprehended it, he would merely grasp it momentarily, only to encounter something beyond his understanding in their next meeting. 11 bursts of fury instantly transformed into a staggering 1, 100 points, thereby elevating his total score to an impressive 788 points. Jia Fei decisively redeemed his points, and in an instant, Iverson's peak skill integration surged from 22 to 23. However, in that fleeting moment, his 3,000 points vanished, reminiscent of the ephemeral joy of a man, fleeting yet profound, leaving behind a void. After expending those points, Jia Fei's account balance dwindled to a mere 688, prompting him to strive for more points in order to continue enhancing his integration level. The following day, the Thunder had no training scheduled, as they were set to host the Pistons that evening. By the time Jia Fei awoke, it was already noon. He prepared a modest meal for himself and checked his email, discovering a new message from Sharapova. Upon opening it, he found nothing particularly noteworthy, just some casual greetings. Suddenly, he recalled reading about her withdrawal from the quarterfinals of the Huasha Tennis Open due to a foot injury a few days prior, and he wondered how her recovery was progressing. Without hesitation, he sent her a message inquiring about her well-being. As a friend, it was essential to express such everyday concern, lest it seem impolite to always rely on others for care. That evening, the Thunder faced off against the Pistons at home. Since their championship win in 2004, the Pistons have been on a downward trajectory, failing to secure foundational players for a resurgence, remaining in a state of limbo for years. In this match, the Thunder dominated the Pistons, securing an easy victory and celebrating their third consecutive win, transitioning from 3 consecutive losses to 3 consecutive victories. The team finally elevated their win rate to 50, allowing everyone associated with the organization to breathe a sigh of relief. Jia Fei's performance in this match remained remarkably steady. He played for 18 minutes and 33 seconds, making 2 of 4 attempts and accumulating 6 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, once again showcasing his exceptional defensive prowess. After the game, upon returning home, Jia Fei perused his phone and discovered unread emails in his inbox, one of which was from Maria Sharapova. In her message, she expressed gratitude for his concern and mentioned that her foot injury was not serious, indicating her intention to compete in this year's year-end finals. On November 11th, Singles Day, the Thunder engaged in an internal training session. With a recent streak of 3 consecutive victories, the players exhibited high spirits in their training, collectively optimistic about the upcoming schedule. On the evening of the 12th, the Thunder continued their home stand, facing off against the Cavaliers. Since LeBron James's departure, the Cavaliers have faltered, swiftly transforming from contenders to a team vying for the top draft pick. In terms of leadership capacity, it is evident that the current league's finest is indeed the running man, surpassing both Little Blacksmith and Thunder's own due in this regard. This season, the Cavaliers selected the first overall pick, Kyrie Irving, whose offensive skills are dazzling, and whose dribbling is particularly captivating, garnering significant fan admiration. However, he has yet to demonstrate the ability to lead. Lacking in leadership qualities, the team appears disjointed and lacks cohesion, resulting in diminished competitiveness. In this match, the Thunder maintained their dominance throughout, comfortably securing victory and achieving a 4th consecutive win. A day later, they narrowly triumphed against the Pistons in a back-to-back game, marking their 5th consecutive victory, transitioning from a 3-game losing streak to 5 successive wins. The Thunder not only surpassed a 50-win rate, but also climbed to 4th place in the Western Conference, signaling their return to form. While their recent opponents may not have been particularly formidable, a winning streak is still a winning streak. The team's defense has shown marked improvement compared to the previous season, and although there are areas for offensive enhancement, several young players exhibit considerable potential, instilling a sense of hope for the team's future. In recent matches, Jia Fei has not fulfilled his duties. He is yet to break any records, and his statistics have not been particularly impressive. However, his lack of explosive performance is not indicative of poor play. Rather, it stems from limited playing time and a scarcity of ball possession. He averages fewer than 5 shot attempts per game. Can one truly expect him to score 30 points under such circumstances? The team has tasked him primarily with defense, expecting him to be a 3-and-D player, creating space for Kevin Martin while effectively neutralizing the opposing team's key perimeter threats from their second unit. The Thunder's upcoming match presents a formidable challenge, as they are set to face the Memphis Grizzlies, currently tied for first in the Western Conference with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss. The Grizzlies boast a formidable interior presence with their dual towers, while their perimeter is fortified by tenacious players such as Tony Allen and Mike Conley. Known for their aggressive defense and physical play, they represent a tough adversary. This match has been dubbed a litmus test for the Thunder, as they seek to determine whether they can maintain their prowess in the absence of Harden. Akin to their formidable performance in the previous season, Jia Fei eagerly anticipated this match. He yearned for a moment of brilliance that was distinctly his own, a feat that had yet to manifest this season. Undeterred by any adversary, he aspired to enhance his prowess. Before he knew it, November 15th had arrived. On the evening of the event, Jia Fei donned a fitted light-colored jacket, complemented by similarly tailored cropped trousers and a pair of Nike casual shoes. His sleek, glossy black hair contributed to his spirited appearance, exuding a vibrant and handsome aura. Several female staff members at the Ford Center gazed at Jia Fei with wide eyes. Irrespective of one's ethnicity, if one possesses striking good looks, it is certain that the opposite sex will regard one with a different kind of admiration. Following Jia Fei was the illustrious Russell Westbrook, a fashion icon in his own right. Although he may not embody the traditional notion of handsomeness, his sartorial choices consistently place him at the forefront of style, particularly in the relatively rustic setting of Oklahoma City, where his distinctive fashion sense elicits admiration. Behind Westbrook trailed Kevin Durant, perpetually adorned his timeless cap and backpack, exuding an aura that remains unaltered. He conveys an impression that no matter the wealth he possesses, his demeanor is decidedly unrefined. Do not extol the virtues of stardom to him. What does charm offer? Can it satiate hunger? Does it enhance shooting accuracy? Can it augment one's endowment? It appears that none of these are within its purview. Thus, one should simply embrace their authentic self. Chapter 84. The vanguard of perimeter defense during the pre-game practice session. The players of the Grizzlies were robust and imposing, particularly the duo of the black and white Bears, resembling solid barriers. In stark contrast, the Thunder side, be it Durant or Kevin Martin, appeared remarkably slender. Before the game, Jia Fei felt exceptionally confident during his shooting practice, consecutively sinking 23-pointers, leaving the shooting coach momentarily astonished. Jia Fei understood that this was nothing unusual. Who hasn't experienced moments of exceptional precision? Moreover, it cannot merely be attributed to sheer luck. His rigorous training during the off-season, particularly focusing on shooting and spot shooting, has merely borne fruit at this moment. Without effort, how can one expect to reap rewards? This match was a focal point, with commentary provided by former NBA superstar Charles Barkley and his partner, Kenny Smith from TNT. The pair began to set the stage for the game. Barkley remarked, "Kenny, I dare to wager that the Memphis Grizzlies will put an end to the Thunder's winning streak." To which a Thunder fan might respond, "Looks like it's a sure thing. Thanks, Sir Barkley." Kenny Smith shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead doll. "Charles, I must respectfully correct you. I do not share your sentiment. You never seem to align with my thoughts." Barkley retorted, "No, I'm basing my opinion on reality." Smith replied, "Then what do you consider the key to an OKC victory?" OKC is playing at home. They possess stronger superstars and a deeper bench. However, they cannot contain those two Bears. As the starting lineups were announced, the Thunder retained their usual lineup, as stable as ever. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, featured their own formidable starters, the black and white Bears, Conley, Rudy Gay, and Tony Allen. Once the game commenced, it was evident that the Grizzlies intended to dominate the paint, while the Thunder relied on their dynamic duo. Tony Allen, once dubbed the Durant stopper, has found less success against the evolving Durant. Durant has grown less intimidated by physical defenses. Nowadays, he may fear double teams, and fatigue in the fourth quarter could pose a challenge. However, when he is well rested, there truly is no one in the league capable of effectively locking him down in one-on-one situations. The Grizzlies opted against double teaming, allowing Tony Allen to defend Durant individually. While the Grizzlies struggled to contain Durant, the Thunder faced similar difficulties against the formidable Zach Randolph. Whether it was Perkins or Ibaka, they were consistently overpowered by Randolph. Meanwhile, Westbrook struggled with his shooting, and Rudy Gay's exceptional performance left the home team trailing early on. An odd phenomenon has emerged with this Thunder team. When they fall behind, the duo intensifies their offensive efforts, leaving the remaining three players with even less ball possession. This strategy simplifies the opposing defense's task, as they can focus their efforts on limiting the two stars. Such a straightforward approach has its merits. When shots are falling, it yields effective results with minimal turnovers. Yet, when the shots are not falling, it becomes exceedingly easy for the defense to target them. In an attempt to rectify the offensive struggles, Coach Brooks substituted Cephalosha for the high-scoring Kevin Martin less than halfway through the first quarter. However, upon entering the game, Martin faced staunch defensive pressure and limited ball opportunities, resulting in no significant improvement in the team's offense. The Thunder team has been continuously pressured, leaving the fans in the arena feeling quite frustrated. As the first quarter approached the official timeout, Jia Fei was called by head coach Brooks. When you step onto the court, if Rudy is still playing, focus on him. If he rests, then guard Jerryd Bayless, Coach Brooks instructed. Understood. Jia Fei nodded eagerly. The feeling of being entrusted with such an important role was exhilarating. At least in the coach's eyes, he had become the team's defensive sentinel on the perimeter. This was significant, for to play alongside the dynamic duo, one must possess defensive prowess and off-ball skills. Lacking these attributes would necessitate their separation in play. This season, Sefolosha's defense has somewhat declined compared to the previous 2 seasons. While his shooting from beyond the arc remains decent, his overall production has been inadequate. Oftentimes, opponents would disregard him to double-team the duo. A 3 and D player left unguarded loses much of his value. Upon returning from the timeout, Jia Fei donned his gear and took to the court. The Thunder fans erupted in cheers and shouts for him. He still had a following in this arena, with many fans appreciating his defensive tenacity, passion, and indomitable spirit. Some individuals possess an inherent charisma that draws admiration. If Durant exhibited the same fervor, perhaps he would have garnered even more fans. Regardless of whether in China or America, a man with a lackluster demeanor seldom receives favorable attention. The Thunder's lineup included Jia Fei, Mino, Kevin Martin, Tabit, and Corliss. The Grizzlies featured Rudy Gay, Jerryd Bayless, Wayne Ellington, Quincy Pondexter, and Mari Spites. Rudy Gay, who had been on fire in the first quarter, was still on the court. The score stood at 20-15, with the Thunder trailing by 5 points. Bayless dribbled past half court, and Jia Fei adhered to the coach's directive, primarily defending Gay. Barkley remarked, "It seems OKC intends for Jia Fei to guard Rudy Gay." Was Coach Brooks thinking? Surely, he can't believe this second-year rookie can contain Rudy? Kenny Smith replied, "I'm not sure if he can defend him, but you certainly can't let Kevin Martin match up against Rudy." Gay received the ball on the left wing, facing Jia Fei. Without any unnecessary movements, he dribbled, using a subtle push against Jia Fei to create space before confidently sinking a mid-range jumper. The score widened to 22-15, extending the deficit to 7 points. The Thunder fans in the stands, witnessing Gay's continued hot streak, dared not watch the unfolding situation. If they were to be defeated by the Grizzlies, they could accept that. But succumbing to Gay was something they truly could not fathom. After all, at this position, they boasted the league's leading scorer, Kevin Durant. Jia Fei perceived that Guy's ability to contend was far superior to his expectations. Defending against such players in a one-on-one situation becomes exceedingly challenging once they find their rhythm, as they possess greater strength, allowing them to create space and shoot effectively. If one guards too closely, it often leads to fouls. Mino dribbled forward and passed the ball to Kevin Martin. Jia Fei positioned himself firmly in the corner, his customary spot for offensive plays. Kevin Martin, naturally, became the focal point of the opposing defense, facing intense scrutiny while the ball found its way to Collison in the low post. As the defense collapsed, Collison opted not to force a shot, but instead passed the ball to Jia Fei in the corner. Rudy Gay, tasked with guarding Jia Fei, scarcely regarded him as a threat, remaining preoccupied with help defense near the basket. Jia Fei seizes an open opportunity. At this moment, he will no longer opt for a pass. If he does not take the shot in such a favorable situation, he cannot be deemed a competent 3D player. Chapter 85. The thirst-quenching three-point shot. Jia Fei confidently launched a three-pointer, the trajectory impeccably straight. Did the ball go in? Alas, it did not. The ball struck the front of the rim, lacking just a smidgen of force. Yet due to its perfect angle, it transformed into a long rebound that ricocheted directly back into Jia Fei's hands. Rebound 1. The pursuit of rebounds can sometimes elude even the most determined players, yet they can unexpectedly bounce into one's grasp. What can one do about it? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Before the murmurs of awe could subside, Jia Fei took another shot. This confidence was palpable even through the screen. Who says a bench player cannot possess the same level of self-assurance as the owner of the Bobcats or a player who takes to the court at 4 a.m.? The sound of the net swishing was simply exquisite. This sound resonates as celestial music to many basketball enthusiasts. With the score at 22-18, the deficit shrank instantaneously to 4 points. The significance of a three-pointer lies not only in its ability to widen the offensive space, but also in its capacity to bridge the gap rapidly. 3 two-pointers equate to 2 three-pointers. Do the math, and you'll grasp the concept. The arena erupted in cheers. Astonishingly, this three-pointer marked the Thunder's first of the game, a testament to their earlier struggles. Kenny Smith exchanged a knowing glance with Barkley, who wore an expression of indifference. reminiscent of when he underestimated Yao Ming and was met with a similar fate. What astonished everyone was not merely Jia Fei's successful three-pointer, but also his decision to guard Rudy Gay right from the backcourt. A potent strategy to hinder an offensive threat is to restrict their ability to receive the ball. The greater the offensive threat, the more critical it becomes to limit their reception, particularly for players who predominantly drive the offense. Gay found it amusing that his opponent was wary of him to such an extent, realizing that he was indeed underestimated. However, he also felt a twinge of annoyance. Being guarded in the backcourt felt bothersome, akin to being pursued by a pesky fly. Just wait until he could exploit this rookie in due time. As they transitioned to the front court, Gay reached out for the ball, but Jia Fei was relentless, exerting every ounce of energy to disrupt the play, making it difficult for Bellas to pass. Bellas opted for an alternative strategy, distributing the ball to the weaker side to Ellington, whose jump shot was contested and missed. Tabbitt secured the rebound and handed it over to Mino, who advanced with the original tactic, setting up Kevin Martin, who was once again besieged. Rather than forcing a shot, Kevin Martin chose to trust his teammates, and the ball found its way to Jia Fei in the left corner. Gay still underestimated Jia Fei's three-point ability. Convinced that his previous success was mere luck, Jia Fei received the ball and swiftly launched a three-point shot. With an unwavering smile, the ball found its mark once more. Double kill. The score stood at 22-21, and the 7-point deficit evaporated in an instant, leaving merely a 1-point gap. With just 46 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the atmosphere in the arena was electrifying. Jia Fei's consecutive triumphs ignited a surge of dopamine in the fans' brains, a rush of hormones in the air, hearts racing, and bodies ablaze with excitement. Kenny Smith remarked, "Charles, what are your thoughts on this?" Barkley, unflinching, replied, "It was merely 2 open shots that he made. If Rudy hadn't been so ostentatious, I doubt Jia Fei would have succeeded." Kenny Smith found himself a loss for words. On the sidelines, Reggie and Lamb were already on their feet, waving towels in fervor, while Westbrook was even dancing the disco. Meanwhile, Durant remained composed, seated with an expression of tranquility, as if everything was well within his control. Jia Fei's 2 three-pointers were immensely refreshing, with the absence of Dewey and the team trailing. Rudy Gay's shooting touch was scorching, amplifying his value amidst numerous debuffs. Frustrated by his inability to receive the ball, Gay opted to approach Bellas, receiving the pass with a handoff. This tactic indeed secured him possession, but it left him near the midcourt. Spates signaled whether to set a screen, only to be rebuffed by Gay's determined assertion, "I intend to take you on myself." Jia Fei grinned slyly in response. Without hesitation, he initiated a tight defense against his opponent. Such aggressive pressure typically occurs in the final stages of a match or during a full-court press, demanding immense physical exertion and placing high demands on the defender, as a moment's lapse could result in losing position. Although Gay possessed commendable ball-handling skills for his position, he appeared somewhat cumbersome compared to a point guard, compounded by a high center of gravity and mediocre ball protection. Jia Fei's relentless pressure caught Guy off guard, nearly forcing him to retreat. The opponent's speed was astonishing, and he realized, to his dismay, that evading him with dribbling was quite challenging. In a moment of desperation, Guy made a distinct pushing motion with his hand to create space, propelling Jia Fei back a few steps. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul with unwavering decisiveness. There was no question about the call. In slow motion, it was evident that Guy had exerted force with his hand, and Jia Fei did not even feign a fall. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, as Jia Fei's aggressive defense not only reclaimed possession, but also forced Guy into a foul. "I did not commit a foul. He flopped." Guy fervently pleaded with the referee. Jia Fei leaned in and remarked, "You haven't committed a foul, yet you're nearly tearing out my chest hair." The referee interjected, "What outrageous words are these? What are you saying?" Guy attempted to confront Jia Fei, but was swiftly halted by the referee. Jia Fei shrugged and remarked, "To speak the truth in this day and age is truly a challenge." He relished the moment, sensing that his opponent had been provoked, thus allowing him the chance to harness that fury for his own advantage. A veritable twofold game. As the competition resumed, the Thunder seized possession of the ball, and the atmosphere in the arena lightened considerably following the earlier spectacle, even eliciting a smile from the great Durant, though his grin remained tinged with a perennial underdog's essence. As the Thunder prepared for a sideline inbounds, Jia Fei instinctively positioned himself in the left corner. Having already netted 2 three-pointers from this spot, he was convinced he could succeed once more. Guy, unwilling to afford Jia Fei any leeway, was determined to prevent him from scoring again, regardless of whether his previous shots had been mere flukes. After all, even a frosty sharpshooter might find the hoop to be as vast as the ocean on a fortunate night. "I'll guard you. You won T-score again," Guy declared with assurance. "Is that so?" Jia Fei replied with a subtle smile. Guy found the man's grin somewhat unsettling. The Thunder actively sought out Jia Fei once more, even with a defender shadowing him. After receiving the ball in the corner, Jia Fei decisively initiated his shooting motion. Guy did not fully leap, but his weight had already shifted. In an instant, Jia Fei crouched low and darted through his opponent's flank, piercing towards the hoop like a rapier. Spades turned to attempt a defensive maneuver, but it was too late. Jia Fei had already launched into the air. Chapter 86. A Scorching Touch. Jia Fei leapt into the air with a single foot, soaring high, his right hand drawn back like a taut bowstring, completely disregarding the defensive approach of Spites. Amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators, he forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The rim trembled violently, reverberating with the power of Jia Fei's soaring dunk. It was evident that this moment would secure a place among the top 5 plays of the evening. The Ford Center erupted in ecstatic cheers as the Thunder, who had been subdued throughout the game, suddenly found their release akin to a pressure valve being opened. Not only that, but the home team also surged ahead, taking a 1-point lead. The atmosphere along the sidelines was electric. Westbrook pulled Reggie into a jubilant dance, and even Durant joined in with applause. On the other side, Randolph of the Grizzlies shook his head in dissatisfaction with his teammates' performance. The hard-fought advantage he had amassed moments ago had vanished in an instant, igniting his frustration. Even Rudy Gay, who had previously dismissed Jia Fei, could not deny the beauty of that play. The seamless transition from a drive to a thunderous dunk was executed with speed, ferocity, and wildness, an embodiment of the type of masculine prowess many women have long desired. The Thunder were fully ignited, and as Bells of the Grizzlies missed a shot, they concluded the first quarter with a slender 1-point lead. In the first quarter, Jia Fei made 3 out of 4 attempts, including 2 3-pointers, accumulating 8 points and 1 rebound. Charles, you must still underestimate Jia Fei. Akin to your initial dismissal of Yao Ming, is it not true that you harbor a bias against individuals of Asian descent? Kenny Smith, from the commentary booth, jested at Barkley. To everyone's surprise, Barkley indulged in a hot dog during the break, swiftly consuming a large one and wiping his mouth as he remarked, "I do not harbor any disdain for individuals of Asian descent. I simply believe that neither Jia Fei nor Yao Ming possesses absolute prowess. Of course, Yao Ming later proved me wrong with his performance, and I accepted my penalty. I am a man of my word." Kenny Smith found it difficult to counter this, recalling that Barkley had famously kissed a donkey's rear end during a live broadcast, a video that is still accessible online. "What if Jia Fei scores 20 points in this game?" Kenny Smith inquired. "Then I shall retract my previous statement and concede that he possesses a modicum of skill." Barkley replied. The second quarter swiftly commenced. Rudy Gay, who had played the entirety of the first quarter, took a rest and calmly entered, resulting in the Grizzlies deploying a somewhat smaller lineup. Jia Fei adhered to the coach's strategy and took on the task of guarding Bellis. Unlike Guy, Bellis is a guard, possessing a robust physique. However, he stands at least a size smaller than Guy and is notably shorter than Jia Fei as well. The Thunder initiated the offensive, and amidst the cheers of the spectators, Mino dribbled the ball forward. Jia Fei remained stationed in the corner, closely guarded by Ellington, who denied him any opportunity for an easy shot. Ellington, an elite guard hailing from North Carolina, once claimed the MOP title and was the 28th overall pick in the first round of the 2009 draft. However, after entering the NBA, despite his continued prowess as a shooter, his mediocre physical attributes and lack of skills beyond his jump shot rendered him largely inconspicuous amidst the competition. The NBA indeed presents an intense battleground, where even those who once dominated the NCAA can barely scrape by, highlighting the extraordinary demands placed upon talent in this realm. Jia Fei found himself at a disadvantage, unable to seize an opportunity. Meanwhile, Tabbitt received the ball under the basket and attempted a strong attack, only to be thwarted. After Conley secured the rebound, he advanced the play. Dribbling forward, Conley utilized the screen to penetrate the defense, subsequently passing to the open Bells on the weak side. Bells, upon receiving the ball, launched a fierce drive towards Jia Fei, charging at him with unyielding determination. Jia Fei, undaunted by confrontation, refrains from aggressive actions, instead utilizing his height and wingspan to envelop his opponent, preventing easy fouls. Bellis makes a forceful attempt, but Jia Fei swiftly intervenes to disrupt the shot, which ultimately misses its mark. Kevin Martin seizes the opportunity to recover the ball, and Jia Fei promptly initiates a fast break. Kevin Martin takes the shot directly. After receiving the pass, Jia Fei, undeterred by the interference of two opponents, swiftly relayed the ball to Mino in the center before dashing towards the corner. Mino dribbled forward and then distributed the ball to Jia Fei in the corner. Jia Fei receives the ball, feigning a shot. Ellington darts out from the baseline. Jia Fei, with unwavering confidence, launched a three-point shot, raising his fist in triumph as the ball swished through the net. 3 consecutive three-pointers. Jia Fei is on fire. With a score of 22-26, the Thunder now lead by 4 points. The Grizzlies call for a timeout. When Jia Fei entered the arena, the score stood at 20-15, but now it has transformed to 22-26 as the Thunder effortlessly executed an impressive 11-2 run, completely altering the dynamics of the game. During this period, he single-handedly accounted for all of the team's points, his shooting touch remarkably scorching. Moreover, his prowess was not confined to offense. On the defensive front, he adeptly limited both Gay and now Bellas, showcasing commendable defensive skills. The forward center has erupted into a frenzy, as the spectators could hardly fathom that it was the substitute player Jia Fei, rather than the league's scoring champion Durant or the explosive guard Westbrook, who led the team's offensive surge. Kenny Smith glanced at Barkley with a smile and, before his counterpart could interject, eagerly remarked, "I know, this is luck, I senti it." Barkley found himself amusingly outmaneuvered. Jia Fei received a warm welcome from his teammates on the bench, with Lamb even going out of his way to bring him a sports drink, a treatment that rivaled that of the team's 2 All-Stars. Jia Fei has now scored 11 points, surpassing his personal record of 10 points in a single game throughout his NBA regular season career, and he achieved this feat before halftime. While the significance of this record-breaking moment may be diminished due to the relatively low baseline, it nonetheless serves as a source of encouragement for him, demonstrating that he possesses the capability to achieve such milestones when granted the opportunity. Initially, the contest was framed as a duel between the duo of Dewey and the Black and White Bears, with Rudy Gay igniting a spark on one side and Jia Fei erupting on the other, as both teams' X-factors came into play, elevating the intensity of the match dramatically. Upon resuming after the timeout, the Grizzlies were quick to reintroduce their starters, strategically focusing on Jia Fei's three-point shooting, with Ellington closely shadowing him like a persistent adhesive. This made it increasingly challenging for Jia Fei to find opportunities for an unobstructed shot. However, his mere presence on the court created spacing, and he also contributed defensively and on the boards, which made the coach reluctant to substitute him out. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 49-56, with the Thunder leading by 7 points. Jia Fei scored 13 points, grabbed 3 rebounds, provided 1 assist, and secured 1 steal in the first half, showcasing an explosive performance. The second half mirrored the first, with the Thunder starters creating a deficit and the bench compensating for it. Although Jia Fei's accuracy waned in the latter half due to the opponent's tight defense, he still managed to sink 2 three-pointers, finishing the game with a total of 5 three-pointers and aiding his team in narrowly defeating the Grizzlies by a mere 3-point margin on their home court. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Grizzlies, marking their 6th consecutive victory. Chapter 87. NBA diplomats from a streak of 3 losses to 6 victories. The Thunder's record has surged dramatically, leaping from the bottom of the Western Conference to the top 4, exemplifying a formidable resurgence. Unlike previous opponents who were comparatively weaker, this match featured the Grizzlies, currently ranked 2nd in the Western Conference, making this victory particularly significant. In this match, Jia Fei continued to demonstrate remarkable performance, playing for a total of 23 minutes and 32 seconds, thus setting a new record for his single-game playing time since joining the NBA. He achieved an impressive shooting accuracy, with 8 successful shots out of 12 attempts, including 5 out of 7 from beyond the arc, and he converted both of his free throws, amassing a commendable total of 23 points, the second highest on his team. Additionally, he secured 4 rebounds, provided 3 assists, recorded 1 steal, and blocked 1 shot, showcasing an extraordinary display of talent. The 23 points mark a personal career high for him, as his previous single-game maximum was merely 10 points. Moreover, his 5 successful three-pointers in this game established a new personal record for three-point shooting in a single match. After the game, Jia Fei, along with his teammates Dewey and the head coach Brooks, attended the post-game press conference. This marked his inaugural appearance at such an event, which highlights the recognition he received for his outstanding performance. Despite the dazzling lights of the press conference, Jia Fei felt somewhat reserved. A natural reaction, given that he had never encountered such an atmosphere before. He had only witnessed it through screens previously. The reporters first directed their inquiries at Coach Brooks, asking him what he deemed to be the key to their victory in this match. The seasoned coach, displaying his cunning, attributed the success to the collective effort of all players, led by Du Wei, while also acknowledging the significant contributions from the bench, including Jia Fei. He emphasized that it was a triumph for the entire team. Another reporter inquired why Jia Fei, who clearly possessed the talent, was not included in the rotation sooner, especially since his outstanding performance had only emerged after a series of 3 consecutive losses. The implication being that had he been included earlier, perhaps the team could have avoided such a losing streak. Coach Brooks responded by stating that 3 consecutive losses cannot be attributed to a single player, citing multiple underlying factors that were not appropriate to elaborate on at that moment. He expressed optimism that the team is now on the right track and hopes to maintain this momentum moving forward. As Jia Fei listened nearby, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the esteemed coach. Sensitive topics were deftly navigated, leaving no trace behind. Attempting to catch him off guard proved exceedingly challenging. When a reporter inquired whether Coach Brooks would consider elevating Jia Fei to the starting lineup should his performance continue to shine, he responded that the team would holistically assess the compatibility of the lineup and strive to create the most advantageous arrangement for the team's success. Oh my! I bow in admiration. This truly reflects the qualities of a diplomat. In comparison, those emotionally oblivious young players seemed utterly inadequate. Seeing that the crafty coach was unyielding in his responses, the reporter turned the spotlight onto the 2 younger players. They appeared in high spirits and readily engaged in the interview, both expressing their admiration for Jia Fei's performance. When it was Jia Fei's turn, the reporter asked if he felt any discontent due to the coach not providing him with ample playing time. He replied, "I do not perceive the coaching staff as treating me unfairly. Rather, I believe I still need to exert more effort and excel further. I will train diligently and patiently await the arrival of my opportunity." The reporter pressed on, "Do you believe you possess the capability to be a starter?" Jia Fei answered earnestly, "I think I must continue to strive. There are numerous areas where I can learn from my predecessors. Whether or not I have the prowess to start is secondary. What truly matters is the suitability of the team's composition. Winning games is paramount." Such a response not only pleased Coach Brooks, but also delighted the 2 younger players. While Harden is undeniably skilled on the court, when has he ever articulated such textbook-worthy statements? Jia Fei secretly chuckled to himself, questioning why it was acceptable for your motivational coach to be a diplomat while he, the illustrious one, could not hold the same title. Anyone can engage in earnest nonsense. After all, it is prudent to remain humble and develop discreetly, waiting until he possesses sufficient capital before exuding confidence. This 20-year-old sophomore rookie, exhibiting such maturity and restraint, astonished not only the media, but also Coach Brooks. Despite his vibrant and passionate performance on the court, where he unleashed eloquence against his rivals, his humility off the court was so profound that it cast doubt on whether he was indeed the same individual. After concluding the press conference and returning home, Jia Fei accessed the system to review his task completion status. Although he did not score 30 points in the game, he did achieve 5 3-pointers. He recalled a task involving 3-pointers and wondered if it had been fulfilled. Indeed, the task of successfully landing 5 3-pointers in a regular season game was marked as complete, rewarding him with 1,000 points. Jia Fei pondered the adversary he faced today, Rudy Gay, and wondered if he possessed any Fury points. Upon investigation, he discovered that Gay had accumulated 5 Fury points, while Bella's only had 2. To his astonishment, the seemingly unrelated player, Randolph, also had 3 Fury points. It was truly remarkable. Converting these 10 Fury points yielded him 1,000 points, and coupled with his existing account balance of 289 points. He now held a total of 289 points. Elated, he realized he could enhance his fusion level once more. After expending 3,000 points, Jia Fei elevated his Allen Iverson's peak skill fusion level from 23 to 24. He was left with a mere 289 points, and the current number of tasks he was undertaking had risen to 9. 2 days later, the Thunder decisively triumphed over the Hornets, extending their winning streak to 7 games. The Thunder's record soared, and Jia Fei's position within the team's rotation appeared to be temporarily secured. He was now effectively the 7th man on the team, with only Kevin Martin receiving more playing time from the bench. Jia Fei currently possesses a commendable mindset. Indeed, this is his contract year. However, if he solely focuses on the pursuit of statistics, he may jeopardize his position in the rotation, ultimately resulting in a lack of data and adversely affecting his next contract. On November 19th, the Thunder will host the Golden State Warriors. Jia Fei reflects on the upcoming challenge against the Warriors, led by the elementary school prodigy Stephen Curry. In a previous life, the Warriors established a dynasty, garnering a legion of devoted fans, many of whom have transformed into fervent admirers of Curry. The clashes between the Cavaliers and Warriors have become iconic matchups of that era. However, at this moment, the Warriors have yet to fully rise to prominence. Jia Fei wonders if he will have the opportunity to face off against Golden State, a prospect he eagerly anticipates. Reggie and Lamb, on the other hand, do not share his enthusiasm. Neither has managed to secure a spot in the rotation. Watching Jia Fei excel on the court fills them with envy. Lamb never imagined that. As a lottery pick, he would struggle to even make the rotation, while many lottery selections on other teams have already amassed significant playing time. Reggie is equally anxious, as Westbrook remains a stalwart, rarely injured and consistently logging substantial minutes without taking breaks. Meanwhile, Mino sits on the bench, uncertain of when his moment will arrive, and he sees no light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 88. Facing the Iron Bull during pre-game practice, Curry is seen practicing his three-point shots. His release quick and his accuracy remarkable. It is sometimes disheartening to witness such innate talent. While one may throw recklessly and miss entirely, he can do the same and achieve nothing but swishes. One might argue it is merely luck, yet if fortune consistently favors him, it can only signify one thing: sheer skill. The anticipation for this game does not match that of the previous encounter against the Grizzlies. After all, the Warriors are currently teetering on the edge of playoff contention. The team's primary focus remains on nurturing its young talent, as any hope for success hinges upon their development. The commentary for this match is provided by TNT's Reggie Miller and Steve Kerr. Upon seeing Kerr in the commentary booth, Jia Fei feels a sense of confusion. For in his mind, Kerr and the Warriors are inseparable, akin to salmon and wasabi. However, the truth is that at this time, the head coach of the Warriors is not Kerr, but rather Mark Jackson. Kerr, a player who once shared the court with the legendary Michael Jordan, boasts a championship ring and has enjoyed moments of glory, leading many casual fans to perceive him as a remarkable figure. Yet in reality, he is primarily known for his shooting prowess, with his other skills being rather ordinary. In contrast, fellow guard Mark Jackson occupies a significantly loftier historical status. Reggie Miller inquires of Kerr, the Oklahoma City Thunder have now achieved a 7-game winning streak, and they are playing at home. Do you believe the Warriors can put an end to their streak? Kerr smiles faintly, his face etched with enough wrinkles to ensnare a spider. I think it will be quite challenging. The Thunder are in excellent form. Their defense ranks among the top 3 in the league, and their offense has been on a rise lately. If they play to their strengths, their advantages will be substantial. The attendance at the Ford Center is impressive, as the Thunder boasts superstars and a strong record, making them championship contenders. Their recent momentum has translated into a surge in season ticket sales and a thriving market for merchandise. The starting lineups for both teams are announced. The Thunder maintains a long-standing, unchanging lineup, while the Warriors present a starting 5 comprising Curry, Klay Thompson, Harrison Barnes, David Lee, and Ezeli, with Bogut sidelined due to injury. Ezeli steps in as the team's starting center. As the game commences, the Thunder primarily focuses on the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook, while the Warriors engage in a 2-man game featuring Curry and David Lee. It is evident that the overall prowess of the Thunder-esque duo currently surpasses that of their counterparts, granting the Thunder the upper hand on the court. However, the point difference remains narrow, as the offensive capabilities of the Thunder's other 3 starters are rather limited. With half of the first quarter elapsed, Kevin Martin enters the game. Jia Fei takes the court during the official timeout in the first quarter. His rotation time is consistently fixed, entering the game during the official timeout in the first quarter to replace Durant and exiting midway through the second quarter. When Jia Fei steps onto the court, 2 minutes and 33 seconds remain in the first quarter, and the score stands at 19-21, with the home team, the Thunder, leading by 2 points. At this moment, the Warriors lineup consists of Draymond Green, Carl Landry, Jarrett Jack, Biedrins, and Kent Bazemore. Jia Fei found it hard to believe that Green had been assigned to the small forward position by Mark Jackson. However, Green's height of 198 centimeters was indeed suitable for a wing player. Although he possessed considerable strength, his stature was relatively modest. As a rookie this season, and a second-round pick at that, His significant utilization by head coach Mark Jackson indicated a commendable talent for recognizing and employing players effectively. Jia Fei is matched up against Green. Although Jia Fei is slightly taller than Green, the two players are fundamentally different in their playing styles. Green leans towards the interior, while Jia Fei favors the periphery. During the Warriors' offensive play, Jack dribbles forward and passes to Cupcat. Cupcat, holding the ball, attempts to penetrate the defense, delivering a pass to Bedrins beneath the basket. However, the Thunder's interior defense is fortified by a twin tower, thwarting any chance of successful score. The shot fails to find its mark, but Jia Fei soars to secure the defensive rebound. Jia Fei passed the ball to Mino and sprinted towards the front court. Green whispered in Jia Fei's ear, "I will mark you tightly. You shall not score another 5 3-pointers today." Jia Fei found it rather amusing that this fellow could be so utterly detestable even in his rookie season. However, acknowledging that you are aware of my 5 3-pointers from that memorable game indicates you have done your homework. For now, I shall refrain from criticizing you. As the Thunder initiated their offense, Kevin Martin's mid-range attempt clanged off the rim. Both teams' second units came onto the court, engaging in a frenzied bout of missed shots, as if the hoops themselves had been fortified. In the Warriors' offensive play, Green orchestrated from the high post, then directed to the corner, turning to Jia Fei and asserting, "Don't lose your focus. I intend to annihilate you with a 3-pointer." Jia Fei would certainly not believe that I had shot you dead before you shot me. The ball had indeed shifted to Green's side. Jia Fei was unfazed by the feint, and Green took a shot, executing a deep 3-pointer. Naturally, the attempt missed its mark, and the long rebound soared away. Jia Fei's hands are remarkably swift, seizing the ball and launching a counterattack. Green approaches to intercept, but Jia Fei skillfully dribbles behind his back to evade him. It must be said, after achieving a fusion degree of 24 in Allen Iverson's peak techniques, Jia Fei feels a significant enhancement in his ball handling skills. It has become quite challenging for ordinary wing players to steal the ball from him, and he no longer needs to be merely a pure 3 and D player as he once was. Jia Fei swiftly passed the ball to Kevin Martin, who was racing down the opposite side. Kevin Martin received the ball and attempted a 3-point shot while being closely guarded, yet it did not find its mark. However, Jia Fei was right there. Jia Fei has surged into the paint area, soaring high to seize the rebound, and with both hands, he slams the ball into the basket. The score stands at 19-23, with the Thunder leading by 4 points. A wave of excitement sweeps through the Ford Center, and cheers erupt instantly. "Steve, what do you think of Jia Fei's athletic prowess?" inquired Reggie Miller. "Well, it's truly impressive. His speed and jumping ability are extraordinary. I didn't expect him to grab that ball," responded Steve Kerr. As the Warriors launched their offense, Green received a pass from Jack and aggressively charged at Jia Fei, delivering a powerful elbow that sent him sprawling. The referee's whistle pierced the air, inexplicably calling a defensive foul on Jia Fei. This decision ignited outrage among the Thunder's bench, with Westbrook nearly vaulting onto the court to confront the official, while boos resonated throughout the arena. In slow-motion replay, it was evidently a blatant offensive foul. To add insult to injury, Green approached Jia Fei, who was seated on the floor, mocking him, "I didn't realize you were so fragile, with just a little force. You toppled over. Is that a flopping act?" Jia Fei, suddenly filled with rage, sprang up from the ground, only to be swiftly restrained by the referee. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Green had already transformed into a martial arts performer, and the unsportsmanlike conduct had commenced. As Green approached the free throw line, amidst the cacophony of the home crowd's distractions, he failed to convert his second free throw. Jia Fei seized the rebound, allowing himself a moment of relief. Subsequently, neither side managed to score, and the first quarter concluded with a score of 20-23, with the Thunder holding a slender lead of 3 points. In Chapter 89, titled "A Kick Against the Golden State Thugs," Jia Fei recorded 2 points and 3 rebounds in the first quarter. The second quarter commenced swiftly. The Warriors initiated the offense, with Jack challenging Mino and scoring first with a jump shot, narrowing the gap to 22-23. The Thunder responded offensively, as Kevin Martin faced a double team on the left wing and passed the ball to Jia Fei at the top of the arc. Jia Fei received the ball and, facing Draymond Green, executed a swift step to break through. Draymond Green reacted promptly, obstructing his path to the basket. Jia Fei swiftly executed a right-hand dribble, transitioning to his left, leveraging his speed to surpass his opponent. He penetrated to the basket, drawing the defensive attention of the formidable Landry, and subsequently passed the ball to his teammate, Tabit, stationed beneath the rim. Tabit successfully capitalized on the opportunity. The score is now 22-25. The Warriors commence their offensive. But Jack's jump shot once again failed to find its mark. Jia Fei seized the opportunity to snatch a rebound in the backcourt, only to have it wrested away by Green upon landing. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he reclaimed the ball, but Green attempted to take it back, incurring a foul instead. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of banter. "You rely on the referees." Green furiously retorted at Jia. "You won't win against me even with their help. You're just a coward." Jia shot back with fervor. "You can't best me. All you do is shift blame." Green provocatively challenged. "I won't shoulder your blame. You stubborn ox." Jia retaliated with indignation. The audience was electrified, reveling in the clash between the two rookies, reminiscent of a bygone era of basketball. On the sidelines, Thunder coach Brooks found himself perplexed by Jia's demeanor. He appeared so mature, modest, and unassuming at the press conference, yet on the court, he transformed into a fiercely competitive figure, unwilling to concede even in verbal skirmishes. In this regard, Durant often found himself at a disadvantage in trash-talking confrontations. "What stubborn ox you are, you yellow-skinned monkey." Green, clearly bewildered, seemed unfamiliar with the classic tale of water margin, oblivious to the identity of the fierce-looking figure on the sidelines, who was grinding his teeth. "You black scoundrel, I'll cross you like I would have rode at dawn." Jia confidently taunted. Green erupted in frustration, evidently incensed. Commentator Reggie Miller chuckled, remarking, "The game is becoming increasingly entertaining." Coach Kerr joined in laughter, reminiscing about their era when players experienced similar exchanges, finding it hardly surprising. Nowadays, players in the league exhibit excessive civility, with many refraining from engaging in trash talk, depriving the court of a significant source of enjoyment. As the match continued, Green intensified his defensive efforts. His defense was indeed commendable, showcasing exceptional awareness, strong physicality, and a cunning approach to avoid fouls while employing discreet tactics. Jia Fei did not perish at the corner. Green's strength lies in his power, while his advantage is in his speed. Therefore, when he accelerates and plays, it becomes arduous for him to pursue. Jia Fei roamed the front court, refusing to allow Green to easily contain him even in the absence of offensive opportunities, leaving Green drenched in sweat. Though Green is a shorter interior player, he possesses significant bulk, making him agile compared to other big men. However, he finds no advantage in speed when pitted against perimeter players. Meanwhile, Kevin Martin's jump shot failed to find the mark, prompting Jia Fei to suddenly surge towards the basket, soaring above a cluster of towering opponents to secure the rebound. After faking a move beneath the basket to draw attention, he deftly passed the ball to Kevin Martin on the perimeter, who successfully sank a three-pointer. The score now stood at 22-28, narrowing the gap to 6 points. As the Warriors launched their offense, Green executed a pick-and-roll and drove towards the rim, only to be thwarted by the towering presence of Jia Fei, who rejected his shot with authority. Deadlands managed to grab the ball for a second attempt, but was met by the formidable duo of Tabit and Corliss, who swatted his effort away. The intensity of the game surged, igniting a chorus of cheers from the exhilarated crowd. Mino seized the ball, controlling the tempo as he dribbled across half-court. Jia Fei, with a casual wave of his hand, dismissed the notion of his block against Green as effortlessly as one might swat a fly. Green, utterly flabbergasted, could hardly believe the audacity of this Asian player. In his experience, whether it was Jeremy Lin or the previous stars like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, they were typically reserved and less vocal on the court. Yet this young man exuded confidence, effortlessly engaging in trash talk and provocations, a stark contrast to the stereotype. Turning back, Kevin Martin and Corliss executed a pick-and-roll, only to find Jia Fei waiting on the weak side after being double-teamed. Jia Fei, upon receiving the ball, opted not to shoot a three-pointer, but instead chose to make a forceful drive to the basket. His speed is astonishing. His first step is so swift that it is almost beyond the eye's ability to follow. Green anticipated the trajectory of his drive, yet his pace could not keep up. Such moments illustrate that innate talent can indeed allow one to act with unbridled freedom. Jia Fei deftly evaded Green, while Jack, who had come over to assist defensively near the basket, attempted to draw an offensive foul against him. In a flash of inspiration, Jia Fei suddenly decelerated and tossed the ball towards the backboard. The spectators were left bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. By the time they regained their composure, Jia Fei had already soared into the air. The players on the bench, including Westbrook, were on their feet, ready for the excitement. What was Jia Fei about to do? Reggie Miller exclaimed in astonishment. Jia Fei soared past Jack, who attempted to draw an offensive foul and seized a rebounding basketball, executing a self-alley-oop dunk. Wow! The crowd erupted in exhilaration. But the spectacle did not end there. Jia Fei clung to the rim, suspended in midair, and the tremendous inertia propelled him back and forth like a gymnast on the uneven bars. In an unfortunate mishap, his heel inadvertently struck Green's face, causing the latter to tumble to the ground instantly. Jia Fei descended, bewildered by the unfolding events, as Jack rushed towards him, demanding an explanation. The referee promptly issued him a technical foul to quell the situation. Green, clutching his mouth, retreated to seek medical attention for his injuries. Whether it was his lip or nose that was wounded mattered little. The pain was excruciating. The spectators observed Green's predicament, struggling to suppress their laughter. His antics were utterly loathsome, and yet Jia Fei's actions had been entirely unintentional, merely a consequence of momentum. Yes, momentum. The game was temporarily halted, with the Warriors calling for a timeout, indicating a prolonged interruption. By 22:30, the deficit had widened to 8 points, with the Thunder firmly in control of both the gameplay and the score. "Jia, that move was truly remarkable," Reggie exclaimed, grinning broadly. "I swear, I didn't mean to." Jia Fei replied earnestly. "Indeed, I understand it was not intentional, but Draymond was undoubtedly felled by your actions." Reggie could no longer contain his laughter. Green's mouth was bleeding, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the towel handed to him by the staff onto the floor, seething with anger. He had rarely encountered such a setback since joining the league, and to have it occur at the hands of an Asian player felt like a profound humiliation. "Steve, what's your take on Draymond Green being kicked by Jia Fei?" Reggie Miller inquired. Steve Kerr shrugged. "That's hard to say." Upon resuming the game, Green remained furious. His mouth was swollen, and though he wished to curse, any movement of his lips brought him agony, compelling him to refrain. Having suffered such a significant setback, the technical foul's free throw, which ideally should have been taken by the more proficient shooter Jack, was instead granted to Green as a form of compensation. Yet, perhaps due to a faltering mindset, he failed to convert the free throw. Jia Fei smiled slightly. Chapter 90, the first double-double in his career. In the first half, the rotation battle favored the Thunder, thus disrupting the equilibrium of the game. Once both teams' main players returned, the Thunder managed to maintain their advantage. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 49-58, with the home team, the Thunder, leading by 9 points. Jia Fei showcased an impressive performance in the first half, amassing 6 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, demonstrating a comprehensive and efficient prowess on the court. His presence in the game even overshadowed that of Westbrook, a fact that left Coach Brooks incredulous. He executed a breathtaking dunk over Jack and inadvertently injured Green in the process, solidifying his candidacy for the NBA Dunk of the Year. In the second half, Green's lip became increasingly swollen, and while Jia Fei did not exert himself intentionally, the rigidity of his shoes meant that even incidental contact could inflict pain, leaving Green vulnerable to the impact. Today was a tough day for Green. He found himself frustrated, wanting to express his anger, yet unable to articulate it due to his injuries. He seated on the bench, his agitation evident to even coach Mark Jackson, who struggled to contain him. Ultimately, it was up to Brother Gong Ming to intervene and calm the tempestuous emotions of the Iron Bull. In the third quarter, Durant ignited the Thunder's offensive firepower, while the Warriors managed to respond offensively, yet faltered defensively against Durant's relentless attacks. Once the second unit took to the floor, Kevin Martin and Jia Fei ignited a quick scoring surge, decisively sealing the game's outcome. As the final quarter approached its conclusion, the game devolved into garbage time, allowing Reggie and Lamb, serving as the Thunder's benchwarmers, to showcase their skills. In the end, the Thunder triumphed over the Warriors, marking an impressive 8th consecutive victory. This streak currently stands as the longest in the league, during which the Thunder have ascended to the top of defensive efficiency rankings while also improving their offensive performance. Entering the league's top 10, Jia Fei continued his consistent play, logging 19 minutes and 43 seconds on the court, shooting 4-7, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, and hitting both free throws for a total of 12 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, achieving his first career double-double while filling the statistical sheet. Post-game discussions surrounding the altercation between Jia Fei and Green erupted across various forums, unexpectedly shifting the spotlight from Durant versus Curry to Jia Fei versus Green. Who could have anticipated that 2 substitutes would eclipse the spotlight of their team's stars? During a post-game dinner, Lamb expressed his admiration for Jia Fei, Jia, that self-alley-oop dunk was phenomenal. I recall seeing Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter perform that in the All-Star game, but it's rarely executed in actual games. Your self-alley-oop, dunking over a defender, is truly unprecedented. Reggie chimed in, and you even accidentally injured your opponent. Ha ha ha. Both he and Lamb laughed. Although both found themselves in garbage time tonight, their spirits remained buoyant. Occasional frustrations arose, but they were not the norm. They accepted their current circumstances, recognizing that sacrifices were necessary on a championship-contending team. They understood that not getting playing time was justifiable for the pursuit of a championship. With their rookie contracts spanning 4 years, including 2 fully guaranteed years and 2 team options, they were content to earn their keep. Seeing their positive outlook brought Jia Fei joy. As long as one is well prepared, opportunities will inevitably present themselves. It is merely a matter of time. Upon returning home, Jia Fei once again accessed the system to review his task list and the status of his Fury points. In this match, he achieved a double-double, successfully completing the task of attaining a double-double and earning a reward of 1,000 points. Furthermore, to his astonishment, Iron Bull Green had generated a remarkable 20 Fury points against him in this game, marking the highest accumulation since he began collecting Fury. 20 Fury points. How deeply do you despise me, Iron Bull? Not only him, but Jia Fei also discovered that Curry had directed 5 Fury points towards him. Oh dear brother, have you too come to resent me? Is it because I defeated your comrade, Iron Bull, that you cannot contain your frustration? Jia Fei joyfully accepted these 25 bursts of anger, redeeming them for 500 points. With these 500 points, along with the remaining 501 points in his account, he now possessed a total of 4,001 points. Once his points exceeded 3,000, Jia Fei promptly spent 3,000 points to elevate his Allen Iverson peak skill integration from 24 to 25. 25. At last, he had reached 14. This moment marked a significant milestone, as accumulating points had proven to be quite arduous. His ongoing tasks had diminished by 1, leaving him with only 8. On November 22nd, the Thunder triumphed over the Clippers at home, achieving a remarkable 9-game winning streak. 2 days later, they narrowly defeated the Celtics on the road, extending their streak to 10 games. This accomplishment represented the longest winning streak in the league at present, and Jia Fei completed a task to achieve a 10-game winning streak, earning a reward of 1,000 points. Combined with the 1,589 points he previously had, his total now stood at 2,589 points. However, the winning streak did not continue. The following day, the Thunder suffered a narrow defeat against the Philadelphia 76ers, marking their 4th loss of the season. After this match, their record stood at 10 wins and 4 losses, temporarily placing them 3rd in the Western Conference. After concluding their 2-game road trip in the East, the Thunder returned to Oklahoma City. In their next game, they would host the Bobcats. The Bobcats had recently performed decently, with a record of 7 wins and 5 losses, ranking 6th in the Eastern Conference. However, the real question was whether they could maintain this performance, as the team's talent and strength remained lacking, even in the East. This season, Kemba Walker had secured a starting position and was currently demonstrating stable performance, seemingly embodying the essence of the future leader of the Bobcats. On the evening of the 26th, Jia Fei and Lamb invited their former teammate Kemba Walker to dinner at a restaurant in Oklahoma City. Kemba Walker, brimming with confidence, radiated an aura far from that of a mere underachiever. Despite the Bobcats being a weak team and Charlotte being a small city, he was a key player in their development, serving as the offensive engine for the team. In his view, as long as no other superstars joined the team, he would inevitably become its leader in the future. In stark contrast was Lamb, who appeared somewhat despondent. No matter how positive his mindset, he could not escape the weight of comparison. Observing his senior and then himself, both having entered the league as lottery picks, he had become a trade chip for Harden, reuniting in Oklahoma City with his former roommate. Yet he couldn't even break into the rotation. If he had managed to maintain a decent mindset previously, the sight of Kemba Walker now brought a wave of disappointment and stark contrast that made him long for oblivion. Jeremy, don't lose heart. Your opportunity will surely come. Kemba Walker encouraged Lamb. Indeed, just be prepared. I spent an entire season sitting by the water cooler during my rookie year. Jia Fei, embodying the wisdom of experience, shared his insights. Chapter 91. Thanksgiving Lamb understood the reasoning, yet that did not alleviate his anxiety. Jia Fei discerned his thoughts, and with a shift in tone, remarked, "You must envy Kemba for securing a starting position, am I right? Lamb nodded, finding no shame in admitting it. He indeed felt a pang of envy. Yet, Jia Fei pivoted once more, posing a thought-provoking question. Have you considered the possibility that you might find yourself in the playoffs, or even the finals before him? Jia Fei's words left Lamb somewhat perplexed. Was there an inevitable connection between the two? Kemba Walker immediately grasped the essence of Jia Fei's statement and quickly elucidated, Jeremy, consider this. I may have started as a starter before you, yet you might very well participate in the playoffs ahead of me. Furthermore, it's entirely possible that you will secure a championship ring long before I do. Upon hearing Kemba's perspective, Lamb finally comprehended the situation, and it indeed brought him a sense of comfort. After all, he had not emerged empty-handed. He was not languishing in a rebuilding team without opportunities, but rather competing within a championship contending squad. The player he was up against was Kevin Martin, a season-year All-Star who had once scored 50 points in a game, rather than some obscure figure. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening me. Lamb expressed his gratitude, recognizing that, regardless of circumstances, he was not alone in Oklahoma City. He had friends and was not fighting his battles in solitude. I'm glad you see it that way. By the way, Jia, you've been here for a year now. Have you found a girlfriend? Kemba Walker began to indulge in gossip. You might want to reconsider. Possessing a handsome face, yet failing to engage with the ladies, is truly a waste. Lamb interjected. Jia Fei smiled faintly, stating, Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my sword, as I have previously mentioned. Do you intend to remain single indefinitely? Kemba Walker was incredulous. Of course not. When the time is right, I shall pursue a relationship. There is no need to rush. Jia Fei remained composed, confident that with wealth and status, finding a partner would not pose a challenge. In today's world, only the underprivileged fret about their prospects of companionship. A wealthy and handsome man encountering difficulties in this regard simply chooses not to seek a partner. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind, someone towering at 211 centimeters with legs exceeding 2 meters, boasting an annual income surpassing $10 million. By all accounts, this individual could be deemed affluent, yet he harbored the mindset of the less fortunate. Jia Fei pondered, what might this person be engaged in at present? Is he perusing pictures of beautiful women online? Could he be, akin to Lamb, indulging in some film? It remains uncertain. Yet it is abundantly clear that this fellow is not out on a date with a goddess. Such occurrences are forever beyond his reach. In this world, some individuals possess an aura so distinctive, and they wield it with such mastery, that one cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. Before returning to the hotel, Kemba Walker advised Jia Fei to seek a girlfriend without delay, urging him to abandon his prolonged solitude. He also cautioned Lamb to reduce his consumption of such films and to take care of his health. Jia Fei is not at all bothered by Kemba Walker's incessant chatter. This fellow resembles an older brother, whose fondness for conversation is truly heartwarming. On the evening of the 27th, the Thunder hosted the Bobcats. While the Bobcats currently boast a respectable record, their true capabilities are limited, as evidenced by the Thunder leading by over 20 points at halftime, with the game entering garbage time by the end of the third quarter. Lamb enjoyed a stroke of luck, playing the entirety of the fourth quarter and setting a new personal record for minutes played in a single game since joining the NBA. With this victory, the Thunder successfully averted a losing streak, currently standing at an impressive 11 wins and 4 losses, solidifying their position as the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. As the calendar turned to November 28th, the day marked the traditional Western holiday of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is a uniquely American celebration, a time for families to gather, occurring on the 4th Thursday of November each year. Jia Fei has no family in America, nor does he have any in Oklahoma City. As a time traveler, he feels no attachment to traditional American holidays such as Thanksgiving, and even Christmas holds little significance for him. These are American customs, not those of his homeland, and he harbors no sense of belonging. However, he is not alone in his sentiments. Lamb, a quintessential American, also lacks family in this place. Consequently, he insists on spending Thanksgiving with Jia Fei. The two of them gather in Jia Fei's home to share the holiday, seeking warmth in each other's company. Yet, Jia Fei is acutely aware that he is the one providing comfort, for Lamb, aside from indulging in films, is utterly inept at household chores. The preparations for the feast, roasted turkey, pumpkin pie, cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes, and corn, are all undertaken by Jia Fei, while Lamb merely contributes a few beverages and nothing more. Jia Fei found himself at a loss, resigned to treat the gathering as a mere reunion among friends. As they prepared to indulge in their meal, Reggie also joined them. seeking warmth in their camaraderie. As he savored the turkey, Jia Fei couldn't help but voice his inner critique, despite its substantial size. The meat paled in comparison to the poultry from Huaxia. An indescribable sensation lingered, as it was rather dry and far from delectable. While many lament that Huaxia is a culinary desert, Jia Fei believed that if that were true, then America possessed no culinary culture whatsoever. Everything seemed to be merely boiled with a sprinkle of salt. Does that constitute a gastronomic tradition? Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Jia Fei felt a semblance of familial warmth, even though the two companions beside him were men rather than women. After the two departed that evening, he had to tidy up and restore order to the scene. Once he concluded his chores, he reclined on his bed and picked up his phone to engage in a brief diversion. To his surprise, he discovered a new email from Maria Sharapova in his inbox, extending her wishes for a joyful Thanksgiving. A warmth enveloped him, at least in this moment. Someone cared for him. She presumed he was American, as this holiday held significant importance for him. He promptly replied, expressing gratitude for her concern and inquiring about her recent condition, particularly regarding her previously injured foot. On November 29th, the Thunder faced off against the Rockets on their home court. This match garnered considerable attention. The Rockets, undeniably a championship contending team, were far more formidable than the Thunder, who lingered on the fringes of playoff contention. However, the two teams shared a rich history, with Kevin Martin and others from the Thunder having been acquired through a trade involving Harden, who had blossomed into the Rocket star player since last season's Sixth Man of the Year. Additionally, the Rockets featured an Asian player, Jeremy Lin, while Jia Fei represented the Thunder. Hence, the intrigue surrounding this game was assured. That evening, Harden returned to the Ford Center, warmly welcomed by the Thunder, who produced a tribute video honoring his contributions over the past 3 years. Although Harden was not particularly loquacious, he exchanged handshakes and embraces with his former teammates. Appearing emotionally composed, Jia Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. The desire for a solitary existence within a city is often a serendipitous encounter, elusive and hard to attain. Chapter 92. Have you fallen in love? Lin Shihao approached Jia Fei amicably, and the two exchanged a warm embrace. Jia Fei was aware of Jeremy Lin's limited proficiency in Chinese, thus he took the initiative to greet him in English. Hello, I am Jia Fei. Hello, Jia Fei. I am Jeremy, Lin replied, displaying a shy yet amiable demeanor. It is said that he is a devout Christian, a trait that Jia Fei, who is indifferent to faith, finds quite remarkable, for adhering to such beliefs often entails numerous restrictions. I heard you were also born in Los Angeles? Lin appeared genuinely excited, as it is indeed a rarity to encounter fellow players of the same ethnicity in the NBA, and even more so to discover that both hailed from Los Angeles. However, in reality, in the United States, the Chinese and Chinese-American communities tend to be concentrated in specific areas, with many cities having a minimal Chinese population. Jia Fei nodded, reflecting on the fact that he was indeed a son of the Huaxia, merely traversing through time. The two engaged in light conversation, exchanging contact information. Though they had crossed paths previously, never had they conversed so extensively as on this day. The prevailing expectation was that Harden, upon returning to Oklahoma City, would dominate the court, leaving the Thunder to rue the day they traded him. To everyone's astonishment, he faltered dramatically, managing only 3 successful shots out of 17 attempts. With their main player in a slump, the Thunder's roster, both starters and substitutes, exhibited steady performance, effortlessly coasting through 3 quarters to secure a second consecutive victory. As November concluded, the Thunder's record stood at 12 wins and 4 losses, maintaining their position as the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. With the arrival of December, on the first day of the month, the Thunder triumphed over the Jazz at home, marking their 3rd consecutive win. The following day, they achieved a back-to-back victory against the Hornets, extending their winning streak to 4. On December 5th, they secured a win against the Nets, bringing their streak to 5. By December 8th, they narrowly defeated the Lakers at home, culminating in a 6-game winning streak. This impressive run elevated their record to 16 wins and 4 losses, surpassing the Nuggets to claim the 2nd spot in the West, second only to the Spurs. In this series of games, Jia Fei delivered a well-rounded performance, amassing 9 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. Notably, his 5 steals not only set a new personal intensity record, but also fulfilled the task of achieving 5 steals in a single regular season game, earning him 1,000 points. With his prior total of 3,788 points, his cumulative score now reached 4,788. after spending 3,000 points. His Iverson peak skill integration level rose from 25 to 26. Currently, the number of tasks he was undertaking decreased from 8 to 7. In the subsequent 3 matches, the Thunder triumphed over the Pacers, Hornets, and Kings, extending their winning streak to 9 games. Following this success, Jia Fei promptly checked for the availability of a task related to achieving 10 consecutive wins and discovered one indeed existed, specifically to accomplish this feat twice in a season. This task presented a favorable opportunity, as the chance for 2 sets of 10 consecutive wins lay within reach. On December 18th, the Thunder decisively defeated the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs, achieving their 10th consecutive victory. Jia Fei successfully completed his task, earning 2,000 points, which elevated his total points in the account to 4,563. He expended 3,000 points, resulting in an enhancement of his Allen Iverson peak skill integration from 26 to 27. Following the conclusion of this match, the Thunder will embark on a challenging 3-game road trip, with their final adversary being the Christmas showdown against the Miami Heat, last season's champions. The NBA's scheduling is indeed masterful, strategically timing high-stakes games to capture the utmost attention, a practice worthy of emulation by other professional leagues. On the 19th, Jia Fei boarded the flight to Atlanta with his team, where they would face the Hawks in the first game of their road trip. Upon arriving in Atlanta, Jia Fei checked into his hotel. While at the hotel, he received an email from Maria Sharapova, in which she expressed her apologies for occasionally being unable to respond to messages promptly. Jia Fei was somewhat astonished by the courteous demeanor of the tennis superstar, who approached him with such care and without any hint of arrogance, seemingly concerned about his feelings. He promptly suggested they connect on Facebook for more convenient communication. To his surprise, Sharapova quickly agreed. Thus, Jia Fei and Sharapova became Facebook friends, facilitating their correspondence. The Thunder triumphed over the Hawks in an away game, marking their 11th consecutive victory. Following their match in Atlanta, the Thunder swiftly made their way to Minneapolis for the second game of a 3-game road trip. "Are you still in Atlanta?" Sharapova messaged. "No, we are en route to Minneapolis for a back-to-back." Jia Fei replied, "You must be exhausted. A back-to-back with less than 24 hours of rest and travel is too grueling." Sharapova responded, "There's no choice. It's all part of the job. You also work hard. During a tournament, you often have to play multiple rounds within just a few days, which is quite tiring." Jia Fei replied, "Indeed, you're quite articulate." Sharapova replied with a smile, "Is that so? I'm merely speaking the truth." Jia Fei responded, "Christmas is approaching. Do you have any plans?" Sharapova inquired, "I haven't thought about it. I'll be alone and have to head to Miami for the Christmas showdown, so I'll just make do." Jia Fei replied candidly. Lam, sharing a room with Jia Fei, noticed him incessantly engrossed in his phone and remarked, "Hey Jia, are you in love? It seems like you're always chatting on your phone." Jia Fei's face flushed as he replied, "What are you talking about? I was merely chatting with a friend." He was not entirely dishonest. Indeed, he had been in frequent contact with Shawa lately, yet their relationship remained that of mere acquaintances. "An ordinary friend? Surely, it's a woman?" Lam questioned with a skeptical expression. "Indeed, is it so impossible for a genuine friendship to exist between men and women?" Jia Fei asserted earnestly, albeit nonsensically. Lam shook his head. "I do not believe in the existence of pure friendship between the sexes. Jia, if you're in a romantic relationship, there is no need for subterfuge." Jia Fei fell silent, realizing that no matter how he expressed himself, it seemed to be in vain. That evening, the Thunder narrowly triumphed over the Timberwolves in a thrilling back-to-back away game, thus extending their winning streak to 12 consecutive victories. Following the conclusion of this match, the entire Thunder team boarded a flight back to Oklahoma City, opting for a brief respite before gearing up for their much-anticipated Christmas showdown against the Heat. This festive encounter garnered significant attention, as it featured the Eastern Conference's top team facing off against the second-ranked team from the West, one side boasting a 4-game winning streak, while the other celebrated 12 consecutive victories. Once the Christmas clash concluded, it was inevitable that one team would see its winning streak come to an end. Jia Fei eagerly anticipates the encounter with the popular team, as memories of last season's finals linger vividly in his mind. Previously, he had been absent from the field. If he were to participate this time, would the outcome be different? Chapter 93. The Christmas Clash, December 24th marks Christmas Eve. On this day, Westbrook hosts a gathering at his residence, attended by family, friends, and teammates, with Jia Fei naturally among the participants. Durant also makes an appearance. Although his roots do not lie in Oklahoma City, he finds himself alone there, As his mother resides in Washington, D.C., Westbrook is undeniably a social butterfly. His approach to camaraderie contrasting sharply with that of the Akron King, as he embodies sincerity, revels in festivity, and possesses a candid nature. Together, they adorn a magnificent Christmas tree, engage in heartfelt prayers, exchange thoughtful gifts, and relish the exquisite cuisine prepared by Westbrook's chef. The gathering concludes in an atmosphere of serene joy, and hosting such an event before the Christmas clash alleviates the pressure, allowing everyone to approach the upcoming game with a lightened spirit. On his way home, Jia Fei noticed an unread message on his phone. It was from Sharapova, wishing him a peaceful and joyful Christmas Eve. In this frigid winter, Jia Fei felt the warmth brought by concern, and he reciprocated with wishes for her safety. The following morning, Jia Fei boarded a private jet with his team, heading to Miami. The decision to travel on the same day, rather than in advance, was primarily to spend Christmas Eve at home. The Christmas showdown garnered significant attention, seemingly of great importance. However, it was merely one among the 82 regular season games. Upon landing at Miami Airport, the Thunder players boarded a bus to their hotel. Gazing out of the window at the bustling streets, Jia Fei's thoughts drifted back to the offseason, recalling moments spent in this city while shooting an advertisement with Sharapova. Time had flown by. It had nearly been half a year. That evening, at the American Airlines Center, the Christmas clash was imminent. The arena was adorned with a rich Christmas ambience, festooned with decorations. Staff members donned Santa Claus outfits, and the stores within the arena continuously played festive tunes. As Jia Fei entered the venue and made his way to the visiting team's locker room, he spotted LeBron James, dressed in a black suit, paired with a pair of signature sneakers, adorned with a gold chain, and sporting large headphones. James exuded an air of ostentation. While his fashion sense may have been rather unremarkable, perhaps a product of his own choice or his wife's influence, the price tags of his attire and accessories would undoubtedly evoke envy in those less fortunate. Having claimed the championship last season, his confidence had soared. He possessed the accolades befitting a player of his stature, and his commercial value was undeniable. In contrast, the Thunder's star, Durant, seemed to pale in comparison. Setting aside his peculiar fashion choices, his demeanor simply lacked the commanding presence. Though James may not embody the epitome of sophistication, he certainly surpassed the awkwardness often associated with those less fortunate. This disparity is likely the reason Durant has long been labeled as the perennial second best. Some individuals believe that while losing in competition is acceptable, one must never lose in spirit. In this regard, even the likes of Yang Xiaoxiao from the Knicks outshine Durant. However, from another perspective, in the extensive history of the NBA, most top-tier stars exude a flamboyant individuality. A superstar like Durant, with a more humble demeanor, stands out as a refreshing anomaly, rendering him all the more precious. During the pre-game practice, two championship banners hung overhead in the Heat's American Airlines Center, one commemorating the 2005 to 2006 season and the other celebrating last season's triumph. For the Thunder players, the banner inscribed with the year 2012 was particularly striking and glaring, as it represented a championship title they had lost to their rivals. It is worth noting that they once held a significant lead of 1 o'clock, yet ultimately succumbed to 4 consecutive defeats, thus relinquishing Oklahoma City's inaugural NBA championship. Therefore, this match did not necessitate any deliberate motivation. The players who experienced last season's finals were naturally inclined toward vengeance. After Lamb sank a three-pointer, he turned to Jia Fei and Reggie and inquired, having participated in the finals, "How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it?" Jia Fei and Reggie exchanged a glance, followed by a wry smile. "Jeremy, are you joking?" Reggie remarked with a bitter smile. "What do you mean?" Lamu inquired, perplexed. Jia Fei elucidated, "Neither of us participated in the finals. We were merely bystanders, fervently waving our towels from a bench." Lamb, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Indeed. Even if we were present at the venue, if we did not step onto the court, our experience would not differ significantly from that of the spectators, save for the proximity to the game and some pre-match warm-ups." "Jia, you must give it your all out there," Lamb urged. Jia Fei forced a smile, exclaiming, "It appears that I can no longer contribute." Lamb, perplexed, inquired further. "Why is that?" Jia Fei recounted. "The coach informed me moments ago that I may not feature in the regular rotation for this match." As he spoke these words, he felt his heart gradually sink. Despite his commendable performance, he was abruptly informed of his exclusion from the rotation. Upon reflection, he surmised that perhaps it was due to the modesty of his contract. Players with smaller contracts, regardless of their prowess, often face little pressure from the coaching staff when benched. In contrast, players with substantial contracts risk significant repercussions if they find themselves sidelined, which could also reflect poorly on the management. Reggie offered a comforting pat on Jia Fei's shoulder, saying, "It should merely be a temporary situation. Do not take it to heart." Can Jia Fei truly remain unaffected? At times, it is merely a matter of casual discourse, akin to the ongoing attempts to console Lamb, urging him to avoid feeling disheartened. Yet, the inevitable still looms. Indeed, Jia Fei found himself DNP, did not play in this match. The Thunder, in a rare occurrence, utilized only an 8-man rotation. Aside from the starting 5, the second unit comprised Kevin Martin, Mino, and Collison, while Jia Fei Sr., Tabit, also remained on the bench. In the NBA, short rotations typically manifest during the playoffs, where the absence of back-to-back games necessitates a more intense competition, prompting many coaches to condense their rotations and augment the playing time of their key players, truly relying on their mainstays. Clearly, the Thunder's coaching staff approached this game with a playoff mindset, at least aiming for a fierce, competitive display. Unlike last season's playoffs, the absence of Jia Fei in this matchup effectively transformed the Thunder's lineup, substituting Harden with Kevin Martin. In this game, only Durant exceeded 20 points for the Thunder, while the performances of the other players were rather lackluster. Meanwhile, the opposing trio effortlessly amassed 66 points, culminating in the Thunder's South defeat on the road, thus halting their winning streak at 12 games. Chapter 94. Suddenly, DNP, the visiting team's locker room, was enveloped in silence post-game, the expressions of the players marred by dejection. This match bore a striking resemblance to last season's finals, as the haunting fear of being dominated by their opponents resurfaced. Kevin Martin performed commendably, contributing 15 points, the third highest for the team. However, the second unit relied heavily on his scoring, with neither Collison nor Mino making any significant impact. The combined output of starters Perkins and Cephalosha amounted to a mere 4 points, placing the entire offensive burden on the shoulders of the dynamic duo. Additionally, with Westbrook struggling to find his rhythm and succumbing to frustration, a victory for the Thunder seemed almost miraculous. Coach Brooks entered the locker room and addressed the team, acknowledging that the defeat was his responsibility, admitting he had failed to devise an effective game plan and that his rotation decisions had been subpar. Jia Fei remained silent, exhibiting no signs of discontent. He understood that even if he harbored grievances, he could not afford to express them, for he lacked sufficient standing in the realm. Take this match, for instance. Being designated as DNP was simply a matter of course, with the coaching staff not required to solicit his opinion, nor that of the management. However, if it were Durant or Westbrook, their absence would not go unchallenged, and would one dare to assign a DNP to someone like Kevin Martin without consequence? Jia Fei resolutely resolved within himself to persist in rigorous training, striving to enhance his strength. Only in this manner could he alleviate the anxiety of potentially being sidelined unexpectedly. Following the conclusion of the match, Westbrook accompanied Perkins and others to seek solace elsewhere. Conversely, Jia Fei, Reggie, and Lamb chose not to return directly to their hotel, but instead meandered through the streets of Miami. The atmosphere was imbued with the spirit of Christmas. Yet the trio's mood starkly contrasted with the joyous and harmonious essence of the festive season. The discomfort of defeat and the feeling of being underutilized weighed heavily upon them. Jia Fei suddenly recalled the figure of the Qinglian hermit from the Tang dynasty, a man of great ability who remained unappreciated. Although the three of them may not possess his level of talent, the coaching staff certainly fails to provide opportunities. "Where shall we go for some leisure?" Lamb inquired. "No more fun. Let's head back." Jia Fei replied. Reggie concurred, stating, "There's nothing enjoyable. You two can't even drink. It's dull." Lamb wore a bemused expression, akin to that of Nick Young. The trio made their way toward the hotel. The distance from the American Airlines Center to their accommodation was not considerable. With their long legs, they walked briskly, exuding an aura of vigor. "I truly did not expect Coach Brooks to prevent Jia from playing," Lamb remarked. Reggie sighed with a wry smile. "There is much you are unaware of. He is quite obstinate." "Jia, there is an old saying in Huaxia. One does not give up until reaching the Yellow River." Jia Fei responded, "Yes, that is the very phrase. He simply cannot fathom the need to adjust the lineup, especially when the starting offense is fraught with issues." Reggie vented his frustrations about Coach Brooks fervently. Jia Fei also concurred, asserting that apart from Du Wei and the two young stars, if we consider Ibaka as a player who does not hinder offensive play, Perkins and Cephalosha are unequivocally offensive black holes. While these two are indeed capable defenders, The challenge lies in the fact that if their offensive performance is woefully inadequate, it becomes exceedingly difficult to offset the benefits brought by their defensive prowess. In today's league, as a championship contending team, the starting lineup can only accommodate a single offensive liability. Having two such players will inevitably subject your star athletes to frequent double teams and defensive rotations. During the Thunder's previous winning streak, the second unit often widened the scoring gap, yet unexpectedly, in the Christmas showdown against the Heat, the coaching staff opted not to utilize their previously high-performing lineup, instead choosing a short rotation to engage in a fierce contest with the opponent, and the results were evident. We shall observe further. Perhaps the coaching staff is merely experimenting with different lineups. Even though it is the Christmas game, it ultimately remains just another ordinary regular season match. Jia Fei remarked. As Jia Fei had expressed his sentiments, both Ram and Reggie chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the hotel, Jia Fei connected to the Wi-Fi and discovered unread messages. Upon opening them, he found another from Sharapova. Do not be disheartened for not playing today. Merry Christmas. I will always support you, she wrote, accompanied by a smiley face. A warm current suddenly flowed through Jia Fei's heart, as the displeasure and frustration he had previously felt due to DNP vanished in an instant. He found himself enveloped in warmth, and the minor setback no longer held him captive in turmoil. Instead, his entire being felt remarkably light. Indeed, today was Christmas, and it was time to let go of the unpleasant experiences he had endured an entire season last year, and missing out on a single game mattered not at all. Jia Fei felt as though his emotional resilience had ascended to a new level. Following this realization, he received a comforting phone call from Kemba Walker, and after exchanging nostalgic memories, he drifted off to sleep with ease. The next day, Jia Fei traveled with his team aboard a private jet back to Oklahoma City, where they were set to face the Dallas Mavericks on the 28th. That evening, the Thunder hosted the Mavericks, and Jia Fei made a successful return to the rotation. In this match, he delivered an outstanding performance, contributing 10 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, thus affirming his value and aiding his team in a decisive victory, thereby avoiding a consecutive loss. 2 days later, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the Thunder achieved a resounding victory over the Rockets, marking their second consecutive win. Following this match, the Thunder concluded all their games for 2012, presently holding a commendable record of 24 wins and 5 losses, trailing the Spurs by a mere half game, ranking them second in the Western Conference. On December 31st, Jia Fei had his first video call with Maria Sharapova as they celebrated the new year together online. Before the camera, Sharapova appeared like a doll, dazzlingly beautiful. Jia Fei mused that one cannot always assert that a woman's values align solely with her looks. The allure of beauty is undeniably potent. A stunning woman can easily be forgiven for her mistakes, whereas the outcome would be entirely different for someone less conventionally attractive. I will be busy in January, preparing for the Australian Open, Sharapova exclaimed. Indeed, Jia Fei acknowledged, aware that the Australian Open would take place in late January. As a professional tennis player, she would face nearly year-round competitions, including not only the 4 Grand Slam events, but also the China Open, the WTA Finals, and the Madrid Open, among others, making for an arduous schedule. This is the reality for tennis players. The stronger and higher ranked they are, the more demanding their careers become. Take singles players as an example. If a star consistently reaches the semifinals or finals in tournaments, it is evident that they endure more matches and longer total durations compared to those who are eliminated in the initial rounds. As the calendar turned to 2013, a new chapter awaited. Jia Fei lamented that he had already reached the age of 21, recalling that he was merely 19 when he first traversed into this world. Now at 21, he felt the approach of the day when he could indulge in the pleasures of alcohol. Chapter 95. The first battle of the new year on January 1st, New Year's Day, the Thunder hosted the Suns. The Suns were currently struggling, having declared a complete rebuilding phase since Nash's departure. With a record of 11 wins and 20 losses, they found themselves ranked 14th in the Western Conference. Typically, NBA teams have 2 primary strategies for rebuilding. One approach involves tanking, trading away immediate contributors, and acquiring undesirable contracts to amass first-round draft picks, subsequently developing a cadre of young talents to establish a foundational team. The other strategy entails clearing salary cap space to sign marquee players in the free agency market, while using available draft picks and players to trade for additional stars. The first method is favored by most smaller market teams. as it allows for a rookie benefit period and alleviates concerns over luxury tax implications. However, the downside is the lengthy duration of the rebuilding process, with the risk that developed players may depart upon the expiration of their contracts, leaving the team with nothing to show for their efforts, a fate akin to that of Arsenal in the NBA. Conversely, the second path is often pursued by powerhouse teams, such as the Lakers, who leverage their prominent market and illustrious history to attract top-tier talent, rapidly facilitating their rebuilding through strategic trades. The advantages of this approach lie in its straightforwardness and efficiency, yet it can result in exorbitant player contracts and the complications of luxury tax burdens. The Suns do not belong to the echelon of elite teams and lack the allure needed to attract high-profile players. Moreover, without a top draft pick, they are unable to secure a cornerstone player, forcing them to rebuild gradually. Fortunately, the team's medical staff is exceptionally skilled, ensuring that the existing good players are not ruined by injuries, which serves as a relative advantage for the franchise. This match was not deemed a marquee showdown, garnering little attention from the outside world. Nonetheless, the Thunder regarded it with significant seriousness, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the Western Conference. This necessitated that they could not afford to lose easily against weaker opponents. Defeating underperforming teams is an essential capability of any formidable squad. Some players excel in the regular season, yet falter in the playoffs. Nevertheless, such players hold intrinsic value, as the lengthy regular season necessitates their contributions to mitigate the risk of injuries to star players. Jones of the Rockets is a prime example of a player adept at dominating weaker teams. In this contest, the Thunder's starting lineup remained unchanged. Jia Fei often found himself questioning whether Coach Brooks would ever consider altering the starting five to adapt to different opponents, unless one of the players sustained an injury or faced a dire circumstance. Regardless of the cards you play, I remain steadfast in my approach, showcasing the essence of revealing hidden tactics to an extraordinary degree, reminiscent of the captivating narratives where humanity is deftly reversed. The starting lineup for the Suns comprises Gortat, P.J. Tucker, Scola, Dudley, and Dragic. Currently, the head coach of the Suns is Alvin Gentry, who, due to the team's unsatisfactory performance, has been the subject of rumors regarding his potential dismissal. Reggie entered the arena with a broad smile, having received news before the game that he would be part of the rotation due to Mino's physical discomfort necessitating rest. As we approach the midway point of the season, Reggie finally secured a legitimate opportunity in the rotation. Upon the commencement of the match, the Suns, clearly outmatched by the Thunder, displayed a well-structured offense under Dragic's leadership, resulting in a tense standoff between the two teams. When the official timeout was called, Jia Fei entered the game alongside the Thunder, replacing Durant and Westbrook. The Thunder's quintet on the court consisted of Tabit, Collison, Jia Fei, Kevin Martin, and Reggie, while the Suns fielded Dudley, Shannon Brown, Markieff Morris, Jermaine O'Neal, and Terrell. With 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 20-23, with the Thunder leading by 3 points. As the Thunder launched their offense, Reggie dribbled forward, calling for a pick from Collison to initiate his drive. However, before he could even begin his advance, the referee whistled a traveling violation. Reggie's expression was one of astonishment. What just happened? The slow-motion replay revealed that Reggie's footwork was not entirely clean, characterized by a few shuffling steps. Take it easy, Reggie. Don't get too excited. You aspire to be a star, Jia Fei cautioned. It is understandable, after all, having waited so long for this opportunity. The rush of adrenaline led to an early misstep. Ultimately, it boils down to the prolonged anticipation.